Chapter 3080. Sir Holy Son, over there's still people over there. Thank God. Everyone should be fine, right? Help the rescued people to the side to sit down first. Arbor looked at Holy Sun Mi Yin, who was standing on the stone block with a compassionate priest-like expression, and she couldn't resist rolling her eyes at the sky. This hypocrite, he didn't look like a good person at all. When the Holy Sun turned around, he saw the little stoic looking at him expressionlessly with an icy face. He couldn't help but be dumbfounded before hastily saying, "Stoic face, come here, come here." Who was the stoic face? Arbor's small face was wooden, looking like she couldn't be bothered to pay attention to that person. Holy Sun Mi Yin hurriedly beckoned her over. "Come here, there are many patients here that the Doe family brothers didn't have time to see. Come over and take a look at them." The little stoic placed her small paws behind her back and expressionlessly walked over. "Where's my husband?" "Oh, I asked His Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness Prince Chun to go somewhere further away to look for him. You sure know how to assign people." The little stoic rolled her eyes, feeling increasingly dissatisfied with this priest-like Holy Sun. Ever since she got here, she saw this guy standing on the stone block and ordering people to do this and that. Now, he was actually assigning Jojo's Lien and Duan Yu to do this. He was really good at using them. Holy Sun Mi Yin pursed his lips and suddenly said, "You need to be paid." The little stoic, "You need to be paid 2 million spirit coins." The little stoic, all right, hurry up and take a look. Are there any problems with these people's bodies?" Do Fengyin and Do Fenghua both turned their heads and nodded at the little girl. "Thank you for your trouble." Arbor half-squatted and took their pulses one after another. She took out a medicine bottle from her sleeve and looked in Holy Sun Mi Yan's direction. "I'll pay." Sir Holy Sun immediately twitched his mouth in understanding. "Give him the medicine." As expected of a saint who could deliver the world. The little stoic curled her lips. "MHM." Chamu nodded her small head before turning around to pour out a pill for each of those people. Holy Sun Mi Yin wanted to cry, but had no tears. He secretly rolled his eyes at the back of the little guy. "Let's go our separate ways. I've paid the money, and we're done." Arbor stood up expressionlessly, turned around, and walked towards the river. Everyone looked at her back with some bitterness. The little stoic wanted to draw a clear line between herself and all of them. Holy Sun Mi Yin sighed. He knew that his image in front of the stoic face wasn't good from the start. No matter how hard he tried in the future, it would probably be very difficult to change his image if they didn't have a good relationship. They would have to fork out a lot of money. Just thinking about it made her want to cry. Arbor climbed onto a rock by the river and gazed into the distance. A spiritual weapon that looked like a big-headed carp quickly emerged from the bottom of the water and swam quickly toward the riverside along with the flowing water. The speed was so fast that it was like a bolt of lightning flashing across the sky, causing people to hold their breaths. In the blink of an eye, that big-headed carp arrived at the riverside and stopped. Sir Holy Sun lamented, "Young Master Mu's spiritual weapon can be said to be extraordinary. It should be infinitely close to a divine weapon. It's really fast." When the cabin door opened, Mu Xingqian jumped out first and hurriedly threw up while supporting himself on a rock. Everyone couldn't help but be speechless. They had never seen their master throw up time after time because of his own spiritual weapon. Chapter 3081. MHM. Arbor nodded. "Are you done? Let's go home and eat." "I'm done." Mo Lien nodded with a smile. "I'll roast colorful divine fish for you guys tonight." Arbor grumbled. Xin Xian said she didn't want you to work, but I think they all disdain my cooking. Is my roasted fish that bad? Vexation appeared on the little fellow's face. How could that be? Mo Lien suppressed her laughter and secretly nudged Duan Yu. Duan Yu glanced at him speechlessly and braced himself to say, "Jojo's roasted fish is naturally the best. How about we go back and have Jojo roast too for Emolien?" Emolien, okay. Sir Jojo nodded vigorously. "I'll also roast two for you." Duan Yu. Emolien couldn't resist turning her face away. "Who told you to cheat your brother? You also fell into the trap yourself." At this time, Mu Xingqian had also finished vomiting and walked forward dizzily. He had just called out "sister" when he seemed to have thought of something and hastily said, "Quick, quick, there are still people in the hold. Quickly have people carry them out first." Holy Sun Mi Yin had already ordered people to go forward and carry 7 to 8 people out of the spirit tool's stomach. Good, this should be enough. Holy Sun Mi Yin nodded at Mu Xingqian and the others with a gratified expression. Young Master Mu's spirit tool has really helped us greatly this time. Mu Xingqian quickly waved his hand and said to Arbor, Sister, give me an anti-medic first." Holy Sun Mi Yin glanced at Mu Xingqian speechlessly and then said, "This spirit tool looks quite spacious, right? How can young Master Mu not adapt? Why is it like this every time?" Mu Xingqian couldn't help but chuckle wryly. He could say that ever since that freak Mo Lien modified it, not only did this spirit tool's speed increase by 100-fold, but the space in its stomach also increased by a lot. But the problem was, it was too fast. Traveling at such a high speed that it felt as though he was flying, he felt a little dizzy. He reckoned that he would have to get used to it a few more times before he felt better. Arbor gave him a pill to stop his dizziness and looked at him. "Big brother, are you okay?" "Big brother is fine." Mu Xingqian hurriedly waved at her and forced a smile. Fuck, his big brother vomited like an idiot after being seen by his little sister a few times. Sob. His image was completely ruined in front of his younger sister. Mu Xingqian wept silently for a while before he suddenly thought of something. He hurriedly turned to Do Fengyan and said, "All right, Roxian's injuries are quite serious. Would young Master Do please take a look at her?" Do Fengyan and Do Fenghua looked at each other and nodded politely at Mu Xingqian. At this time, 2 people carried Mu Roxuan over. She was lying on the cold ground with her eyes closed. Her hair was still dripping with river water. Roxian. Mu Xingqian looked rather anxious. Do Fengyan carefully examined Mu Roxuan's injuries and looked at Mu Xingqian rather awkwardly. Miss Mu's injuries are below her abdomen. This wound, it really wasn't convenient for him to examine it. Although Do Fengyan didn't say this out loud, Mu Xingqian also understood his meaning. Do Fengyan turned to look at the little stoic again. Seeing that she was expressionlessly looking elsewhere without any intention of volunteering, he didn't open his mouth to provoke her anymore. Mu Xingqian also knew that this matter was somewhat difficult for the Do family's young master, so he also secretly looked back at Arbor, hesitating whether he should open his mouth. Chapter 3082. After all, Jojo and Mu Roxuan's relationship really wasn't that good. If he spoke up, wouldn't it infuriate Jojo? "Stoic, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and save her." Holy Sun Mi Yin spoke first and waved his hand at the little stoic. "I'll give you the consultation fee later. How can you be so kind-hearted?" Arbor glanced at the Holy Sun in confusion. "Didn't you previously make us sign a contract saying that once we enter the mystic realm, our lives and deaths have nothing to do with your temple? We haven't entered the mystic realm yet, right?" Holy Sun Mi Yin said. "How would it look if they let people die on the way before even entering the mystic realm? The temple would also lose a lot of face." Upon seeing this, Arbor nodded. "Since it's your request, then fine." Arbor pattered to Mu Roxuan's side with small steps. She crouched down and reached out to hold a knife, about to cut off the obstructing fabric on Mu Roxuan's stomach. Unexpectedly, Mu Roxuan suddenly woke up, and her hazy eyes abruptly widened. She stared fixedly at the dagger in Arbor's hand and shouted in a trembling voice, What are you doing?" Arbor turned the small knife in her hand and looked at her coldly while pinching it between her fingers. "As you can see, I'm treating your injury." "No, I don't want you to treat me." Mu Roxuan's pupils contracted, and she repeatedly shook her head. When she moved slightly, the wound connected to her brain and nerves. It was so painful that she broke out in layers of cold sweat, and her entire body trembled uncontrollably as if she was soaked in cold water. Arbor raised a brow at her non-committally and then put away the small knife in her hand. She wasn't even in the mood to explain and directly waved her hand at the Holy Sun, saying, "She's not willing. You should find someone else." It wasn't like she was so idle that she had to treat her illness. Since she wasn't willing, she wouldn't rush over to join in the fun. In any case, there were many capable people in the world. Doctors and pharmacists were readily available on the streets, so she didn't have to be the one to treat this injury. Holy Sun Mi Yin stared blankly for a moment before hurriedly persuading Mu Rochuan. Miss Mu, your injuries are quite serious. Furthermore, it's in the lower abdomen. It's not convenient for young Master Do and the others to look at it. It's better to let Miss Qiao take a look at it. Holy Sun Mi Yin thought that Mu Rochuan was doubting Arbor's medical skills and hurriedly comforted her. Don't worry. From what I've seen, Miss Qiao's medical skills are very good. Rochuan, don't be willful. Mu Xingqian hurriedly said to Mu Rochuan, let Jojo take a look at your wound. Your injury can't be delayed any longer. However, Mu Rochuan shook her head firmly. Don't let her see it. Big brother, I don't want her to see it. Find someone else. Big brother, big brother. The more Mu Rochuan screamed, the more agitated she became. Her entire body couldn't help but tremble slightly. In the end, they were sisters who grew up together, so they naturally had some true feelings for each other. Mu Xingqian couldn't bear to see his sister like this, so he nodded repeatedly and said, Okay, Big brother understands. Big brother will immediately go find someone else. However, Imol Yin and Duan Yu were a bit angered. When they saw Mu Rochuan's suicidal look, their eyes revealed traces of fury. You don't know what's good for you. Jojo, let's go. Lord Holy Sun, Imol Yin coldly called out. Holy Sun Mi Yin shuddered, feeling like he had done something bad with good intentions. Chapter 3083. He wouldn't be dissed by the couple again, right? Even though he felt that being scolded by the couple was nothing out of the ordinary, he wasn't a cheap person who was in a hurry to be scolded by others. Remember to pay the remuneration and consultation fee today. Imol Yin said coldly. Jojo examined the Mu family's miss just now, so he must pay the consultation fee. Okay, I'll pay right away. I'll pay right away when we return to the camp. Holy Sun Mi Yin twitched his mouth and nodded repeatedly. He thought to himself that this crown prince truly doted on his wife too much. Miss Mu Rochuan merely dissed the little stoic a few times, and he immediately fell heartache for her. Besides, this wasn't considered dissing since Miss Mu was already like that. Fine, he clearly didn't trust the little stoic when Holy Sun Mi Yin looked back. He saw that Imol Yin and Duan Yu had already left with the little stoic. Mu Xingqian raised his head to look in the direction where the three of them had left, then lowered his head to look at the half-dead Mu Roxian on the ground. He sighed and said, Roxian, you really don't understand Xiao Qiao. Since Jojo agreed to treat you, she will definitely do her best. You won't be able to find a second pill alchemist with better medical skills than her. Do Fengyan nodded in agreement and glanced at Mu Rochuan. Miss Mu, if I use medicine, your injuries might take 5 to 6 days to recover. But if Miss Qiao uses medicine, I estimate that your injuries will be 70% to 80% better in half a day. Mu Xingqian was taken aback. He didn't expect this young sir of the Do family to have such a high evaluation of the little stoic's medical skills. He couldn't help but feel some regret in his heart. If he had known earlier, he would have knocked Rochuan unconscious earlier and let Jojo continue treating her. Now, he could only watch helplessly as Rochuan's injuries were serious and her expression pained, but he couldn't help much. Roxian, take this healing pill first. Mu Xingqian would normally carry some healing medicine distributed by his clan, but this medicine's effects weren't too good. But right now, he could only treat this as a last resort. He stuffed a pill into Mu Rochuan's mouth and turned to Do Fengyan with a wry smile. Eldest young Master Do, I'll have to trouble you. In a while, I'll carry Roxian back to the cabin. Please treat Roxian. Do Fengyan looked hesitant. Doctors are benevolent. There is no difference between men and women in medicine. Please save me, young Master Do. Do Fengyan could only sigh. Originally, he thought that since the little stoic was here and she was a girl, it would be more convenient. He could treat Mu Rochuan in less than 2 days. Who knew that this Miss Mu's personality would be so stubborn, refusing to let the little stoic treat her no matter what? He had no choice but to agree. He couldn't just stand by and watch as Miss Mu's injuries worsened. Everyone couldn't help but look at each other in dismay before looking at the deathly pale Mu Rochuan with puzzlement. This girl is quite pretentious, the Holy Sun, then ordered people to carry Mu Rochuan into the fish cabin. However, after going back and forth, Mu Rochuan's face turned even paler, and even her breathing became weaker. Dofumien ordered people to lay Mu Rochuan down. He took out his dagger and muttered, "Excuse me," before cutting off a piece of cloth from Mu Rochuan's lower abdomen. Mu Xingqian involuntarily sucked in a cold breath when he saw his sister's wound. The wound was purplish-gray and strip-shaped, as if something sharp had slid across it. Her entire lower abdomen was nearly sliced open, and it looked extremely serious. Chapter 3084. Her wound had already rotted from being soaked in the river for a long time. Dofumien frowned. "Ask my second brother to come in and help me." My second brother once acknowledged the Celestial Medicine Valley's Valley Master as his master, so his medical skills are much better than mine. Okay. Mu Xingqian quickly nodded. How could he refuse at this time? He hastily crawled out of the carp's belly and asked second young Master Do to also enter the cabin to save Mu Rochuan. On the other side, Duan Yu and Mo Lien, who were walking towards the camp, were trying their best to console Sir Jojo. "Jojo, don't be unhappy. We won't stoop to their level. MHM, it's her own loss that she doesn't want you to treat her." Arbor couldn't help but glance at them in amusement. "Why would I be angry? I don't even want to bother with her. Moreover, it's human nature for her not to trust me. After all, we've had many conflicts in the past. It'd be weird if she believed me. It saved me a lot of trouble. Isn't it good to collect the consultation fee as usual?" Arbor harumphed. He indeed didn't look unhappy at all. It was true in the first place. Mu Rochuan simply didn't rank in her heart. Why would she get angry with a stranger she wasn't familiar with? It wasn't like she had nothing better to do. Duan Yu blinked and said with a smile, "MHM, that's good. That Mu Rochuan's complexion is pale, and it looks like her injury is quite serious." Xiaomu nodded. "I used my divine conscience to examine her body's condition just now. When she was in the water, she was hit by a large electric eel. The wound on her abdomen is very large. If it weren't for the spirit armor protecting her body, even her dantian would have shattered. Moreover, the power of lightning has already entered her body, so her meridians have also been greatly affected. She pushed away my Jojo because she didn't have good taste." Mo Lien harumphed. "She deserves to suffer in the future." Arbor shook his head. "Let's not talk about her. Let's return to the camp to eat roasted fish. Little Fatty should be done roasting fish by now." Okay. Sure enough, Little Fatty had already finished roasting a few colorful divine fish. He even removed the bones and sliced off the meat, placing it on a large tray. The fish fillet looked golden and crispy, and the skin was a little crispy. The group of friends sitting around the table all had their eyes fixed on the plate. They were waiting for Arbor and the others to come back, so they could start eating. Little Fatty even made pigeon stew and a big pot of holy rice. As soon as Arbor and the other two stepped into the camp, they smelled the fragrance of rice. "Eat." Arbor's eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly walked forward and sat down beside Qi Xianxian. "Have you been waiting for a long time?" "Not too long." Everyone shook their heads. "You came back just in time. The food has just been prepared, and it's still warm. Come, let's eat." Duan Yu and Mo Lien also took their seats with a smile. They cast a sidelong glance at the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal, who had already picked up his chopsticks and started eating. "Why are you always wandering around outside?" "That's right. We don't have someone like you in our team. What should we do if someone discovers us? Can't you guys pretend you didn't see me?" The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal turned around and rolled his eyes at them. "I saw that you guys had such a sumptuous meal and was afraid that it would be a waste if you guys couldn't finish it. So I came out to help you guys finish some." Right. It would be a waste if we couldn't finish it. Everyone, eat more, eat more." Little Fatty had already finished a bowl of holy rice and silently went to fill a second bowl. This rice was so delicious that it made people unable to stop eating. What should they do? Chapter 3085. "Oh, that's right. Have you found those floating on the river?" Little Fatty quickly asked after swallowing his rice. "We're setting off tomorrow. If we don't make it in time, then we really won't make it in time. MHM, Almost all of them have been brought back. Arbor nodded. However, a few people were injured, but it wasn't very serious. He left Mu Rochuan out of the picture and only mentioned the other people's symptoms aloofly. It was mainly because their cultivation wasn't high enough, causing their auras to be weak. In addition, their bodies were weak, so they should have needed 2 days to recuperate. However, the time of departure tomorrow could not be changed. If that was the case, they would be rather unlucky. After all, they could only rest for 1 night, and their bodies might not be able to fully recover. Halfway through their meal, they saw Mu Xingchen rushing over with a burning expression. He said to Qi Xianxian, "Miss Qi, please come with me and help." Arbor coldly curled his lips. "What is it, big brother Mu?" Qi Xianxian quickly stood up and looked at him in confusion. "You're in such a hurry. What do you want me to go to help?" "Go to the riverside. Rochuan's injuries are quite serious." Mu Xingchen was a bit embarrassed as he said. Her lower abdomen was struck by lightning, and the power of thunder and lightning is currently roaming around her body. "We need Miss Qi's help to completely remove this power of thunder and lightning from her body. Otherwise, not only will it affect her future cultivation, but her life might also be in danger if it's serious." Since young Master Omega Kotoko wasn't present, Qi Xuanchuan's lightning spirit energy was the purest in the entire team. So Mu Xingchen immediately thought of Qi Xianxian. Duan Yu couldn't resist laughing mockingly. Miss Qi is also Jojo's teammate, and they have a good relationship. Aren't you afraid that Miss Qi will be instructed by Jojo to secretly harm your sister? I think we should just forget about it. Mu Xingchen instantly became even more embarrassed and didn't know how to continue. After all, there really wasn't anything wrong with what Duan Yu said. Just now, it was Rochuan who refused to let Xiao Qiao treat her. Now, she had to go and beg Xiao Qiao's best teammate. This was indeed a little unreasonable. Mu Xingchen glanced uneasily at Arbor. Arbor sighed softly, then turned to Qi Xianxian and said, "Miss Mu was attacked by the electric eel. Go and help my big brother. Help Miss Mu suck out the power of lightning from her body. As for the rest, the 2 young masters of the Dou clan will treat Miss Mu. You don't have to worry about it." Qi Xianxian was baffled. She was not stupid. Seeing that Prince Chen's words were quite sarcastic, and that the eldest brother of the Mu family always had that kind of awkward expression on his face, she couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "Did something happen just now?" "It's nothing." Arbor understood Qi Xuanchuan's temper too well. If she knew that Mu Roxian was disdainful of Jojo and refused to let her treat her, she definitely wouldn't help. Perhaps she would even mock Mu Roxian with her sharp tongue. Forget it. For her big brother's sake, she would help where she could. In any case, it was just a small matter, so why make things difficult for her big brother? On the other hand, Arbor had an indifferent attitude. Moreover, it wasn't like other people didn't trust his medical skills before, but so what? If they didn't trust him, then so be it. He was still missing out on something. Chapter 3086. She was the real deal and had inherited her master's top-notch medical skills. There was no need for her to brag about it. She was well aware of it. It didn't matter if others acknowledged it or not. Arbor looked up and nodded slightly at Qi Xianxian. "Go ahead." Mu Xingchen heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly said to his little sister, "Jojo, Rochuan is in the wrong for this. Big brother will talk to her later." Arbor turned his head away indifferently. "No need. It has nothing to do with me." Mu Xingchen's heart couldn't help but sink. There was an indescribable sense of depression in his heart. Could it be that Jojo and Rochuan's relationship had always been like this? Jojo. Mu Xingchen still wanted to say something. Prince Amo couldn't help but look up and rebuke him. "All right, you saw that woman's attitude just now. You know very well whether it's Jojo's fault or that woman's fault. We've never been on the same side in the past. There's no need to force us to be together in the future." Mo Lien said in annoyance. "Don't keep thinking of being a peacemaker. With her attitude just now, this matter can't be settled." Arbor secretly reached out and tugged at Mo Lien's sleeve. "Big brother, bring Xianxian over first." No, you guys should explain to me clearly. From what you're saying, did Miss Mu and Jojo have some conflict just now?" Qi Xianxian turned to look at Mu Xingqian unhappily. Big brother Mu, could it be that Mu Rochuan bullied our Jojo just now? Mu Xingqian quickly shook his head. What ability did Mu Rochuan have to bully Jojo? No one would believe it, even if they said it. Then what do they mean by this? Nothing. Xianxian, all right. Hurry up and come back to eat after you're done. Arbor quickly used the foodie's favorite food to divert her attention. Qi Xianxian was indeed diverted. She nodded and said, Then you guys have to leave some for me. Got it. Hurry up and go. Arbor waved at the two of them. Mu Xingqian opened his mouth, but did not say anything. He turned around and left with Qi Xianxian. Everything about young Master Mu is good, but he's indecisive and indecisive. It's a bit of a headache, Duan Yu commented. Regarding this point, Emolian was also in full agreement. Personality dictates, personality dictates. The venerable peach blossom immortal grinned as he held his rice bowl and picked up another colorful divine fish with his chopsticks. Add more spice next time. It's good for dinner. The little fatty hurriedly nodded and said, Hey, I forgot that I cooked red braised pork. I'll bring it over for you. Oh, we're almost finished. Hurry up and serve the dishes. Is Mu Rochuan seriously injured? When Liang Qingqing and the others were conversing with Qi Xianxian, they had already heard the gossip that Qi Xianxian had told them. By now, they all knew that their Jojo was related to the Mu family by blood. Jojo's true identity was the daughter of the divine province's Mu family. Such a delicate little girl actually grew up in a place like the lower star domain. They couldn't help but sigh when they thought about it. Arbor nodded. Her injuries are very serious. When I helped her use her inner vision, I could see that there seemed to be a crack in her dantian, but I don't know the cause. That electric eel also attacked her quite seriously this time. The wound on her lower abdomen won't heal anytime soon. Chapter 3087. Everyone looked at each other and thought to themselves, if her dantian is damaged, then it'll be troublesome. A damaged dantian will affect her future growth. This meant that the Mu family's genius young Miss Growth might stop before she reached the God Realm. On the other side, Qi Xianxian followed Mu Xingqian to the Dukhan River and entered the big-headed carp spirit artifact. Ever since this carp was modified by Mo Lien, the space inside became very big. It probably wouldn't be a problem to accommodate 1,000 people. Qi Xianxian walked in and saw that Miss Mu was placed on a reclining chair. Her face was very pale, and her eyes were slightly closed. She looked like she was in great pain. Miss Qi, please extract the lightning spirit energy from Miss Mu's body. Do Fengmian stood up and moved to the side, inviting Qi Xianxian over. Qi Xianxian nodded and stepped forward. Just as she was about to grab Mu Rochuan's wrist, Mu Rochuan suddenly opened her eyes and glared at Qi Xianxian like a dead fish. Qi Xianxian was startled, and her hand involuntarily shrank back. Mu Xingqian hurriedly went forward and said, Rochuan, stop fooling around. This is Miss Qi. She has 8 levels of spirit lightning and can help you absorb all the lightning energy that's roaming around in your body. Mu Rochuan's entire body seemed to be soaked in sweat. She trembled and shouted with difficulty, No, don't let her come. She's here to harm me. She's Arbor's friend. She's here to harm me. Qi Xuanxuan's eyes widened, and she couldn't help but yell at Mu Xingqian, Great! I didn't know. Did she say that about Jojo just now? If I had known that she was this kind of person, would I have rushed over? Who wants to harm her? Qi Xianxian roared and glared at Mu Xingqian with her bright round eyes. Big brother Mu, I respect you as Jojo's big brother. You said you wanted to help, and I didn't say anything. As long as you said the word, I would naturally help. What is this now? Mu Xingqian was naturally very embarrassed. He hurriedly apologized to Qi Xianxian. Miss Qi, I'm sorry. Don't be angry. Rochuan is seriously injured, and her mind might be a little muddled right now. Don't lower yourself to her level, okay? Confused? Qi Xianxian roared angrily. I think she's more clear-headed than anyone else. What the hell? My Jojo wants to harm her? Who did she think she was? Is it worth dirtying Jojo's hands? Miss Xianxian. Do Fengmian hurriedly came forward to mediate. Miss Xianxian, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Miss Mu is also, don't say anything. Qi Xianxian waved her small hand and scolded angrily. In the future, don't come looking for me for anything related to her. Do whatever you want. Whoever wants to come here and be scolded by her can come. Miss Xianxian. Dou Femian hurriedly dodged to block her path and sincerely pleaded, Miss Xianxian, Miss Mu is a seriously injured patient. It's not appropriate to argue with her. Who wants to argue with her? Anyway, it's her fault for scolding me, Jojo. Qi Xianxian revealed her sharp claws and sneered. Why don't you take a look at yourself? Who has the time to harm her? What good is there in harming her? Big brother, chase her away. Chase her away. This crazy woman. Chase her away. Mu Rochuan suddenly screamed in agitation. Chapter 3088. She's here to harm me. She's sent by Arbor to harm me. They all want to harm me. None of them want me to have a good life. Ever since she returned to China, I haven't had a good day. I've been living in fear every day, afraid that she will replace me one day. Why did she come back? Why? If she didn't come back, nothing would have happened. Mu Rochuan screamed angrily. She picked up a cup beside her and threw it in Qi Xuanchuan's direction. Bam! The cup fell at Qi Xuanchuan's feet and shattered into pieces. Qi Xianxian raised her head and glared at Mu Xingqian angrily. Mu Xingqian, let me ask you. When she was in your Mu family, you treated my Qiao Qiao like this, didn't you? Mu Xingqian was momentarily stunned by the question. Your whole family scolded her for being unnecessary? Your whole family didn't want her to come back? Your whole family was fighting with her red eyebrows and green eyes? Is that right? Is that right? Qi Xianxian asked angrily through gritted teeth. Mu Xingqian, I'm asking you a question. Answer me immediately. Qi Xianxian shouted hysterically. Her eyes were spitting fire, and the veins on her neck were popping out. Miss Xianxian. Dou Femian hurriedly went forward to grab her arm. Qi Xianxian flung his hand away and said angrily, All of you outsiders, get out of my way. Mu Xingqian, answer me. I want you to answer me now. Qi Xianxian asked coldly. When Jojo returned to the Mu family, they were all in seclusion on Paradise Planet, so they didn't know the details. When they came out of seclusion, Jojo was collecting compensation here and there, so they felt that she didn't lose out. After that, they heard Jojo talk about it briefly, so they didn't know that there were so many details. Jojo was a person of few words. She would only talk to you if you asked her. Moreover, she would only tell you the good news and not the bad news. She probably wouldn't say a word about such bad news. Mu Xingqian didn't know how to respond to Qi Xuanchuan's question. Qi Xianxian glared at him. Mu Xingqian, why aren't you saying anything? She's superfluous. If she hadn't tried so hard to return to the Mu family, would so many things have happened to our Mu family? Ever since she came back, my father, mother, me, and big brother, none of us have been happy. She shouldn't have come back. Shut up. Mu Xingqian turned to glare at Mu Rochuan and scolded. What nonsense are you spouting? When have I ever been unhappy? Sure, Mu Xingqian. So this is how you act as a big brother. Qi Xianxian understood something and was so angry that her eyes turned red. Don't think that just because you're Jojo's brother, you can let her suffer for no reason. Qi Xianxian was so angry that her head hurt and her eyes turned red. She felt uncomfortable all over. Let me tell you, Jojo wasn't raised in the Mu family's courtyard since she was young. But she has parents and brothers who love her since she was young. She doesn't lack a single thing that she wants. She doesn't need any charity from the Mu family. Don't think that the Mu family is high and mighty. The people who want to love Jojo can line up from Du Chunjiang all the way to the imperial capital of China. Your existence is meaningless. Chapter 3089. When they were making things difficult for you just now, who was the one who asked me to come over? Mu Xingqian, do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to understand? Jojo didn't want you to be in a difficult position. She was always thinking of you, but what about you? What did you give her? You're just going to let this woman slander me like this? What kind of big brother are you? You don't deserve to be a big brother. Qi Xianxian kicked the stool at the door and turned to leave angrily. Miss Xianxian. Mu Xingqian panicked and called out, wanting to chase after her. Big brother. Mu Rochuan cried out in shock. Big brother, don't chase after her. Let her go, big brother. She's here to harm me. Big brother, stop arguing. Mu Xingqian pressed his forehead tiredly and looked at Mu Rochuan disappointedly. Rochuan, you've been so outstanding since you were young. The entire family has always had high hopes for you. But even so, you shouldn't lose your sense of normalcy. Ask yourself honestly, would Jojo really come harm you? Mu Xingqian sighed and shook his head. Many times, it's indeed very difficult to admit that others are outstanding. But only when you admit that others are outstanding can you clearly see your own shortcomings. We can work hard, fight for it, struggle for it, and create new brilliance. However, jealousy will make you look ferocious. It will make you unable to see your own heart clearly. Big brother, what are you saying? Mu Rochuan's eyes widened as if she was about to die. She panted heavily and sobbed as she said, Big brother, I'm not jealous. Why would I be jealous of that woman? Why should I be jealous of her? Me? I'm the real eldest miss of the Mu family. I'm the pride of the family, my parents, and my big brother. I'm the future hope of the entire Mu family. Why should I be jealous of a village girl from a small mountain village in the Lower Star region? How could she compare to me? Mu Xingqian looked at Mu Rochuan with increasing disappointment. Is this what you really think? Usually, when Mu Rochuan didn't say anything, he really didn't know that she actually thought this way. Mu Xingqian expressed his disappointment in this younger sister of his. So it turned out that she had never accepted Jojo. She had always held on to that thought, hoping that Jojo would never appear or even come back. Qi Xianxian was right. He really didn't know how to be a big brother. Have a good rest. Mu Xingqian glanced at her and turned to leave. Mu Rochuan shouted again, Big brother, big brother, big brother. Are you going to abandon me and my mother for that woman? Did you believe a bunch of lies from that woman? Big brother, big brother. Rochuan, Jojo is my sister. This fact will never change. Mu Xingqian turned his head and stared straight at the pale-faced Mu Rochuan. I know there's some misunderstanding between you and her. I won't force you to get along with her. But I hope you could do one thing. In front of me, don't say things like that about my sister. Otherwise, I won't know how to face you in the future. Mu Rochuan's eyes were filled with tears as she muttered to herself, Big brother, you really don't want me for her. You really think that she's better than me. You think that she can replace me one day. You must all think so. Chapter 3090. Mu Xingqian stepped out of the spiritual cabin and took a deep breath before exhaling again. He then rushed toward the camp with large strides. The Dou brothers looked at each other in dismay, then at each other. Fuck, what kind of drama was this? Her eldest brother had already left? Then there really was no need for them, outsiders, to continue staying here, right? Yet they were just going to abandon the half-dead Mu Rochuan here? They couldn't really do it. Dou Fenghua glanced at her eldest brother, Dou Fengyan, with a headache. I'll go to the camp to find young Master Mu. Miss Mu's matter must be resolved. Could it be that they were really going to abandon this Miss Mu? After Qi Xianxian exited the spirit tool cabin, she was angered to tears by her emotions. She fiercely wiped her tears and walked toward the camp with an indignant expression. As her eldest brother, Mu Xingqian didn't dote on his sister, but she did. Xianxian, you're back. Come quickly, I left some food for you. I'm not eating anymore. She was already full from anger, so how could she still eat? Qi Xianxian glanced at them dispiritedly before returning to her own tent. With a swoosh, she pulled down the curtain. Everyone looked at each other in dismay and stared at each other. She couldn't have been bullied by Mu Rochuan again, right? Mo Lien asked with a frown. I told you not to go. Duan Yu also grumbled. Something must have happened since she came back with a belly full of anger. Sir Jojo silently picked up a small plate and strode toward the tent with his short legs. I'll go check on her. Xianxian. The little fellow poked her head in from outside the curtain and peeked at Qi Xianxian, who was silently leaning against the cushion. Qi Xianxian glanced sideways at the small figure that sneaked in from outside the curtain. She was both amused and annoyed, so she simply turned her head away and ignored her. I left several pieces of red braised meat for you. Eat them. The little fellow sat cross-legged next to her and nudged her waist. It's quite delicious. Little Fatty's culinary skills have improved greatly. Qi Xianxian snorted and raised her hand to the back of her head. She saw that the ceiling was still ignoring her. Jojo put down the plate in his hand and subconsciously tapped his fingers together. Tell me, what's the matter? Qi Xianxian got up from the cushion and poked her head. That Mu Rochuan, she's already treated you like this. Why are you still concerned about that Mu Xingqian? Do you want to suffer? If I had known that she would scold you like that, would I have treated her? I'd rather stab her a few more times. Who the hell was she? Do you still think that you're omnipotent and that you're dead? When I went over, she pointed at my nose and scolded me, saying that I was your accomplice. She even said that I was sent by you to harm her. There must be something wrong with her brain. What a fool. The little guy nodded his little head like a chick pecking at rice. He blinked and said, Then we won't go to her place in the future. I know you don't want to make things difficult for Mu Xingqian, but look at him. Is there a big brother like him? Instead of protecting his sister properly, he keeps letting her get scolded. What's the matter with him? You don't owe him anything. He's just an honest and considerate person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been deceived by his bullshit father for so many years, and even thought that his father was a righteous and good person. I don't think he's honest and considerate. There's something wrong with his brain. Qi Xianxian scolded in annoyance. Chapter 3091. If he dares to bully you like this again, I'm telling you, I'm not done with him. Qi Xianxian slapped the cushion and said angrily, I can't beat him, so I'll find Fatty and the others to beat him up together. All right. Arbor climbed onto her cushion and hugged her arm, swinging it back and forth. Why are you still angry with him? I can't stand it when he treats you like that. Qi Xianxian became angrier as she spoke. Arbor took out a meat bun and stuffed it into her mouth. Try this. I especially saved it for you. It's delicious. Qi Xianxian naturally couldn't continue scolding with the bun stuffed in her mouth. She chewed hard and reached out to take the bun. As she ate, she mumbled, I don't know what's wrong with that Mu Rochuan. Does she think everyone has the leisure to harm her? How much money does she think she has? If I harm her, will I be able to get money or something? The little stoic nodded her small head repeatedly. Our Xianxian can crush her with money. Isn't that so? Younger sister, Miss Qi, are you inside? Mu Xingqian's voice came from outside the tent. Qi Xianxian felt irritated whenever she heard his voice now. She rolled her eyes and said, What do you want? Miss Qi, Rochuan was in the wrong for making you angry just now. I apologize to her and you. Qi Xianxian muttered softly to Arbor, Who wants it? Miss Qi. Mu Xingqian called out again. Qi Xianxian rolled her eyes and snorted coldly. Mu Xingqian, if you really treat Xiao Xiao as your sister, then you should cut off all ties with those brain-dead people as soon as possible. Don't get involved with them so many times that it's unclear. You don't take our Jojo seriously when you have nothing to do, and you don't treat carrots as vegetables. You look for our Jojo to resolve any trouble you encounter. What do you take our Jojo for? A substitute? None of you Mu family members are good. I'm telling you, if your Mu family doesn't want her, then it's fine. Stay far away from her and scram. Don't freaking say she's unnecessary. She has us. We all need her. If she's superfluous, then everyone in your Mu family is superfluous. Mu Xingqian knew that Qi Xianxian was currently in a fit of anger, so he hurriedly replied in a low voice, Miss Qi, Roxian is muddle-headed from her illness. Her words don't count. Grandpa had been looking for Jojo for so many years. He had always been looking forward to Jojo's return. No one said that Jojo is redundant. Don't listen to Rochuan's nonsense. Arbor quickly tugged at Qi Xuanxuan's hand. Qi Xianxian angrily sat upright and still. She turned her head to look in the direction of the tent and said indifferently, Remember what you said today. If you dare to mistreat my Jojo again because of the Mu family, I won't let you off. I understand, Miss Qi. I will reflect on what happened today. Mu Xingqian quickly said, Jojo, I hope you won't be angry with Big Brother, okay? Big Brother, I'm not angry, Arbor said helplessly. If she really had the time to be angry with someone like that, she wouldn't have agreed to let Xianxian remove the lightning spirit from Mu Roxian's body. Instead, it made Xianxian angry. When she came back, She was so angry that she didn't even want to eat her favorite food. Xian snorted. Then she smacked her lips and chewed on a half-bun in her hand. She mumbled, "Jojo, do you believe him? Can he really change?" Chapter 3092. Arbor couldn't help but look at her helplessly. Mu Xingqian's nature is not bad. Otherwise, she wouldn't have forgiven him back then. It was just that this child only knew how to cultivate and draw talismans since he was young. He didn't interact with many people normally. He definitely couldn't see through people's hearts more clearly than Arbor, who had lived 2 lives. This was human nature. Since Arbor accepted him as her big brother, she would tolerate all of his small flaws. Putting yourself in his shoes, Mu Rochuan grew up with him. Even if they weren't close, she's still his sister. He wouldn't let go so easily. Qi Xian pursed her lips, not saying anything. "All right, quickly wash up after eating. Sleep early today. We'll set off tomorrow." Sir Jojo patted her shoulder and smiled at her. "Wait until we enter the mystic realm. I'll make you rich." Qi Xian was stunned. Then, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seeing the little fellow run out of her tent, she shook her head and poured out all of the resentment in her heart. She was like this. When it was time to scold someone, she would scold them. After scolding them, she would fall asleep. When she woke up tomorrow, she wouldn't remember anything. Qi Xian was about to wash up, but her hands paused. Did her Jojo smile at her just now? When Xiao Mu returned to her tent, she saw that there was only a small lamp inside, its luster faintly discernible. Mo Lian was leaning against the couch with a book in his hands. When he saw her enter, he stared at her. Arbor quickly ran over and patted his hand. "I'll go wash up first. Wait for me." What she said the Crown Prince's thoughts were inexplicably distant, and he didn't know where she had led his thoughts to. After the little fellow finished washing up, she ran back and snuggled under the blankets. Mo Yin smiled and hugged her. "Do you have anything to say to me? I'm so sleepy." She raised her hand and yawned. She snuggled into his embrace and said softly, "I comforted Xian just now. I comforted her so much that my saliva almost dried up. Stop tormenting me." Mo Yin smiled and reached out to dry her wet hair. She looked down at her and said, "In the future, let's not meddle in other people's business. In this world, not everyone knows how to repay kindness. There are a lot of ungrateful people, especially those who are inherently bad. No matter what we do, we can't change their minds. Most of the time, rejection is not a bad thing." Mr. Jojo stretched out his hand and yawned. He glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. "Stop nagging. Go to sleep. Why are you sleeping? Talk to me for a while." "I'm so tired." Mr. Jojo snuggled into his arms and reached out to hold his waist. Suddenly, he retracted his hand and looked up at him. You've lost weight." The size of her waist seemed to have narrowed again. It seemed that Jojo's lotus had lost weight because of how busy he had been. He had to feed him more delicious food tomorrow and fatten him up again. "Jojo, you're always touching me secretly." Prince Emo smiled and winked. "You're even secretly measuring my size here and there." Sir Jojo looked at him expressionlessly and then covered his head with the blanket. His fist could not help but reach out and beat him fiercely under the blanket. "Brat, don't think that I can't understand your dirty words." Chapter 3093. The next morning, Holy Sunmi Yin reorganized the team and did a head count. He then nodded and said, "There are 32 people from the Royal Academy on this trip. Not a single one is missing. Fire Refining City and Ice Sealing City are also complete. Flying Sword Academy and Blue Ocean Academy each lost a student. We don't know if they're still alive. The Doffing tribe and the other tribes are also fine. The remaining itinerant cultivators are also unharmed. Overall, this is considered a great fortune amidst misfortune." Holy Sunmi Yin concluded and then said to everyone, "Now, we will start crossing the Red River Canyon. There are many poisonous insects and snakes in the canyon, and there will also be large spirit beasts lying in ambush. Everyone, pay attention to your feet, because some of our teammates only returned to the team last night. After a mere night of rest, they probably haven't fully recovered yet. Therefore, we should be considerate of these teammates and take care of them a little." Let these teammates who only returned yesterday walk in the middle of the team. Holy Sun me, Yin said seriously. This Holy Sun will lead the team and lead the way. Eldest young Master Do, please travel with this Holy Sun. I'll have to trouble Crown Prince Lien and Your Highness Prince Chun to guard the back of the team together. Lord Holy Sun turned to look at Mo Lien and Duan Yu and nodded slightly. The two of you are the cultivators with the highest cultivation besides this Holy Sun. Please use your divine conscience to observe the surrounding environment at all times. If there are any abnormalities, inform everyone as soon as possible. Arbor couldn't help but roll her eyes when she heard this. She thought, this Lord Holy Sun is really very friendly. He was already very used to ordering Mo Lien and Duan Yu around now. Prince Mo and Duan Yu rolled their eyes at Lord Holy Sun at the same time. Lord Holy Sun instantly felt a bit stifled. As for Qiao, little junior's sister won't be separated from us. Liang Qingqing quickly strode up to Qiao Mu's side and picked up her small body. We're in the same team. No matter what, we have to walk together. The little fatty also quickly nodded. This time, it was Lord Holy Sun's turn to roll his eyes and grumpily rebuked them. I didn't want her to be separated from you guys. What I mean is, Miss Qiao's situation is a bit special. Her legs are short, so it won't be easy for her to walk. You have to pay more attention to her. This was a no-fly zone. If he fell while walking, he would be scolded by a group of people. Your whole family has short legs. Your Sun Moon Temple has short legs. The little girl glared angrily. Everyone was speechless. Pooh! Ha ha ha! Liang Qingqing held back her laughter and carried the little girl to the middle of the group. Little junior sister, let's ignore him. His legs were too short. You're already a short person, yet you're still mocking others. Bah! Everyone was speechless. The Holy Sun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He couldn't be bothered to deal with these holy concubines, so he turned around and led everyone out of the camp. The group walked down the mountain path. The further they walked, the lower the terrain became. The Holy Sun was still very familiar with this place, so after leading the group for an entire morning, they basically did not encounter any danger. Apart from a few ignorant spirit beasts that tried to attack them and were killed by them in the end, nothing else happened. They rushed all the way forward. In order to save time, they didn't set up camp to cook at noon. In any case, with their cultivation, it wouldn't be much of a problem for them to go hungry for half a month. Chapter 3094. As for those with lower cultivations who wanted to eat, they just took out some dry rations from their inner worlds and casually filled their stomachs. Lord Xiao Qiao lay on senior sister Liang's back and fell into a deep sleep. She was woken up by the sound of raindrops. When he looked up, he saw round raindrops floating down from the sky. They gradually formed a line and grew heavier as they fell. Only the sound of flowing water could be heard on the ground. The rain is too heavy. We have to find a place to hide first. Although the saint had activated the defensive barrier, everything was still a little blurry due to the rain falling on them. Arbor had also taken out an umbrella from his inner world and held it above Liang Qingqing's head. Everyone thought it was a very simple umbrella at first, but when they freaking took a closer look, this umbrella actually automatically deflected all the raindrops. Under the umbrella, Liang Qingqing and Arbor were completely untouched by the rain. Not even a wisp of mist drifted toward them. Some knowledgeable people couldn't help but fuck in their minds. How is this an ordinary umbrella? This was a spirit weapon. Fuck, he didn't know which crazy weapon refiner had actually forged an umbrella into a spirit artifact for no reason. This umbrella, it can't be some offensive weapon of mass destruction, right? Someone felt that they had probably guessed the truth. If it wasn't an offensive weapon of mass destruction, then it was too wasteful. What offensive weapon of mass destruction? That's just an umbrella. A weapon refiner from the Flying Sword Academy lifted his sunken chin up again. He said to them exasperatedly, "From my 20 years of weapon refinement experience, this umbrella's greatest use is to block the rain. What a dunce weapon refiner. Such excellent weapon refinement skills, but he actually used it to block the rain. I thought it was a weapon that looked like an umbrella." Everyone's face involuntarily darkened. Duan Yu couldn't resist chuckling. He cast a sidelong glance at Mo Lien beside him and mocked. dunce weapon refiner. Mo Lien. At this time, Holy Sun Mi Yin had already staggered over to Mo Lien and Duan Yu's side. He said to them through the torrential rain, "The rain is too heavy. I think everyone can't hold on much longer. Let's find a place to rest first." Mo Lien looked up at the towering stone walls on both sides of the river, then at the narrow path they were on. She shook her head firmly. "We have to leave this path as soon as possible. We can't rest. But there isn't even any shelter here. If we were to set up camp, it would take at least an hour. An hour is more than enough for us to leave this narrow path. There's not much further ahead. We have to go." Duan Yu nodded. "Let everyone overcome it." Lady Jojo carried her umbrella and laid on senior sister Liang's back. She looked a little listless. "Why aren't we leaving yet?" The saint went to discuss some matters with Crown Prince Lien and the others. "I can't walk anymore." A Flying Sword Academy student who had just been fished up from Duke Chunjiang yesterday couldn't resist sitting on the ground in the torrential rain. He held his head and cried, "My entire body feels weak. I feel like I'm floating when I walk." Meanwhile, Mo Lien and Duan Yu had also walked up with the saint at this time. Prince Mo reached out to take the little fellow from Liang Qingqing's back. He held her in his arms and said aloofly, "Up to you. Anyway, we have to leave. If you want to set up camp here, feel free to do so." Chapter 3095. The Holy Sun quickly said to the two of them, "Speak properly if you have something to say. Aren't we in the middle of a discussion right now?" Duan Yu grumbled, "You guys frequently traverse this path, so you should know. There's a narrow path ahead. Can't you find a place to rest after exiting there? If you can't walk, then crawl. If you can't crawl, then stay here and wait for death. No one needs to be responsible for your lives. Your lives are your own, so you should consider your own choices." Mo Lien apathetically threw down these words and directly carried his Jojo, walking forward. Little Fatty and the others didn't say anything unnecessary. They consciously followed their footsteps and walked forward together. Arbor waved his small hand, and a small bottle landed in front of the person slumped on the ground with a thud. Do Fengmian hastily stepped forward and picked up that bottle. She opened it and sniffed, and a faint, joyful expression appeared on her face. "It's a medicine that recovers physical strength. The effects are very good. Everyone who was fished up yesterday should take one." The person slumped in the rain quickly straightened up upon hearing this. Holy Sun Mi Yin also breathed a sigh of relief. Before entering the mystic realm, he didn't want any unforeseen circumstances to occur. "What are you doing?" A deep rebuke attracted everyone's attention. The Holy Sun and the rest turned to look and saw a Blue Ocean Academy student summoning a sizable spotted leopard from the mystic beast space and flipping over to sit on it. That Blue Ocean Academy student said, "I'm just finding a mystic beast for transportation. What's with such a big reaction? Who doesn't have a mystic beast, a spirit beast, or what?" A temple priest couldn't resist furiously rebuking, "Do you think we all don't know how to find a spirit beast for transportation? Our Sun Moon Temple has traversed this path for so many years. When have we ever summoned a spirit beast for transportation?" That Blue Ocean Academy student scowled. "I was just fished out of the water yesterday, and I'm about to die from exhaustion. What's wrong with finding a mystic beast for transportation now? Is this worthy of being scolded by you guys?" After saying that, he patted that leopard's head. That leopard roared and scuttled out like it was flying, rushing ahead of the narrow path with a rumble. Sir Holy Sun's expression couldn't help but darken. This idiot. The temple priest was so angry that his face turned pale. "Let's go. Let's go." Arbor heard the sound of something running. He turned around and saw a leopard baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was running towards them at full speed. Mo Lien naturally noticed this as well, and he tightened his grip on Xiao Xiao's arm as he leaned to the side to avoid a path. The piebald leopard carried the student from the Blue Ocean Academy all the way to the front. Just as they were about to exit the narrow passage, suddenly, huge rocks rolled down from the left side of the rock wall. The boulders rolled down very quickly. At first, it was only one or two boulders, but when the piebald leopard ran to the entrance of the narrow path, the boulders on both sides rumbled and rolled towards his feet. That student's expression abruptly changed. Riding on the piebald leopard, he jumped and dodged the attack of a few boulders. While he was dodging to the side, several black vines wound out from behind the boulders and swept towards the mystic beast's four limbs. The piebald leopard's jumping speed was very fast. However, the vines gathered more and more, as if they had drilled out from the ground. Baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, they rolled towards them, making that Blue Ocean Academy student's hair stand on end. Not good, that student's heart jumped. Chapter 3096. After tugging at his piebald leopard, he hastily turned around and sprinted back the way he came. At this time, there was already billowing smoke and dust behind him. The boulders on both sides of the river kept falling, and the entire narrow path instantly became very congested with the sound of pouring rain. Everyone pushed each other in front, but there were people behind them. They had to constantly avoid those boulders and run forward. A moment of carelessness caused them to be smashed by a boulder. Even through the defensive barrier, they could feel a faint pain on their backs. Arbor hugged Emollien's neck and leaned on his shoulder to look back. His almond eyes narrowed slightly. I reckon this path will be completely buried in less than 2 minutes. Emollien carried Jojo and led Qi Xianxian, Liang Qingqing, and the others to swiftly dash up. Everyone's expression was slightly grave as they followed Emollien up the mountain wall. When the others saw them climbing up, they were first stunned. Then they were elated when they saw that the mountain path they chose didn't have any boulders falling down for the time being. They all followed them up. Duan Yu pointed forward, and an iron arrow darted out from his sleeve. It carried a long rope as it rapidly shot forward. With a bang, it stabbed into the top of the mountain wall. The rope went taut and was tightly gripped in Duan Yu's hand. Duan Yu looked back and quickly gave Emollien a look. The latter knowingly raised her hand and tossed Sir Jojo, who was observing the chaos, up first. Duan Yu scooped up the little fellow's body and swiftly dashed up, bringing Arbor up to the top of the rock in a matter of minutes. He then tossed down the rope. Emollien accurately grabbed it, and in a split second, Milky Way also borrowed the force to swiftly dash up. Duan Yu then tossed the little fellow to Emollien and casually tossed down the rope, handing it to Duan Muqing and Lu Yu, who were swiftly ascending. Duan Muqing and Lu Yu also moved very swiftly. They both reached out to press on the stone wall and grabbed that rope at the same time, pulling it up on the spot. These people's actions could be said to be done in one go. They coordinated perfectly in a matter of minutes. Needless to say, their coordination was especially good. However, when Duan Muqing and Lu Yu went up, they discovered that the atmosphere was a bit off. It was as if dark clouds were pressing down on them. The reason was that Sir Jojo's face was a bit dark. Sir Jojo's stoic face as he expressionlessly glared at the two innocent-looking men. He felt like he was going crazy. Did these two think she was a little doll? They didn't say anything, and they were tossing her around. She was Sir Jojo, not a doll. How dare you disrespect Lord Xiao Qiao? The little fellow suddenly extended her fist and punched Duan Yu's head. Duan Yu, Emo, little was angry. Xiao Qiao, don't be angry. Duan Yu quickly consoled her gently. We didn't say your legs were short. It's just that you're small, so it's not convenient for you to pull the rope alone. He was simply rubbing salt into her wound. Emollien couldn't resist rolling her eyes at him, expressing faint sorrow at this guy's IQ. Sir Jojo raised his hand to hit him again. He then turned to look at the innocent-looking Emollien and smacked his head with a fist, humping haughtily. When Sir Jojo grows taller, he'll also toss you two around until you fly in the sky. Lu Yu's mouth twitched. She quickly took the rope from Duan Yu's hand and tossed it to the little fatty and the others. Let me do it. Let me do it. Chapter 3097. The three of you should hurry up and settle your own personal grudges. Duan Muqing turned back to look at them and silently lowered his eyes. Then he said to Lu Yu, pull them up first. Following closely behind were Qi Xianxian, Liang Qingqing, and the rest. Some of them climbed up on their own, while others climbed up easily with the help of ropes. After they had gathered their own people, they began to help pull the others up. Sir Jojo looked at the chaos below expressionlessly. His gaze fell on the culprit who had caused this mess in the first place. The student from Lanyang Academy was already scared silly. His body was covered in injuries, and he had already recalled the spotted leopard. However, his gaze was timid, and he did not dare to look at everyone's accusing eyes. His gaze was evasive. The priest who had reprimanded him earlier pointed at the student after climbing up the cliff. He was so angry that his nostrils flared. He shouted angrily, "Are you stupid? Look at you, you bastard. I told you not to ride a mystical beast. Why didn't you listen? We, the Sun Moon Temple, have been in and out of this place so many times. If we could use mystical beasts as transportation, how could we not know?" The student now shrank his head like a quail, not daring to utter a single word. The priest continued to point at him and scold him angrily. "If you don't have a brain, learn to use your brain more. If you have any problems, ask your seniors first. If you are so reckless, even if you are lucky enough to enter the mystic realm, you will not only harm your own life, but also those who are traveling with you. Sir Holy Son, I suggest that this student be disqualified from entering the mystic realm." Disqualify, disqualify, the others shouted angrily. The student immediately raised his head, his face flushed red. He hurriedly defended himself. You didn't explain to me clearly at that time. How would I know that when mystical beasts run, the vibration will cause the rock walls and mountains on both sides to collapse? Everyone stood on the rocks in the pouring rain, glaring at this person. This kid was really something. He had made a mistake, yet he blamed it on others. How could such a person continue to travel with them? While carrying her large umbrella, Sir Chow Chow expressionlessly stayed in Mo Lien's embrace. She turned her small head and gazed at that person just like this. At this time, the crowd's emotions were somewhat turbulent. Everyone seemed to have found an outlet to vent their anger, and they all attacked the quibbling student. So it's the temple priest's fault? They didn't tell you that riding a mount would be dangerous. Are you stupid? Previously, there were spirit beasts that attacked us. Didn't you hear Lord Holy Sun say to end the battle quickly? That is, we absolutely cannot allow any large spirit beast to disturb this mountain range. That's right. It's obvious that this mountain can't withstand the earthquake. It will most likely collapse with a single tremor. It's all other people's fault. You didn't do anything wrong. I didn't say that. That student from Lanyang Academy was very anxious. He hurriedly defended himself with a red face. I know this time this is my fault. But there's some things that you didn't explain clearly. Who knew it would turn out like this? Holy Sun Mian's handsome face was calm. He coldly glanced at that student from Lanyang Academy. You are disqualified. Go back by yourself. Chapter 3098. That Lanyang Academy's student instantly widens his eyes and lets out a sharp cry. What? I had to go through all sorts of hardships to obtain the right to enter this secret realm. How can you just disqualify me? Did I not make it clear enough? Holy Sun Mi, Yin coldly glances at him. You are not qualified to follow us. Get lost immediately. That Lanyang Academy's student's face flushes red, and he turns to look at his several companions from the same academy. Seeing that they're also looking at him coldly, his heart suddenly chills, and he has a depressed feeling of bawling. Why do they treat me like this? Why do they want to drive me away? He just made a small mistake that all young people would make. He was young and impulsive. It's not like he can't be saved. Moreover, everyone was fine now. Other than him who was injured, the others weren't injured. Why do they want to drive me away? This Lanyang Academy student can't figure it out no matter how he thinks. His face is slightly distorted, and he stands stiffly in front of everyone, unwilling to move even half a step. Holy Sun Mi Yin also ignores him. In any case, he has already decided to drive this student away. This person's own opinion has nothing to do with them. Holy Sun Mi Yin looks down. He sees that the mountain rocks on both sides of the narrow path have stopped rolling. All the huge rocks are piled up on the path below, blocking that path completely. Holy Sun Mi Yin can't help but pinch his forehead in irritation. The path below is blocked. Now there are two ways. One is to consume spiritual power to cross the mountain. The other is to continue walking and cross the big rocks. We just need to persevere for a while and walk out of this path. If we go a little further, we will be out of the no-fly zone. Crossing the mountain is too exhausting. Mu Xingqian looks down at the girl, Mu Roxuan, who is leaning against the mountain wall and resting with her eyes closed. A faint trace of irritation flashes through his eyes. With Roxuan's physical strength, she can't cross at all. Just now, when young Master Do gave Jojo the energy-replenishing pill, Roxuan stubbornly refused it. Now Roxuan's condition is the worst in the entire team. Zhongli Jiwei can't help but sneer. What else can we do? The path below is blocked by big and small rocks. Maybe the path ahead is completely blocked and we can't get out. That won't happen. The Holy Sun shook his head and said, "These stones are just piled up to fill up the narrow path below. It's just a little more difficult than before. Compared to climbing the mountain, I reckon it will be easier. Then we'll listen to the saint. Let's continue down," a few students from the royal school said. All right. Everyone nodded in agreement when they heard that the road ahead would be easier. Jojo, Sama, didn't care. After all, he didn't want her to leave. Mu Xingqian glanced at Mu Roxuan and sighed. He could only carry her on his back again and slide down the mountain wall with the help of the ropes. The group of people walked forward in the rain. The student from the Blue Ocean Academy followed them all the way. He didn't dare to get too close to them, but he never left their group. The other students of the Blue Ocean Academy couldn't bear it and couldn't help but whisper, "Should we go and plead with the Holy Sun? I don't think there's any room for negotiation." Another person shook his head. Chapter 3099. He made such a big fuss and almost got his friends involved. Do you have the nerve to plead for such a person? Hearing their friends' words, the two students from the Lanyang Academy who couldn't bear to do that also gave up the idea. Forget it. There was no need to offend others for a person who had angered everyone. On the other side, Chun Baojia, who hadn't rested well for 2 days, was now walking with the group like a ghost. Not only did she have 2 panda eyes, but her body was also a little soft and light. Her forehead was very hot. It must be because she was drenched in the rain. When the stones fell just now, everyone didn't care about whether they were drenched or not. They all protected their heads and bodies to prevent being hit by the stones. Chun Baojia didn't even know when she got drenched in the rain. When she came back to her senses, she had already become a drowned rat. A thin layer of clothes clung to her body. It was wet, cold, and uncomfortable, causing her to sneeze continuously. "Sister Baojia, are you okay?" Ba Shu followed the group. Seeing Chun Baojia's curvy figure exposed in the rain, he couldn't help but feel his throat tighten. Seeing Chun Baojia's graceful figure when walking, Ba Shu couldn't hold back his restless heart. Thinking of the scene when he held her in his arms the other day, Ba Shu's evil thoughts began to turn again. He couldn't help but go to the front of the group, took out a coat, and put it on Chun Baojia. At the same time, he hugged Chun Baojia's slightly hot body. When Chun Baojia saw Ba Shu crawling over like an annoying fly, she was furious and panicked. She didn't know what to do. She struggled with all her might and pushed Ba Shu's body away unhappily. "Get out of my way," she said sternly. "Don't be like this, Sister Baojia. Look at you, your body is so hot. You must have a fever. Come, let Brother Ba Shu take care of you. Don't be shy. Anyway, we're on the same road. Brother Ba Shu will take good care of my Sister Baojia." The more Ba Shu spoke, the more wretched he became. He even took advantage of the fact that the others were hurrying to rub his body against Chun Baojia's hot body. Chun Baojia was so angry that she was about to go crazy. However, her whole body was so weak that she couldn't muster up any strength at all. In addition, Ba Shu, that wretched man, had used his spiritual pressure to lock her spiritual power. As a result, she didn't even have the strength to resist. She was so angry that she vomited blood. She kept looking at Zhongli Jiwei with pleading eyes. But he didn't know if Zhongli Jiwei didn't see it or what, but she was focused on hurrying along and didn't even turn her head. Chun Baojia wanted to ask for help, but she felt something hard rubbing against her side. Chun Baojia's whole body froze. Her legs couldn't help but tremble slightly. Ba Shu smiles wretchedly. "Sister Baojia, you're seriously ill. Come, let Big Brother Ba Shu carry you. Look, You're so sick that your legs are weak. No, don't. When Chun Baojia opened her mouth, she found that her voice was as soft as a mosquito's bite. Ba Shu, that wretched man, became even more proud. Dirty thoughts spun around in his mind several times. He thought that he should find an opportunity to take care of this little beauty when they were sleeping together tonight. The first time was unfamiliar, the second time was familiar. Maybe this little beauty would fall in love with his strong body in the future. Bang! There was a vibration in the air. Chapter 3100. A stone ruthlessly smashed into the left side of Ba Shu's face, causing him to jump up with a yelp. All the colored thoughts in his head were instantly scattered. Who hit me with a stone? Ba Shu turned his head to look and saw the little stoic lying on Crown Prince Mo's shoulder. She was holding a large umbrella and holding 2 stones in her hands as she gazed at him apathetically. He didn't dare to easily offend this woman. Even his own crown prince, Rong Li, had suffered at the hands of this woman more than once, let alone him. Besides, His Highness Prince Chun was there, so he didn't dare to act rashly. If he dared to lay a hand on this woman, he would most likely be beaten to a pulp. He wasn't that stupid. Ba Shu could only resentfully cover the mud mark on his face and chuckle dryly. Ha ha ha! It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. As soon as Ba Shu let go, Chun Baojia fell weakly onto the ground in the rain. Seeing Arbor's cold and clear eyes through the rain, Chun Baojia was momentarily at a loss and didn't know what to think. She didn't expect that when she was at her lowest and most miserable, it was the stoic face that she hated the most who helped her. But so what? Wasn't it all because of her that she ended up like this? If this damned stoic hadn't appeared midway and snatched away all of His Highness the Crown Prince's attention, suddenly becoming the Crown Princess of the Divine Province? Right now, she should be sitting in the Eastern Palace enjoying fine wine and delicacies and living a comfortable life, instead of fighting for a chance to get close to His Highness and making a long journey to some secret realm for an adventure. Did they think she wanted to go to such a place? Wasn't it just to have a better chance to get close to His Highness the Crown Prince? It would be best if she could create a chance to be alone with him. Arbor glanced at Ba Shu and Chun Baojia before withdrawing his gaze indifferently. Why did you save her? Prince Mo asked with amusement. His little emperor was not someone who liked to meddle in other people's business. I don't like him, Arbor said indifferently. She was a straightforward person. It was one thing to not get along with Chun Baojia, but she really couldn't bear to watch a rude man bully a sick woman under her nose. Prince Mo smiled and pinched her cheeks. Jojo, you're the best girl in the world. There's no one better than you. Lady Qiao slightly raised her little chin, moved in his embrace, and said with a little pride, Of course I'm a good person. Everyone followed Holy Sun Mi, Yin, and moved forward along the narrow path, one step at a time. The journey that was supposed to take less than an hour took almost 4 hours before they finally saw the end of the road. Just when everyone heaved a sigh of relief, Holy Sun Mi Yan's complexion suddenly sank slightly. Everyone be careful. Someone, before he could finish his sentence, he heard the sound of wind whistling from both sides of the cliff. A series of arrows and crossbows were shot in the direction of their group in an orderly manner. Everyone was shocked, except for a few people who cried out in panic. The rest of them all activated their defensive spirit tools in unison to block the attack. For a moment, the entire narrow path shone with brilliance. The defensive spiritual tools shimmered faintly as they were opened one after another. After a moment of chaos, everyone hurriedly reorganized their group and hid under the rocks on the side. Chapter 3101. Among them, the fastest to move were naturally Qi Xian, Little Fatty, and the others. Before they set off, Crown Prince Mo and the others had warned them that they might encounter an ambush from the heavenly fate on this stretch of the road. So even during the chaos just now, everyone still maintained a high degree of vigilance. Now that they heard Holy Sun Mi Yan's warning, they immediately moved quickly. Finding large rocks for cover was the first step, and immediately organizing a counterattack was the second step. Holy Sun Me, Yin turned his head and saw that little fatty and the others had already started to use spiritual power to launch a long-range counterattack against the archers lying in ambush on the Rocky Mountain walls on both sides of the river. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Their reaction speed was actually faster than the well-trained temple guards. Holy Sun Me, Yin didn't know what to think. He only swept a rather meaningful glance over Lu Yu, Hua Tao, and the others, seeing that they had already quickly controlled the situation on one side. Many of the sweeping arrows were all rapidly pushed away by the defensive shield they formed without exception. This Seekong Star battle team really had some skills. Perhaps their cultivation wasn't the highest in this group, but their ability to cooperate with each other really made people have a whole new level of respect for them. Holy Sun Me, Yin waved his hand and pointed at several temple guards, ordering them to quickly occupy one side of the rock and start a counterattack. After several rounds of arrow rain, a small number of people on their side were also injured. The two brothers, Do Fengyin and Do Fenghua, had been rescuing the injured at the rear. At this time, seeing Mu Xingchen supporting Mu Rochuan over, they couldn't help but smile bitterly and sigh. Brother Mu, Miss Mu's injuries are getting more and more serious. If we don't think of a way to treat her, the lightning spiritual power in her body will definitely violently expand from the inside out and eventually completely destroy her body. There's no cure. Mu Xingchen naturally knew that Mu Rochuan's current situation was very bad, but what could he do to solve it? Mu Rochuan's temper was more stubborn than anyone else's. She said that she didn't want Jojo to treat her, so she absolutely wouldn't let Jojo touch her. But the current situation other than Xiao Qiao, who else could heal Mu Rochuan's injuries completely? Big brother, don't think about knocking me out and throwing me to that woman for treatment. Mu Rochuan gasped and said, I have a way to save myself. I don't need that woman's help. Mu Xingchen felt that her stubbornness was a little hateful. He couldn't help but raise his voice and reprimand her. What means do you have to save yourself? You're injured to this extent? Do you not want that Dantian spiritual ruin realm anymore? Could it be that she wanted to cripple her own spiritual ruin realm? After cultivating the Dantian spiritual void realm for so many years, how could he give it up just like that? How could Roxian do such a stupid thing? Mu Rochuan bit her pale lips tightly and curled her body up while trembling. Big brother, I rest for a while. I'll be fine. I'll be fine soon. Mu Xingchen let out a heavy sigh and was about to leave when he heard Yi Qingtang's voice, only to hear Mu Rochuan say softly to him, Big brother, help me sit over there. No, don't leave me here. It'll only affect young Master Do and the rest's treatment. Mu Xingchen sighed deeply and reached out to help Mu Rochuan up. Chapter 3102. If one said that Mu Rochuan was insensible, she could still think of not obstructing others. If one said that she was sensible, she just had to have such a deep prejudice against Jojo. He couldn't help but pinch the space between his eyebrows, feeling a tightening headache. When they were at home, at least Rochuan and Jojo got along well on the surface, with their mother mediating between them. He didn't expect that they would fall to such a state where they were like fire and water. Mu Xingchen helped Mu Rochuan to the side and sat down on a large rock, which could temporarily block the arrow rain from above. Mu Rochuan panted heavily and said to Mu Xingchen in a low voice, Big brother, I only need to obtain one of the divine weapons in the sun and moon wheels, then I'll be able to completely recover my damaged body. It said that the sun and moon wheels were formed by the power to destroy the void when heaven and earth were first created. It's not an exaggeration to say that they have the power of a divine spirit. As long as I can obtain one of them, whether it's the sun or moon wheels, it'll help me reach a higher level. The injuries on my body will be completely healed. Mu Xingchen couldn't help but look at Mu Rochuan in shock. He lowered his voice and said, That's a secret treasure of the temple. Are you sure you can obtain it? The temple has entered the secret realm so many times. Do you think any of them has obtained the two wheels? What does this mean? It means that the treasure is obtained by the fated person without asking for it. Mu Rochuan said in a low voice, Big brother, as long as you help me obtain this treasure, it'll be the same as saving my life. Since you said that the treasure is sentient and will seek the fated person, then how do you know that you're the fated person? Mu Xingqian couldn't help but be shocked by Mu Rochuan's naivety. Where did Rochuan get the confidence to think that she would definitely obtain this pair of secret treasures once she entered the secret realm? Big Brother can't make any guarantees, Mu Xingqian said indifferently. At this moment, he felt that his remaining patience for his sister was about to come to an end. According to normal people, Mu Rochuan was a little too pretentious. Big Brother, I don't need you to make any guarantees, as long as you promise to help me. Mu Rochuan tightly grasped Mu Xingqian's hand and looked at him with bright eyes. As long as you promise me that you will treat me and that woman from Arbor fairly in front of the treasure. No, she won't help her. She will help me. Mu Xingqian was dumbfounded. Big Brother, although she and you share the same mother, but I am your biological sister who grew up with you. My mother is the one who took care of you for so many years. Big Brother, ask yourself honestly, ever since she came back, has she given us any help? There was no such thing. Not only that, but they also stirred up trouble in our first branch, making us a laughingstock for the second and third branches. She chased after her father to collect his debts and forced her stepmother to hand over her assets. She doesn't even have the slightest bit of brotherly affection for us. Look at her. She still hasn't acknowledged her ancestors. Mu Rochuan earnestly persuaded. Big Brother, her surname is Qiao, not Mu. She's not our family. Look at her. There's hostility in her bones. She's simply a traitor. She won't be of one mind with us in this lifetime. Chapter 3103. Big Brother, I beg you, please accept reality. She'll never be our family. Never. Mu Xingqian abruptly flung Mu Rochuan's arm away and stood up angrily. I'll take it that you're muddle-headed because of your illness. Don't ever say such things in front of me again. Mu Rochuan revealed a sorrowful expression. Big Brother, you're biased. Ever since she came back, your heart has been completely biased toward her. Let me ask you, if we went to the mystic realm and both of us took a fancy to the same artifact, who would you help? Mu Rochuan's eyes widened as she stared at the dumbstruck Mu Xingqian. Seeing that he couldn't spit out a single word for a long time, Mu Rochuan couldn't help but droop her head dejectedly. She leaned against the wall and muttered, Actually, I should have known. You won't help me. Ever since she came back, she's been number one in your heart. Mu Xingqian was about to explode from anger. What was Mu Rochuan thinking all day long? She only wanted to enter the mystic realm to snatch the artifact, and didn't treat this as a training ground to improve her cultivation. Jojo had never mentioned this in front of him. He also never asked him to choose who to help. In fact, Jojo even personally persuaded Miss Chi to help out, so that he wouldn't be put in a spot. Why was there such a huge difference between people? Mu Xingqian couldn't help but rub his head and say to Mu Rochuan in a low voice, Rest well. This meant that he didn't want to continue talking to her. Mu Rochuan's lips trembled as she looked up at him, unable to conceal the disappointment in her eyes. Big Brother actually rejected her, just like that. She didn't expect that Big Brother, who had always been very good to her, would heartlessly reject her small request for a woman he had only met for a month. Mu Rochuan's heart clenched in pain, and she found it difficult to breathe. She glared at Mu Xingqian's back as he jumped onto the rock and quickly joined the fray. Her fingers curled up slightly as she tightly clenched her fists. Arbor, you really are a shameless jinx. You want to steal everything from me. I snatched away the respect my clansmen had for me, snatched away my mother's love for me, and even snatched away my brother's attention for me. Arbor, I, Mu Rochuan, and you from now on. Force. No. 2. Stand. If Arbor knew that Mu Rochuan swore in her heart, he would definitely be baffled. Who wants to snatch her things? To Lord Jojo, those false names were all illusory and unrealistic things. They were not as good as the yellow and white things. Who cared about the respect of their clansmen? If he were to hand over the treasure trove, he might even be able to make Sir Jojo give him a sidelong glance. On the mountain walls on both sides of the river, Many black-clothed men with their faces covered as they walked in the rainy night. After a few rounds of arrows, the black-clothed men slid down from the mountain wall. It seemed that they were about to engage in close combat with them. Under the torrential rain, everyone only felt that their eyes were wet from the rain. Their vision was foggy, and they almost couldn't tell who was who. Yin made a prompt decision. Form groups of 3. Remember to help each other. Don't hurt your own people. At this time, Yin's voice was like the sound of nature. Everyone subconsciously moved according to his voice. Qi Xian and the rest naturally didn't need to make any other arrangements. Chapter 31:04. Most importantly, the other people who were in a state of disunity hastily formed into groups of 3 under Yin's command and simultaneously faced the group of black-clothed people who were charging down from the mountain wall. As the rain poured down, the 2 sides collided with a loud bang, and their eyes turned red from the killing. One side was fighting with their lives on the line, while the other side was determined to end their lives in Red River Canyon. When the 2 sides met, they clenched their teeth and began to fight each other. Xiao Mu gazed icily at the people fighting each other under the curtain of rain. Just as her petite body moved, Yin reached out to press her down. "Jojo, you're too young and not suitable to participate in the battle. Stay here and don't move." Sir Jojo expressionlessly looked at her. Yin quickly added, "Don't worry, when a situation isn't so chaotic, you can join in." The battle was going to be freaking over soon. So what was she going to join in? Arbor speechlessly glanced at Yin. Carrying her large umbrella, Yin bent down to carry her to the back of a huge rock. He rubbed her small head. "Be good and don't move." Other than her eyes darting around, Sir Jojo's other facial expressions were practically so. Yin involuntarily pursed her lips in amusement as she looked at her. She then turned around and rushed towards the black-clothed men closest to her. Sir Jojo raised his small arm, a faint sorrow in his eyes. Sighing, he simply crouched behind the rock with his umbrella and continued to watch the show. The rain gradually became heavier. Sir Jojo was naturally fine as he hid under that large umbrella that didn't allow a single drop of rain to drift in. However, everyone else was completely drenched. Sigh. Sir Jojo sighed. He rummaged around in his inner world and took out several bottles of pills, tossing them to Duanyu, Qi Xian, and the others were nearby. Everyone hastily reached out to catch the pill bottles. Without asking a single question, they hastily opened the bottle cap and poured out a pill to swallow. The bottles were passed around the team, and everyone who consumed the pill instantly felt their spirits roused. The spiritual energy that was originally draining away actually gushed out like a spring and rapidly grew in their bodies. Spirit recovery pill. And it was a spirit recovery pill that had terrifying effects and speed. Everyone was overjoyed, and the Temple of the Gods charged back with all their might, killing several black-clothed men on the spot. Arbor was crouching behind a rock to watch the show when he vaguely felt a shadow looming over him, holding the large umbrella. He tilted his head slightly and looked up, only to see a face wearing a devil mask appear in front of him. Arbor disdainfully, "Scram if you don't want to die. You want to capture Lord Xiao? You're simply courting death." Sir Jojo squatting here, this meant that there was no danger here. But this demon mask was a mask of the earth. She carefully thought about it, but still couldn't recall where she had seen it before, so she gave up on thinking about it. It must be someone from Heavenly Providence, the little fellow muttered in her mind. People from Heavenly Providence like to wear this kind of demon mask that enforced justice on behalf of heaven, making it seem like they were the demon-masked men under the saint. Those who obeyed heaven would prosper, and those who defied heaven would perish. Arbor pursed her lips and slowly stood up from her crouching position. She tilted her head and glared at the demon-masked man who suddenly jumped down from the rock and walked in front of her. "Watch out for my concealed weapon." Sir Jojo raised his right hand. The demon-masked man reflexively dodged to the side, but he didn't see anything after waiting for a long time. Chapter 31:05. When he turned to look, he saw the little stoic's serious face with a hint of frigid disdain. She dared to capture Sir Jojo with this gall. She simply didn't know what to say. Arbor lightly raised his left wrist and shouted, "Take this." That devil-masked man involuntarily snorted. After being tricked by this child once, did she think there would be a second time? The devil-masked man's eyes abruptly widened. By the time he realized that the concealed weapon was already in front of him, it was already too late to dodge. He could only shout, and a piece of divine armor appeared on his chest. That concealed weapon clanged as it landed on his chest, but it was blocked by the divine armor. The devil-masked man involuntarily snorted. "Little fellow, you think this little toy can boom, boom?" Duan Yu turned to look at where Sir Jojo was crouching and couldn't resist face-palming when he saw the devil-masked man's figure that had been blasted flying. This dear friend was too naive. Didn't he know that the power of his mother-child chain explosion was a level higher than ordinary hidden weapons? Even a full-body divine armor might not be able to block that chain explosion, let alone a piece of divine armor. After the devil-masked man flew out pitifully, the little girl stood up from behind a rock and looked down at her shoes that were stained with raindrops in dissatisfaction. Just as Mo Yin flashed to her side, he saw the little stoic expressionlessly looking up and pointing at her small shoes. They got wet. Prince Mo instantly felt like he was about to be melted by the little fellow's cuteness. He quickly picked her up from the ground and said with a grin, "Hubby will change a new pair of shoes for you in a bit. A brand new one with lotus flowers embroidered on it." The little fellow expressionlessly curled her lips. Boom! The devil-masked man who was blasted away once again exploded. Everyone involuntarily blushed with shame and turned to look in that person's direction. That guy was truly pitiful enough. Tell me, why did he provoke the little stoic for no reason? Being killed once wasn't enough. He was killed 3 times in a row. After the mother-child chain exploded, the devil-masked man's body exploded again. This time, it was a talisman filled with lightning soul that exploded. His entire body was crackling with electricity. Being washed by the rain, that sour and refreshing feeling made everyone shiver from afar. However, that devil-masked man could be considered a tough guy. After being blasted 3 times in a row, he flipped himself up and stood up again with electric currents sizzling all over his body. He held a black iron rod in his hand. Because his whole body was electrified, his hands were numb. He subconsciously threw away the rod in his hand. He seemed to be very angry. His face couldn't be seen clearly under the mask, but his whole body was filled with anger, like the prelude to a volcanic eruption. Everyone mourned for him for 3 seconds, then turned back to continue fighting with the man in black in front of them. Jojo, who was carrying her umbrella, looked at the man expressionlessly. She then turned to ask Mo Yin, "Have we met this devil-masked man before? Do you still remember our battle at June Mountain's Yi Ting Court on Seacone Planet? At that time, Simon Manor's high priest wore an iron demon mask and led many people to encircle and annihilate us." Arbor shook his head and recalled a bit of an impression. Chapter 3106. After that, outside the Great Gale Forest, the high priest was surrounded by us and his identity was exposed. In the end, he was killed. Arbor thought carefully and nodded. What does the dead high priest have to do with this devil-masked man? The high priest's mask is made of iron. Mo Yin muttered. And this devil-masked man's mask seems to be of a higher standard than the high priest's. This man's mask is made of silver and there's a layer of purple light on it. I think he should be a hall master in Tianyin. Arbor looked back and nodded. You're right. The people from Tianyin came here to ambush. I think they're here for me. Arbor had a strange thought. For a moment, she seemed to have thought of something, but that thought flashed through her mind very quickly. She was a little depressed that she didn't catch anything. Mo Yin looked down at the little fellow and shook his head. That might not be the case. Look at their operation this time. It's obviously very methodical. It must have been planned long ago. So they might not be here for my Jojo. Mo Yin rubbed against her little face. Don't worry, I'm here for you. Sir Jojo looked at him expressionlessly. You rubbed the blood in your hair on my face. Mo Yin could not help but want to laugh. He reached out and rubbed her little face. I'm covered in blood. No matter what, I have to stain you with a drop or two. This is called sharing blessings and suffering together. Then, he carried her to Chi, Xian, and the others. Is everyone all right? Everyone hurriedly shook their heads. Many people from the other academies were injured. I think the two Surdos were too busy to save them. Those in the academy who know a little about medicine have all gone to help. Put me down. I'll go take a look. Arbor said mildly. Your shoes are wet. Mo Lien said in amusement. Arbor glanced at him. Didn't you say you were going to give me a new pair of shoes embroidered with lotus flowers? Everyone. This conversation sounded weird no matter how one listened to it. Mo Lien laughed heartily as he put down his wifey. Jojo carried her umbrella and walked towards the ward. When she got closer, she realized that there were quite a lot of people. Although Madame Goen didn't know any medical skills, her powder could help alleviate pain, so she also helped. When Goen Gua turned around and saw the little stoic walking over with a stoic expression, he subconsciously shuddered and pulled Huang Yang back several steps to the side. The young lady didn't even look at her. She walked toward a Hong Fu Academy student who was holding his arm and wailing. What are you wailing for? He was a grown man, yet he was howling like a girl. Shut up. The man's expression froze, and he actually shut his mouth, cold sweat dripping down his face. Hand! Sir Jojo shouted expressionlessly. The student from the Hong Family Academy was nervous and quickly stretched out his hand. Then, he turned to look at Madame Goen, who was cowering in a corner like a quail. Come here. Madame Goen's heart skipped a beat, and she almost peed her pants from fright. She had already decided not to provoke her again. So why was she still unwilling to let her off? And Madam, Crown Princess, what do you want? Hold the umbrella. Arbor impatiently raised the umbrella. Madame Goen quickly reached out to take it and held up the large umbrella for her with a bewildered expression. Chapter 3107. Arbor raised his finger and took out a row of silver needles from his inner world. Each of the needles sparkled with a bright light and lined them up in front of her. She took out a few needles and inserted them extremely quickly without batting an eyelid. Then, her small hand patted and pressed on that person's arm, and a crack was heard. At first, that person was in so much pain that tears and snot flowed down, but he felt the pain abruptly disappear within 2 seconds. Just as he was about to open his mouth to ask, a pill flew into his mouth. It melted in his mouth and disappeared without a trace in 3 seconds. The medical fee is 10,000 spirit coins, and the pill is 100,000 spirit coins. Arbor said aloofly and shouted at the dumbstruck Madame Goen. What are you spacing out for? Write it down. Madame Goen hastily nodded. She held an umbrella with one hand and took out a pen and paper from her inner world with the other, hastily writing it down. The little stoic's small face was cold as she circled the crowd. The Doe brothers felt that the number of patients around them was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Do Famien couldn't help but sigh in relief. He turned around and nodded gratefully at the little stoic. Thank you for your help. The little stoic's small face was wooden as she glanced at him expressionlessly. I need money. Young Master Doe felt all sorts of feelings welling up in his heart. It was truly difficult to approach the little lady. The little lady always had the idea of settling the debt with strangers. Both sides didn't owe each other anything and didn't need to worry about the other's favor. The little stoic was a little freak. It was very difficult for her to owe you a favor, but it was even more difficult to owe her a favor. This unapproachable attitude was really making people feel uncomfortable in their hearts. Home Master. They themselves aren't weak. What's more, Holy Sunmi Yin actually brought the people of the Divine Hall to make trouble, and Masked Man in Black flashed to the side of the Ghoul Masked Man and said in a deep voice, I think we have to carry out another plan. We can't wait any longer. A cold glint flickered in the depths of the Devil-Masked Hall Master's eyes. After muttering to himself for a few seconds, he said, My lord's meaning is that it's better to capture them alive. But if we can't capture them alive, it's fine if they're dead. That person couldn't help but be a bit anxious. After all, these people's strength isn't ordinary. The ghost face hall master's gaze froze on everyone. The black-clothed masked man couldn't help but feel anxious. Hall master, why are you hesitating? What are you talking about? Another masked man in black flashed to his side. Without saying a word, he raised his hand and slapped the other party in the face. Is this how you talk to the hall master? Enough, the ghost face hall master said coldly. All of you leave. Let me think about it. The man who was slapped in the face glared at the person who slapped him. His gaze was as cold as the tip of a knife, piercing into the other party. However, the latter didn't seem to care at all. She just glanced at him indifferently and then sneered. What? You're not convinced? Do you want to be beaten again? The masked man thought about it again and again. He felt that he couldn't defeat the other party, so he didn't go forward to humiliate himself. Although he was unwilling, he still retreated angrily. The ghost face hall master frowned as he stared at the two parties fighting in the distance. Although he brought a lot of people, the other party's strength is really not bad. Moreover, the pills in that little stoic's hands indeed seem to be pretty good. Her level of healing is also quite impressive. Chapter 3108. From the looks of it, it seems like we have the upper hand right now, but as time passes, we'll definitely be at a disadvantage. Master wants us to kill her if we can't capture her alive. Hall Master, you should make a decision soon. The ghost face hall master turned around and swept him a cold glance. What can a little girl change? Master is truly too cautious. That masked man chuckled. It's precisely because of this caution that Master was able to secretly develop our organization to this extent. The ghost face hall master didn't say anything else. He muttered to himself for a moment before nodding slightly. Execute Plan B then. Arbor raised a small hand and took the full consultation fee bill from Madame Gowen's hand. He was about to leave. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Ollie supporting a person over and shouting anxiously, Quick, quick! Young Master Doe, quickly come over and take a look. No need to be so nervous, it's just a small scratch. Ming Yasi involuntarily shook his head when he saw his younger brother making a big fuss with bulging veins. He was currently looking down at the wound on his arm that was grazed by an arrow. When he looked up, he just happened to see the little stoic's expressionless face. His heart skipped a beat for no reason, and Ming Yasi opened his mouth to speak. On the side, Ollie blocked in front of him defensively and glared at Arbor. Get out of the way. Don't block the way if you have nothing better to do. Don't think that I don't dare to hit you just because you little girl's body has shrunk. I'm the kind of person who can even hit an 80-year-old woman, let alone a damn girl like you. Ollie put on a strong front, but was actually weak inside. But he was a bit apprehensive as he looked at Arbor in his heart. To tell the truth, after a few encounters, he had truly suffered many losses at the hands of this little girl. Now that he saw her for the first time, he felt goosebumps for no reason. He had already mustered all the courage in his life to be able to shout at someone. Arbor glanced at him coldly and was about to turn around and leave without bothering to say another word to him. However, he heard Ming Yasi growl, Stop right there. Big brother. Ollie instantly tensed up. Fuck, he had just chased that stoic face away. And Big Brother actually called out to her? Big Brother. He didn't have the ability to defeat the little stoic. Arbor glanced back, his eyes cold and cheerless, with 30% alienation and 70% indifference. Completely heartless and thorough. Ming Yasi's hand shrunk back slightly. His eagle-like eyes stared fixedly at the young lady in front of him as he coldly ordered, Come and treat my injuries. Arbor couldn't be bothered with this egomaniac. He jumped down from the rock and took the umbrella that Madame Gowen handed to him. He then turned around and rushed towards Qi Xianxian and the others. Unexpectedly, Min Si was tall and his strides were large. In just a few steps, he had already blocked her path. What? You only know how to poison people and not save people? Looks like it's because your medical skills aren't good enough. Ming Yasi's lips curled as he indifferently said, Why don't we make a bet? If you can heal my wounds within a minute, I'll give you 1,000,000 spirit coins, plus a stalk of our Ming province's unique purple netherworld grass. How about it? Sir Jojo, who was about to leave halfway through, suddenly turned back and raised a small hand, extending it in his direction. Ming Yasi snickered inwardly and took out a stalk of grass glowing with purple light from his inner world. Chapter 3109. Lady Xiqiao tilted her head and looked at him carefully for a while. Then, she raised her head and nodded at him with a cold expression. Huh. Ollie couldn't help but roll his eyes. You haven't even seen the injury on my brother's arm, and you've already agreed to it. What if you can't do it? Why is he so annoying? Xiao Mu coldly glanced at Ollie and retorted, Isn't it annoying for a man to talk so much? Where am I? How is he annoying? Didn't he just open his mouth and ask a question? How is he annoying? Annoying? Are you going to shut him up or not? Arbor said coldly. Brother, look at her. Shut up, Yasi said coldly. Ollie suddenly felt as though the sky was falling. He turned his head, his eyes glistening with tears as he looked pitifully at his brother. Yasi patted him on the shoulder. I'm trying to save you. You don't want to be a mute for the rest of your life, do you? Ming Yas casually found a damp rock and sat down. He raised his arm slightly and said with a cold expression, Watch. Lady Xiao walked forward and stepped on the water on the ground. She jumped onto the rock beside him and squatted down. My arm was injured by Mo Lien before, Yasi said coldly. Now that he's injured, that's just adding to his injuries. Are you sure you can heal him in one go? Dark Yas asked coldly. If it wasn't for Mo Lien, how could those men in black hurt me? Can you shut up? Arbor looked up at him impatiently. The two men looked at each other. One was cold and frosty, while the other was suppressing his emotions that were about to explode. You're being unfair to me, Yasi suddenly said. Sir Jojo rolled his eyes in annoyance. He listened to the man's nagging, but he didn't slow down. A few silver needles fell, helping to correct the dislocated tendons and veins. Then, she gathered a stream of water in her hand and gently washed the wound. When the clotted blood was washed away, the fresh blood inside was revealed. Xiao Mu expressionlessly took out a blood-staunching powder and slapped it on his arm. Then, he rubbed it a few more times, causing the guy to grimace in pain as he moved his arm slightly. However, he resisted the pain and didn't let out a groan. You are also so heavy-handed when applying medicine for Mo Lien and Duan Yu. Arbor couldn't be bothered with him. He took out a box of ointment, mixed it in his hand, and applied it on his wound. Ming Yas only felt that although the ointment was cool and refreshing, there was an indescribable, bone-piercing pain that flowed beneath the surface of his skin. It was as if this little girl had thorns. When he touched her casually, his hand was really full of bumps. You're just secretly rejoicing, Arbor grumpily said. After rubbing my hemostatic powder with a clot-dispersing ointment for 3 minutes, I guarantee you'll be fully healed in a matter of minutes. If it weren't for that stalk of purple nethergrass, who would rub his wound for him? Bah, give it to me. Yasi pursed his lips and folded his slender legs. He directly took out a bag of spirit coins and a stalk of purple nethergrass from his inner world and tossed them to the little fellow. This crown prince is a man of his word. Could it be that I would deceive a little girl like you? Chapter 31:10. Arbor glanced at him and kept everything he had given him back into his inner world. Then he used a finger to press him onto the wet rock. Sit properly. Hey, I've already paid for your treatment. Can't you treat me a little better? Arbor took out a piece of ointment and applied it to his wound with a plop. The guy grimaced in pain and frowned. Sir Jojo was secretly delighted. He snorted. That's what you get for being so annoying. Next time, when you see Sir Jojo, you'll be reminded of the pain you're going through. Hurry up and stay as far away from Sir Jojo as possible. Are you doing this on purpose? Ming Yas frowned and sat up cross-legged. You couldn't have done something to the ointment to make me suffer, right? Sir Jojo looked at him expressionlessly. You don't believe me. I believe you. Ming Yas was startled. He nodded and said helplessly, Fine. Do it. I won't blame you even if I die from the pain. All right? Sir Jojo snorted in his heart and went a little gentler. This person was annoying and had a bad mouth, but he was still a tough man. Sir Jojo had added 10 times the amount of ointment that stimulated pain in his wound. He was still able to endure it and not make a sound. He really was a man, forget it. I can't be bothered to lower myself to his level. I'll beat him up with my real strength in the future. I won't do these fancy things." Sir Jojo thought to himself and removed the ointment that stimulated his wound. The little girl lowered her head, her expression somewhat focused as she helped him treat the injury on his arm. Ming Yas stared at her in a daze. Although the rain was pouring down, he couldn't see the little girl's delicate face clearly through the curtain of rain. But for some reason, he had a faint illusion that at this moment, he was very close to her. So close that he could touch her if he stretched out his hand. Boom. An earth-shattering boom rang out, startling Ming Yasi so much that he retracted his hand slightly. His fingers brushed past Arbor's sideburns as he raised his head. That voice instantly resounded throughout the entire canyon, startling a series of hoarse, flying black crows and arrowhawks. Ming Yas immediately propped himself up with one hand and subconsciously raised his hand to pull the little girl behind him. "Hey, there seems to be an unforeseen event." A hurried howl came from outside the crowd, accompanied by the Holy Sun's calm voice. "Stay calm. Up, up. Everyone, go to the Rocky Mountain and hide for a while." A few students from the Hong Fu Academy immediately turned around and climbed up the stone wall. Just as they were about to climb up, they were forced back down by a rain of arrows. Behind the rocks on both sides of the passageway, on the towering rock walls, a dozen or so pitch-black and shiny cannons were pushed out, appearing extremely bright under the night sky. Spirit Stone Cannon? Everyone's hearts couldn't help but tremble as they stared at the dozen or so cannons that were emitting black light. The Holy Sun cursed inwardly. These people occupied the high ground. If the cannons fired a few shots at them, they would really be finished. Everyone below, listen up. At this moment, the ghastly Face Hall Master occupied the advantageous terrain and shouted to the crowd from above. "If you don't want to die, stand out from the crowd immediately. Hand over a strand of your soul and submit to Tianyin." Chapter 31:11. Bah! A tribe's boars spat on the ground and cursed with arms akimbo. "A bunch of cowards. Come down and continue fighting with Grandpa, if you have the guts." Holy Sun Mi Yan's eyelid twitched, and he was about to berate this boar. However, that Ghostface Hall Master raised his hand slightly. A cold glint blossomed in his eyes, and he heavily slammed his palm down. Boom! With the sound of a robe, that boar was instantly sent flying by the Spirit Stone Cannon and exploded into fireworks in the air with a bang. Copious amounts of blood mixed with the rain and sprinkled down. Everyone was so shocked that they stood rooted to the spot, and their pupils involuntarily contracted. That fellow was a cultivator at the 7th level of the spirit realm. His soul was scattered with a single blow from the Spirit Stone Cannon, and the other party currently had more than a dozen Spirit Stone Cannons with such power. Could they still have a way out? Ming Yasi creased his brows and reflexively pulled Sir Jojo's small body back. Xiao Xiao had originally wanted to take small steps forward, but in the end, she was pulled back again. Swish! A plain white figure abruptly appeared in front of him. Ming Yasi gripped his sword and was about to attack when he clearly saw Duan Yu's face through the rain and mist. This fellow truly looked like a freaking ghost. His plain white clothes were untainted by the rain, and his long hair fluttered slightly under the night sky. His narrowed eyes flickered with cold lightning as he sized Ming Yasi up from head to toe. Then, his gaze landed on Ming Yasi's bandaged arm. Ming Yasi didn't realize that he was slightly relieved. His hand paused, and he couldn't resist grumbling. "What are you doing? You can't even make a sound when you walk." Why was it so annoying when it floated around like a malicious spirit? Duan Yu gazed deeply at him, and with a turn of his figure, he arrived behind Duan Yu. He picked up Lady Xiao Xiao, who was holding an umbrella to watch the show, and swiftly retreated without a word. Ming Yasi frowned in surprise, but he didn't say anything. He merely reached out to block his eyes and tilted his head to avoid a glaring light. "Where's the little girl next to you?" the Ghostface Hall Master asked as he looked at him coldly. Ming Yasi couldn't help but be taken aback. He immediately realized something and sneered. "None of your business." Ollie was so frightened that his heart nearly jumped out his chest. He hastily stepped forward and blocked in front of his big brother. He harshly shouted at the Hall Master. "Punk, don't act recklessly. I'm telling you, this is His Highness the Crown Prince of Ming. If you dare to harm the Crown Prince of Ming, you're finished." The Crown Prince's left, the one on the left couldn't help but snort. "What? Why don't you tell me?" The Ghostface Hall Master obviously didn't like this person talking too much. He raised his eyes and gave the person a warning look. "You, a Ming." Exclamation point. S. Yasi! Exclamation point. Bang! Ming Yasi's pupils contracted, and he grabbed Ali's arm, dragging him to dodge the attack. After a huge rumble, the rock walls on both sides of the valley started trembling again. Sand and rocks tumbled down, and they only stabilized after shaking for a good while. Chapter 31:12. Everyone's expressions changed again and again, and they all involuntarily shrunk their necks. They felt the cold wind and rain pouring into their hearts, depriving them of even the last trace of warmth. At this rate, even if they weren't blasted to smithereens by the spirit stone cannons, they would be buried alive by the rocks on both sides. A gigantic pit appeared next to Dark Yas. Everyone stayed far away from that pit as they looked in horror at that heavenly Kismet's ghoulish Hall Master. Sir Jojo knitted his brows and turned to look at Duanyu, who had a grave expression. He whispered, "Later, we'll take advantage of the chaos to hide on Paradise Planet." She couldn't care less about the other people's lives. At least, she had to ensure that her companions were all intact. In this current situation, it was obvious that fighting head-on was not the best choice. Besides the archers, there were also the spirit stone cannons above them. Everyone had witnessed the might of those spirit stone cannons with their own eyes earlier. A level 7 spiritual cultivator would become cannon fodder in a matter of minutes. She naturally couldn't let everyone take the risk, so the best solution now was to hide on Paradise Planet. As for the others, they had to pray for their own good fortune. She wasn't a savior, so how could she save so many people? Duanyu looked down at her and reassured with a smile, "Don't worry, it'll be fine." Where's my Lien?" Arbor recalled that she hadn't seen her Lien for a long time, and her small head looked left and right. She then glanced at Duanyu suspiciously with a stoic expression. "You two didn't secretly do something big behind my back again, right?" "We didn't." Duanyu helplessly glanced at her. "Later, if we can avoid hiding on Paradise Planet, then don't go in to avoid being discovered. That Hall Master's strength is very extraordinary, but there's still a mighty figure hiding behind him." Arbor couldn't help but be shocked. Her divine conscience could sense the fluctuations of that Hall Master's divine energy, but she couldn't sense anyone else. This meant that the cultivation of the person behind the Hall Master was probably more than just a bit higher than hers. If it weren't for Duanyu's reminder, she wouldn't have known that there was someone hiding behind the Hall Master. "That person is only a strand of divine conscious hiding here," Duanyu said softly. Arbor was even more shocked when he heard this. Just a strand of divine sense was already so powerful. It could be seen that the person's cultivation base was probably above Mo Lien's. Arbor looked at Duanyu worriedly and said, "Forget it. If it's really dangerous later, we'll Jojo. In short, I can't just stand by and watch all of you fall into danger. At most, the fact that I have a spirit domain will be exposed. If it is exposed, then it is exposed. In any case, we in Tianyin are already life and death enemies. Even if there is no such thing, others will not let us go so easily. Moreover, no one could enter her spirit domain without the power to tear open the void. Even someone like Mo Lien, who had just grasped the power of the void, couldn't find her spirit domain, let alone others. How many people in the world could tear the void apart? Arbor was willing to gamble for them. Duanyu couldn't help but look down at her helplessly. Although Jojo said so, he still didn't want her to be in danger unless it was absolutely necessary. If she pulled everyone into the peach blossom now, they would be able to avoid this crisis. However, the exposure of her spirit domain was no joke. How many busybodies would covet it and chase it down? Duanyu almost didn't dare to think about it. Chapter 31:13. At that time, his JoJo would never have a day of peace. He didn't want her to have to live such a life. After all, anyone with keen eyesight would naturally be able to smell something unusual. If the aura of the opening of the spirit domain leaked out, even normal cultivators would be able to sense it, let alone that mighty figure hiding behind the Hallmaster. No way. He couldn't let JoJo bear this kind of danger. He didn't tell JoJo that the Hallmaster was a peak venerable immortal, not someone anyone could casually provoke. Duan Yu reflexively grasped her petite hand. You're not allowed to act on your own. We will resolve this matter. Just do as you say. Sir JoJo rolled his eyes. That Hallmaster is still calling for me. I'll go meet him and buy some time for Lien. How could the little fellow not understand? JoJo's Lien must have snuck away by herself. Otherwise, why wouldn't he appear by now? These two must have secretly discussed a countermeasure and just wouldn't tell JoJo. Duan Yu couldn't help but chuckle bitterly as he poked her head. What can you do with your short stature and short legs? You're the short stature and short legs. Watch me. She kicked her 2 short legs. I'll go buy some time. JoJo. Seeing her glare, Duan Yu had no choice but to let go of her and put her on the ground. Don't worry. What can happen to me? I'm just chatting with them. Sir JoJo patted her calf. Right, her height only reached his knee. How heart-wrenching. She was indeed short enough. Was she ever so short when she was young? Impossible. Duan Yu couldn't resist wanting to laugh, but he was also a bit worried. With Xiao Qiao's stoic face and her attitude of chatting with people for 2 years, what kind of nonsense could she talk to others about? Duan Yu's gaze was fixed on this bean sprout-like person as she strode toward the front of the crowd. Ollie was quarreling with the ghost mask Hallmaster. When he lowered his head, he saw the short legs walking over and looking at them expressionlessly. Ollie almost choked on his breath. Fuck! They had been feigning civility with her for a long time, arguing until their faces were red and their necks were thick, but they still hadn't exposed her. Why did this short-legged girl come over for no reason? Was he in a hurry to expose himself in front of everyone? Ming Yasi turned around and his face darkened. What are you doing here? Go back. His hawk-like gaze scanned the surroundings before glaring fiercely at the innocent-looking Duan Yu. Why aren't you bringing her back? What's a little brat like you doing? Your whole family is full of brats. Lord JoJo's face darkened as he pushed aside Mayaz's outstretched arm and walked to the front of the crowd. He raised his head and looked at the ghost face Hallmaster. Your great aunt is here. What nonsense do you have to say? Spit it out. Everyone was speechless. The masked man on the right hurriedly looked back. He could feel that the corner of his Hallmaster's mouth was twitching under the mask. This lousy child still called herself great aunt. Whose great aunt are you? Xiao Mu surveyed her surroundings before fixing her gaze on that grim-faced Hallmaster. She took 2 steps forward and stared fixedly at him for quite a while before turning her small face hesitantly and asking crisply, Have I seen you somewhere before? No. Xiao Mu looked him up and down. What business do you have with me? Speak. Sister 18. Chapter 31:14. The Ghostface Hallmaster suddenly calls out. A lightning-like figure lands in front of Arbor with a boom. Half of the rotting face turned around, and half of the white I was staring at her without blinking. Lord JoJo hurriedly takes a step back and crosses his arms in a defensive posture. Why are you so ugly? Can't you find a good-looking corpse puppet to fight with me? That Ghostface Hallmaster chuckles. Little girl, if you lose today, you have to obediently leave with us. Are you willing to abide by this bet? Arbor says expressionlessly. Then what if I win? The Ghostface Hallmaster rolls his eyes. If you win, this Hallmaster will send 17th Sister to fight with you. Shameless. The little girl angrily shouts. Then what about your 17th sister? There are still so many sisters above her. You want me to fight so many matches by myself? The Ghostface Hallmaster chuckles. Don't you like to fight the most? Now I will give you a chance. Are you willing to accept it? Not really. Arbor says indifferently. She is not stupid. If she loses, she has to go with them. If she wins, she has to continue to accept other people's challenges. Only if she is crazy would she accept such an unfair bet. That is really a pity. The Ghostface Hall Master says with a smile. Then I can only send 15th Sister to besiege you. Arbor chuckles. You sent 15th Sister to besiege me. Do you think I don't have anyone here? Then you can't let others help you. The Ghostface Hall Master shakes his head and says with a smile, if you let others help you, then I will call people to blast that guy into pieces. The crowd below is in an uproar. Other than Chi Xian, Situ, E, and their group of friends, everyone in the group retreats 18 steps away from Arbor. But Holy Sun Mi Yin only stands there with a cold expression and does not move half a step. The priests and guards behind him originally wanted to retreat with the crowd, but when they saw that their holy son did not move at all, they were too embarrassed to continue retreating. Okay, the little girl nodded reluctantly. I'll fight with Qijing. If I lose, I'll leave with you. If I win, I'll continue to fight with 17th Sister. The Ghostface Hall Master laughed. Little girl, you have to be careful. As soon as the Hall Master's voice fell, the 18th Sister swung her messy hair and roared. With half of her eyes showing the whites of her eyes, she suddenly pounced in her direction. Bang! A white light flew out of Arbor's palm and suddenly exploded at the feet of Sister 18. An earth-shattering explosion shook the entire valley. Ha 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 ha! The little girl's crisp and wild laughter suddenly rang out. Fools! Is my core ravaging thunder tasty? You want to catch me? You might as well die with me. Ha 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 ha! If this crown princess can't live, then all of you here don't even think about leaving here alive. All of you will be buried with me. The ruthlessness in her voice clearly floated in the air. Not only were Holy Sun Mi Yin and the others stunned, even the Ghostface Hall Master and his group were completely stunned by her move. What's going on? With this move of hers, everyone on the field was thrown into chaos. Chapter 31:15. He turned to look and saw that the 18-year-old corpse puppet had eaten a core, ravaging thunder. Half of its body was gone, and it was lying on the ground, wailing in grief. It looked so miserable that it couldn't get any more miserable. This little girl was really a ruthless character. The Ghostface Hall Master was shocked and wanted to slap himself. Master had already warned him that this little girl was definitely a ruthless person. He couldn't give her any chance to retaliate. Otherwise, when she went down to the 18th level of hell, she would definitely drag him down to the 19th level. Everyone was flabbergasted for less than a second before they subconsciously wanted to turn around and run for their lives. Idiot, big idiot. Using other people's lives to threaten me? I'll kill them right now. I'll make sure they're all dead. Let's see what you can use to threaten me. Miss Chiao threw out the 5 spirit talismans. Everyone only saw the 5 spirit talismans floating in the air above their heads. They only had enough time to raise all their defenses. The 5 spirit talisman burst out with a bang. The entire valley was trembling, wailing, and howling in pain. Rumbling sound began to come from afar. Meanwhile, amidst this chaos, Emolien brought little Seven and Chestnut to swiftly attack those dozen or so spirit stone cannons. He directly smacked down with his palm, smashing the spirit stone cannons into a pile of fragments. Little Seven and Chestnut were even crazier. One swung her dragon tail and slapped the dozens of black-clothed people down the mountain wall. The other swung her 8 tails and smashed 3 to 4 spirit stone cannons, causing them to fall apart under her tail. At first, they didn't think that the little girl would dare to kill her own people. Everyone was still in shock. They couldn't believe that the little girl had gone berserk. But following that, something even more inconceivable happened. The dozens of threatening spirit stone cannons on the mountain wall were destroyed one by one. This time, the Ghostface Hall Master and the others were caught off guard. After thinking it through, they couldn't help but gnash their teeth in hatred towards Miss Chiao. This little girl had purposely created this chaos. She killed those team members herself. The 5 spirit talismans were all in her hands. If she wanted them to explode, they would explode. If she didn't want them to explode, would they explode? And even if they exploded, she could control the 5 spirit talismans easily. She could adjust the explosive power within a small range. A group of adults had been tricked by a child. In the end, Just as the Ghostface Hall Master vaguely understood what was going on, Prince Amo appeared behind them with two sacred beasts, catching them off guard. Damn it! The Ghostface Hall Master was about to go crazy. This little girl was so cunning that she wanted to die. No, not only was he cunning, he was also a ruthless character. When she went berserk just now, it really scared everyone down there. Don't you see the people of the temple running around like headless flies? He was definitely scared out of his wits by the little girl. After Arbor executed this move, he swiftly darted to the back of the crowd and ran towards Duanyu. At this time, Duanyu also swiftly rushed over to her and lifted her petite body up with one hand. Mr. Jojo shook his little arms and legs and glared at him unhappily. Duanyu hastily reached out to catch her and said anxiously, "It's too late. Summon the snow leopard. Let's leave quickly." Arbor nodded and called out, "Little Snow." Chapter 31:16. The snow leopard suddenly jumped out of the peach blossom and intimately rubbed its large head against Arbor's body. At this time, Qi Xian and the others had already summoned their spirit beasts after receiving Duanyu's notice and were scurrying toward the narrow passage. Boulders were tumbling down from the mountain walls on both sides, so they couldn't care about not being able to ride spirit beasts anymore. This situation couldn't get any worse, so what else could they do other than ride spirit beasts? The entire valley was shaking, and the mountain walls on both sides looked like they were about to collapse completely. It was clear that it would be better to quickly ride spirit beasts and flee for their lives. Duanyu tossed Sir Jojo onto the snow leopard, and Duanyu followed suit. He supported Sir Jojo with one hand and set up a defensive boundary on the two of them with the other. Without needing the two of them to say anything, that snow leopard had already spread its 4 hooves and shot out with a whoosh. It scuttled in front of several spirit beasts at lightning speed and dashed toward the narrow passage. At the same time, the flustered and exasperated Ghostface Hall Master had already scuttled to the last undamaged spirit stone cannon with a whoosh and retreated while protecting the 2 cannoneers. Emollien's palm wind had already swept over, and a terrifying force mixed with surging flames instantly swept toward the Ghostface Hall Master. With a sizzle, it burned his outer robes to nothing. "Move aside!" A shout abruptly came from behind the Ghostface Hall Master. An elderly man with white hair and a ruddy complexion abruptly appeared behind the Ghostface Hall Master. His long beard danced in front of his chest, and his gaze was so sharp that it seemed like he could nail Emolien to death from a distance. Emolien smiled coldly at him, and her aura instantly soared. Layers of ink-colored lotus flowers spread out under her feet, forming a black ocean. "How about leaving all of them here for us?" As soon as she finished speaking, the entire field of ink-colored lotus flowers rose up, exploding into black shadows in the air. The air in this area was cut apart, and the entire space formed an inverted wind gap. A hole was torn open, and a gloomy cold wind came out from the void. The old man's shadow trembled slightly, and his entire body floated up in an inconceivable way. His white hair and eyebrows danced on his face, and his pupils had already shrunk to the size of a needle tip. Void power! Boom! The entire valley instantly cracked open. It was as if a powerful earthquake had occurred, and the entire valley was destroyed by the power of the void, leaving nothing behind. The mountain walls on both sides of the river poured down in torrents, as if they were being destroyed by a mountain torrent. Looking from afar, they could only see smoke rising from the valley. Gravel was flying everywhere, and dust was rolling all the way towards them. Jojo's run. Jojo hurriedly turned his head to look, but his eyes widened in shock. The entire valley was destroyed. Jojo's lotus. "Don't worry, Jojo. You forgot that Ren can tear open the void. He will definitely be fine. He will come over." Arbor thought about it, and his heart was slightly relieved. However, he heard the sound of a cannon behind him. Boom! Arbor looked back again, and saw that the student of Lanyang Academy who was driven away by Holy Sun Mi, Yin, was instantly blown to pieces by the Spirit Stone Cannon. Before he died, he looked at Jojo's expression, and he was still very shocked. He probably did not expect that he would not even be able to reach the secret realm. Chapter 31:17. Xiaomu looked at him without any ripples in her heart. This was also the path that this person had chosen. If he had left peacefully when Mayan chased him away and stopped following them secretly, he would have been able to keep his life. Now, there was no turning back. Therefore, every choice that a person made at every stage of their life would affect their future. As for life and death, it was really hard to say. "They're coming," Arbor said in a low voice. He waved his hand, and hundreds of explosion talismans flew out. He threw them over. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. The entire valley was singing joyfully, making one last struggle before destruction. After the destruction of the Red River Canyon this time, it would probably no longer exist. How could they still care about whether or not they were injured by the rocks? Their eyes were red from running. They punched the rocks flying at them. When they saw vines obstructing their escape, they immediately used their swords and sabers to slash at them. Sometimes, they even slashed at their companions by mistake. At this time, no one made a sound. In the midst of the chaos, Arbor saw that the Hall Master with the silver ghost mask was sitting on a yellow-spotted mountain tiger, chasing them at high speed. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal suddenly emerged from Paradise Planet. With a point of his finger, dozens of vines nearby rolled up like waves, wrapping around the ghost mask Hall Master and the others. A few spirit beasts were hooked by the wavy vines and fell heavily to the ground. Layer after layer of vines chased after them like waves, forcing the ghost mask Hall Master and the others to stop with gloomy expressions. Ghost Mask waved his hand. Immediately, someone carried the last Spirit Stone cannon forward and fired at the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal. "Rotten Peach Blossom, come back quickly!" Arbor shouted anxiously. With a pull of his finger, he had Chochio throw out a vine to hook onto the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal's sleeve and pull him back. There was a loud boom. The snow leopard leaped up onto a rock at the side. Its two claws slipped on the rock. It used all its strength to jump onto another rock and land quickly on the ground. "Scoundrel!" A shout came from behind the ghost face Hall Master. The bearded old man's face, which was swollen like a bun, appeared in front of everyone. Duan Yu's expression darkened, and he instantly jumped off the snow leopard's back. He waved his hand and said, "Take Jojo away." The snow leopard hurriedly spread its 4 hooves and rushed forward. Mr. Jojo couldn't help but feel anxious and angry. He hit the snow leopard's head hard and said, "Who's your master? Go back. You old bastard." He even created a clone to chase after them. "Then you can die here together with that wisp of soul of yours." A somewhat glaring, silvery white flame ignited in Duan Yu's hand, and it instantly transformed into a white phoenix. It let out a shrill cry in the air as it flapped its gigantic wings and charged towards the elderly man. At this moment, the old man was completely dumbfounded. He really didn't expect that as a peak immortal venerable, he could be considered as the old ancestor of the immortals in this world. Within a day, no, within 2 hours, he actually encountered 2 extraordinarily talented juniors in a row. One of them was able to tear open the void with a sacred fire and instantly tear apart his soul. Not only that, but that scoundrel also viciously beat him up. Look at how badly the old man was beaten up. Chapter 31:18. That wisp of divine soul was crippled in that punk's hands, causing his grandfather to suffer greatly. Yet this fellow in front of him actually ignited the Devil Emperor's fire that had disappeared for 1,000 years and made the demonic fire take form in a matter of minutes. How could he, an old grandfather who had cultivated for several hundred years, endure this? Was the way of the world so demoralizing now? Was he unable to keep up with the times? Or were these 2 youths not people of this era in the first place? The old grandfather gloomily scratched his ears and cheeks. He couldn't resist howling at the sky 3 times. Like a rainbow piercing the moon, the white phoenix violently pierced through that old man's body at lightning speed. This caused the old man to open his mouth in pain, and his entire face became distorted. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal quickly drew out his natal divine sword with a flick of his finger and stabbed him in the chest. The sword pierced through his chest again. This time, even if that old man's clone was a peak venerable immortal, it was completely finished. The venerable peach blossom immortal looked back meaningfully at Duanyu. Punk, you're at the transcendent god realm, right? This punk pretended to be a transcendent god realm rabbit all day long to swindle people. Duanyu's complexion was slightly pale, and he tossed it behind him. Go to Jojo's. Then his figure flashed, evading a spirit stone cannon shot from the flustered and exasperated Ghostface Hallmaster. Boom! Boom boom! Everyone was scared witless and hastily ran forward, probably using all the strength their parents gave them to drink milk. The venerable peach blossom immortal looked back. Hurry over. Still concerned about the little ancestor, the venerable peach blossom immortal quickly turned around and chased in the direction of Arbor. He hadn't run far when he saw the little snow leopard running towards him. The venerable peach blossom immortal quickly dashed forward and jumped onto the snow leopard, picking up that little ancestor. Why did you come back? Hurry and turn back. That spirit stone cannon was no joke. Even he wasn't willing to clash head-on with that thing. Where's Duanyu? What could happen to Duanyu? Don't worry, he'll catch up in a moment. Little Snow, hurry and turn back, the venerable peach blossom immortal ordered. The little snow leopard hurriedly turned around and sprinted away. Then, it turned around and ran away again. Arbor was so angry that his little face turned black. He punched the snow leopard's head again. Why can't you tell who's your master? Don't think that just because Lord Xiao Xiao has become smaller, you can disobey Lord Xiao Xiao's orders. If you want to rebel, you have to consider whether or not you could take a beating from Lord Xiao Xiao. Little Snow felt a little bitter. It wanted to listen to its master. But if the venerable immortal gave it a cold stare, it couldn't take it. Arbor anxiously urged the snow leopard. Hurry back and take a look. Duanyu. Before she could finish speaking, she saw Duanyu's figure swiftly floating to her side. When he saw that they were still standing in place, he couldn't help but ask anxiously, "Why aren't you leaving yet? Let's go." At this point, the valley had already cracked open. How could the earth withstand the pressure of so many spirit beasts? The valley's ground cracked open inch by inch, revealing the pitch-black crevice below. Everyone felt as if their hearts were about to jump out of their mouths. Almost all of them exhausted all of their abilities and ran for their lives there. Most importantly, it wasn't that the Ghostface Hallmaster was frightening them, but that if they fell into this crevice, they really would lose their lives at any moment. Run. Everyone prayed inwardly. Chapter 31:19. I hope I'm fine. I hope I can successfully pass through this Red River Canyon this time. I won't return to this Red River Canyon in this lifetime. Oh no, in the next lifetime. I won't come even if you invite me in the future. Everyone sensed that the entire canyon was sinking, and all the living beings in this area were frantically fleeing outwards. Sir Jojo saw Duanyu turn around and throw a palm strike. Several dozen boulders were sucked into his palm and landed behind him with a loud boom. Bang! After a cannon blast, a deep pit appeared in the ground, and then everything tilted down. The fissure in the ground widened. After the ghastly Hallmaster and his men finished bombarding the boulders Duanyu used to block the path, the fissure was already several dozen meters wide. It was a bit strenuous to jump over with just manpower. The ghastly Hallmaster looked up and saw that everyone had fled without a trace behind the fissure. The cry of a phoenix came from afar. Immediately after, the ghastly Hallmaster narrowed his eyes and looked up at the sky. Damn it, they were already out of the no-fly zone. They truly failed at the last hurdle. Not only did they fail to capture the little stoic alive, but they didn't even catch a strand of her hair. What was even more hateful was that those people actually fled without a single survivor. Hallmaster gone. The ghastly Hallmaster raised his hand and stopped the person from speaking. He gnashed his teeth and said, "Prepare to withdraw the troops and return." There was no meaning in chasing after them now. Their side had lost Elder Tan's clone and a wisp of his soul. Even if he led more people over, they might not necessarily be able to catch up to the little stoic's fire phoenix. They failed at the last hurdle. They failed at the last hurdle. The ghastly hall master resentfully clenched the jade messenger talisman in his hand and then crushed it into powder. "Return to receive your punishment," the ghastly hall master shouted. After such a thing happened today, it was simply unjustifiable to shirk responsibility. It was his incompetence. He brought so many people, but in the end, let alone capturing the little stoic, they couldn't even subdue those cats and dogs. He simply wasted a lot of manpower and resources, and his losses weren't small either. The ghastly hall master's eyes darkened, and he turned around to call for the drooping people to quickly leave. What awaited them was an extremely harsh punishment. Even the ghastly hall master's heart couldn't help but tremble at the thought of that terrifying punishment. On the other side, when Xiao Mu and the others heard the Holy Sun say that they had already exited the no-fly zone, they quickly summoned the little fire phoenix and had it carry them toward the other end of the valley. Holy Sun Mi Yin also sat on the back of the fire phoenix and pointed the way for everyone. When we left just now, there were cracks everywhere. They shouldn't be able to catch up to us for a while. The main altar of our Sun Moon Temple is right in front of us. Let's rest after we enter the temple. Don't stay any longer. How long will it take? With the Fire Phoenix's speed, it should take 4 hours. No, it's too long. Arbor quickly shook his head. Is there any place nearby where we can heal people? Holy Sun Mayan was involuntarily taken aback. She didn't think that the little stoic was such a compassionate person who would deliberately stop and treat someone else's injuries. Speak quickly, the little stoic shouted, her tone somewhat anxious and uneasy. In the outskirts below, there's a row of hunters' houses on the hillside. They're usually empty, but when the hunters go hunting in the mountains at the beginning of spring, they'll... Chapter 31:20. The little stoic didn't continue listening and instructed Phoenix to quickly descend in that direction. Fire Phoenix naturally only listened to the little stoic, even if many people above were muttering that the little stoic should first send them to a safe place. The little stoic naturally turned a deaf ear to them and directly had Fire Phoenix land on the hillside in the suburbs that the Holy Sun mentioned. The group of people dismounted from Phoenix speechlessly. Zhongli Jiwei then shouted in exasperation, "Why won't you listen to other people's advice? I already said that the current situation is still very dangerous. Can't we directly return to the temple to treat him?" Zhongli Jiwei fired off a torrent of words. "You're always so egotistical, no matter what you do. How can you shut up?" The little stoic's viciousness exploded, and she turned to glare at the garrulous Zhongli Jiwei. She shouted angrily, "If you give me another word of nonsense, I'll slaughter you." Zhongli Jiwei immediately fell silent, and she looked at the killing intent on the stoic's face in shock. She naturally believed that the little stoic wasn't joking. When Zhongli Jiwei said the word kill to her with a murderous look on her face, the way she gritted her teeth in Zhongli Jiwei's eyes was a bit sinister and terrifying. All right, everyone stop quarreling." A pretty woman couldn't resist persuading. "Jiwei, Miss Qiao is anxious to save people, so let's not obstruct her for now." "That's right, Longmin is right. We escaped from the tiger's den with great difficulty, so let's not fight among ourselves now. All right?" Qinjiu also couldn't resist saying, "Besides, my eldest brother also suffered very serious injuries. Miss Jojo, you should also take a look at my eldest brother later." Arbor turned to look and saw Qin Xian leaning on Qinjiu. Sure enough, his face was a bit pale, and his eyes were slightly closed, his eyelashes trembling. When did he get injured? Arbor was a bit puzzled, but he didn't have time to examine Qin Xian's injuries right now. Instead, he grabbed Duan Yu's hand and forcefully pushed him into a wooden shed. "Get in here," the little stoic reprimanded in an unpleasant tone. After Duan Yu was taken aback, he blinked at her and questioned, "Jojo, what are you doing? Stop pretending." Arbor glared at him angrily. Come in. Duan Yu was startled by her overflowing fury. Seeing that the little emperor was angry, he quickly and obediently walked into that wooden shed and sat down, obediently waiting to be shaved. The wooden basin built by the hunters was very sturdy and spacious. Seeing this, Qinjiu hurriedly helped his eldest brother into the basin. His second brother was nowhere to be found. If something were to happen to his eldest brother, he wouldn't be able to face his father when he returned. Hence, even if the little stoic mocked or scolded him later, he still requested the little stoic to examine his eldest brother's injuries. At this time, the little stoic was already holding a needle bag and ointment as she walked toward him with a face brimming with fury. Ming Yasi followed her in and said sourly, "You made everyone stop here because of him? What's so good about this kid? Why did the little stoic take a liking to him?" He examined himself from head to toe, from his looks to his family background to power or wealth. There wasn't a single aspect that was inferior to this guy's. Why was he so disliked by the little stoic? The stoic's face was taut, so how could she be happy to say a single word? Hence, our dear Ming Yasi was naturally ignored by everyone. Chapter 31:21. It was so infuriating just thinking about it. Moreover, he was her fiancé who had a marriage contract with her. Why wasn't he liked by others? "Behave yourself," Arbor roared at Duanyu. The latter instantly felt like time had turned back. In his hazy state, he actually caught a glimpse of that little stoic on Holland Mountain punching and kicking him. The current little stoic was even 2 years younger than when they first met back then, but her aura was still the same. I'm very well behaved." Our dear Duanyu instantly cowered. Arbor couldn't be bothered with him and directly stepped on a pedal to grab his collar. His actions were truly as crude as one could imagine. On the side, Ming Yasi's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. "What are you doing? Is there anyone who grabs a man's collar like you? Can't you get any better? You big liar. Don't talk to me." Arbor simply ignored them and forcefully tore open Duanyu's collar, revealing a patch of scarlet collarbone. There was a large red gash on that collarbone, and the inner garment inside had long been dyed red with blood. "You scoundrel, you." The little stoic's eyes were red from anger. "I'm fine again," Duanyu weakly said, but she immediately glared at him. How could he die from such a small injury? Moreover, they had been in a hurry to escape earlier, so how could they have had time to treat his injury? Big liar. The little stoic stepped on the pedal and forcefully pounded his head. He was bleeding so much, yet he said he was fine. Would he die if he didn't flaunt his abilities? "I was just grazed by that spirit stone cannon's blast. I'm really fine." Duanyu repeatedly consoled the little fellow. "Just apply some medicine on me, and I'll be fine tomorrow." SSSS. "Ouch, ouch, ouch, be gentler." Ming Yasi watched from his side with a sour taste in his heart. They were both applying medicine, but the difference in treatment immediately manifested itself. How could this small injury on this guy's collarbone be as deep as the injury on his arm? Look at how anxious the little stoic was over a mere graze. It obviously differed from person to person. I'm telling you, if you don't know how to take care of yourself in the future, don't stay with me. I don't want to keep thinking that you're going to die someday. She hated being with weak little animals the most. Who knew when they would die and cause her to be sad? Duanyu nodded obediently like a chick pecking at rice. "You people only know how to make trouble for me. One moment this person is injured, the next moment that person is injured. It's like I'm carrying a bunch of flower buds. I've been worried sick about you all this time." Duanyu, Qingjio, Duanmu Qing, Situ Yi, and the others who had just stepped through the door were speechless. Why do I want to laugh so much? Everyone looked at Duanyu sympathetically. Our dear Duanyu's eyes darted around before he hastily smiled fawningly at the little stoic. "Jojo, let me tell you some good news." "Who wants to hear your good news?" Arbor tightened his grip. Duanyu immediately wailed pitifully. "Ouch, ouch, Jojo. My injury isn't that serious, but I'll treat you to death soon." The little stoic's small face was cold, and she immediately lightened her grip. Ming Yasi had been carefully observing from the side the entire time. He couldn't help but secretly despise Duanyu in his heart, but he was also inwardly jealous. Was he still a man? It was just a small graze, yet he was wailing like a ghost and howling like a wolf in front of Jojo. No wonder Jojo called him a flower bud when he was so delicate. Chapter 31:22. But the little girl seemed to fall for this trick, seeing how she immediately lightened her hands and feet when Duanyu yelled. This was truly a huge difference in treatment. Ming Yasi thought with a sour taste in his mouth. How about he let Jojo treat him the next time he got injured? He could also try to imitate Duan Yu and howl like a ghost. Ming Yasi didn't know that the little girl was merciful toward him because she respected him for being a tough guy during the treatment last time. If he really imitated Duan Yu and howled in grief, it might infuriate the little girl even more and make her attacks even heavier. Ming Yasi inwardly labeled Duan Yu as a flirtatious bitch and disdained this guy a million times. He immediately stepped forward and said, "You're more or less healed, right? Let me take a look. My arm still hurts." "The two young masters, though, are idle. Go look for them." Duan Yu irritably shouted at him. Ming Yasi's face instantly darkened. "I just paid." Duan Yu, cough, cough. Don't quarrel, don't quarrel." Liang Qingqing walked up and said, "I see that everyone is tired, so let's go cook something first. Then we'll see if we can stay here for the night. Jojo's treatment speed is very fast. You guys just need to line up here quietly." Ming Yasi angrily sat down on the doorstep. Duan Yu gave him a strange look. This guy had really steeled his heart and insisted on having Qiao treat his injury. After Arbor cleaned his wound, applied medicine, and bandaged it with a clean cotton cloth. Only then did he toss away his blood-stained collar and fiercely shout at him, "Go change your clothes." Our dear Duan Yu obediently got to work after receiving the imperial edict. The little stoic pattered to Qingjiu. "Carry him to the table." Qingjiu was still thinking about how to beg the stoic face, so he couldn't help but be overjoyed when she took the initiative to come over. He quickly nodded and carried his eldest brother to the table. Big brother was shot in the back during the chaos just now, and then he fainted. Xiao Mu expressionlessly flipped Qin Xian over. When she saw that there was indeed a short and small fine iron arrowhead stuck in his back, she involuntarily creased her brows. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Qin Jiu's heart instantly dropped with a thump, and he said miserably, Is it hopeless, Miss Qiao?" Arbor was speechless as he looked at this guy. With Qin Xian's cultivation, it was unreasonable for him to die from a single arrow. There's some poison on the arrow, causing him to fall asleep. With his cultivation, even if I didn't save him, he would have pulled out the arrow himself and forced the poison out. After 10 days or half a month, he would have recovered. After Arbor finished explaining, she felt that her saliva was almost gone. She had nothing better to do. Why did she have to explain to this brat? However, when she saw the child's red eyes and the silly look on his face as if he was about to lose his big brother, she couldn't help but nag at him. Qin Jiu immediately beamed with joy and nodded repeatedly. Good. Miss Qiao. Then, thank you very much. I'll have to trouble you to treat my big brother. Let him recover as soon as possible." Xiao Mu nodded and inserted 2 needles into Qin Xian's wound. Just as she was about to clean his wound, she saw Ming Yasi jump in front of her and say with a darkened face, "My arm hurts. Treat me first." Why did he have to be at the back of the queue? He was the one who paid the money. "I paid for it. He also has to pay," Arbor said irritably. Chapter 31:23. When Qin Jiu heard this, he immediately nodded repeatedly and shoved the tactless Ming Yasi to the side. Go away. My eldest brother's injuries are serious, so let Miss Jojo treat him first. We will pay double." Duan Muqing was watching from the side. When he heard Qin Jiu, this fool, say this, he involuntarily curled his lips and looked at him sympathetically. "You know how to cry?" At this time, Duan Yu had already changed into a clean, plain-colored robe and cheerfully ran inside. "Jojo, I feel like I'm fine now." Arbor cast him a glance, but couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. However, his subordinates had already helped Qin Xian remove the arrowhead, clean the wound, and applied ointment. They completed everything extremely quickly. "All right, help your eldest brother away. Jojo, I just wanted to tell you a piece of good news that I haven't told you yet." Arbor was washing his hands. When he heard this, he turned to look at Duan Yasi and thought, "Look at your sloppy appearance. I know you must be teasing me with a joke." Sir Jojo harumphed. "Speak. Look at how many things happened on our way from the Imperial City to the temple." Duan Yu said, "I feel that everything will go smoothly after we enter the mystic realm." "Hey, I also think so." Chinjo couldn't resist interrupting. Although I always felt that Duan Yu was a bit unreliable, I feel that what he said today is especially reliable. The little stoic looked at them expressionlessly. I feel that you guys are all unreliable. Think about it. Our journey was filled with difficulties and dangers, right? This is simply too torturous. We haven't even entered the mystic realm, but we've already lost half of our people. Chinjo couldn't help but sigh when he thought of this. I feel that our journey into the mystic realm this time will definitely go extremely smoothly. Ming Yasi snorted. I feel that you will soon be slapped in the face by yourself. Duan Muqing twitched his mouth and didn't comment. He felt that it was enough to just listen. Arbor was currently bandaging the wound on Ming Yasi's arm. This time, he didn't make things difficult for him and moved very quickly. It only took a few minutes for him to settle it. In the end, Minya sat on the stool and looked down at his own arm in a daze. It's wrapped? Were there any attentive people? How could he be cured in such a short time? Earlier, when she was treating Duan Yu, that idiot, she took a full 5 minutes, so how did she finish it in just 1 or 2 minutes? Could it be that he was just messing with her to fool her? Scram! Xiao Mu grumpily shouted at him. Si Xiao Xiao's bandaging technique was skillful and fast, yet he still felt that it was not satisfying enough. She couldn't be bothered to continue talking to this guy. Duan Yu's lips turned up as he walked up and waved his hand. Hurry and scram. It's almost time for dinner. It's not appropriate for an outsider like you to stay here. Qi Xianxian immediately nodded her head. The more people there were, the more dishes there would be. There weren't many dishes to begin with, so they couldn't add another person. I'll pay. Join us. No way. Duan Yu immediately refused and pulled back Sir Jojo, who was about to leave. What are you going out for? Sir Jojo was a bit angry. How did this guy develop a habit of dragging Sir Jojo around for no reason? No, he had to quickly return to his original state. Otherwise, it would feel like Sir Jojo's status had plummeted. I'm going to see if my Lien is here yet. Chapter 31:24. Io, my arm is still hurting. Ming Yasi suddenly called out, causing Sir Jojo, who was about to step out of the door, to turn his head. How is that possible? She had examined his injury earlier. When she applied the medicine earlier, it was actually more or less healed. Later on, his arm was injured by the rain of arrows, but after she applied the medicine, it shouldn't hurt anymore. If it was quick, it would be healed in 2 hours. If it was late, it would completely recover by tomorrow. How could it still hurt? Ignore him, Jojo. He's a big liar. Duan Yu immediately exposed Ming Yasi's lie. This punk was truly despicable and shameless. He actually dared to use such a despicable trick to deceive his Jojo. Arbor thought about it and agreed with Duan Yu's statement. Big liar. She rolled her eyes at him. Just as she took a step, she saw a slender, ink-colored figure swiftly float in from outside the door, bringing with it a cool breeze. The little fellow's eyes instantly brightened when she sensed this familiar presence, and she quickly ran towards the door with her short legs. She threw herself onto his slender legs at once, and then there was a hint of grief. Jojo. Mo Lien hastily picked her up and carried her into his arms. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that her face was flushed red and that she wasn't injured at all. Sir Jojo was instantly exasperated. Why do they all like to lift and lift? Lifting the little Jojo Emperor? The little fellow glared at him with round eyes. As soon as Mo Lien met her eyes, he instantly felt a bit guilty. Thinking back, he didn't do anything wrong. He quickly scooted forward and whispered to his wifey, "What mistake did I make? You and Duan Yu, these two big liars teamed up to deceive me." "No." Mo Lien quickly denied it. What a joke. Would he admit it? Duan Yu naturally also denied it later. No such thing. Don't think Jojo is an idiot. Arbor glared at the man in front of him in displeasure. You two clearly discussed this. One will help me escape, and the other will completely destroy the valley, so that the pursuers won't be able to catch up. Emolien peered at Duan Yu with an odd gaze, his gaze clearly stating, "You punk confessed?" Duan Yu was helpless. "I didn't say anything. Jojo guessed it. Jojo's so smart. Don't change the topic." Lady Jojo smacked him on the head. MHM, Her current height was high enough to hit someone's head. He couldn't even do it in the past. Mo Lien looked at her, both amused and exasperated. Strange. Why did he have the illusion that Jojo liked to hit him on the head out of habit? His wife wasn't that violent? Chow Chow. There won't be any problems if we work together on this matter. Didn't we successfully escaping? Duan Yu's injured Mo Lien was startled, and he sized up our dear Duan Yu, whose complexion was still pretty good. He just knew that this guy would be fine. He quickly stretched out his left paw and handed it to Jojo. He cried out pitifully, "I'm injured too. It hurts so much. Quick, wifey, let hubby take a look." Ming Yas almost knocked his head against the doorframe. He thought that Duan Yu was already shameless enough. He pretended to be delicate in front of Chow Chow, insisting that Chow Chow treat him gently. He didn't have the slightest bit of manliness. He didn't expect Mo Lien to be even more shameless. Chapter 31:25. Look at his left paw. Wasn't it just a little bruise? He was pretending to be something big. Arbor quickly pulled his paw down and directed him to carry him onto the table. Then he stood there with Arbor's paw raised and expressionlessly applied the bruise-dispersing ointment. "How did you get hurt?" Duan Yu couldn't resist twitching his mouth as he inwardly cursed shameless. It was obvious that this guy's injury was caused by beating someone up with all his might. How could this freaking be considered an injury? Sure enough, only shameless could trick Jojo. He was still too pure. He was beaten up. Mo Lien shot a look at Duan Muqing and the others, who were staring blankly at the side. The group of people walked out with twitching mouths. It wasn't long before they shouted from outside, "Jojo, time to eat." How could Sir Jojo not know that this group of people was instigated by Lord Mo to come help? She couldn't help glaring at him in amusement and exasperation. "Put Sir Jojo on the ground." "Yes, my lord." Prince Mo was all smiles as he lifted his arms to place her on the ground. Then he followed her short legs pattering as they walked out of the wooden shed. The heavy rain had already stopped, and the night sky above the hillside was sparkling with stars. The air after the rain seemed especially fresh. Duan Muqing and the others used spiritual energy to dry the wet lawn around them and spread a blanket over it. The group of survivors drank and ate meat on the lawn while looking up at the starry sky, which relieved some of the gloominess in their chests. Holy Sun Mi Yin slowly walked to their side and silently found a place to sit down. After a long silence, he asked, "The people who attacked the Heavenly Fate Temple earlier, are they the ones who are in contact with the Holy Nun?" Mo Lien nodded. "Do you want to know about the Heavenly Fate Temple?" Holy Sun Mi Yin was silent for a while before nodding. "I want to know." He now clearly understood one thing. Perhaps the people of the temple really were involved with the evil cult of the Heavenly Fate Temple. Perhaps this trip to the mystic realm isn't very safe. "It's not too late for you to back out now," Holy Sun Mi Yin said. "Do we look like people who are afraid of trouble?" Duan Yu raised his cup at the Holy Sun. "Moreover, you've already signed the life and death contract. Aren't you a bit too cowardly to say you're scared now?" "All right, Holy Sun." The slightly tipsy little fatty raised his hand and placed it on the Holy Sun's shoulder, pounding him hard twice. "I know you're not a bad person. Let me tell you, our team is the Lucky Star team. Wherever we go, we'll be able to turn danger into safety. In the end, we'll earn a lot of money." Qi Xianxian rushed forward and covered little fatty's mouth. She smiled awkwardly at the saint and said, "He's drunk. Aha!" How embarrassing would it be to say that he wanted to empty the mystic realm in front of the owner of the mystic realm? The little stoic expressionlessly held a cup of tea and sat upright next to everyone. "How many people are drunk? Do you need to sober up?" "Probably more than half of them are drunk," the saint said with a smile. "If there's any hangover soup, give them a few sips." The little stoic expressionlessly said, "There's no need for hangover soup." She raised her hand, and an object that was half a body was suddenly released from the storage talisman. It immediately charged at the drunken little fatty like a rabid dog, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Arbor expressionlessly pulled on a very thick chain, firmly holding that fellow in his hand. Meanwhile, Little Fatty peed his pants in fright and rolled to the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was actually Sister 18 who had battled with JoJo. Chapter 31:26. Everyone was speechless. They were so scared that their souls almost flew out of their bodies. Qi Xianxian opened her mouth wide in shock and only spoke after a while. Chow, chow, chow. How did you catch it? Little Fatty immediately sobered up. When Sister 18 bared her fangs and brandished her claws in front of everyone, more than half of the people present were instantly shocked awake. The little girl held Sister 18's hand like a little queen patrolling the grounds. She said expressionlessly, "Go to sleep after you've sobered up." Everyone was speechless. Was there such a weird way to sober up? The little Fatty subconsciously wiped the sweat off his forehead and turned to look at the speechless Qi Xianxian. When did Xiao Xiao put the 18th sister into the devised talisman? Qi Xianxian rolled her eyes at the sky. She was also shocked just now. If she had been mentally prepared, she wouldn't have been so shocked. She turned to look at the little girl. She was already holding Sister 18's hand and walking back. The 18th sister was still roaring. The little girl went up to it and kicked its body. Everyone was speechless. Prince Amo didn't know what to say. He smiled at little Fatty and said, "Don't be scared. JoJo is just joking with you." Ha ha. Little Fatty and the others twitched their mouths. Crown Prince, do you think this joke is funny? Sir JoJo led Sister 18 back to the wooden shed and stuffed the chain into Amo Lian's hands. Throw it to the small base in Beiwang Valley. Let Mr. Su study it. Looking at its half-pole body, it could still move. It was clear that this zombie's vitality was extremely strong. If they could find the ingredients that cause a mutation, Sir JoJo might be able to make an antidote. Then, everyone wouldn't have to be afraid of zombies anymore. As for the holy fruit that the sapling bore, although it was effective against zombie poison, it was rare and precious. Naturally, it couldn't be taken out casually. Ever since she took one the last time, the sapling had been listless for a long time. There was finally a sign that the second holy fruit was about to bear, but JoJo wouldn't pick it so easily. Prince Amo put Sister 18 into the storage talisman and nodded. "I'll send someone to deliver it tomorrow." This 18th sister's combat power is quite strong. Pay attention to your defense and don't let her attack anyone. Looking at this damn thing, its body had become half and half pulled, but it was still able to crawl around so quickly. It could be seen that the drug that caused this transformation was really amazing for Tian Yun to be able to concoct this kind of corpse poison. It meant that he should have a team of medical pharmacists who specialized in research, operating behind the scenes. But to be able to research such a powerful corpse poison, wouldn't it be better to do something that would benefit humanity? Why did he have to do something against humanity? As Arbor thought of this, he shook his head, took Emolien's hand, and said, "You lay down a defensive barrier for me. I will go to the paradise, start to draw some talismans, and make some spiritual recovery pills." In the previous battle, the 5 spirit talismans and spiritual recovery pills were almost used up. She had to replenish them in time. She didn't want to regret not having enough talismans when it was time to use them. She preferred to take precautions in everything she did. Emolien naturally nodded and set up a defensive boundary outside the wooden shed as instructed, separating everyone from the group. Fortunately, it was already late at night. The others had been fighting all night and were already mentally exhausted. Chapter 31:27. They fell asleep the moment their heads hit the ground, and no one paid attention to Chiao Mu and Emolien again. Arbor entered Paradise Planet and drew talismans for a long time. She also made several cauldrons of spirit recovery pills. It should be about time, so she took a short nap. When she came out, the sky outside was just beginning to brighten. Prince Emo, who was meditating on a wooden plank, felt her breathing move and slowly opened his eyes. He saw a chubby little pendant hanging from her body and couldn't help but feel a little speechless. That pendant was the little monk who was hugging Lord JoJo tightly. The little guy's eyelashes fluttered in his sleep, and his little mouth was drooping, as if he was complaining about something in his sleep. "Why did you bring him out?" Emolien hurriedly reached out to take the little monk from her. The little guy furrowed his little brows in his sleep and smacked his little mouth, as if he was very dissatisfied with the hard one he had switched from a soft cushion to a soft one. Lord Jojo looked at the little guy helplessly. Ever since she entered Paradise Planet, the little monk was like a hot potato that she couldn't get rid of. He followed her everywhere and nagged nonstop. Arbor really couldn't do anything about him, so she just brought him out. At this moment, the little monk was sleeping very soundly. Arbor went up to touch his round head, and an idea flashed through her mind. Why don't we let the little monk renounce asceticism? You see, when he was a monk, he nagged all day long. Maybe he won't nag so much after he renounces asceticism. Imogen wanted to roll her eyes, but she held it in. It's not that he likes a nag as a little monk, it's just that he likes a nag, so there's no point in being a monk. Whether he's a beggar or an emperor, I'm afraid he won't be able to change his habit of nagging. Arbor was speechless. All right, she had to admit that Imogen's words made some sense. Since he was only 3 years old, would the little monk become more and more fond of nagging as he grew? When Arbor thought that he might be 60 years old and still have to listen to this old monk's nagging, he felt a little uncomfortable. When dawn broke, Imogen brought the cooked porridge into the wooden shed. She saw the little monk, who was sleeping soundly on the wooden bed wrapped in a small cotton-padded jacket, suddenly fall off the wooden bed with a thud. The corners of Imogen's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Just as she was about to step forward and pick him up, she saw the little monk roll over and sit up. A pair of dazed eyes focused on him. Then she pursed her lips and howled. Benefactress ran away again. When Arbor came in with a set of clean clothes, he happened to hear the little monk's words. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. What are you yelling for? It's here. The little monk got up from the ground and ran to Arbor's side with his short legs. He hugged her body and cried out pitifully, Benefactress, why are you shorter again? Imogen, you're the one who's shorter. Hearing Jojo's loud roar early in the morning, the little fatty, who was washing outside, almost swallowed a mouthful of mouthwash. Hey bro, last night was my eyes playing tricks on me? I think I saw Jiang Qijing, who was half naked, making threatening gestures in front of me. The little fatty wiped his face and couldn't help approaching Lu Yu and winking at him. Lu Yu looked at him expressionlessly. You didn't see wrong. I knew it was my eyes playing tricks on me. The little fatty laughed. Chapter 31:28. He slapped his thigh in passing, but his palm abruptly stiffened when he came to his senses. It wasn't. It was a brother. Could it be that he really saw Sister 18 with a half-collapsed body and a face full of rotting flesh last night? At this time, Holy Sunmi Yin was already neatly dressed and standing at the front of the group, waiting for everyone to get ready and return to the group. Thank you for your grace. 7,930,000 spirit coins. I'll round it off for you. 7,990,000. Holy Sunmi Yan's cheeks twitched when he heard the voice. He then looked down and saw the little stoic looking up at him while holding up a bill in her hand. Holy Sunmi Yin expressionlessly bent down to take her bill. With a whoosh, that bill fluttered all the way to the ground. Holy Sunmi Yin. Everyone. Holy Sunmi Yin coughed lightly and was about to say something when Duan Yu's voice was heard. Hey, add that 2 million as well. Don't forget to give it to Jojo. A group of vampire bats. Holy Sunmi Yin gritted his small steel teeth and revealed a resolute expression. He then took out a spiritual coin card from his inner world and handed it to Xiaomu. 10 million. Keep the change. Arbor nodded and stood on his tiptoes to take the spirit coin card offered by Holy Sunmi Yin. He originally wanted to pat the other person's shoulder and say a few words of consolation, but he realized that he could only pat the other person's leg due to his height, so he resentfully dropped the idea. Let's set off. Holy Sunmi Yin said to everyone. The others had also finished washing up and were ready to set off. During the crisis earlier, it was the little stoic's phoenix that flew all the way here. Now that the crisis was resolved, these people who weren't very familiar with the stoic face were naturally too embarrassed to ride on her phoenix. Let's go. We can reach the temple within 4 hours. We should be able to make it in time. Holy Sunmi Yin flipped onto the temple's mount and led everyone boldly toward the Sun Moon Temple with a wave of his hand. Those running on the ground and those flying in the sky all headed in the same direction as fast as lightning. Arbor sat cross-legged on a long feather and lightly floated above everyone's heads. A chubby little monk was sitting obediently beside him. Everyone couldn't help but take a few more glances. They were curious as to where this monk came from. At first, Qi Xianxian saw that the feather was light and soft and did not dare to approach it. Now that the feather had been floating for almost an hour and still maintained a constant speed, she curiously approached it. Qi Xianxian said, Hey Jojo, can I come up and play?" Arbor was sitting there listlessly, listening to the little monk's nagging. Seeing Qi Xuanxuan's insistence, he hurriedly nodded and said, "Jump." Qi Xianxian was sitting on Duan Muqing's 1,000-mile eagle 10 feet of Azure One. When she heard Arbor's words, she stood up shakily and swallowed her saliva. "Don't tell me it can't bear our weight and will fall down if I jump over it." "That's very possible." A discordant voice came from the side. The little fatty was still chuckling mischievously, unaware that he was at death's door. "Once you jump on it with your weight." "Io, why did you hit me?" The little fatty, who took a punch to the head, shrunk his neck with an aggrieved expression. "Jump, it's fine," Arbor said expressionlessly. It was a very happy thing to have someone to listen to the little monk's nagging with her. Chapter 31:29. Qi Xianxian gritted her teeth. She thought about how she would drag Jojo along and fly upwards if it collapsed later. She tapped her feet and jumped off 10 feet of blue, flying onto Arbor's feather. The moment she steadied herself, she immediately sensed that something was amiss. Fuck, wasn't this too soft and comfortable? She felt like she was stepping on a soft cloud. Not only was the feather flying steadily, but no matter how hard she tried to jump, the feather remained motionless and didn't sway in the slightest. Ah, this shouldn't be an ordinary feather, right? This is a flying divine weapon. Arbor said expressionlessly, "Stop jumping. It won't sway even if you carry 300 elephants." Qi Xianxian immediately fell down and rolled around on the feather. She felt her entire body being enveloped by softness, so comfortable that she immediately wanted to sleep. Wow, I didn't sleep well yesterday. I'll sleep for a bit now. How could that do? The little monk was still nagging. Was she going to have to listen to the little monk's nagging again? Sir Jojo said with a stoic expression, "Let me tell you about the origin of this heavenly horsetail feather." Okay. Qi Xianxian rolled and crawled up from the feather, looking like a curious child. She knew Xianxian loved to listen to gossip the most. The little stoic didn't show it on her face, but she was secretly pleased with herself. See, she had a good grasp of her little companion's tempers. "Someone gave it to me." Qi Xianxian listened in high spirits, but after 2 minutes, she didn't see the little stoic continue. On the other hand, the nagging little monk also stopped talking and looked curiously at Sir Jojo, waiting for her to continue. In the end, the two of them waited in vain. After waiting for a long time, Sir Jojo didn't speak with an expressionless face. Qi Xianxian twitched her mouth and asked cautiously, That's all." "MHM," Sir Jojo nodded. Qi Xianxian secretly rolled her eyes and resisted the urge to burst into laughter. She coughed lightly and said, "Jojo, did His Highness the Crown Prince tell you that you're really not suited to gossip? You expect someone who could kill a conversation with a casual chat to tell you gossip? What a joke." Xiao Qiao glanced at her suspiciously. "Are you secretly laughing at me?" "No." Qi Xianxian tried to maintain a serious expression on her face, but she didn't expect that the little monk beside her would be the first to laugh out loud. Poking Arbor's arm with his chubby fingers, little Fatty said in a childish voice, "Benefactress, your gossip is only 4 words." Sir Jojo looked at the little monk with an expressionless face. "We agreed just now that you will go in when we reach the shrine." The little monk hurriedly pursed his diamond-shaped lips and shook his head. "Benefactress, this little monk needs to come out and get some fresh air. Otherwise, I'm going to die for being cooped up inside." Qi Xianxian almost died from laughing at the little fat monk. She reached out and hugged the little monk, pinching his cheeks. "Jojo, this little monk is really interesting." "Benefactress friend, don't pinch my face." Qi Xianxian laughed loudly. Along the way, with the little monk nagging from time to time, Qi Xianxian didn't feel so bored anymore. In addition, everyone was quite relaxed right now, so the 4-hour journey felt like it didn't take long for them to arrive. The Sun Moon Shrine was built at the end of the Red River Canyon. At this time, after 4 hours of shaking, the Red River Canyon had long since stopped. Chapter 31:30. However, looking from afar, the entire valley was more than one hill shorter than before. Evidently, that place had basically been razed to the ground. The Sun Moon Shrine was built near the water and was surrounded by a water vein. It was formed by lush, exotic flowers and trees. The entire main hall was faintly discernible amidst the green water and trees, with only a few raised eaves exposed occasionally. The Holy Sun led everyone to a stop in front of the mountain gate. The entire mountain gate rose steeply from the ground and pierced straight into the clouds. The words Sun Moon Shrine were engraved on it. Everyone consciously recalled their spirit beasts and stood in front of the mountain gate. Arbor naturally floated down from the heavenly horsetail feather and put away her divine weapon. Qi Xianxian had just taken a nap on the heavenly horsetail feather, so she appeared refreshed and spirited. She stood next to the little fatty and immediately chuckled mischievously. "Fatty, Jojo's feather is really not bad. Sleeping on it is much more comfortable than the wooden bed yesterday." When the little fatty heard this, he was instantly envious. He also wanted to hop on a Jojo's heavenly horsetail feather earlier. However, after Prince Mo's indifferent gaze swept over him, he didn't dare to be rash. Woo-woo. Sir Jojo didn't sleep earlier, but he was a bit regretful now. When Holy Sun Mi Yin entered the mountain gate, everyone very consciously formed a line and filed in one after another. Sir Jojo was carried by Mo Lien, and he was at the back of the line with Duan Yu and the rest. Meanwhile, the little monk followed beside them. His small, chubby hand was subconsciously holding onto a corner of Mo Lien's robe. "Kong Kong, you don't have a jade tablet to enter the secret realm," Qi Xianxian whispered to him. "How about we have Benefactress send you back after we've settled down?" The little monk shook his head like a rattle drum. Sir Jojo looked down at him, feeling a bit exasperated. When this imp was on Paradise Planet, he played so enthusiastically with Xiao Shui and the rest. At that time, he didn't insist on staying with him. However, it would have been better if he hadn't seen her. The moment he saw her, he refused to let go. No matter what, he refused to go back to Paradise Planet to play. "I'll let you follow me, but you have to be obedient." Arbor lowered his head and said, "Don't talk to me all day long." The small monk's eyes lit up, and he nodded his head. Crown Prince Mo turned his head to meet her disapprovingly. The journey to the mystic realm was filled with unpredictable dangers. It was unwise to leave this little brat by his side. Arbor tugged at his sleeve. "Forget it. Leaving him on Paradise Planet all day long will make him bored. I'll coax him first before letting him in." Prince Mo immediately felt a little sour in his heart. His little wife was too good to this little fat monk. She was simply raising him like a little son. The Crown Prince felt as if his position was being threatened. The one who came to welcome the Holy Sun was a middle-aged, priest-like man called Tai Shan. Holy Sun Mi Yin was very respectful to him. It seemed that he should be an old man in the temple. "Temple Master is worried," Tai Shan said with a smile. "He's wondering why Lord Holy Sun and the rest haven't returned yet. The mystic realm is about to open. If we miss it, we'll have to wait another 10 years. I made Temple Master worry." Holy Sun Mi Yin gracefully bowed to Priest Tai Shan. "Uncle Tai Shan, please arrange for them to rest in the guest room." Tai Shan nodded and smiled at the crowd. "Please follow me." Chapter 31:31. Everyone hurriedly bowed to Tai Shan and was about to follow him to the back courtyard. A dazzling light rose from the back mountain of the shrine. That light actually pierced through the clouds and seemed to reach beyond the 9 heavens. Everyone, who was originally dispirited and sleepy, couldn't help but be shocked. Everyone raised their eyes and looked in the direction of the light. Priest Tai Shan was also slightly stunned. Then he smiled and said, "Ah, it's better to be early than to come at the right time. Holy Sun, everyone, as you can see, the secret realm has just opened." Looks like you can't rest anymore, Taishan said with a smile. After the secret realm opens, you must immediately enter within 2 hours. Otherwise, if the secret realm's entrance closes, you won't be able to enter. The Holy Sun naturally understood this point. Hearing this, he nodded and turned to the crowd. Everyone, follow me into the mystic realm now. Everyone had originally come here for the Sun-Moon mystery realm. So many bitter tears and so many things had happened along the way. It could be said that they had narrowly escaped death and finally arrived at the shrine. The earlier they entered the secret realm, the earlier they could search for treasures. To everyone, this was a matter of great joy. Naturally, no one would object to it. Hearing Holy Sun's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Lord Jojo raised his hand and threw a talisman, temporarily keeping the little monk in it. Seeing that everyone agreed, Holy Sun Mi Yin turned and bowed to Priest Taishan. Uncle Taishan, then I'll bring them over first. About the Temple Master, don't worry, I'll explain to the Temple Master. Taishan nodded with a smile. Holy Sun, you have to be careful along the way. Holy Sun nodded. Suddenly, he stopped and turned back, asking indifferently, I wonder if Uncle Taishan has seen the Holy Nun come back? Taishan couldn't help but be startled. Then, he smiled and shook his head. I haven't seen the Holy Nun. Holy Sun closed his eyes slightly and nodded with a faint expression. Okay, then we'll go first. After saying that, he turned around and led everyone towards the place where the light shone. Taishan narrowed his eyes and looked at the chosen saint's departing figure. He silently retracted his gaze. Soon, Taishan's figure disappeared from the corridor. Coming to a closed cultivation room, Taishan respectfully bowed to a middle-aged man with gray hair sitting cross-legged on a con. I've already opened the secret realm in advance, according to your instructions. The man sat still for a long time, and the air was filled with a deathly stillness. After about half an incense stick's worth of time, the gray-haired man opened his eyes slightly and asked indifferently. They went, Yes. Did the saint say anything else? She didn't say anything, but before she left, she asked about the sage nun's whereabouts. The gray-haired man narrowed his eyes and sneered. It seems that he is already suspicious. Hall Master. The gray-haired man raised his hand slightly, stopping Taishan from continuing. It doesn't matter. This time, none of them will come out of the secret realm. Those who obey the heavens will prosper, and those who defy the heavens will die. The Hall Master of the Sun-Moon Temple very devoutly bowed in the direction of the sky. Taishan didn't say anything else, but he faintly sighed in his heart. It was not easy for them to cultivate the Holy Sun to such a level. Chapter 31-32. The Palace Master was truly vicious and merciless. The Temple Holy Sun gave up just like that. It was also the Holy Sun's own fault for being stubborn. The Temple Master had already hinted to him several times, but the Holy Sun was either stupid or too stubborn. He actually thought that the temple should be a symbol of light and justice, an existence that saved the world. He couldn't blame others for being ruthless. He could only blame the Holy Sun for being too stupid. Holy Sun Mi Yin faintly had a bad premonition. He paused, turned around, and walked toward Mo Yin, Arbor, and the others. You're right. The Temple Master may have joined the evil cult, as you said. Sir Jojo said expressionlessly. What do you plan to do? Holy Sun Mi Yin looked up at the sky with a worried expression. I didn't expect that our holy and bright Temple Master would end up like this. I don't know if the Temple Master is involved, or Sir Jojo couldn't help but roll his eyes at the sky. Do you think that without the support of your Temple Master, the Holy Daughter would have changed so much? Then did the two Temple Masters also join the Sky Fortune Temple? I feel that except for you, the whole Temple Master should have joined, Prince Mo said straightforwardly. Your Temple Master should have hinted to you to defect, right? Holy Sun Mi Yin was a bit dumbfounded. He racked his brains to recall and showed a distressed expression. Since our Temple Master was founded, it has always been the most holy and sacred place in the hearts of the people in the 3 states. We worship the most powerful weapon formed by the essence of the sun and moon since the creation of the world. We are already surrounded by a halo. Why do we need to cling to others? Can you stop bragging? Sir Jojo's face was expressionless as he silently complained in his heart. But I didn't expect that today the temple master would completely change. Sir Jojo leaned over and patted his shoulder hard. Now, there's only one way for you to continue. What? Betray the divine hall. Holy Sunmi Yin stares at her blankly for quite a while, and then shakes her head vigorously. No, it hasn't come to this, right? For this trip to the secret realm, the palace master must have received orders from Tianyun to kill all of us inside. Do you believe it? We were just testing the waters along the way. The inside is filled with danger. Are you scared? The little stoic cast him a sidelong glance and asked expressionlessly. No, I'm not. All right then, we'll talk about it after we get in. You better think it through. From now on, you'll be in the same boat as us. Your palace master didn't tell you anything. It's clear that he wants you to be buried with us. Since he is heartless, there is no need for you to talk about loyalty with him. Xiao Mu retracted her small paw and leaned against Mo Yin. How about we discuss something? What do you think? Holy Sunmi Yin only felt his eyelid twitch. He felt that since this little fellow could be so amiable towards him, it definitely wasn't anything good. Since you are the temple's holy son, you've naturally entered the Sun-Moon secret realm countless times. How about you tell us the main points? Where are the good things hidden, and where are the unnecessary, crooked paths? Lest we take a detour inside without realizing it, we'd better get straight to the point. Chapter 31-33. Because they had already wasted a lot of time on the way here, there was really no need to continue wasting time. Arbor saw that he opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. So he said expressionlessly, since you're not talking, then I'll take it that you've agreed. Let's go. Holy Sunmi Yin. When did he agree to this girl's request? Do you have to talk to yourself like this? Holy Sunmi Yin turned around and walked towards the front of the group. Just now, when he deliberately went around to talk to Mo Yin and the others, everyone saw it. Although they didn't dare to follow, they all strained their ears to listen. Unfortunately, they were a little far away, and when Mi Yin and Mo Yin were talking, they deliberately lowered their voices, so naturally no one could hear what they were talking about. At this moment, everyone's hearts were in a bit of a mess. That was because they were uncertain about the future, and their hearts were filled with a little bit of hesitation. It's nothing. Holy Sunmi Yin said to everyone indifferently. The entrance is just ahead. Follow me. For some reason, his left eyelid kept twitching violently, and he had a feeling that this trip to the mystic realm wouldn't be too smooth. Holy Sunmi Yin took a deep breath and led everyone out of the rear hall of the shrine, coming to an area shrouded in holy light. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but be shocked by the strange scenery before them. In the light pillar, that mystic realm was like a fairyland suspended in midair, faintly emitting wisps of white light, which slowly rotated around the light pillar. Everyone raised their heads and couldn't help but cry out in surprise. That was a mystic realm. It really was like a fairyland on earth. Everyone's gaze circled around that light pillar, but they didn't find any place for them to go in. Holy Sunmi Yin saw everyone's doubts and couldn't help but smile. Here, he led everyone to a row of jade pillars carved with dragons and phoenixes. Counting from the left, he stopped in front of the third pillar. Taking out a jade tablet, he waved it in front of everyone. Press the jade tablet that was issued to you on it, and you can walk into the transportation array. I'll wait for you inside. After saying that, the holy sun was instantly covered in a layer of floating light, and he disappeared in a few minutes. Bashu took a step forward and said with a smile, I'll open the way for everyone. Seeing this, everyone could not help but sneer. You're opening the way? You're just in a hurry to enter the secret realm. You're afraid that someone will snatch the treasures before you. Everyone looked on coldly as Bashu's sturdy body flashed under the light and disappeared without a trace. Following that, everyone followed suit and pressed their jade tokens against the pillars to enter the teleportation array. Arbor and Mo Yin were the last two to enter. As soon as the two of them entered, they saw a large ship docked in front of them. In front of them was a row of sandy beaches with rolling blue waves. In an instant, the two of them were stunned. Jojo subconsciously raised his head and looked around, but he did not see anyone else who had come in. They're probably all on the boat. Yin held her little hand and walked along the beach. They climbed up the ladder and boarded the big boat. Sure enough, as soon as they walked onto the deck, they saw Holy Sunmi, Yin, who had been waiting for a long time. Why are you two so slow? Come here quickly. Holy Sunmi, Yin turned around and led them forward. Hey, why is your transportation array so strange? It even looks like a ship? That's natural. Speaking of this, Holy Sunmi, Yin couldn't help but feel a little complacent. Chapter 31-34. This is the most ancient teleportation array that has been passed down in our temple. Do you think a real teleportation array is just a round plate that flashes and sends you out? Arbor pursed her lips. That's the lowest level teleportation array. Holy Sunmi, Yin looked up at the sky and sighed. A teleportation array like this can take all kinds of forms. Some can make you wander in the sea like a boat. Some can fly in the sky. What's even more amazing is the point. The point is to pass through the void. Holy Sunmi, Yin grumbled as he cast a sidelong glance at Crown Prince Imo, who was standing on the side silently. You tore open the void, so the furthest you can go shouldn't exceed 5,000 kilometers. Our teleportation array is different. It can cross the ocean in minutes. Jojo's lotus is the power of one person. You have the power of the entire array, which is thousands of talismans. How can you compare this with Jojo's lotus? Arbor immediately interrupted Holy Sunmi Yan's words and said with displeasure, You're so unreliable. Holy Sun. Yin didn't say anything and just glanced at the Holy Sun, who was a bit listless. This ship will take us through the Sun-Moon Mystery Realm. I have to remind you that the Sun-Moon Mystery Realm has a history. Well, I told everyone about it just now. Both of you weren't here. Go ahead. The reason why it's called the Sun-Moon Mystery Realm is that this mystery realm has day and night. 8 hours per rotation. During the day, the sun shines high and the flames are like fire. At night, the moon is as cold as water and you feel like you've fallen into an ice cave. Arbor blinked her eyes. Then how long can we stay in there? We can only stay in the mystery realm for 30 days at most. If we don't come out after 30 days, we'll have to wait for 10 years before the mystery realm opens again. Oh, what? Do you remember what I told you? Holy Sunmi, Yin said with a solemn look. We're not here for fun. If we don't handle it well, we'll lose our lives in there. It's good to have the opportunity, but don't force it if you don't have it. Let me tell you. Holy Sunmi, Yin turned his head and found that the young couple was already very far away from him, holding hands. The saint felt a tinge of sadness in his heart. Why were these people so impatient? Was there anything that she couldn't let him finish? Jojo, over here, over here. Xixian waved to her excitedly. The two of them hurriedly walked over. Lady Xiqiao also released the small monk from the storage talisman. In any case, they had already entered the teleportation charm array, so they didn't have to worry about bringing another small monk into the secret realm. Benefactress. The moment the little monk came out, he swayed his body and said with a red face, I need to pee. Everyone was speechless. Wait a moment. Wait until we reach the secret realm. I can't hold it in anymore. The little fellow's face was flushed red. On the side, Duan Yu couldn't resist face-palming. With a lift of his hand, he lifted this little thing up. I'll take him there. I don't want you. I want female benefactor. The small monk swayed in midair as he kicked his legs. I want it even if you don't want it. Yin grumpily shouted at him. Hurry up and go. If you don't, I'll make you pee in the storage talisman. The little monk's eyes abruptly turned round. Jojo. Xixian squeezed her side and mysteriously took out a tattered piece of paper, placing it in front of her. Chapter 31-35. Arbor suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu. This fellow seemed to have gotten a map from somewhere before and sneakily showed it to her. Little Fatty's eyes widened as he hurriedly said, Hey, Xian, why did you buy a map again? Arbor's mouth twitched. She recalled that before these two fellows entered the top academy, they had been tricked by Mata and bought a fake map. Go away, what do you know? Xian pushed Little Fatty. This is a real map. Jojo, look, isn't this map very intricate? Let me tell you, it wasn't easy for me to snatch this map. After we enter the mystic realm, we'll follow this map. Arbor looked at her speechlessly for a while. She casually took the map from her hands and flipped it open to take a look. Where did you get this? Just now, there was a person from the temple selling it mysteriously. Luckily, my eyes were sharp enough to see it. There were only 2 or 3 maps. I snatched them. How much did you spend? Arbor asked expressionlessly. I spent 10,000 spirit coins. Lady Xianxian carefully glanced at Arbor. Is it not expensive? 10,000 spirit coins. Little Fatty's roar was stopped by Qi Xianxian. Lower your voice. I can't let others know that I bought this map. I think you must have been tricked. Who did you buy it from? I'll ask him for money. Little Fatty's voice was once again stopped by Qi Xianxian. Xiao Mu coughed lightly and folded the map that Qi Xianxian had brought over. She then handed it back to Qi Xianxian and said with a nod, Ask who bought it. Point out the person for me. Qi Xianxian felt guilty. She secretly pointed at a temple priest who was talking loudly with someone at the side of the fence. Arbor stood up. Qi Xianxian hurriedly reached out to pull her, but she broke free. Arbor stomped over, and Little Fatty naturally followed behind her, rushing over together. Arbor walked behind the fat priest and gave the Little Fatty a wink. Little Fatty stepped forward and patted that person's shoulder. The priest turned around and was startled at first when he saw Little Fatty. Then, his gaze shifted down and landed on the little stoic. Who didn't know who the little stoic was? The temple's priest hastily put on a smile. Miss Jojo, is something the matter? You only have half a map. The temple priest's face stiffened. Give me the other half. What? The little stoic didn't lower her voice again. When the other people who had bought the map heard this, they also jumped up. This map is only half a map? After spending so many spirit coins, he only got half a map. Who knew if this half map was only at the periphery of the secret realm? Who would be so foolish as to be fooled like this? Hurry and hand over the other half. There's still 10,000 spirit coins left, the little stoic said coldly. You want to scam people? Humph, you should see who you're scamming. That temple priest suddenly did a somersault and flipped down from the ship's railing. Everyone hastily leaned over the railing to take a look, only to see that this guy had already flown to the bottom deck and escaped into the cabin. Fuck! Just as everyone wanted to chase after him, that ship had already started moving. The narrow-eyed Holy Sun reminded everyone, right now, we're being transported into the secret realm through a large transportation formation. The process will take about 3 minutes, so don't move recklessly, because you're not truly at sea, but passing through the void. Chapter 31-36. If you fall, we won't be responsible. The Holy Sun said aloofly, You probably don't want to know what the outcome will be if you fall. Everyone involuntarily shuddered when they heard this. Fuck, this was a trip to the void. If they fell out of the ship, they would fly out of this large transportation array and fall into the void. If they were lucky, they would probably drift in the void for tens of millions of years. If they were unlucky, they would be torn into pieces by the void at any moment and vanish in a thin air, vanishing from this world. The little stoic also didn't move. In any case, the monk could run away, but the temple couldn't. There would always be a chance to make this shrine's pre-spit out the 10,000 spirit coins he took. The little fatty rolled up his sleeves. This Holy Sun Yin is doing this on purpose, right? Their priest swindled so many spirit coins. We were just about to chase after him when that ship moved. It truly didn't move earlier or later. The timing was just perfect. Arbor nodded his small head. He also felt that this was Mi Yan's small revenge for swindling him of so many spirit coins. Miser. If Holy Sun Yin could hear Sir Jojo's inner thoughts, he would definitely vomit blood from anger. Who the fuck was the miser here? She previously swindled him out of more than 9 million spirit coins, and he didn't even need to give her change for 10 million. Now, he was merely swindled out of 10,000 spirit coins. Look at this guy. He rolled up his sleeves and wanted to find someone to get it back. It was clear who was the miser here. Thump, thump. The entire ship suddenly shook, and everyone on board was jolted. Sir Jojo quickly grabbed the railing, and his body swayed violently. Emolian swiftly flashed to her side and hugged her into her arms. She then patted her back, her expression relaxing. On the other side, Duan Yu happened to be carrying the little monk, who had finished dealing with him, to the second deck. When the ship's hull swayed, Duan Yu promptly picked up the little monk and flashed to the ship's cabin door. Holy Sun Mi Yan's expression changed drastically. Everyone, be careful. Someone is using a special method to force their way into the array. Be careful. Our landing this time won't be too stable. Be careful. Everyone couldn't help but curse in their hearts. What the fuck? Could it be that this group of people were possessed by the god of bad luck? Why was it that every time they landed, there would always be some random situation? Attention everyone. We're about to pass through the void and enter the secret realm. Holy Sun Mi Yan roared. Everyone felt as if their faces were covered with a layer of water film, and their breathing stopped in an instant. However, this feeling of suffocation came and went as quickly as it came. It was as if his entire body had drilled through a layer of watery membrane. Suddenly, there was a sense of weightlessness. Almost at the same time, everyone screamed out in shock. Everyone tried their best to stabilize themselves in the air, but there were always two idiots who didn't have time to react and fell down. With a bang, he fell into the vast blue ocean. Arbor was held in Mo Lian's arms. Floating in the air, he looked down and saw that the blue ocean was a strange sea of flowers. Each flower was the size of a ball and was extremely large. Everyone was taken aback when those two idiots fell down. When they saw them drowning in the sea of flowers, they were also shocked. It was over. There was a sea of man-eating flowers below. They had just entered the secret realm and already lost two idiot teammates. Swoosh! Before everyone could finish their thoughts, they saw those two people flying into the sky. Chapter 31-37. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. Fortunately, this wasn't the worst ending yet. Those two idiots weren't stupid and jumped out of the man-eating flower sea. But they didn't expect that they didn't jump out. They were bounced out. This bounced over their heads then, with a bang, they fell down on all fours. Everyone, whoosh, bang, whoosh, bang. Sir Jojo's gaze followed the two idiots back and forth. He watched as the two of them jumped up and down, bouncing off the giant blue flower below them. They were sent flying for more than 100 feet before finally turning into two small black dots. Ha 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 ha! It was unknown which brother it was, but he actually laughed heartily in such an unkind manner. Everyone turned to look at him expressionlessly. That guy probably felt that his laughter was too unkind, so he quickly put on a serious face, puffed up his cheeks, and looked at them while holding his breath. At this moment, the priest who sold Xian half of the map took out several pieces of tattered paper from his bosom and flipped through them one by one. The more he flipped through the paper, the worse his complexion became. He muttered under his breath, not here either, not this one, not this one. Sir, the place we came in this time is different from the place we came in a dozen times before. The idiots who bought the map. Why do I want to beat you to death so much? One of the men who bought the map raised his hand and said angrily, this bastard actually had so many entrance maps in his hands. He just casually gave one away and sold it for money. It turned out that every time this guy came in, the entrance was different. So what was the use of selling old maps? The temple priest who sold the map was so anxious that his forehead was covered in sweat. Don't you understand? We are really unlucky this time. Even people from the temple have never been to such a mystic realm. This is equivalent to a brand new mystic realm spreading out under our feet. We don't know where the dangers are and where the opportunities are. We can't effectively avoid the dangers. Then everyone will be finished. Holy Sun Mayan looked at him expressionlessly. Put away your lousy map and pay attention to your feet. Now let's continue to The priest who sold the map suddenly screamed. His whole body was dragged down by a long blue beard. With a bang, he fell into the sea of flowers. Everyone thought that he was going to be bounced dozens of feet away like a pinball. Who knew one of the blue spherical flowers suddenly opened all its petals, like a monster opening its huge mouth, and swallowed the priest who sold the map in one gulp. Everyone! Exclamation point. Everyone was truly stunned. There were no words to describe their feelings at this moment. They had just entered the mystic realm, and 3 of their teammates had already been poisoned. 2 were missing, and 1 was eaten? Arbor's mouth twitched. Suddenly, he threw out a vine whip and smashed it at the blue flower. Still not releasing him? A whip formed from holy wood was no joke. The suppression of holy wood contained in it forced all the flowers and plants to submit to it. As soon as he threw it over, the ball-shaped giant flower quickly opened its petals and spat out the priest who was selling the map. Chapter 31-38. That person's head was still wrapped in a layer of blue mucus, and he looked quite disgusting. Radiant Sunday, the saint hurriedly helped him and let him float up. Seeing that disgusting sticky appearance, the saint couldn't help but feel a little nauseous. He suppressed the urge to vomit, and his chest heaved slightly. Arbor had already pinched his little nose and urged Emolien to stay far away from that person. Once the 2 of them moved, everyone hurriedly followed. Jean Lijuet looked coldly in the direction of Arbor and Emolien and also chased after them. Saint Mien. This Gu family's young master Guishuan seemed very quiet along the way, as if he didn't exist. Now that he spoke, everyone looked at him questioningly. Gu Yishuan didn't mind and just asked Saint Mien indifferently, "May I know who those people who forced their way into the array are?" Holy Sun Mien frowned and shook his head. "I don't know. It's just that I'm guessing that they don't come with good intentions." The truth didn't allow him to ignore this problem. Who could force outsiders into the teleportation array? Of course, it could only be someone like the temple manager, or more likely the temple master of the temple. Holy Sun Mien narrowed his eyes and sighed deeply. He looked up at the sea of blue flowers that stretched into the distance. "Let's go ahead and take a look first. Anyway, everyone must be careful. Those people who force their way into the array are definitely not on the same side as us." When everyone heard the saint's words, they all raised their guard. They thought that if they encountered those people who forced their way into the array, they shouldn't be the bird that sticks out first. They should observe the situation first. At this time, everyone was plotting their own schemes as they followed Emolien, who was leading the way at the front. At this moment, they already knew that the sea of blue flowers below would fling out long tentacles from time to drag people down. They just needed to pay attention to avoid them while floating in the air. The long tentacles didn't fling out very frequently. As long as they were careful, they could completely avoid them without touching them at all. In this manner, Emolien drifted above the blue sea of flowers for about half an incense stick's worth of time before stopping. Holy Sun Mien also stopped with narrowed eyes. Duan Yu flew over while carrying the little monk. He looked at Holy Sun Mien with a spurious smile and asked, "Lord Holy Sun, what do we do now? There's clearly a barrier in the sky. We can't fly out of this area, no matter how hard we try." Duan Yu said with a chuckle, "As long as we are floating, then we definitely won't be able to leave this sea of flowers." Emolien raised her slender brows and turned to look at Duan Yu with the little stoic in her arms. Although Holy Sun Mien did not react as quickly as Emolien, it did not take him long to recover from Duan Yu's words. "Prince Shin, we mean..." Duan Yu looked at the flabbergasted and wide-eyed Holy Sun in amusement. "Yes." He nodded. "It's simply a disgrace to our culture." Holy Sun Mien waved his hand righteously. "How can I, a holy sun, do this? Just like that? Like this?" As he spoke, he waved his right hand and cursed with a strange expression on his face. Sir Jojo expressionlessly looked at these 3 lunatics who were speaking in riddles. "Speak, human. Benefactress Duan Yu's meaning is, we still have to go down and be ejected like those 2 idiots from before," the little monk said with his head raised. Chapter 31-39. Unless you get bounced off, you won't be able to leave this sea of flowers even if you fly for 10,000 years. Sir Jojo's small mouth gaped into an O shape and only closed it after a while. She lowered her head and looked at the endless sea of flowers. So those two idiots who got bounced off just now actually found the correct path and left this mystic realm's entrance before them. Perhaps those two idiots were still secretly rejoicing in their hearts, laughing at them for not being able to cross over. Sir Jojo expressionlessly glanced at them. Then go down. What else could they do? Besides being bounced off, they couldn't find any other path to walk. Is this entrance set up like this? Arbor asked the Holy Sun again. Holy Sun Mian's expression right now was extremely fascinating. He clearly didn't want to experience this bouncing process, but the problem was that according to Duan Yu's words, they couldn't cross without bouncing off. That priest who sold the map was following behind Sir Holy Sun, so he naturally heard everyone's heated discussion. At this moment, he steeled his heart and closed his eyes. With a resolute expression, he shouted at Sir Holy Sun, "Sir, I'll go first." Sir Jojo, that map seller rolled into that sea of flowers with a bang, and sure enough, he was bounced out very quickly. One bounce bounced half a day high. One bounce bounced far away. He screamed as he fell back in with a bang, and then bounced out again. This repeated many times until he was bounced far away, and everyone could no longer see his foolish figure. Holy Sun Mian's handsome face had already turned green. Fuck, what kind of mystic realm entrance method was this? It was too bizarre. As everyone can see, you can only leave by bouncing off. The little monk expressionlessly explained from the side. Qi Xian Xian and company also turned green as they looked down at that sea of flowers. Qin Jiu was about to jump down, but Qin Xian tugged at him with twitching lips. "We're not in a hurry. Let the others go first." Everyone's faces twitched. These words sounded weird no matter how they sounded. Moreover, the person playing at the front would make a fool of himself in front of a large group of people behind him. It would indeed be unsightly. Eldest young Master Qin was right. The further back one played, the more noble one's status would be. Like the Crown Prince or the Grand Prince, you can't let them play first, right? If the princes were to make a fool of themselves, the first thing they would do when they returned to the capital would be to kill all of them to silence them. All right, I'll let those who need it go first. Who knows? Maybe they'll be sent to a place with great opportunities, and they'll be one step ahead of everyone else. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little better. Some people jumped down without any explanation, bouncing off and bouncing off into the distance, until most of the people were bounced away, leaving only Holy Sun Mi Yin and Mo Lien and the others with dark faces. Mu Xingqian looked down at Mu Rochuan, who was leaning on him in a daze and unable to speak. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Just as he was about to turn his gaze to Arbor, he heard eldest young Master Qin say, with a laugh, "All right, the irrelevant people have all scrammed far away. How should we go now?" Sir Jojo shifted his little body, looking somewhat eager to try in Emolien's arms. Emolien quickly reached out to press down on his little body, exasperated. "Don't move." Chapter 3140. Sir Jojo glanced at him exasperatedly. Didn't he say he wanted to go down and play? Sir Jojo wasn't afraid of ruining his image, so Sir Jojo should play first. Wait until Sir Jojo is far away before you play. Otherwise, you'll be traumatized when you see Sir Jojo in the future and think that Sir Jojo will laugh at you bunch of uncles in his mind. Duan Yu wanted to laugh. On the side, the little monk couldn't resist shouting, "Benefactress, you're too naive." Benefactress Duan Yu was lying earlier. Arbor had the urge to smack the little monk's butt. "You're a freaking monk, yet you followed Duan Yu in telling lies. Then you turned around and called her naive. Haha. Unrelated people don't have to leave." Duan Yu swept a glance at them. Originally, he planned to make these people scram first, and then have Jojo take out the holy wood to intimidate them. Then he might as well store all these blue spherical flowers in a Jojo's Saji star. But these people didn't scram now, so he naturally couldn't allow Jojo to open the spirit domain and leak its aura to let others know. At this moment, Lady Si Chiao finally reacted. She then looked at everyone expressionlessly. A purple storage talisman suddenly flew out in front of her. The little fellow silently chanted in her mind, "Chio Chio, put away your underlings. Don't let them block the way here." A vine darted out from under her sleeve with a whoosh and landed in the blue ocean with a swish at lightning speed. Immediately afterward, everyone saw those huge blue spherical flowers tremble a few times before obediently lining up in rows. Then, the storage talismans sucked in swaths of areas. These little blue flowers were actually quite docile. It could be seen from how they didn't easily attack people. If it was a bunch of berserk plants, Arbor really wouldn't be able to store them into the storage talisman first. After all, this wasn't her territory like the Star Domain. A mere storage talisman really couldn't subdue a bunch of berserk plants if it wasn't handled properly. Holy Sun Me, Yin stared at the little stoic, flabbergasted. At this moment, he finally somewhat understood why the little stoic vehemently objected to the rule in the oath that one could only take one treasure from the mystic realm. Looking at her posture, it really felt like she was going to empty out the entire mystic realm. Everyone floated down from the sky. When Holy Sun Me, Yin came back to his senses, he turned to glare at Duan Yu and exclaimed, "You punk, you actually deceived me. Didn't you just say that you have to bounce it over?" "When did I say that?" Duan Yu calmly glanced at him. "Wasn't this what the child said? You actually believed the words of child." Holy Sun Me, Yin. It seemed like Duan Yu didn't say that she had to bounce across, but Duan Yu only said that she couldn't cross if she was floating above. Duan Yu's true meaning was that she had to walk on the ground. It was obvious that Mo Yin understood what he meant, but she didn't say anything. She purposely misled the Holy Sun in the direction of the ricochet Duan Yu. This swindler truly couldn't swindle anymore. The most ridiculous thing was that the little monk actually made up some nonsense and led everyone astray. This little monk was too good at bullshitting. Look at how many people he tricked like balls. Monks are merciful at heart. Ah, no, you can't lie. Holy Sun Me, Yin pointed at the little monk in exasperation. The little monk looked at him adorably with his watery eyes. Suddenly, why? He burst into tears. Chapter 31:41. Holy Sun Me, Yin was stupefied. He felt like he was played by the little monk again. Sir Jojo, however, became anxious. He grumpily said to Holy Sun Me, Yin, "Why are you being so serious with the child? What does he know? You're already old enough to be his great-grandfather. Of all the things you could do, you just had to make life difficult for a child." Holy Sun Me, Yin, "Fine, it's all his fault." All right. Little monk, it's your great-grandfather's fault." "Huh, don't cry." Everyone, Sir Jojo turned his little head. "Hurry up and leave." Just as they were speaking, there were still a few people who were holding back. Seeing that the path ahead was cleared, they hurriedly abandoned their conversation and ran off first. Sir Jojo can't work for nothing. Qi Xian and company also hurriedly ran over at this moment. As they ran, they said, "Io, look at these people. They're going to snatch the treasure before us." "Treasure? Where is the treasure?" "Treasure." Mu Rochuan was agitated by the word treasure. She weakly opened her eyes and turned her head to look at the path they came from. Only then did she realize that this place was actually not in the shrine anymore. This, big brother, have we entered the mystic realm? A half-dead person actually still wants to snatch the treasure. Qi Xian mockingly smiled. She turned her head and said indifferently, "Don't throw your life away here." "What did you say?" Mu Rochuan stuttered as she shouted at Qi Xian. You actually dare to curse me? Don't talk nonsense with her." Arbor pulled Qi Xuan's small arm. Qi Xian instantly swallowed the scolding that rushed out of her mouth. She snorted, turned her head, and quickly ran forward. Mu Xingqian laughed bitterly. "Rochuan, save your energy. Later, find a safe place. I'll help you sit down and rest for a while." "No, big brother, we can't rest. We have to find Mu Rochuan forcefully held her breath and tightly grabbed Mu Xingqian's arm. "Big brother, I must find the sun wheel or the moon wheel." Aye. At this moment, Mu Xingqian's speed had already gradually weakened, because he had to take care of this heavily injured girl. Everyone could abandon Mu Rochuan, but not him. However, Mu Xingqian's patience was almost worn out. "Rochuan, I can only guarantee that I'll bring you out of this mystic realm alive. I can't guarantee anything else." "Big brother, no, I can't. Mu Rochuan grabbed Mu Xingchen's arm tightly and used all her strength to shout, "I must fine, do you think Mu Xingchen is stupid? Why does he have to bring that sickly person along?" Qi Xianxian was filled with anger, but she couldn't vent it out. The more she looked at Mu Xingchen, the more she disliked him. Instead of trying to get close to such a good biological sister, he insisted on chatting with a fake sister. Arbor sighed. Let him be. She knew that Xianxian's heart ached for her, but Big Brother was already an adult. He naturally had his own opinions and thoughts. Sir Jojo had always been tolerant towards friends and family. He would never force them to make a choice. Mo Lin raised her hand and patted the back of her head. Jojo, those blue spherical flowers just now will be planted in front of our Eastern Palace's entrance in the future. If one comes, I'll flick one away. If one comes, I'll flick one away. Arbor, Qi Xianxian's mouth twitched. Fuck, Your Highness, can you not be so childish? Chapter 3142. Big Brother. I'll tell you. Mu Rochuan leaned close to Mu Xingchen's shoulder and said in a low voice, That Arbor, she will definitely fight with me. Rochuan, you're so sick that you're muddle-headed. Can you stop? She will definitely fight with me. Mu Rochuan tilted her head somewhat neurotically and said with a slightly distorted expression, Big Brother, tell me, are you going to help her or me? She suddenly slumped to the ground and started crying. If you don't help me, I definitely won't be able to win against her in anything. Boo-hoo. Rochuan. Mu Xingchen's head felt like it was splitting. He could not help but shout angrily, You're about to die. Mu Rochuan felt as though she had been struck by lightning. She sat there in a daze and only came back to her senses after a while. Her lips trembled as she said, How is that possible? I am the eldest daughter of the Mu family. I am a genius. Genius, how can I die? The lightning energy in your body has never been removed. It has been wantonly destroying your Dantian's spiritual ruin realm. Your spiritual ruin realm is about to completely shatter. When that happens, all the spirit energy in your spiritual ruin realm will explode and flow through your limbs. You won't be able to withstand it and will be torn apart. You're lying to me. You're lying to me. Mu Rochuan mustered a strength from somewhere and pushed her brother, Mu Xingchen, to the ground. Mu Xingchen was shocked and quickly said, Rochuan, don't be agitated. You, liar, you're all lying to me. You're all lying to me. How can I die? I won't die, I won't. She stumbled forward and fell to the ground. Then, she immediately sat up and ran into the distance. Mu Xingchen hurriedly got up and wanted to chase after her, but after a few steps, he realized that the scenery in front of him had changed. He was in another scene. His heart skipped a beat as he thought to himself, This is bad. The scene in this mystic realm is definitely not fixed. It should randomly change after a certain hour. And now, he had reached the point of this change. His vision darkened instantly. It was so dark that he could not see his fingers. The temperature was also rapidly dropping. Mu Xingchen's guess was right. He was currently transitioning from the sun realm to the moon realm. The scariest thing was that it was so dark that you had no sense of direction at all. Sir Qiao Qiao reflexively grabbed onto Mo Lian's clothes, and her small body involuntarily leaned into his embrace. Her large, black eyes vigilantly looked back and forth in the dark night, but she really couldn't see anything in this instant when it was dark. Don't worry. Mo Lian's steady voice sounded in her ears, causing Miss Qiao to relax a little. Previously, when they had just entered the mystic realm, they were all thinking about how to cross the sea of flowers, so they did not notice how high the temperature was at that time. It could also be because everyone was mobilizing their spiritual energy at that time, concentrating on guarding against those blue spherical flowers, so they naturally ignored the ambient temperature. At this moment, Arbor suddenly felt colder and colder, but Mo Lian's body was like a heater. The little fellow squeezed into his arms and asked in a low voice, Where are the others? Time and space switched at the same time. Mo Lian chuckled and said to Arbor, Duan Yu is the only one who sensed it earlier, so now. Chapter 3143. Everyone else had been dispersed by the sudden change in space-time, and only Duan Yu, who was carrying the little monk, remained by their side. Duan Yu, Sir Jojo called out softly. I'm next to you. Duan Yu's voice suddenly popped up beside Mo Lien. The little monk grumbled. Benefactress, why are you speaking like a thief? Just be a little louder. There's no one else here besides us. Sir Jojo, why was the little monk so loathsome? Ever since they entered this mystic realm, he kept insulting her. Mo Lien giggled. It's so dark here. According to that Mayan, it'll take another 8 hours before it turns into daytime. How about we sleep in Paradise Planet? Mo Lien suggested. Good idea. Duan Yu immediately agreed. They couldn't do anything in this pitch black. It was truly pitch black everywhere, and they might not even be able to see 5 fingers if they stretched out their hands, so they might as well move after daybreak. Xiao Mu thought that it made sense, so she pulled them all into Paradise Planet with a thought. The scenery before them suddenly brightened, and a warm breeze blew against their faces. The temperature was just right, and they couldn't help but feel refreshed. The little monk jumped down from Duan Yu's hand and ran towards Arbor with a flutter of his small body. Benefactress. Arbor was just about to flick his little bald head when Xiuqiu's earth-shattering screams suddenly reached her ears. Master, Master, a monster, a monster. A monster has mutated. When Xiaomu turned around, she saw Xiuqiu sprinting towards her with its 2 slender tree legs and the 2 green leaves on its head swaying as it sprinted towards her like a mess in the wind. Master, it's a monster, it's a monster, a monster. Arbor grumpily punched Xiuqiu's head. Shut up. This child was getting noisier and noisier. Master Silver. The little tramp pounced onto Arbor's leg, 1 step faster than the little monk. The little monk lowered his head and looked at his chubby hands and feet. He then looked up at the tray-ant hanging on Arbor's body as a pendant. He frowned in distress. What should I do? The benefactress can't hold me anymore. Arbor was speechless as he pulled Sapling down. What's the matter? Speak clearly. Don't cry like a ghost and howl like a wolf every time you see her. Master Silver. The little tray-ant sobbed. I really don't have long to live. The corners of Arbor's mouth twitched. He picked up the tray-ant, walked to the peach blossom tree, sat down, and threw it on the stone table. Get to the point. Master, look, look. The little tray-ant immediately pulled down the red belly band on its trunk, revealing its white eyes that were staring at them faintly. And Mo Lien, sure enough, this white eyes looked quite unsightly. Qiuqiu, shouldn't you be used to your little brother by now? Arbor said to Qiuqiu earnestly, just treat it as a pendant on your body. It's an indispensable part of you. Don't you feel a bit better after thinking about it this way? Duan Yu. The little tray-ant sobbed for a while before suddenly widening its eyes in horror. It stared at Arbor and exclaimed, It's not a pendant. I'm telling you, Master, it's a pervert. Its eyes can spit out eyeballs. It's disgusting. Utterly disgusting, Master. Mo Lien brought over a teapot from the side and poured a cup of tea for the 3 of them. She sat on the stone bench next to Jojo and looked at the little Trent's eyes on its trunk. Chapter 3144. What eyeballs? Duan Yu was also sizing up the tray-ant while holding his teacup. He felt like this guy was bragging eyeballs even fell out of its eyes. It spoke as if it was real, but wasn't it just trying to deceive Jojo? Sir Jojo expressionlessly stared at the sapling for a while, before saying sternly, Qiuqiu, Master is telling you one last time. This eye can't be dug out. Once you dig it out, not only will it die, but you will also be heavily injured and possibly even more unlucky. You're already one with it now, so you should be very clear. So stop making up all kinds of ghost stories to scare your master. Master, Qiuqiu started wailing. Qiuqiu didn't lie to you. Everything Qiuqiu said is true. It really mutated, and its eyeballs will fall out. Look if you don't believe me. Qiuqiu's sapling hit the eye hard, causing it to blink. The eye rolled back and forth as it gloomily stared at Mo Lien, Duan Yu, and Arbor. The 3 of them indeed felt their nerves tense up, and they felt a bit creeped out by the eye's stare. Suddenly, a black bead fell out of the white eye that opened again. Sir Jojo was already a bit tense to begin with, so he jumped in fright and landed on Mo Lien's lap. Prince Mo and Duan Yu both tensed up at the same time. The Crown Prince even reflexively caught Sir Jojo's small body as it bounced over. The three of them stared at the black bead that fell on the stone table. It really did look like an eyeball, but upon closer inspection, it wasn't an eyeball. It's a demon pupil. Arbor suddenly shouted and jumped down from Imo Lian's lap again. Don't be scared, Chiao. It's not an eyeball, it's a demon pupil. Arbor looked like he had a sudden realization. This means that the demon pupil seed can already produce a demon pupil. This is your little brother. You succeeded. Arbor picked up the magic eye that had fallen on the table and patted Chiao-Chiao's head. Chiao-Chiao, you should be proud. Master, it's a monster. Chiao-Chiao pointed at magic pupil in Arbor's hand and said in a trembling voice. Look. Chiao-Chiao suddenly took the magic eye from Arbor's hand and casually picked up a little white rabbit that was hopping over. With a wave of his hand, the demonic eye attached itself to the little white rabbit's butt. At first, the little white rabbit jumped a few times, but then it stopped and looked back blankly. Chiao-Chiao suddenly pointed at a peach tree in front of them and said, "Go climb that tree." That little white rabbit ran to the bottom of the peach tree and really clawed at the tree trunk, desperately trying to climb up. Arbor, Imo Lian, and Duan, you were a bit flabbergasted. After looking at it for a while, the little treant withdrew its demonic eye. After about half an hour, the rabbit returned to its original state. It looked left and right in a daze, then hurriedly flapped its 4 short legs and hid in the bushes. Master, you saw it, right? The eyeball that this monster spat out can control any living thing. As long as that eyeball attaches itself to any part of someone's body, it can achieve its goal of controlling that person. Arbor was tongue-tied for a long time before he suddenly slapped the table with his paw in excitement. Chiao-Chiao, how many did that demonic eye spit out? Chiao-Chiao felt that Master's excited expression was a bit off. Chapter 3145. Shouldn't Master Silver be extremely indignant over the fact that this white-eyed human child had mutated into a monster? This excited tone didn't seem right. The little treant looked at its little master in shock. Master Silver, why you want these eyeballs? Yes. Hurry up and bring them over. Bring them all over. I buried them under the tree. The little treant ran to a peach tree with a bitter expression. It got a small shovel from somewhere and began shoveling the soil as it muttered, Master, I advise you not to collect these eyeballs. Don't you think they look very creepy? Arbor couldn't be bothered with the little treant and urged, Stop dawdling. Hurry up and dig them out. The little treant dug until it jumped into the deep pit and continued shoveling the soil, throwing handfuls of soil out of the hole. Arbor was speechless. Just how much do you despise these demonic pupils that you would bury them so deeply? After less than an hour, the little treant, who was so busy that its eyes were staring blankly, stood in front of Chiao Mu with a dispirited expression. It blinked its beady black eyes and hugged a medium-sized square box. Come, let Master see how many demon eyes you've collected. It's disgusting, Master. You'd better not look. What's there to be afraid of? These aren't real eyeballs. Arbor glanced at the little treant nonchalantly and opened the box. The box full of black eyeballs seemed to stare straight at them just like that. When the box was opened, a dozen eyeballs popped out. Shocking Arbor for a moment, he was speechless. After closing the box with a bang, Arbor's mouth twitched and he coughed softly. Your little brother has produced quite a lot of demon eyes. Chiao-Chiao turned its head sinisterly and looked at Arbor faintly. Those eyeballs bred them on their own. They weren't spat out by this eye at all. From beginning to end, including the eyeball you saw fall, this eye has only spat out 3. Arbor was shocked. What? Master, didn't you notice that as soon as these eyeballs were taken out, they began to continuously absorb the spiritual energy in our paradise planet? They reproduce by relying on spiritual energy. That's why Chiao-Chiao buried them in such a deep place to isolate most of the spiritual energy. Chiao Mu could not help but shudder as she looked at the eyeballs that were leaking out of the box more and more until the lid was about to burst open. Don't tell me that this thing will eventually breed until the entire paradise planet is filled with them. When he thought about how there were no more green mountains, clear waters, and peach blossoms in the peach blossom garden. There were only black eyes that covered the sky and earth when Emolien and Duan Yu saw Jojo and Sapling shudder together. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just use the fire spirit to isolate them. Emolien and Duan Yu raised their hands at the same time, and two fire spirits scuttled out, reinforcing that box that was about to collapse with a layer of fire spirit shackles. The duo's fire spirits were truly frightening, and that box calmed down upon contact. Soon after, those demon eyes scattered on the table were also bound by the duo's spiritual energy. With the fire spirit shackles, those demon eyes completely calmed down. If they didn't stop, it was very likely that they would be devoured by the fire spirits. Arbor finally breathed a sigh of relief and looked back at the little treant. Chocho, how about we also seal the eyes on your body with fire spirits? Chocho immediately revealed a horrified expression. Chapter 31:46. Oh my little master, please let Chocho off. It was too frightening. She actually wanted to use the Devil Emperor Fire and the Holy Fire to seal Chocho's eyes. Then wouldn't that be sealing Chocho as well? Why would my little master have such a strange idea? What on earth was she thinking? Letting a piece of wood spirit come into contact with fire, didn't want to touch a single one of the two types of flames. Moreover, could Sir Chocho handle those two perverts? Master, Chocho can manage my underling well. I won't give it another chance to spit out eyeballs in the near future. Don't worry, I guarantee I'll complete my supervision mission. What's wrong with it? The little stoic was a bit perplexed when she saw Chocho pick up the red doo and hastily wrap it around itself before flipping off the table and running off crookedly in terror. I think Chocho was probably frightened by you, Duan Yu said conscientiously as he set down his teacup. Sir Jojo was puzzled. What did I frighten it about? Chocho, Chocho. She called Chocho's name and pulled the little monk over before strolling in the direction Chocho had fled. She wanted to let Chocho know that little master loved Chocho. She and Chocho were probably just lacking in communication. Emolien helplessly watched the little fellow's departing figure before looking down at the table full of black beads. She picked up one and lightly flicked it with her finger. You can control any living thing. He muttered softly before saying, Guess, can it control a blade of grass or a tree? Duan Yu smiled. I guess your idea is going to ascend to the heavens. Emolien chuckled. It's pretty good. How about I pack a bag for you? Duan Yu raised his brows. That's fine too. Emolien shot the eyeball bullet out of the star domain and then glanced at Duan Yu. Guess what I saw? His finger moved, and he used spiritual energy to circle a scene that resembled flowing water. Duan Yu tilted his head to look and saw a furtive figure walking over from nearby amidst the darkness. After looking around for a while, he suddenly turned his head and looked behind him vigilantly. Seeing that there was no one around, he heaved a sigh of relief. He took out a luminous pearl from his inner world and slowly turned around. Then he saw a half-rotten face that suddenly appeared in front of him. Ah! A ghastly scream rushed out of his throat. Duan Yu raised his brows slightly, but that flowing image was suddenly cut off. The demonic eye outside should have been trampled by someone, Emolien said expressionlessly. What's that sound? Chow Chow was attracted back by the ear-piercing scream. She suspiciously looked at the two men who were still sitting at the stone table, drinking tea in the same posture. Did you two hear anything just now? Jojo. Emolien beckoned her over. Come over here quickly. I have something to tell you. Your demonic pupils are very useful. Is that so? Sir Jojo looked doubtful as he muttered. Isn't it just controlling some living things? Also, I reckon that it can only control some low-level spiritual plants and spiritual beasts. Don't even think about divine beasts and above. So when Sir Jojo thought about it carefully, he felt that it wasn't very useful. How could it not be very useful? Emolien winked at him with a grin. How he discovered a new use. What? Xiao Mu's interest was piqued, and she quickly ran to his side with her short legs. Quickly tell me. Chapter 31:47. Emolien took out another demonic eye and tossed it out of the star domain. Soon, The scene of the outside world appeared in a circular vortex formed by spiritual energy. Ah, Sir Jojo's eyes brightened. Hubby was smart indeed. By attaching the demonic eye to the plants in the outside world, he could control these plants and capture some scenes of the outside world. This way, it would be much more convenient for her to enter and leave the star domain. She didn't need to worry that she would be coincidentally seen when she left the star domain. Meanwhile, in the pitch-black scene of the outside world, a familiar-looking man was fighting with a zombie. That zombie was immensely strong. Even the ground cracked from its stomp, and there were continuous tremors everywhere. Presumably, the nearby mountain rocks were shattered by the force of its stomp. Is this person from our team? MHM, Duan Yu nodded. He's a student from the Hong Clan Academy. He was probably alone and had come here alone. Then, he was extremely unlucky to have bumped into a corpse puppet. The group of people who forced their way into the array probably brought a large number of zombies with them. Prince Imo said gravely. The team is in a bit of danger. Jojo, do you want us to go out and help him? Duan Yu asked. Arbor shook his head, then eagerly shouted, I'll go. No. The two men immediately rejected her decision in unison. Wait until you recover, Imo Yin said exasperatedly. This little girl's head was not even as thick as a zombie's arm. She was simply fooling around. Chow Chow lowered her head and looked at her small hands and feet, feeling a little unconvinced in her heart. She had shrunk in size, not a drop in cultivation. These two people's rejection was completely unreasonable. Then let's go out together, Sir Jojo said after some thought. They had been in here for quite a while, and it should be less than an hour before it turned into day. Imo Yin agreed after thinking about it this way. She reached out to hold the little fellow's hand and said, Jojo, it's not convenient for you to do anything with your short limbs. You have to take good care of yourself and be good. Duan Yu couldn't help but facepalm. Isn't this guy getting a little too full of himself? You're the one with short arms and legs. Your whole family is short-handed. The little guy's roar gave Fairy Yellow Crane, who was refining medicine on a distant, deserted island, a fright. Master Jojo, when are you going to bring me back? Yellow Crane Fairy could not help but exclaim when she lifted her charcoal black face. Imo Yin subconsciously reached out to dig her ears. She hurriedly picked up the little guy and said with a smile, Husband didn't mean that. Sir Jojo looked at him expressionlessly, then turned his little head and asked curiously, Did you hear Huang He's voice just now? Is Huang He calling for me? No. Imo Yin pursed her lips. Fairy Yellow Crane is busy refining medicine on the island every day. Why would she call you? That's right. Jojo thought for a moment and nodded. Let's get out of here quickly. That guy can't hold on any longer. I'll go too. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal ran over from afar. This fellow had a slender figure and wore a bright red coquettish robe. As he ran, he brought along peach blossom petals that danced around his slender and jade-like body. It was as if there was a peach blossom rain, extremely gorgeous. Sir Jojo instantly felt that it was an eyesore. Chapter 3148. Imo Yin felt even more stifled, especially when he saw the little fellow staring unblinkingly at that guy. He quickly turned his wifey's head back to face him. Hubby looks better in red than him. Sir Jojo's stoic face was unperturbed as he suddenly said, I know. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal had already flown to the two people's side. When he heard this, he was amused and raised his hand to snatch Sir Jojo from Imo Yin's arms. Little ass, what do you know? Let this venerable tell you, even if I claim to be number 2 in the world when I wear red, no one dares to claim to be number 1 in the world. Duan Yu truly couldn't bear to listen any longer. He silently walked to the side and said, I'll go out first. What's he doing? The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal blinked and turned to look at Duan Yu's back. He even paused in his attempt to snatch Sir Jojo from Imo Yin. Disgusted by you. Imo Yin quickly dodged his hand and left Paradise Planet with Duan Yu in a flash. As soon as they came out, a putrid stench assailed their nostrils. It was so dark that they couldn't see their own fingers. They heard the Hong Clan Academy's student shriek, and immediately after, they saw a cluster of silvery white flames ignite. It bounced onto the zombie's head with a whoosh and also illuminated the area for a split second. At this moment, everyone could clearly see the situation around them. Two zombies were currently hiding in the dark, drooling. As for the zombie that was fighting with the Hong Clan Academy student, half of its head had already been burned away. That Hong Clan Academy student was currently sitting on the ground with a ghastly pale complexion. Arbor's gaze quickly swept over him. He only nodded when he saw that he wasn't injured. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal stretched out his hand. While Emolien was looking at the students from the Hong Family Academy, he snatched Sir Jojo and carried him over. Then, he waved at Emolien and said, "Go, go, go. Hurry up and deal with the other two. Don't let them come over and discuss Jojo." Emolien was extremely speechless. She looked at her empty hands, then turned back to look at Duan Yu, who was already fighting with two zombies. She couldn't be bothered to say anything to this rotten Peach Blossom and flashed to Duan Yu's side. Sir Jojo was using his divine sense to observe the surroundings. Because it was too dark for words, he could not see anything clearly with his eyes. "Jojo, what are you looking at?" The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal looked down at her in amusement. This little thing reminded him of the crybaby queen that Guanzhong had raised in the Tower of Punishment. Sir Jojo snorted and retracted his divine sense. Just as he was about to speak, he felt a sense of danger. Peach, before she could warn him, she felt that the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal had already quickly shifted his position with her in his arms. As he turned around, a crimson man-eating flower abruptly emerged behind them. With a crunch, it viciously gnawed on the zombie that wanted to sneak attack them, including its skin and bones. TSK, there are still two hidden here. With a flick of the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal's wrist, Arbor saw a wisp of green light in the darkness and flung it over at lightning speed. After two hisses, the roars of the zombies could be heard from the darkness. Then, the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal's wrist tightened, tightening the two vines that were restraining the zombies. The furious roars of the two corpse puppets weakened bit by bit until they finally stopped completely. Chapter 3149. Only the Hong Clan Academy student's heavy panting could be heard in the darkness. It was evident that he was terribly frightened. Emolien and Duan Yu had already returned to their side at this time, and they suddenly said in unison, "Be careful. Time and space are about to change." Three figures flashed at the same time. Although the Hong Clan Academy student who was sitting paralyzed on the ground didn't know what was about to happen, his desire to live was still instinctive. He rolled on the ground and crawled in the direction of Duan Yu and Emolien's voices. At the same time, the light of day gradually appeared in front of him, and his vision gradually turned from blurry to clear. This scene of night and day alternating was clearly seen by everyone. The Hong Clan Academy student couldn't help but gasp. It was only now that he could clearly see that this day and night alternation caused the entire space of the mystic realm to turn upside down. During this slow rotation, all living things that came into contact with the boundary between the sun realm and the moon realm would be crushed into ashes by a powerful force. The Hong Clan Academy students' gaze fixated on the other end of the vine. On the other side of the taut vines, there were two ferocious-looking corpse puppets hanging in the air. As the sun-moon mystery realm intersected with each other, their bodies were slowly squeezed into transparent pieces at the intersection point. Then, they disappeared completely. That student only felt his legs turn to jelly, and he didn't even have the strength to stand up. He sat there in a daze, stupefied as he stared at this scene of sun and moon alternation. He completely didn't realize that he was also being inverted by the sun-moon mystic realm. Due to the influence of gravity, he fell from the sky with an awe and fell into a pit with a bang. Only then did he shake his body and pull the face out of the pit. This guy couldn't be a retard, right? Sir Jojo was suspended in the air in the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal's arms. He was currently expressionlessly looking at the idiot who crawled out of the pit. At the same time, the lone Muroshuan continued to climb in the dark. She felt that the rocks below her were extremely sharp, causing her knees and elbows to be abraded. She loudly called out, Big Brother, and couldn't help but feel a bit panicked. Big Brother was actually so heartless, Mu Rochuan thought. Was he really going to abandon this sister of his? She didn't know how many hours had passed, but Big Brother actually let her lie here alone and crawl like a dead dog? Was he really her biological big brother? Mu Rochuan wanted to scream, but she found that her whole body was weak and powerless. Traces of pain traveled back and forth in her veins, causing beads of sweat the size of soybeans to drip down from her forehead. Hate? Are you angry? Do you want to start over? Do you want to obtain new power? That warm and gentle voice continued to reverberate in Mu Rochuan's ears. It was so gentle that it was as if waves of blue waves were brushing past her. The ebb and flow of the tide was constantly being replayed in her ears. Who's playing tricks? Who is it? Mu Rochuan suddenly turned around and saw that the scene inside the entire Sun-Moon Mystery Realm was slightly distorted. The small pebbles behind her were being crushed into powder bit by bit as the Sun Realm and the Moon Realm alternated. How pitiful. That voice came from behind her ears again. How could you be so careless? You're lying right at the boundary where the Mystic Realm alternates. Chapter 3150. If you don't crawl forward when the Sun-Moon Mystery Realm shifts to your side, you'll be sliced into tiny pieces. You won't be able to repair it. This gentle voice actually sounded a little familiar. However, Mu Rochuan was in so much pain that she was about to explode. How could she recognize who was speaking? Moreover, although that charming voice had a hint of gentleness, the coldness in her bones couldn't be suppressed. Mu Rochuan felt cold all over and her entire body was trembling. Her gaze followed the shattered space, and her pupils suddenly constricted. When the Sun-Moon Mystic Realm shifts to her side, would it tear her apart? Do you need my help? That gentle voice sounded again. Now, I'll give you a chance to choose. Die or submit. I will let you have a body of absolute strength. You will no longer fear anyone in this world. Everyone will become tiny ants in your eyes. Strength, speed, and super powerful special ability. It's waving at you. Miss Mu, do you accept it or not? Have you thought it through? A slender, jade-like hand appeared in Mu Rochuan's eyes. In the palm of the hand was a small scarlet pill. It looked a little like a cinnabar pill. Her body trembled as she tried her best to crawl forward and crawl. Suddenly, she reached out and snatched the cinnabar pill from the hand. Mu Rochuan steeled her heart and put the pill in her mouth and chewed vigorously. What a good child. In the future, you will be very glad that you made the right choice today. That large hand gently patted Mu Rochuan's head. Mu Rochuan's eyes became slightly moist. She tried hard to raise her head and look at the person in front of her. However, a wave of dizziness attacked her and she couldn't see anything clearly. Before she fell, the corner of her lips curled up into a cold arc arbor. You and I will fight to the death. The students of the Hong Family Academy finally woke up from their stupefied state. He quickly climbed out of the hole and bowed to Arbor to express his gratitude. The reason why he was able to keep his life was all thanks to the help of these nobles. Otherwise, he would have already become the monster's food. Thinking of this, the student from the Hong Family Academy couldn't help but shiver. My name is Huang Sheng. The student cupped his hands towards them. Thank you for your help. This mystic realm was too strange. It was so cold just now, but now it's really hot. The main reason why he was almost ambushed by the corpse puppet earlier was that his hands and feet were frozen to the point that they were not very nimble. However, he was reluctant to use his spiritual power to relax his muscles and promote blood circulation, so he almost encountered great danger. Jojo was so hot that he wanted to take off his jacket. The venerable peach blossom immortal curled his lips and waved his hand. A banana umbrella held up by the wood spirits covered her head. The student from the Hong Family Academy raised his hand to wipe the beads of sweat that trickled down his forehead. He hurriedly undid his collar and took off his outer robe, but he still felt unbearably hot. Mo Yin reached out and snatched his little wife away. Chapter 3151. That banana leaf then moved above his and Jojo's heads. Let's go. Let's walk around while it's still daylight, Duanyu said. He had only taken a step when he couldn't resist turning back to glance at Arbor. Jojo, did you notice that you seem to have grown a bit? Lady Jojo looked down at her hands, and her eyes brightened. That's right, her sleeves and pant legs had shrunk, so they were indeed a bit bigger. Quickly let Lady Jojo down. The little fellow quickly wriggled her small body and had Prince Emo put her down on the ground. She excitedly ran 2 laps around the field, and her small face was flushed red as she ran to them with a head full of sweat. Are you a bit bigger? The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal coughed lightly and brushed away a strand of hair in front of his eyes, turning his face to the side in passing. Duanyu, Emolien, no. Lady Jojo's small face that faintly revealed excitement instantly drooped. She expressionlessly glanced at them before turning to walk forward with her small paws behind her back. Let's go. The trio. Why was this little fellow so funny? Did she think that her small arms and legs would grow longer just by running a few laps around the field? Didn't that have to wait for that talisman's effect to wear off first? Jojo, your current appearance is about the same as when you were 7 years old. Emolien nodded and said with a smile, that's true. Lady Qiao Qiao continued to walk forward without any expression on her face. She could hear the 3 of them talking behind her. The main reason was that the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal asked curiously, Jojo looked like this when she was 7 years old? So skinny? What do you know? She was even skinnier back then than now. She was as pitiful as a little bean sprout. She didn't weigh anything when I carried her. I met Jojo in her village. What about you? Duanyu suddenly asked. I was also in her village. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal instantly asked curiously, what village is that? You 2 were both in her village back then? All right. How did you 2 meet her? Why should I tell you? When I saw Jojo, she was hiding behind a tree and watching me. Who likes to look at you when you're so shameless? Prince Emo grumpily rebuked Duanyu. The first time I met Jojo, she was killing people by a stinky ditch. Both of them were shocked and turned to look at Emolien. When did this happen? Although Jojo was leading the way with his 2 claws behind his back, his ears were perked up as he listened to their chatter at this moment. He finally couldn't take it anymore and turned back to roar, let's go. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal couldn't help but chuckle. Who did you kill beside the smelly ditch? Tell me. Since he had nothing to do, he might as well chat. Xiao Mu grumpily glared at them. What stinky ditch? That's a man-made canal in the village. Besides, when did she kill anyone? Didn't she know when to stop? Speaking of the past, she suddenly felt that the days really passed by quickly. Arbor ran a dozen steps forward when she suddenly heard a small noise from her bones. Her mind jolted, and she quickly ducked behind a tree to hide, using the tree to quickly hide in Paradise Planet. Before the spirit domain's power could disperse, it was sealed by Emolien and the other 2's powers, who had rushed over in time. Once Arbor entered Paradise Planet, she swiftly sprinted back to her treehouse. Her petite body had just leaped into the treehouse when it rapidly transformed. Chapter 31:52. She didn't even have time to take off her little clothes before they burst open and turned into strips of rags that hung on her body. Sir Jojo looked down at her familiar body. With a stoic expression, she took out a red combat suit from her inner world and draped it over herself. It was time to show off her skills. She had enough of this petite body. When she swayed out from behind the tree again, the little stoic was already dressed in a bright red combat suit, which was exceptionally eye-catching. Her fine black hair was loosely gathered, and she stood tall and slender, looking peerlessly beautiful. When she walked out from behind the tree, Emolien and the others were startled when they looked over, as though they didn't expect this little stoic to recover in a matter of minutes. Emolien blinked in amazement. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal drifted to the little stoic's front and said with a bewitching smile, Ah, my lord Xiao Qiao, is your outfit the same as mine? Look, we look so compatible in the same outfit. Scram! Emolien hastily flew to his wifey's side and swung her fist at the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal without any explanation. Compatible my ass. Go, change back to your previous pink clothes. No. The venerable peach blossom immortal shook his head resolutely. I like to wear red now, the same red as my Sir Jojo's. What should she do when her hands itched to beat someone up? Emolian moved her fingers. When she looked back, she saw that student from the Hong Estate Academy called Huang Sheng walking over. Miss Chiao Yi, what's wrong? When he realized that asking Miss Chiao this question might cause her displeasure, Huang Sheng scratched his head embarrassedly and said, Apologies, I was just curious and asked out of turn. Arbor glanced at him and naturally couldn't be bothered to explain. Jojo, are you hot? Duan Yu twitched his mouth and asked. It was such a hot day, yet Jojo had wrapped herself in 2 layers and was even wearing a red combat suit that shone like the sun. She looked very hot just by looking at it. Sir Jojo glanced at them expressionlessly and then took out 4 water spirit talismans from her pocket and gave them to them. Use them to lower your temperature. I have 4 pasted in my clothes. Right now, it didn't feel hot. In fact, there were too many people pasted on him. The cold air was whooshing, and he felt quite cold. Everyone was speechless. This is a water talisman. Huang Sheng took a water spirit talisman that was glowing with a purple light. He looked at it, but he couldn't tell what grade it was. However, he had a feeling that this purple water spirit talisman was definitely of an extraordinary level. But Miss Chiao, this nouveau riche, took 4 water spirit talismans and stuck them in her clothes as cooling devices. Stick it on and let it melt into ice. It's quite comfortable to stick it on your back. Huang Sheng's hands trembled slightly. He felt that it was a waste to use the water spirit talisman just like that. But Jojo was looking at him. He could only use his trembling spirit energy to activate the talisman. Enduring the pain in his heart, he stuck the water spirit talisman on his back. Wasn't the water spirit talisman used to attack people? Since when did it have a cooling effect? It was too wasteful. Huang Sheng silently wept. Sure enough, after the water spirit talisman was stuck on his back, he felt cool air whooshing out of his body. He instantly felt better under the scorching sun, and his mind also cleared up. Jojo, you're so smart. It was rare that someone was still praising that prodigal girl at this time. Arbor took out another stack of water spirit talismans from his pocket and handed them to Emolian, Duan Yu, and the venerable peach blossom immortal. Chapter 3153. This talisman can maintain its effects for about 2 hours. Once it's used up, we'll switch to another one. The 3 of them nodded repeatedly. Sure enough, after using the water spirit talisman to cool down, they didn't feel that suffocating heat when they walked. Now that they didn't need to expend their spiritual energy to block out the surrounding heat waves, they were all relaxed and quickened their pace toward the depths of the mystic realm. I wonder where Xian and the others were transferred to, Arbor said with a frown. As Huang Sheng followed them, he felt a sense of security. He was very grateful to them and hurriedly asked, Miss Chiao, are you talking about your companions? Previously, I did meet Miss Chi and that fatty brother in front of a large hall. However, we were attacked by a large group of zombies not long after, and we were separated as we fought. Those corpse puppets are chasing after us like crazy. They even split up a few of our teammates who were originally gathered together. I was chased in this direction by them, and in the end, I was the only one fighting. Huang Sheng said, I suspect that someone is overseeing and commanding those zombies. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to formulate a strategy of separating and attacking us one by one. Arbor nodded. You said you met Xian at the entrance of a large hall? Huang Sheng quickly nodded. It's just that we've shifted time and space, so I don't remember the exact location of that large hall. As he said this, he scratched his head in embarrassment and looked apologetically at Arbor. Arbor nodded. Xian and the others are very clever and have many defensive items. They're also quite strong, so it shouldn't be a problem for them to deal with 2 or 3 zombies. We just have to find them as soon as possible. Since Huang Sheng said he met Xian and the others in front of some large hall, then they would set this large hall as their target first and talk after finding it. Jojo, there are people coming up ahead, Duan Yu suddenly said. Arbor knew that their divine senses were above hers. Since Duan Yu said there were people coming, then there were quite a few of them. The four of them tacitly moved to the side, leaving a path in the middle. Dust billowed as Zhongli Jiwei and a few people ran in front like dogs. Behind them, there were 20 to 30 crooked corpse puppets with broken limbs chasing after them. A strange light flashed in Arbor's eyes, and his fingers moved slightly. Mo Yin couldn't help but laugh in his heart. He secretly glanced at his little wife, and the corners of his mouth raised into a smile. Could this little guy be? You must be missing the days when you were chased by these ugly things. There were sparks of excitement in her sparkling big eyes. Ahem! The violent side of his wife's heart was stirring again. Roar! A corpse puppet with a missing arm suddenly roared. All the corpse puppets instantly sped up and pounced on Ba Shu, who was at the end of the line. Ba Shu turned around and saw the corpse hag opening its huge mouth and biting towards the back of his head. Without another word, he picked up a worn-out shoe and slammed it on the corpse puppet's ugly face. As he ran and jumped, he also pulled off the worn-out shoe on his other foot and threw it behind him. Then, he quickly jumped up and arrived behind Zhongli Jiwei in a few jumps. Chapter 31:54. Roar, roar, roar. Several zombies twisted their bodies and angrily glared at the person at the back of the group with their ghastly white eyes. Commandery Princess Xiangchang's heart was about to leap out of her chest. When she looked up, she just happened to see Duan Yu standing by the roadside. She immediately shrieked excitedly, as if she had seen her biological father. Ali, Ali, save me, Ali. Right now, she had taken several speed-increasing pills in succession to barely keep up with the group's movements. If she was really left behind by the group, she would undoubtedly become a tool for the zombies and be heartlessly abandoned by this group. At this time, Ba Shu also saw our dear Duan Yu standing by the roadside. He hastily wailed, "Your Highness Prince Chun, save me." It was unknown how much strength Commandery Princess Xiangchang exerted, but she erupted with unprecedented potential. She ran past Zhongli Jiwei while panting, wanting to pounce into Duan Yu's arms all of a sudden. "Big brother Ali." Commandery Princess Xiangchang's sobbing voice was still lingering in the air when she suddenly felt her body lighten. Someone had actually sent her flying with a kick. Duan Yu, who originally wanted to dodge, silently stood on the spot, the corner of his mouth twitching imperceptibly. However, the little stoic shot over like a cannonball. With a sweep of her small hand, a long saber wrapped in flames appeared in her small hand. She stood far away from the group of zombies and brandished the long saber in her hand. She could chop off a zombie's head with each swing of the saber and conveniently store the crystal cores that flew out from the heads into her storage talisman. After this, Zhongli Jiwei and everyone else's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. This little stoic simply didn't care about their lives. She purely wanted to find these zombies to fight, so she simply didn't care if those zombies were chasing other people. She picked a few of them herself and just fought with the zombies there. She even switched out several weapons in succession, as if she was opening a weapons shop, trying out all kinds of weapons. It seemed like today was the day he had to try out a weapon that was suitable for killing zombies. Ba Shu dodged left and right to avoid several zombies that pounced at him. Then, he rolled his eyes and cunningly hid behind Duan Yu, Mo Lian, and the others. He kept yelling, "Your Highness Prince Chun, this subordinate is about to be beaten to death by these zombies. Please lend us a hand." Duan Yu swept that person a disdainful glance. He was a level 12 great spiritual cultivator, yet he was being chased like a dog by a few mere zombies. Truly shameful. It wasn't that Ba Shu couldn't defeat those corpse puppets, but that this kid was too selfish. He was absolutely unwilling to spend any more effort than the others. He would rather hide in the group and watch the entire group being chased by the zombies. Consume spiritual energy to help this team destroy the corpse puppets? Why? His spiritual energy wasn't picked up for free. If it was all used up, it would be difficult for him to fully recover it. Ba Shu always felt that it was better to preserve his strength than to reveal all his cards at once. Quickly look, what is that? At this time, a student from the Hong Clan Academy in the group suddenly yelled in a trembling voice. Old Pa, Old Pa. Huang Sheng hastily called out when he saw his companion. Old Pa, quickly come over, Old Pa. That student called Old Pa had a middle-aged appearance and didn't look young anymore. Who knew how many years he had wasted in the academy, but he still couldn't graduate. Chapter 31:55. Old Pa looked in Huang Sheng's direction with a slightly happy expression. Huang Sheng, are you all right? I'm fine. Come here, Old Pa. Huang Sheng anxiously waved at his companions. Oh, what's that? Look, flying corpse puppets? When Zhongli Jiwei heard the hasty cries, her expression couldn't help but change slightly. She subconsciously raised her head to look, and sure enough, she saw a dark mass of flapping corpse puppets sweeping towards them. Chow Chow, Mo Yin called out in an urgent voice. Arbor quickly left the battlefield and returned to their side. He silently pulled out a purple talisman from his sleeve. Try it? Mo Yin curled her lips. I don't think these things are afraid of fire. This group of flying corpse puppets made them feel a bit of fire's spiritual energy flowing through their bodies. It seemed like this group of corpse puppets had been collectively improved. It's fine. I have to test it to know if it's useful or not, Arbor said indifferently. He then flicked his finger, and the talisman flew into the sky with the force of a thunderbolt. In an instant, the entire sky was covered by a purple light. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and a bolt of lightning crashed into the group of flying corpse puppets. A flying corpse puppet that was flying in the air was blown to smithereens. Mo Yin and the others were all shocked. When they looked up again, they saw that the purple talisman was already surging with waves of lightning spiritual energy. So it wasn't an explosion talisman. It was a multi-layered lightning explosion talisman. A lightning explosion talisman contained at least 4 layers of lightning explosion power. Thus, when this round of inhumane lightning struck down, everyone only saw the flying corpse puppets being bombarded and falling from the sky one by one. Everyone was a bit dumbstruck. Ba Shu was shocked, and he was a bit more afraid of the little girl's methods. He jealously looked at the lightning explosion talisman floating in the air with a leisurely purple light. He couldn't help but clamor in his heart. Damn it, people with status and identity are so rich that they can casually throw out a 5-spirit talisman. The talisman in front of him looked much more powerful than a pure thunder spirit talisman. It was obvious that it was not an ordinary item. Thinking about how he had drifted about in the stormy Jianghu for so long, he didn't even have a good talisman. It really made him feel unhappy. At this time, Zhongli Jiwei had also crawled up from the ground in a flustered and exasperated manner. She pointed at Xiao Mu and stammered you for a long time. Her lips were trembling from anger, and she was simply unable to utter a coherent sentence. This woman before just picked these corpse puppets and beat them up as if it was child's play. She didn't have any consciousness of saving people at all. Roar. A fierce roar came from the sky. Xiaomu looked up and saw a mutated giant zombie with 4 wings abruptly swooping down from midair. It was like a rapidly descending ball of light before abruptly exploding in front of her eyes. Mo Yin didn't say anything and took a step forward first. The slender dark moon came out from her wrist and stabbed toward the corpse hag's left eye without saying anything. Clang! When the dark moon cut the corpse hag's left eye, the sound of metal colliding rang out. Sir Jojo's heart jumped fiercely, and he couldn't help but shout, "Be careful of this mutated corpse hag. It's already trained to have a head of copper and an arm of iron." Roar! The 4-winged mutated corpse hag's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and it suddenly reached out to grab Mo Yin's arm. Chapter 31:56. Arbor's mood rose and fell as he watched the zombie emitting a vicious glint pounce at Mo Yin and viciously swipe its claws. Clang! The zombie's claws were blocked by Mo Yin's godly armor, as if they had brushed past an iron plate. Roar! That mutated zombie roared angrily at Mo Yin, as if he had provoked a deep-seated rage. His eyes, which had turned white, stared at him coldly. Mo Yin sneered, and a small cluster of black flames floated out of his fingertip. It didn't flicker very violently, but it was very dazzling. That mutated zombie clearly had intelligence. The instant it saw the black flames, it shuddered and subconsciously shuddered. Mo Lien crooked his slender finger at it, and that mutated zombie's eyes rolled back and forth, following the black flames on his hand. Unexpectedly, it was struck in the head by a 10-inch-long, bone-piercing nail. That guy roared and turned his head around madly. Mo Lien curled his lips, and the black flames in his hand transformed into a black arrow as he teleported. It sank into the zombie's head with a whoosh. Roar, roar. This time, that zombie was truly unlucky. It was suffering from the fact that it couldn't speak. In reality, its head was exploding happily like fireworks. Shut up. Duan Yu floated in the air and plunged his sword deep into the zombie's head. The mutated zombie crawled with its claws, wanting to slap Duan Yu away. Unexpectedly, when it moved, it discovered that its limbs had been bound by several hundred vines at some point in time. Prince Mo sneered on the inside. Who would fight a disgusting fellow like you one-on-one? Of course, it was a group fight and a quick fight. Upon seeing this, Sir Jojo hastily said, "Just beat it until it's crippled. Don't kill it. Tie it up and make it into a small base for research." He wondered if the drug in this mutated zombie's body was any different from that of Sister Qijing. Arbor felt that he could study this point and find out some patterns of the zombie's mutation. When Mo Lien and the other two heard this, they naturally nodded. They would beat him up without caring about anything else first. That mutated zombie puppet was also quite unlucky. Its head had been struck by the black fire and Duan Yu's sword strike, so it was currently in a daze and couldn't even tell north from south. The three bastards did not care about its condition. After a violent beating, the unlucky zombie was on the verge of death. The venerable peach blossom immortal had tied the corpse up tightly with wooden vines. 2 of its wings had been chopped off. Now, the corpse puppet was lying on the ground, looking extremely miserable. Sure enough, no matter how ferocious this thing was, it could only be beaten up by 3 perverts. Arbor expressionlessly put it into a storage talisman and asked worriedly, "It won't break out of the storage talisman, will it? How dare it?" Mo Lien snorted. "It's already on the verge of death. Jojo, don't worry, it won't be able to get up." Arbor thought about it and agreed. After being beaten up by these 3 people, that zombie was probably not in a half-crippled state, but was probably completely crippled. She cheerfully put away the storage talisman and turned to look. Zhongli Jiwei's team was currently engaged in a fierce battle with the flying corpse puppets. That grandson Ba Shu no longer pretended to be a good-for-nothing. How could he be reluctant to part with that bit of spirit aura in a life-and-death situation? Seeing 2 flying corpse puppets approach him, Ba Shu hurriedly flung out a few streaks of spirit energy. After a few whooshes, the spirit energy instantly moved in front of the flying corpse puppets. Chapter 3157. If Ba Shu was still worried about running out of spirit power, then he wouldn't be able to get past the hurdle in front of him at all. The 2 flying corpse puppets attacked him from the front and back. One clawed at the back of his neck, while the other bit at his arm with its enormous mouth. Ba Shu was shocked. He rolled to the side and quickly grabbed the arm of one of his companions, using that person's body to block the corpse puppet in front of him. The person whose arm Ba Shu had grabbed was the old student of the Hong Fu Academy, Old Pak. Huang Sheng saw this and immediately roared, "What are you doing? Old Pak, get out of the way." However, how could Old Pak escape in time with his arm in Ba Shu's grasp? Seeing the flying corpse puppet open its enormous mouth and about to bite his chest, Old Pak felt a little sad and couldn't help but wail in his heart, "My life is over." He hadn't expected that he would lose his life here when he came to the secret realm in search of opportunities. He had done his homework for this trip to the secret realm and spent a lot of effort to get the temple to choose him. Thinking of this, Old Pak's heart was filled with sorrow. Clang! A loud sound rang out. Old Pak jumped in fright and immediately pulled himself out of his sorrowful mood. Looking closely, he saw that the flying corpse puppet in front of him had been shot through the back of its head by a black crossbow arrow. The black crow-gold arrow had taken out a crystal core. With a shake of the arrowhead, it stuck the crystal core into the ground. Arbor walked forward and gently plucked it out, picking up the crow-gold arrow along with the crystal core. She turned her head to look coldly at Bashu and roared at the dumbfounded old pack. What are you spacing out for? If you don't even know how to save yourself when it's a matter of life and death, don't expect others to be kind enough to save you. Being reprimanded by a young girl like this, Old Pack's old face flushed red. However, when he thought about it again, he couldn't help but feel ashamed. Wasn't that true? Just now, when he was in danger, he hadn't thought about how to save himself. Instead, he had been wailing in his heart. His methods of handling matters were worse than a young girl's. He was truly ashamed. Bashu was stunned for a moment. Then he stabbed a saber in his hand into the head of another flying corpse puppet. He stabbed it several times as if he wanted to vent his dissatisfaction. When he pulled out the knife, he opened the corpse puppet's head, but didn't find any crystal cores. Not every corpse puppet had a crystal core in its head. Now, those with special abilities knew that the crystal cores in the zombie's head could improve their special abilities. Therefore, on the black market, the crystal cores in the zombie's head were sold for quite a high price. Damn it! He had just seen the little girl pull out several corpse puppet crystal cores. Why was his luck so bad? He was practically carrying it all the way to his grandmother's house. At this moment, Huangsheng had already dashed to Old Pa's side. He turned around and glared at Bashu as he roared. You bastard! What were you doing just now? Huh? Looking at Huangsheng's bulging eyes and cursing expression, Bashu couldn't help but curse in his heart. However, considering that Huangsheng had come from Prince Mo's team, Bashu gave him some face. He smiled obsequiously and said with a vulgar expression, Hey, brother, it's just a misunderstanding, What misunderstanding? I saw with my own eyes that you grabbed Old Pa and used him as a corpse puppet. Do you still have any humanity left in you? What fucking humanity? Chapter 3158. Bashu fiercely spat in his mind. How could I think so much at a moment of life and death? I just want to survive, let alone an ordinary person like Old Pa standing next to me. It's not like I can't betray a prince or nobleman when I'm still alive. Bashu muttered this in his mind, but he didn't dare to show it on the surface. He smiled obsequiously again and looked at the expressionless Arbor. Crown Princess, please be the judge. What did I do? It was a chaotic and dangerous moment at that time. I just did it out of self-defense, didn't I? What kind of self-defense is that? You're simply betraying your teammates. Sir Jojo's furious roar made him narrow his eyes dangerously. He scanned Bashu up and down with a terrifying, bone-chilling light. Bashu was startled. He took a defensive step back. He didn't know why, but he felt that the little girl's gaze was like a blade that could instantly cut through his veins and skin. It was especially terrifying. You, Crown Princess, don't listen to his nonsense. Strictly speaking, we don't count as a team. It's just a group of people who coincidentally walk together. Bashu's voice involuntarily became softer when he saw the little stoic's cold face. The little crown princess coldly swept her gaze over Bashu as if she was looking at trash. I advise you to stay far away from me. If you come within 10 steps of me the next time we meet, I'll kill you. Bashu's heart thumped fiercely, and he hurriedly retreated a dozen or so steps in a panic. He seemed to be able to sense that the little girl wasn't joking with him. Her gaze was especially serious and cold. He was a bit afraid of this little girl, but it wasn't because of her meager cultivation level. It was because not only were there several terrifyingly powerful spiritual beasts and divine beasts by her side, but there was also Prince Mo, His Highness Prince Chun, and the other capricious lords. Bashu didn't dare to court death and retreated a few more steps. He only turned around when he smelled something fishy. At this time, he had already retreated to the side of Zhongli Jiwei and the others, and was surrounded by the flying corpse puppets. In desperation, he could only summon his sword again and continue to fight with the flying corpse puppets. Those flying corpse puppets were quite interesting. They just kept chasing after Zhongli Jiwei and the others, as if they wanted to vent their anger on these people. They roared and chased after them. Not a single one flew over to attack Mo Lien and the others. Bashu was truly angered by the beating. He cursed in his heart. These bastards only pick the weakest ones to bully. If you have the guts, Go find Prince Mo and the others. It was all because they saw that the four-winged flying corpse puppet was about to be smashed to death by Prince Mo and the others. So they were too scared to go over. Even a fucking corpse puppet had intelligence. How could they endure this? Zhongli Zhuwei couldn't help but turn her head and shout at old Pa, "Why aren't you coming over to help?" At this critical moment of life and death, one more person meant one more strength. Zhongli Zhuwei naturally couldn't bear to see old Pa doing nothing by himself. Why were they being chased by the flying corpse puppets here, while the others could stand aside and watch the fun? The person that Zhongli Zhuwei wanted to shout at the most was actually Arbor. But when she saw the crown prince's indifferent expression, she didn't dare to shout at Arbor directly, so she took a roundabout way. Chapter 31:59. After being yelled at by Zhongli Zhuwei, old Pa subconsciously grasped the weapon in his hand. He lifted his foot and was about to walk towards Zhongli Zhuwei's group. "Old Pa, why are you still going there?" Huang Sheng yelled at him, grabbing his arm and passing. He glanced at Ba Shu with disdain. "You're really honest. They're not even on the same team as you, so why are you still going over? Since you're not on the same team, you should stay here. Don't join the fun." Zhongli Zhuwei was so angry that she screamed. As she screamed, she kicked away a corpse puppet in front of her and roared, "What do you mean we're not on the same team? Didn't we enter the secret realm together? You?" Her voice was suddenly interrupted by a corpse puppet that pounced in front of her. That corpse puppet moved very quickly. Its sharp claws suddenly stretched out and clawed at her beautiful face. Zhongli Zhuwei was so scared that her face turned green. Her whole body fell backwards and hit the ground with a bang. Arbor couldn't help but glance at her. He couldn't help but feel that the back of her head must be hurting. At this moment, Zhongli Zhuwei was indeed in so much pain that she couldn't speak. However, she didn't have time to curse. She could only roll to the side and avoid the corpse puppet that suddenly raised its foot to step on her. Damn thing. Zhongli Zhuwei couldn't help but be furious. She raised her hand and blocked with the long sword in front of her. Who would have thought that when the corpse puppet grabbed it, the good sword would actually be twisted into a twist? Zhongli Zhuwei was so angry that she felt like her chest was about to explode. She finally obtained a level 5 spiritual weapon, but it was destroyed by this corpse. This made her so angry that she wanted to explode. She wanted to kill that corpse puppet. Kill that guy. Zhongli Zhuwei threw away the twisting flower sword in her hand, took out a bottle of medicinal liquid from her bosom, and poured it into her mouth. Then, she jumped up, summoned another spirit weapon from her mind, and slashed at the corpse puppet in front of her. She didn't believe that a level 9 spiritual master couldn't beat a corpse puppet. "Be careful," Gu Yishuan shouted from his side. Gu Yishuan opened his defensive ring, and a transparent barrier suddenly fell on Zhongli Zhuwei's body. At the same time, the corpse puppet's 2 arms suddenly flew out of its body and wrapped around Zhongli Zhuwei's neck. Zhongli Zhuwei opened her mouth in shock and subconsciously took a step back. Gu Yishuan flew forward and heavily chopped off the corpse puppet's large head with his sword. Only then did this dangerous battle end. More than half of the flying corpse puppets had been dealt with by Ba Shu and the others. Zhongli Zhuwei immediately became flustered and exasperated. She walked in front of Old Pack. Knowing that this guy wouldn't resist, she raised her hand and slapped him in the face. "Pa!" This slap caused everyone to raise their eyebrows. Many people revealed doubtful and puzzled looks. Why did Ms. Zhongli throw a tantrum again? Why did she only pick a fight with old Pa? Don't you have any shame? We've been on the same path for so long, but you suddenly turned hostile. It's fine if you don't come to help, but you still instigated the people around you to listen to you. You don't care about the lives of others. How can you be so shameless? What a flirtatious bitch. Chapter 3160. Everyone was flabbergasted. What was going on? Old Pa became a coquettish bitch? Why did these words sound a bit off? Everyone secretly shifted their gazes to Old Pa's side. Lady Jojo expressionlessly looked at Old Pa, who appeared to be in a daze after being slapped. Her gaze shifted to Zhongli Zhuwei, and she slowly walked towards her. Duan Yu couldn't resist facepalming. Why couldn't these people let their Jojo off slap? Lady Jojo raised her small hand and returned a slap to Zhongli Jiwei's face. She then backhanded her 2 more slaps, returning it to her thrice. Ah! Zhongli Jiwei covered her small face in shock and glared angrily at the woman in front of her. Ever since she entered the mystic realm, oh, no, it should be said that ever since this woman returned to the capital, she, Zhongli Jiwei, had never had a comfortable day. Who are you calling a coquettish bitch? Lady Jojo sternly glared at her. She beckoned with her hand, and a ferrule floating with ink-colored light appeared in her palm. Don't think that Lady Jojo is a fool and can't understand your indirect insults. On the surface, she was scolding old Pa for having no love for her teammates and not coming to help. But in reality, she was scolding Jojo. She was scolding Jojo for not coming to help and even instigating Mo Lien, Duan Yu, and the others not to help. That was exactly what she meant. Lady Jojo's small face was cold as she lightly patted Zhongli Jiwei's head with the ferrule. Say it again. How did she become a coquettish bitch? Simply laughable. Lady Jojo's small face was stoic as she sized up Zhongli Jiwei. It's not too late for you to change your words now. Zhongli Jiwei stared at her angrily, her face flushed red. With so many people watching, how could she be willing to admit defeat under the watchful eyes of so many people? So she stiffened her head and coldly said, "You admitted it yourself out of guilt slap." Zhongli Jiwei was about to go mad from anger. How could this person beat her up so brazenly? Stop! Gu Yishuan frowned and shouted gravely, "Crown Prince Consort, what are you doing? Let's talk things out." Arbor raised his eyes and glanced at him. Then, he grabbed Zhongli Jiwei's hair and kicked her back. Punk! Zhongli Jiwei suddenly fell flat on her face. Her face was fiercely pressed against the ground. Xiangchang Commandery Princess shrieked, You! Arbor looked at her expressionlessly. I have a medicine to treat stuttering. It costs 80,000 spirit coins. Do you need it? Everyone was speechless. The little crown princess was born with the ability to remain expressionless and infuriate others. Xiangchang Commandery Princess was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. She pointed at Arbor and strode forward. Her face was filled with anger. You were the one who kicked me just now. Damn, she didn't know at first. Previously, when she was running toward Brother Ali, she was suddenly sent flying by someone's kick. When she got up to take a look, she was almost scared to vomit by the rotten corpse puppet face in front of her. She had been silently tangled up since just now. How could Brother Ali be so heartless? He actually kicked Xiangchang out. In the end, when she saw Arbor kick Zhongli Jiwei to the ground, she instantly realized that she had wronged Brother Ali. Brother Ali didn't kick her away. It was clearly this woman in front of her. She kicked her far away with one leg. Chapter 3161. Commandery Princess Xiangchang was so infuriated that she broke into a sprint toward Xiaomu. How could you send me flying with a kick? Why did this person look so irritating? It was such a good opportunity to jump into her big brother Ali's arms, but this damned woman sent it flying with a kick. Arbor saw Xiangchang Princess running over with a fierce look on her face. Without thinking, she sent out a kick and sent her flying again. How annoying. You won't even let a ferret go. What reason do you have for me to let you go now? Lord Jojo silently complained in his heart. Then, he pulled Zhongli Jiwei's hair up. Say it. Who are you calling a flirtatious slut? Zhongli Jiwei was so angry that her whole body was trembling. She thought to herself that she had seen a ghost. She was actually being suppressed by this woman, and there was no room for her to resist. Gu Yishuan was a little angry. Crown Princess, you've gone too far. Arbor glanced at him. Why? Are you trying to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? Gu Yishuan couldn't help but feel a little suffocated by her indifferent attitude. Xiao Mu gazed at him coldly. Don't force yourself to stand out in all matters. If you don't have what it takes, then you're stupid if you insist on making a move. These people were really funny. Zhongli Jiwei was pointing at the mulberry tree and scolding the locust tree. Wasn't it too much to scold her for no reason? Was it too much to be pressed down by her now? Her mouth is too smelly. I'm just washing it for her out of kindness. After saying this, Xiao Mu took out an exquisite flask from Paradise Planet and placed it next to Zhongli Jiwei's lips with a sneer. A boy's urine for you to rinse your mouth. You're really lucky. Everyone was dumbfounded. Zhongli Jiwei's eyes widened in shock. She thought that Arbor wouldn't dare, but in reality, there was nothing that Arbor wouldn't dare to do. She grabbed Zhongli Jiwei's hair and pulled her scalp, forcing her to look up. The spout of the pot fell down. Everyone immediately revealed a horrified expression. The Crown Prince Consort was too ferocious. Zhongli Jiwei's face flushed red, and she hastily shut her small mouth, revealing an expression that looked like she was about to cry for being bullied. She turned her head to look at Mo Lien with teary eyes. The little stoic was baffled. She slapped her chest and said impatiently, "I'm the one who bullied you. Why are you glaring at Jojo's lotus?" Mo Lien, Duan Yu couldn't resist chuckling, and he face-bombed in a conflicted mood. Everyone couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Was she glaring at Prince Mo? She was clearly pitifully asking Prince Mo for help. He didn't know what kind of expression this little stoic had in her eyes. Once a very normal matter popped out of her mouth. It felt like something wasn't right. Rinse your mouth with the boy's urine. You can keep your mouth clean in the future. Arbor directly gave Zhongli Jiwei a pot of urine to wash her face and rinse her mouth, then threw a copper pot on her face. Ow! Zhongli Jiwei choked when she opened her mouth. After coughing twice, she felt that her entire body, face, and mouth was filled with the smell of urine. She was so disgusted that she retched repeatedly. She turned her face to the side and punched the ground, gagging, crying, and cursing angrily. Arbor looked at her expressionlessly. Stay far away from me when you see me in the future. Don't make things difficult for yourself. You bitch. Zhongli Jiwei staggered to her feet and pointed at Xiao Mu, sending a burst of spiritual energy flying over without any explanation. Chapter 3162. Arbor coldly stared back. The holy wood vine drilled out his hand and scattered Zhongli Jiwei's spiritual energy with a vine whip. Immediately after, he lashed out with his whip again. Even though they were far away, everyone could only hear a loud paw sound. A whip mark immediately appeared on Zhongli Jiwei's body. She curled up in pain and fell to the ground with a plop. Miss Zhongli. Gui Xuan quickly flew forward and stood in front of Zhongli Jiwei. He roared at Arbor, "Are you done? Ignorant." Jojo's eyes suddenly turned bone-chilling. He raised his hand, and the vine whip formed from Holywood wriggled like a snake and lashed at Gui Xuan. Naturally, Gui Xuan wouldn't stand there stupidly and take Jojo's whip. Therefore, Gui Xuan dodged, and the whip fell on Zhongli Jiwei's body again. She had just lifted her body up when she suddenly fell to the ground. Her entire body was in so much pain that she howled. "You see, you don't want to save her either," Arbor coldly said. "Why do you have to pretend to be a saint? Me? I don't buy it." After saying this, a pair of pitch-black eyes, like the deep waters of a cold lake, coldly stared at Gui Xuan. With a whoosh, he swept to his side. "Just now, when this miss slapped people and scolded them, you didn't say anything. When she pointed at old Pa's face and scolded the crown princess, you didn't say anything. Now you think you have a right to jump out and say anything? Get lost," Arbor angrily roared. With a flick of his fingers, dozens of purple talismans with cold light jumped up and quickly attacked Gui Xuan's body. Gui Xuan was shocked and quickly retreated. At the same time, the dozens of attack talismans were already heading straight for him. Bang, 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 bang. You people really are hypocrites. Xiao Mu gazed coldly at the flustered man who was in dire straits from the explosion of the attack talismans. It's as if in this world, you're the only ones who are allowed to casually scold and disrespect others, but others are not allowed to retaliate and disrespect you. She stared coldly at Gui Xuan and suddenly flicked her wrist. Go bite her to death. Gui Xuan was shocked. She didn't expect that her attempt to save someone would backfire. Instead, She had angered the young crown princess and made her want to kill someone. "Crown princess, please have mercy," Gu Yixuan hurriedly shouted. "Miss Zhongli knows her mistake." Gu Yixuan wasn't a fool. He finally realized what was going on. In front of the little crown princess, you really can't force yourself. In fact, this small matter might only require an apology from Miss Zhongli to be completely resolved. It was also possible that if she didn't intervene after the little crown princess rinsed Miss Zhongli's mouth, this matter would be over. Even if Miss Zhongli retaliated in a flustered and exasperated manner, she would only be whipped twice by the little crown princess, however. Now, the matter seemed to have become more and more complicated because of her own interference. Gu Yixuan hurriedly reached out to help Zhongli Jiwei up from the ground. He didn't care that she was covered in urine and quickly said, "Miss Zhongli, quickly apologized to the crown princess." It was more important to save her life first, Gu Yixuan thought. Unexpectedly, Zhongli Jiwei angrily pushed his hand away. Her face flushed red and she scolded. "I apologize to her? Who does she think she is?" Chapter 3163. She's just a lowly woman from the lower star domain. My father is Great General Zhongli. I'm the eldest miss of the Zhongli estate. Let's see if she dares to kill me. She was so infuriated by Arbor that she had completely lost her rationality and didn't know what she was saying anymore. She only knew that she had lost so much face in front of everyone today. She had really lost all her face. She could really throw caution to the wind now. "Ah!" Zhongli Jiwei suddenly screamed, and all the voices came to an abrupt halt. With a bang, she fell to the ground with her face facing the sky. A little blue snake slithered out from under her body. It raised its little head and scanned the surroundings before hissing and flicking its tongue. It hastily slithered back to its little master's side and obediently climbed onto her wrist. Old Pack's face had already turned pale from fright. He hurriedly said in self-reproach, Sorry. This happened because of me. He didn't know what to say now. This Miss Zhongli usually had a bad temper and yelled at everyone. But he didn't expect that she would suffer such a huge loss in the hands of this stoic-faced little crown princess today. These aristocrats of the great divine continent shouldn't implicate a small citizen like him when they fought among themselves. Arbor glanced at Old Pack indifferently. It has nothing to do with you. This Zhongli Jiwei had been scolding her the entire time. She had been scolding her Arbor the entire time. Old Pack was merely being used as a raft by that woman. Arbor glanced coldly at Zhongli Jiwei and curled her lips mockingly. Do you think I don't dare to kill you? Why don't you ask the king of hell yourself when you go to hell? Gu Yixuan was truly stupefied. Although he had seen the young crown prince consort's swift and decisive manner when she made a move, he truly didn't expect that the young crown prince consort would dare to make a move on Miss Zhongli. Gu Yixuan glanced at Prince Mo, who was watching the commotion from the side, and almost didn't know what to say. What a strange woman, Prince Mo muttered. He stepped forward and held Arbor's little hand. Later, I'll ask the old man to remove that old bastard's position. Otherwise, he would think that being a great general was a big deal. Usually, he didn't see many places where he could make contributions. He just stayed at home every day and used his past achievements to invite this and that. It was detestable just looking at it. Did he really think that this world was conquered by Zhongli's family? Duanyu speechlessly glanced at Prince Mo. Somehow, he felt that this guy was becoming more and more of an incapable ruler. Sir Jojo nodded expressionlessly. I think your father doesn't have a good eye for people. That's right. Mo Lien immediately nodded. That's why I'm quite worried about him. He's always surrounded by sycophants. No wonder the development of Shenzhou is so slow. In the future, the world will depend on the two of us. Duanyu. He felt that compared to Mo Lien's poisonous mouth, he was more benevolent to his royal father in terms of shamelessness. If Prince Mo claimed to be second, no one would dare to claim to be first. Saying that the world would depend on the two of them in the future when the emperor of the Shenzhou province heard this, he would definitely fall to the ground in anger. Gu Yixuan opened his mouth and couldn't resist saying, Crown Princess. How could the little crown princess still pay attention to him? She directly turned around, and pulled Mo Lien away. Huang Sheng suddenly shouted, "Hey, that main hall has appeared. It's in front, the main hall we went to before." Chapter 3164. Arbor's eyes lit up, and he turned to nod at Huang Sheng. "Come." After saying that, he quickly pulled Mo Lien and called out to Duan Yu and the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal before dashing towards the main hall that appeared out of thin air. Could it be that the space inside the mystic realm is changing again? There should be another 4 hours before it changes. Mo Lien calculated the time and said, "It's not time yet." Arbor nodded and wanted to say something else, but Chiu shouted, "Master, Master, the little monk is making a fuss about wanting to come out. He's rolling around on the ground, and I can't control him." Wasn't rolling around your favorite thing to do? Could it be that rolling around was contagious? Sir Jojo said with a stoic face, "Then let him out." The little monk was released, and his chubby body hung on a Jojo's arm as he whined. "Benefactress, this little monk couldn't pee at all just now." Arbor. Mo Lien was exasperated as she pulled him over and threw him on her back. "It must have been hard on you." The little monk continued to grumble. "Benefactress, it's wrong of you to force this little monk to pee like this." "It won't happen next time," Sir Jojo said with a dark expression. The little monk sniffled. "Benefactress, you said you would keep bringing this little monk with you after entering the mystic realm, but you keep lying to me and tossing me somewhere else at the drop of a hat. I'll keep bringing you with me from now on." "Benefactress, this little monk's stomach is a bit hungry." Arbor. "Benefactress, can you not make Benefactress Crown Prince carry this little monk?" Mo Lien really wanted to slap him to the ground. She couldn't get him off even if she wanted to. Why did this imp like to prattle so much? "Benefactress, this little monk told you just now that this little monk's stomach is very hungry." Duan Yu couldn't resist guffawing. This guy really made people laugh uncontrollably. Arbor took out a white and chubby bun from his inner world and dashed to Mo Lien's side, stuffing the little monk's mouth with the bun. The world fell silent. Jojo let out a sigh of relief. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal floated around them for a while and suddenly asked, "Hey, have you noticed? Although the palace is right in front of us, we've already sprinted for over a dozen kilometers, and it's still just a short distance away." Hearing this, everyone stopped in their tracks. As soon as they stopped, Huang Sheng and Old Pa also stopped. Behind them, Gu Yishuan, Shangchang Princess, and the others also stopped. Gu Yishuan was still holding the unconscious Zhongli Zhuwei. She raised her eyes and looked in the direction of Arbor. She gritted her teeth and said, "Crown Princess, Miss Zhongli was bitten by your poisonous pet. There is no antidote." This Gu Yishuan had caused her trouble again and again. Arbor's attitude towards this person was already extremely impatient. Gu Yishuan, who was holding Zhongli Zhiwei's arm, stiffened. Lowering his head to look at Zhongli Zhiwei, he saw that her complexion was incomparably dark, and her breathing was faintly discernible. This poison was truly vicious and ruthless. It had only been a few moments since she was poisoned, but she seemed to be on the verge of dying. This Zhongli Zhiwei was a level 9 spiritual cultivator, yet she couldn't withstand that little blue snake's poison. Gu Yishuan secretly glanced at the young crown prince consort again with some wariness in her heart. Arbor simply couldn't be bothered to care what this person was thinking. Whatever he wanted to guard against had nothing to do with her. Chapter 3165. As long as this Gu Yishuan didn't find trouble with her, she naturally wouldn't neurotically find trouble with him. If he had eyes, he naturally wouldn't find trouble with her again. It's clearly this main hall. Look. Sun Moon Temple, do you see it? Huang Sheng pointed ahead at the inverted signboard hanging above the main hall. This is the main hall I came to before. It was also around here that I met Miss Chi and the Fatty brothers. Mo Lien narrowed her eyes, and her gaze gradually shifted to a certain spot as she tilted her head up slightly. Following his gaze, Qiao Mu looked over, and a spectacular spectacle suddenly appeared before her eyes. The entire sky was covered by a layer of aqua blue film, as if it was a shallow ocean. Under the refraction of the sunlight, it emitted a transparent arc. Above their heads was a row of extremely extravagant and resplendent main halls hanging upside down. And the main hall they saw on the horizon earlier was merely a projection of this main hall hanging upside down in the sky. Colored glass spires, golden houses, and those rows of main halls were hanging downwards, and the spires were shining brightly above their heads. The most flabbergasting thing was that there seemed to be several people hanging upside down on the top of the colored glass spires. Without exception, those people's faces were hideous and distorted, and they were strung up on the top of the colored glass spires like candied haws on a skewer. Everyone shuddered from the bottom of their hearts. Oh my God, what was going on? On the other hand, Qiao Mu, Mo Yin, and the others' expressions turned solemn, and they unexpectedly retreated several steps, then several more steps. This is the other boundary of the Sun-Moon mystic realm, Arbor immediately said. Run! Duan Yu suddenly ordered, and he started running backwards with Mo Yin, Arbor, and the others. At the same time, this piece of land was slowly tilting, and they were like small pets trapped in a square box. As this box slowly flipped, they were upside down one by one. Gui Xuan's face immediately changed, and she subconsciously tightened her grip on Zhongli Jiwei. He suddenly understood what was going on with the people strung up on the crystal spire. It must be because when the box was flipped over, those people didn't have time to escape and fell straight down. They came into close contact with the spire of the hall and fell straight onto the glazed roof. He gave it a try, and sure enough, levitating was impossible. It turned out that during the process of space displacement, a person's ability to float would be blocked. Gui Xuan took a deep breath. He was practically dragging Zhongli Jiwei as he ran. Then, he realized that his speed had been slowed down quite a bit. At this time, Arbor and Mo Yin's group had already run out of the boundary. At the same time, they dragged the panting Huang Sheng and Old Pack out of the boundary. Old Pack panted heavily as he sat on the ground, panting heavily. His pupils suddenly contracted as he looked at the somewhat unbelievable scene in front of him. That boundary was like a box, and it was currently flipping over at an even faster speed. Gui Xuan finally chose to give up on Zhongli Jiwei in his internal struggle and rapidly retreated from the boundary. When he looked back, he saw that Zhongli Jiwei had already opened her eyes and was moving her lips at him, glaring at him hatefully. In the end, she screamed and fell down with the others. Gui Xuan closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he saw that Zhongli Jiwei had already become one of the candied haws on the glazed roof. Chapter 31:66. Gui Xuan subconsciously turned back to glance at Arbor. He originally thought that she would look at him with disdain, but unexpectedly, she didn't even spare him a glance. He only felt sorrow in his heart, as if a fox grieves for the death of a rabbit. Arbor had seen all kinds of faces in life and death situations, so she wasn't surprised that Gui Xuan could make such a choice. In fact, no one could find fault with Gui Xuan's decision. In a life and death situation, who would truly risk their life for someone who was neither a relative nor a friend? Gui Xuan's slender face had a trace of haze. He was somewhat depressed, but there was also an inexplicable anger. He didn't know what was going on. Facing this little crown princess, he always felt like he was punching cotton, with no place to exert his strength. If she ignored you, you couldn't vent your anger even if you were as angry as the sky. Gui Xuan took a deep breath and forced himself to turn back calmly. He was the most outstanding son of the Gu family, so he had to calm down and not let his anger rob him of his rationality. At this moment, the space they were in changed from top to bottom. Many people roared as they fell from Sir Jojo's side. Arbor looked at these people as if she was looking at an idiot. Mo Yin pulled her little hand, and with a light leap, she safely landed with Sir Jojo. When the space was completely changed, looking from afar on the horizon, there seemed to be two palaces separated by a distance, one in front and one behind. But now everyone knew that the palace behind was only a projection. Arbor pursed her lips and suddenly said, "We've been fooled." Most people's attention was on the main hall at this time. When they heard Arbor's words, they couldn't help but be stunned. Princess Xiangchang covered her aching cheek and turned her head, pursing her lips. She originally wanted to yell at her, but when she thought of Zhongli Jiwei's dead face, she was suddenly speechless. Her face was swollen after being kicked twice by this stoic face. Now that she saw her big brother Ali, she was actually a little traumatized and didn't dare to casually go over to look for a beating. Sir Jojo turned to look at Mo Yin and the other two and said, "This mystic realm is definitely not something that could be changed in 8 hours. You see, it's changing irregularly now. Moreover, the space has changed once, but the time hasn't changed." Prince Mo and the others nodded. This secret realm should have an owner. Arbor's words caused an uproar among the crowd. The master of this secret realm is trying to think of a way to kill us. Therefore, there was no such thing as an 8-hour cycle. The master of the mystic realm must be hiding somewhere, and when he noticed someone walking into the boundary, he would flip time and space. If everyone was caught off guard, they would definitely be tricked by it. A sweet-looking woman walked out from beside Gui Xuan and said with a smile, "But I still have a question. Just now, during the space swap, everyone escaped the boundary, then the space flipped, and we were flipped from the ground to the surface. Then, everyone lost the gravitational pull and fell down. Why is everyone fine?" A light bulb lit up in Gui Xuan's mind, and he nodded solemnly. "That's right. Why?" Sir Jojo blinked and looked at Mo Yin, then at Duan Yu and the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal. No wonder these people were falling down like dumplings. So it turned out that they couldn't float after losing the gravitational pull. Chapter 3167. Thinking of this, when she saved Huang Sheng, the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal also floated down while carrying her and didn't fall down at that time. She even mocked Huang Sheng for being an idiot and asking why he couldn't float. Now, it seemed like they couldn't float either. The master of this mystic realm couldn't control a transcendent realm. This thought suddenly flashed through Sir Jojo's mind, and he glanced at the woman who spoke. He remembered that this girl seemed to be the Long family's Longmen currently. They didn't seem to have any conflicts, but because she was a member of the imperial capital's Long family branch, Arbor couldn't develop any feelings for her. The little fellow pursed her lips and replied irritatingly, "It depends on cultivation. Your cultivation isn't high enough, so who's to blame?" Longmin still had a sweet smile on her face and wasn't angry. On the side, Gui Xuan couldn't help but feel angry. Looking at this stoic face's smug attitude, he felt his hands itch. That smug look on his face was really infuriating. "It's not like your cultivation is high, so why are you so smug?" Sir Jojo turned around, but before he could take a step, he saw a person jump out from the water-blue membrane outside the hall with a whoosh. It should be said that it was a guy who bounced out from the water-blue, rippling membrane. Bang! It heavily smashed out of the boundary and landed in front of them. "Oh my god, my waist." Mata clutched his waist that was about to break. He looked up and happened to meet the little stoic's wooden face. His mouth instantly twitched, and he felt terrible. "Ah ha ha ha. Hell, what a coincidence, Jojo, oh Crown Prince, everyone here, you're all here." Mata held her waist like a woman who was 8 months pregnant and walked a few steps forward with her belly bulging. Arbor looked at this guy expressionlessly. "How did you roll out from inside?" Mata instantly looked conflicted. "How did I roll out? I flew out myself, okay." Seeing Sir Jojo's wooden face and disdainful eyes looking at him, Mata instantly felt stifled. "Uh-huh. All right, Jojo, since you're here, then go in and play. Who knows, we might be able to clear all the levels and get the grand prize." Everyone perked up their ears to listen to Mata's words. When they heard this, they all gathered around. Longmin smiled and said, "Little brother, can you tell us more about the situation inside?" Mata gave her a sideways glance. "Who are you?" He was talking to Qiao. "Why were all these people swarming over? Are Xian and the others inside?" "There are a lot of people inside. The Holy Sun, the 2 from the Pangu clan, and Queen Fusha from the Dafeng tribe are all here." "Then how did you get out?" The little stoic looked him up and down in displeasure. "Were you chased out by someone?" Mata rubbed his nose awkwardly. "No, I came out by myself. Then it must have been spat out by this water-blue, film-like barrier," the little stoic said expressionlessly. Mata was speechless. Actually, I failed to clear the level." Mata scratched his head and excitedly took out a fist-sized stone that emitted a lustrous white light from his pocket. But I got this reward, a divine stone for cultivation. Gui Xuan exclaimed in shock. He had seen it in a book left behind by his ancestors. Chapter 3168. This kind of stone was specially provided for god-tier masters to cultivate. It was extremely precious and very rare in the world. Even in the divine prefecture, such a fist-sized divine stone was rarely seen in the black market. Even if they failed the trial, they could still obtain such a large divine stone. Everyone's mood became excited. Holy shit, this was the right way. This was the right way to open the mystic realm. They came to the mystic realm to fish for treasures. They had suffered enough along the way. After coming to the mystic realm, they had been on tenterhooks for so long. Finally, they could come into contact with the door of treasures. Ha 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 ha. Let's go. Arbor shook his little chin at Mata. Mata hurriedly waved his hand. We can't go in. Those who were ejected, can't go in again. As he said that, he chuckled and scratched the back of his head. I'll wait for you here. I reckon Fatty and the others will come out soon. I'll let them know then. Lord Jojo was very unhappy. He took out a storage talisman. Come here. Everyone! Exclamation point. Was there anyone who cheated like you? If the mystic realm really had a master spirit, it should have destroyed you, cheater, first. Mata's eyes lit up. Oh my Jojo, you're so smart. Come, quickly take me. What I love the most is following Xiao Xiao to take risks, rob, together with her. He happily allowed himself to be stored inside Xiao Mu's storage talisman. Arbor stuffed the talisman under his sleeve. In fact, he had already moved into Paradise Planet and placed Mata on Paradise Planet. That guy was her important companion. Of course, she wouldn't be at ease putting him in a storage talisman. Who knew if the storage talisman would be sensed by the barrier when they entered, and the storage talisman would be torn apart. As for her Paradise Planet, as long as she didn't casually open this spirit realm, no one would sense the spirit realm's aura from her. Moreover, she was inexplicably confident that even this Sun-Moon mystic realm couldn't compare to her star realm. The Sun-Moon mystic realm wanted to crush her star realm? It would be impossible for him to even dream about it in his next life. Sir Jojo took a step forward expressionlessly and led the way to the front of the hall that was surrounded by circles of water-blue ripples. Mata picked a peach on Paradise Planet and was nibbling on it when he suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, Ah, Jojo actually recovered. Lady Jojo curled her lips. What a slow-witted fellow. The group of people had just arrived at the entrance of the main hall when they heard two pong-pong sounds. A pair of dusty young men were suddenly thrown out and were thrown next to the pillars of the main hall. Arbor turned to look at them and saw that it was the crown prince of the Duke of Eternal Peace, M.O. Lu, and the idiot prince of the underworld continent, Ming Bao. Ming Bao saw the two of them at a glance and hurriedly jumped up with a smile. Ayaya, Divine Prefecture's crown prince, crown princess, nice to meet you. Oh, haha, Prince Shinasangjo is here too. And this is? The little stoic walked past him and didn't even spare him a glance out of the corner of her eye. She directly climbed up the steps and stood in front of that circular arched entrance. Ming Bao didn't retreat in the slightest because of the little crown princess's cold expression. He even walked forward with a grin and hurriedly introduced her. Crown princess, let me tell you. Do you see the groove on that door frame? Put a spirit stone inside, and the door will automatically open. The little crown princess retreated a few more steps and stood next to Mo Lian and the others. Chapter 3169. Once she retreated, Long Min and the others impatiently squeezed forward. Don't push, Gui Xuan said in a low voice. Since spirit stones can open this door, then we all have a chance to go in. Long Min took the lead and walked up the stairs, flicking the spirit stones she had prepared earlier into a groove above the door knocker. Dang! The door slowly opened, and Long Min happily stepped in first. At the same time, two people also appeared behind Long Min and quickly followed in. In less than 3 seconds, those two people were sent flying by the blue water membrane. With two bam-bam sounds, they landed heavily on the ground, unable to straighten their backs for a long time. Ming Bao pointed at those two and laughed maniacally. There are actually people so stingy, thinking of not spending a single spirit stone and sneaking in with others. My heavens, now we're in for it. Those two people climbed up from the ground, embarrassed, and squeezed forward to take out 2 spirit stones each. At this time, Gu Yishuan and the others had already walked in. Those two people flicked the spirit stones into the groove, but after waiting for a long time, they didn't see any reaction from the door. The other person's expression changed. As if unwilling to give up, he took out another spirit stone and tried again. In the end, there was still no reaction. As if their parents had died, the two of them looked at each other with teary faces. They were both regretful and angry, thinking that if they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have coveted that small advantage just now. Arbor saw those two people standing at the door and blocking the way, so she said, "Please make way." She didn't let the others enter the house first because she was being modest. The reason was that she couldn't let others follow behind her and take advantage of her. So the best way was to let them all go in first, and Sir Jojo and his group of relatives and friends go in last. How could Prince Imo and the others not know what the little fellow was thinking? They didn't show anything on their faces, but they were secretly laughing in their hearts. Those two people were very angry that they couldn't enter even though they had the door, but when they saw Sir Jojo coming forward, they couldn't help but roll their eyes. One of them licked his lips and said with a smile, "Crown Prince Consort, why don't you put us into that storage talisman as well and bring us in together?" "Sure." The little crown princess raised a finger and gestured for them to keep quiet. She even looked left and right with her small head, which made the two people feel a little creeped out. There was nothing around here. What was the little crown princess looking at? The main spirit is secretly watching you from the shadows. Take a guess. If I put you into the storage talisman and bring you in, will the boundary of the secret realm crush you and the storage talisman? The two men shuddered and broke out in a cold sweat. When he looked up again, he saw that Arbor had already opened the door to the main hall with spirit stones and was the first to enter. Emo Lien and the other two entered in a single file. Naturally, they paid the spirit stones as well. Huang Sheng and Old Pa, who were following behind them, also hurriedly took out 2 spirit stones and threw them into the groove above the door knocker. The group of them walked along the ground that was paved with large pieces of bluestone bricks. Along the way, they felt that the entire main hall was empty. "Jojo, can I come out?" Mata asked excitedly. "It's better if you don't come out," Arbor said mildly. "I suspect that this main spirit is eerily watching us. It can't sense where you are, but that doesn't mean it doesn't want to eject you." Chapter 3170. If you appear beside us, it definitely won't let you off. Mata thought about it and agreed. He said with some vexation, "This way, I won't be able to see what's going on outside. But let me tell you, there are pits everywhere in this main hall. You have to be especially careful when it asks you to pick a door or passageway. You'll suffer greatly if you pick the wrong one." Arbor blinked. "Get Xiao to throw you a demonic pupil, and you'll be able to see the outside environment." Mata was silent, evidently going to ask Xiao what a demonic pupil was. Arbor didn't mind and walked forward with Emo Lien and the rest for a while. At this time, they heard Mata's cheerful voice. "Jojo, I can see it. Xiao said it's fine to throw this eye on you. That way you'll have this eye. As long as you walk, I'll be able to follow you wherever you go. I'll be able to see the outside environment clearly. Haha." And Mitchum, the demonic pupil was originally an accessory of Xiao's little brother, the demonic pupil seed, so it naturally wouldn't harm its little master, Sir Jojo. Throwing it on Jojo's body was indeed the best option. Forward? Right. Continue forward. There's only one door ahead, so you don't need to make any choice. After entering, there are 2 passageways, so you'll have to choose. Mata was mumbling something inside the cell. Meanwhile, the little monk was sprawled on Mo Lien's shoulder with a sleepy expression. Arbor looked back and saw that the little fellow couldn't even lift his eyelids. He hurriedly said, Kong, do you want to sleep? How about sleeping in the storage talisman?" The little monk hurriedly lifted his eyelids and shook his head with a resolute expression. This young monk isn't sleepy. This young monk is just a little hungry. Benefactress, give this young monk a peach to perk himself up, and this young monk will immediately be energized. Emollient, do on you, and the venerable peach blossom immortal looked at him exasperatedly. Arbor expressionlessly handed him a watery peach. The little monk's eyes immediately lit up. He opened his small mouth and was about to take a bite when he suddenly realized that the peach in his small hand had disappeared without a trace. He raised a hand to rub his eyes, and his spirit suddenly roused again. He hugged Emollient's slender neck and cried out in shock. Benefactor Crown Prince, it's bad, it's bad. This little monk's peach has been stolen. Emollient didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The peach in the little monk's hand must have been taken away by the master of the secret realm. In this secret ground, it could control the sun, moon, and universe. Yin, yang, and the 5 elements were all under its control. Right now, all it had to do was take away a peach from the little monk's hand. It was way too easy. Oh, my little monk's peach. Xiaomu didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and she took out a slender, transparent bottle from her inner world. There was a faint, captivating red liquid flowing inside. It was very pleasing to the eye, and it instantly made the grieving little monk's eyes pop out. Benefactress, what's this delicious thing? A suspicious liquid seeped out of the corner of the little monk's mouth. Arbor patted his head and stuffed the bottle into his hand. Hold it properly. Don't let anyone snatch it away again. The little monk nodded repeatedly and muttered something. Then, this little oddball used a circle of dazzling golden Buddhist seals to surround himself. He was indeed willing to go all out for this stutter. After the little monk protected himself with a protective circle, he sprawled on Emollient's back and fiddled with that thin bottle to open. Chapter 3171. The faint fragrance of peach blossoms immediately wafted out of the bottle. The venerable peach blossom immortal's eyes immediately brightened. Jojo, I want one too. Duan Yu quickly swept the venerable peach blossom immortal with a disdainful gaze. This guy wouldn't even let go of a child's food. Sir Jojo was already thoroughly aware of the venerable peach blossom immortal's foodie nature. She didn't mind and took out several bottles of peach juice from her pocket, giving each to the 3 of them. She used the peaches piled up in the storehouse to make them when she had nothing to do. The steps were very simple. First, she separated the peach juice from the flesh, then chilled the peach juice. Finally, she added in some tiny pieces. A bottle of very tasty peach juice was made. Sir Jojo's culinary skills were mediocre, but he was truly very good at brewing wine and making fruit juice. Right now, it was a scorching day inside the Sun-Moon Mystic Realm, and the temperature was just right. There was no need to mention the sourness of a bottle of chilled fruit juice. The little monk finished the entire bottle in one go. Afterwards, he stretched out his chubby hand and waved it at Arbor, calling out childishly, Benefactress, this young monk isn't full yet. Arbor couldn't help but be amused by him. You want to be full of fruit juice? Then how many bottles do you have to drink? The little monk suddenly turned his head sharply and looked at the empty main hall behind him. He asked with a frown, Benefactress, why do I feel like someone is following us? Sir Jojo feigned ignorance. Who is following us? You're thinking too much. All right, now that you're full, come down and walk a few steps to avoid gaining weight again. The little monk slid down from Prince Mo's back and muttered as he strode with his short legs. This young monk isn't fat at all. On the other hand, Benefactress, your face is a bit rounder than when we first met. It's obvious that you gained weight. Arbor, Emollient couldn't help but be amused when she heard this. She took out a roasted chicken drumstick from her inner world and waved it in front of the little monk. Kong Kong, eat this roasted chicken drumstick. Kong Kong solemnly raised his small face. This young monk is vegetarian all year round and doesn't touch meat. Ba, don't tempt this young monk with a chicken drumstick. This young monk won't look at it. Duan Yu's mouth twitched. The venerable peach blossom immortal couldn't help but laugh out loud. No matter how he looked at this little monk, he was adorably silly and funny. I'm not eating. If I don't eat, I'll have to take advantage of myself. Emollient smiled and shook the roasted chicken leg in her hand. "Hey, you can give me the roasted chicken leg." In a flash, the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal snatched the roasted chicken drumstick from Mo Lian's hands. He called out, "Jojo, give me another pot of peach blossom wine. It's perfect for my roasted chicken drumstick." Gluttonous. A faint smile flashed through the little stoic's eyes, and she took out an unopened jar of peach blossom wine. Just as she opened it, she heard, gulp. The sound of saliva being swallowed could be clearly heard by everyone. The little monk abruptly turned his head and saw a thin and long braid slightly shrinking behind a pillar. The smile in Mo Lian's eyes deepened. He couldn't hide it any longer. "It's about to jump out. Look at your little appearance. Your innate glutton nature has already been revealed without a doubt. From a moment you snatched the little monk Kongkong's peach, Arbor and his group already knew what method to use to lure out the main spirit in this mystic realm. How about we finish eating before leaving?" Sir Jojo suggested. "We're not in a hurry anyway." "Okay, I'll make some soup pancakes for you. Put in some mushrooms and beef." Chapter 3172. Suddenly, there was a slight movement in the air. An invisible hand grabbed at the roasted chicken drumstick in the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal's hand. How could the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal let the little maned spirit grab it? He dodged to the side and waved the roasted chicken drumstick in his hand, praising it. Delicious. The little maned spirit hiding behind the pillar could not take it anymore. She suddenly jumped out from behind the pillar and shouted with her hands on her hips, "You! Put down the chicken drumstick in your hand." Everyone looked up and saw the little wimpy child's small hands and feet. Looking at her small body, she should be a 5 or 6-year-old child. Her voice was thin and shrill, like a little girl's. When they took a closer look, they could not help but be slightly stunned. That child's face was covered in a layer of monkey hair. From afar, she looked like a little spirit monkey. She could not have transformed from a spirit monkey. Right Arbor looked at the child carefully again and confirmed that she should be a human. But for some reason, this face, seeing that they were all looking at her, the little girl subconsciously shrank back behind the pillar. Arbor's heart skipped a beat. As if she had thought of something, she said softly to the little girl, "You can come out now. Look, you've been here alone for so long. You must be very annoyed. It's good that you come out and we have a chat with you. I'm not going to talk to you." The little girl stuck half her head out. Her long and thin braids swayed behind her. Arbor could not help but laugh. She took out 2 small bottles of peach juice and waved them at her. "You don't want them?" The little girl immediately ran out from behind the pillar. With the speed of a 100-meter dash, she pounced over and snatched the 2 bottles of juice from Sir Jojo's hands. Kong Kong blinked his adorable eyes, put his palms together, and chanted, "Umitba, my dear female benefactor, you were the one who snatched my peach just now, weren't you?" Arbor's mouth twitched. The little girl with the monkey hair on her face and slightly narrowed pupils turned around and glared fiercely at the little monk. "Stupid monk, what are you nagging about? Who took your peach?" "I didn't." "Young female benefactor, you haven't wiped the peach juice off your mouth." "Scram!" The little girl waved her sharp little claws at him. The little monk immediately glanced at Arbor pitifully. "Benefactress, she's especially fierce. Help this little monk educate her." Arbor raised his hand and rubbed his little bald head. "This little girl has been locked up here for so long. It's inevitable that she's in a bad mood. Kong Kong, you have to be nicer to others." "All right then. This little monk will share half of my vegetarian buns with her in the future." The small monk made a difficult decision. His expression was that of a brave warrior breaking his wrist. Arbor couldn't help but laugh. She wasn't a vegetarian. He could eat all kinds of meat and fish, so why would he want half a vegetarian bun from you? "What's your name?" Arbor asked. That little girl was wary of men like Mo Lian and Duan Yu, but she inexplicably wanted to get close to Arbor. "Sister calls me Little Monkey." She blinked and hugged the peach juice tightly, refusing to let go. However, her eyes kept staring at the roasted chicken drumstick in the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal's hand. "Little Monkey? What kind of name was this?" Xiao Mu creased her brows. "Is your sister the master of the Sun Moon Mystic Realm?" The little monkey nodded and stretched out her little claws, attempting to snatch the roasted chicken drumstick in the venerable peach blossom immortal's hand. Chapter 3173. Arbor saw an old cross-shaped scar on her palm and couldn't help but ask, "What happened to your hand?" Little monkey's eyes reddened sadly. "When my sister left, I wanted to go with her. But I can't get out of this hall. Every time I go out, I'm bounced back. Every time I go out, I'm bounced back. One time I got hurt. Shall I change your name?" "No." Little monkey suddenly jumped up and ran away. "I'll be called Little Monkey. I'll be called Little Monkey." Arbor seemed to have thought of something and looked at her in a daze. "Jojo." Emolian saw that she was in a daze and quickly reached out to tug at her. "What are you thinking of?" "Nothing." She just vaguely thought of something in the past. Back then, she seemed to have been so lonely for a period of time. She quickly composed herself and winked at Emolian. She turned her head slightly and said, "Let's continue forward." Little Monkey's sister was the owner of this mystic realm, and from what Little Monkey said, her sister seemed to have left a long time ago. So the person who had been changing spaces in this mystic realm, wanting to kill more people, was actually Little Monkey herself. Arbor thought of this and couldn't help but sigh softly. He didn't know how the people from the temple got the right to enter and exit the mystic realm. According to Little Monkey's words, her elder sister should be a reclusive senior expert. Perhaps she was thousands of years old. Arbor's group walked forward and passed through the side door of the hall. Sure enough, they arrived at the two passageways. They couldn't see the end of the left and right passageways. For a moment, they were in a dilemma and didn't know how to choose. At this moment, Mata said happily, "Jojo, take the left, the left." I took the right passageway just now. There were 9 treasure rooms in front. I randomly went into one and picked up a stone and was bounced back out. I'm guessing that the left passageway should have an even bigger treasure. Sir Jojo paced back and forth between the two passageways. Then, he stopped and looked carefully at the crooked characters carved into the stone wall. "Jojo, stop looking. Many people have studied it here, but they couldn't figure out which country's words came from even after a few hours." Mata snorted. "Don't waste time. Listen to me." Arbor tilted his head and stared for a while. Suddenly, he said, "Hey, wait." She reached into her inner world and took out a handwritten letter. She flipped through a few pages and then flipped through a few more pages. She tilted her head and compared the crooked characters on the stone wall. Her eyes suddenly lit up. "Here." She pointed to the passage on the right. "This way." Mata was dumbfounded and shouted from within Paradise Planet, "Hey Jojo, isn't this the path I took before?" "That's not right." "That's right. You're on the right track. But I was ejected." "That's because you're unlucky," Jojo said expressionlessly. Mata thought about it and realized that his luck was definitely not even 1/10 of Jojo's. "Jojo, how can you be so sure that I'm on the right track?" "My master told me," Chow Chow said with a face full of confidence. Seeing that everyone was dumbfounded, the little guy flipped open his handwritten letter and pointed to the wall. "Look, my master wrote it. This bird character means stop moving forward." Chapter 3174. Everyone gathered their heads together and looked at the strange characters circled in red on the wall and compared them to Jojo's master's handwritten notes. Sure enough, her master had written the same bird language and even circled it with a red circle, and below it was a small word, "Stop." "Look, my master wrote this too," Sir Jojo exclaimed happily, pointing to the bird language on the right side of the passage, and showed them the handwriting on the little notebook. Her master had added 2 very obvious words under the bird text, "treasure." She had even drawn an arrow, which meant to move forward. Holy shit, everyone was dumbfounded and looked at each other. "Jojo, the owner of this arcane realm, could it be, it's your master?" Sir Jojo scratched his little head, shook his head, and said, "Impossible. My master has never been to this place." "How do you know?" "I guessed," Sir Jojo said seriously. "My master can't be bothered to come to a place so far away. She doesn't even have time to take care of her child. Besides, the owner of this arcane realm should have been unable to leave this arcane realm from the beginning, just like the little monkey. How could my master have been imprisoned for so many years It's impossible. Right, child? The little one's expression froze, and her eyes shone brightly. What was the name of her master's son again? Why did he have such a bad memory? Or did Little Tree say that her memory was still sealed? Jojo. Emol Yin reached out and held her little paw. It's okay if you can't remember. You'll remember more and more slowly. Arbor nodded and hurriedly pulled him to the passage on the right. Let's go. Following the passage on the right, there was really no obstacle, and they came to the 9 small stone rooms that Mata had mentioned. Jojo, I entered the 5th stone room just now, and there was a stone inside. After I picked it up, I was ejected. Sir Jojo paced back and forth in front of the 9 small stone rooms, and suddenly noticed a line of small words clearly engraved on the door of the 1st stone room. The correct way to enter the next stage. Please choose door number 5. Everyone almost burst out laughing as they asked, Himata, you didn't open the 5th door after seeing this line of words, did you? This IQ, how could it be so straightforward to clear a mystic realm? Who knew how many generations have been scammed by the 5th gate? Sir Jojo was laughing in his heart, but he did not show it on his face. He hurriedly flipped through the omnipotent treasure book that his master had left behind, searching back and forth on the few pages of notes about treasure hunting in secret realms. Here. She was a little excited. She ran up with the handwritten letter and looked at the bird text beside the door. She pointed at a door and said, Here. That's it, door number 5. Emol Yin, Duan Yu, and the other 2, including the little monk, all came over to watch curiously. Sure enough, the bird characters left on the 1st door matched the row of numbers in the little fellow's master's handbook. The little guy said excitedly, Look, my master is really a god. Her 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 can actually correspond to more than a dozen different bird characters. Everyone nodded in unison. The bird characters engraved on this door were one of the dozen ways her master had marked out the numbers, and one of them, Jojo. Morong Sun left this behind? Duan Yu asked in bewilderment. Chapter 3175. They didn't expect His Excellency Murong to be so erudite and multi-talented. Emol Yin shook her head and explained to Duan Yu. Jojo also has 2 mighty masters and ant masters who can tear open the void of the star domain and track us here from thousands of miles away. Jojo has an impression of them, but the memory fragments are a bit fragmented, so he can't really explain what happened. Inside Paradise Planet, Mata had already fainted from crying and was rolling back and forth, pounding his chest and stamping his feet. Jojo, you cheated. Mata, the 5th door you picked was actually door number 2. Sir Jojo told Mata with schadenfreude after matching the characters marked on the door. You have to learn more about culture, Sir Jojo said earnestly. Otherwise, he would really be an idiot if he couldn't even figure out what door number was Mata. Roll. I really can't live on being despised by Sir Jojo like this. Arbor led everyone through the 1st door, only to see that the small stone room was completely empty. Everyone was startled at first, but then they walked inside. They walked out of the small stone room's back door without any obstructions, and a lush little garden appeared before their eyes. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. What was going on? Weren't they going to get the treasure? They didn't even see the treasure, but they ended up passing through an empty stone room. Arbor blinked and comforted the men. It's fine. Let's continue forward. The treasure shouldn't be far from us. Emol Yin's mouth twitched, and she suddenly had the urge to laugh. I wonder if those 2 students from the Hong Academy guessed the right room. Duan Yu curled his lips. Just now, Huang Sheng and Old Pa had followed behind them. As soon as they entered the main hall, they very consciously cupped their hands in farewell and took their leave. After all, the 2 of them had already basked in Arbor's limelight, so they were too embarrassed to continue following behind other people's teams to pick up scraps. After all, their friendship hadn't reached that level yet. There's an arch bridge up ahead. Arbor led them towards the arch bridge. As soon as they reached the center of the bridge, they saw a small flag with a piece of cloth tied to it waving in front of them. The words on the cloth read, Please enter the 9th archway. You only have one chance. A group of people stood in the middle of the bridge and stuck their heads out to look under the bridge. Sure enough, They saw 9 neat rows of small arched holes under the bridge. They were man-made, and each arched hole could only allow one person to enter by bending down. Only those who were petite and petite could enter. Arbor and Emolien jumped under the arch bridge. Now that they were familiar with the path, they found the crooked character that corresponded to the number 9. Xiao Mu ran inside eagerly and took out a small purple-gold lacquered box. I found this. The little monkey didn't stray too far from him. Instead, it followed them all the way. At this moment, he was already dumbfounded what was going on. These people were so lucky to have come all the way here. Their luck was too scary. How many people, under these layers of choices, had their hair pulled out and looked haggard, but what about them? It was too easy. They ran all the way to the 9-arched bridge. It was over, it was over, it was over, it was over. The little monkey was so anxious that he stomped his feet and frantically hopped up a tree. He scratched his ears and cheeks, but couldn't think of a way to stop them. Sir Jojo turned to look at the little monkey's hiding spot. He then opened the box to reveal a small golden key. Please use the golden key to open the door named Justice among the 5 doors in the passage ahead. So it was said that those who were cultured could travel the world without fear. Chapter 3176. If they hadn't freaking seen Jojo's master's personal letter, who would have known that these messy characters were actually called Justice? They stood in front of the passage, next to the 5 golden doors. No matter how they tried to match them, they couldn't connect this string of crooked and strange characters with the word justice. They silently exchanged glances. They had to admit that they were probably not cultured enough. Lady Jojo expressionlessly set down her master's personal letter. I think the only explanation is that the previous owner of this mystic realm and my master should be from the same era, so their characters can be used together. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal immediately nodded in agreement. I think my Jojo's words make a lot of sense. That should be the case. Duan Yu and Emolien silently glanced at him and simultaneously mocked in their minds. I think your moral integrity is worrisome. Aren't you just Jojo who's always right and clearly follows Jojo? The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal glanced at them suspiciously. He kept feeling that these two fellows' gazes were a bit strange. Lady Jojo stepped forward and forcefully kicked open that golden door with a flying kick. Everyone instantly felt that it was a bit shocking the instant Lady Jojo kicked open the door. She even very cautiously dodged to the side and then activated a defensive barrier. After waiting for a moment, her large, round eyes swiveled before she expressionlessly removed the defensive barrier. She said dryly, "Oh, there's no mechanism." "Huh." The little monk had just started laughing when he was startled by the little monkey who abruptly flashed to his side. "Wow, little benefactress, why didn't you make a sound when you walked? You gave this humble monk a fright." The little monkey glanced at him before striding to Arbor. "Who exactly are you?" She had stayed in this mystic realm for who knew how many centuries, but she had never seen someone as strange as this sister. She could actually clear all the stages without any obstacles. Was she still far from the destination? The little monkey solemnly sized up Arbor. "Could it be that you recognize the characters that sister wrote?" Jojo stretched out his hand to the little monkey. "Come." The little monkey hesitated for a moment, but in the end, it couldn't hold back its curiosity and raised its little hand. Arbor picked her up and looked into her eyes. She raised her small head slightly and fixated her bright eyes on Xiao Mu, just like that. If this little girl's face wasn't covered with a layer of monkey fur, she would be a pretty little fellow. Arbor simply carried her to the side and sat down. "Little monkey, how long have you lived here?" Little monkey shook his head. "I can't remember." In any case, for as long as she could remember, she had already stayed in this secret realm with her sister and depended on each other for survival. She had heard her sister mention that she was picked up by her sister. When her elder sister brought her back, she was covered in cuts and bruises. Not a single piece of her flesh was intact. She was already on the verge of death. She thought for a moment. About 200 or 300 years ago. "Little monkey, you want to kill everyone who came to this mystic realm in batches, don't you?" Arbor and the others already knew that the main spirit of this sun-moon mystic realm was filled with murderous intent towards them and wanted to exterminate them. The little monkey's face instantly darkened. Because they all deserve to die. In the past, Sister and the ancestor of that temple had some friendship. Chapter 31:77. So, I did him a favor and made an exception to allow his descendants to enter the mystic realm every 10 years to find their own opportunity. But those people are too greedy. Little Monkey said with dissatisfaction. They are getting worse with each generation, using evil thoughts time and time again. Especially in the past 30 years, those bad guys from the temple have been greedy every time they entered the mystic realm, becoming more and more abominable. This time, those people from the temple used some kind of secret technique and actually let a group of people barge into the transportation talisman array for no reason. They sent more people in, definitely for the treasures left behind by my sister. Little Monkey sneered and said, "They all deserve to die here, for their own greed and obsession." This mystic realm couldn't hold on for much longer. Once every 10 years, these people would plunder the treasures inside. As time passed, the spirit treasures and spirit energy would gradually thin. If this continued, it wouldn't be able to support the operation of this mystic realm. And she wanted to stay here and continue to wait for her sister. Her sister would come back. Little Monkey firmly believed this. So, she couldn't let these damned people destroy the entire mystic realm. Little Monkey wanted to protect the Sun-Moon mystic realm, protect her sister. These bad guys, no matter how many of them came, she had to let them all die here. Have you ever thought that perhaps your sister won't be able to come back anymore? Xiao Mu understood the little monkey's thoughts after thinking it over carefully. She said it so softly, and it seemed to have agitated Little Monkey. She jumped up from Arbor's lap and shook her head repeatedly. Impossible. Sister will definitely come back. She will definitely come back. Although she didn't know why her sister suddenly disappeared in this mystic realm, Little Monkey firmly believed that her sister wouldn't leave her alone. Arbor raised her hand and patted her head. Many times, we will encounter some irreversible factors. Maybe it's not that she doesn't want to come back, but that she can't come back at all. Just like her master and martial uncle, they were targeted by the heavenly Tao and refused to come back. Wasn't this an irreversible force? Little Monkey's head drooped down, and she said pitifully, "Little sister, then do you have a way to find my sister?" Arbor was put in a difficult position. She didn't even know what Little Monkey's sister looked like. Where was she going to find her? Little Monkey was a smart child. He immediately understood and said, "Little sister, hurry up and pass the level. After you pass, you'll be able to see what my sister looks like." Mo Lien, Duan Yu, and the others looked at each other, feeling that it was a bit shocking. This 100-year-old little monster kept calling them Miss Jojo. "Did you know that your Miss Jojo was only 16 this year?" As she spoke, her expression suddenly changed, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. "Those flies are here again." Arbor was taken aback. He immediately thought that it might be Xian and the others. She hurriedly said, "Don't be in a hurry to kill them. Many of them are my friends. Where have you taken them all?" Little Monkey pursed his lips. "I left them wandering around the maze." "Little sister, do you want to go and see them? I can take you there." "If you take me there, then wouldn't I have wasted my effort in passing the level?" Little Monkey pursed her lips again. "Don't worry, I won't go back on my word." Chapter 31:78. Sir Jojo nodded his head in satisfaction. "All right then, let's go take a look at them." As the master of the Sun-Moon mystic realm, Little Monkey naturally had a thorough grasp of the space-time of the mystic realm. She didn't seem to use much strength, but Arbor and the others only felt the space in front of them shift slightly. When they landed again, they were stepping on soft grass. Arbor saw Xian and the others at a glance. They were running back and forth in the neatly trimmed forest in front of them, scratching their ears and cheeks. The trees in the forest were all short shrubs. The entire green forest maze wasn't big, but there were countless winding paths inside, making one's head dizzy. When Xiaomu looked over, she could see a lot of people circling inside. The trees were only as tall as a person's waist, and they could easily see the right path if they raised their eyes. However, no one could see it. It was as if they were bewitched as they randomly hacked at the trees. What was even stranger was that the forest seemed to be immune to all kinds of spiritual energy. No matter how many punches and kicks these people made, the trees in the forest didn't move at all. Little Monkey said proudly, "They've all fallen into an illusion. Right now, they still think that they're in a large forest with ancient trees." Arbor looked at her and patted her head. She pointed in the direction of Qi, Xian, and the others. "Let them out." Little Monkey snorted. "If we let them out, the others will definitely follow." Arbor looked carefully and saw that there were many unfamiliar faces. After pondering for a few seconds, she nodded and said, "Let them out. Don't worry, they won't be able to take anything from this mystic realm. Not only that, I can also give you some spirit stones and black spirit jades, so that this mystic realm can continue to be maintained for a while." Little Monkey heard this, and her eyes lit up. She reached out and shook Arbor's clothes. "Little big sister, you're really a good person." It was the first time Arbor had heard someone call him a good person, and his expression immediately became a little strange. She was used to hearing other people call her little stoic, little pervert, and little evildoer, so when she suddenly heard someone call her great person, she instantly felt a bit awkward in her heart. Prince Emo suppressed his urge to laugh and said with a serious expression, "Jojo, we don't have much time left. We have to hurry up and rescue Qi, Xian, and the others. We still have to continue clearing the level." After he finished speaking, he gave his wife a meaningful glance. "Wife, I found the treasure you wanted long ago. We still have to rush back to the capital." Sir Jojo nodded in understanding. He turned to the little monkey and said, "Hurry up, let's not dawdle." The little monkey stretched out his hand and gently clenched his fist. However, the green thicket in front of him seemed to have come alive. Piece by piece, it quickly moved to the sides and arranged itself. Suddenly, a small path that could accommodate two people walking side by side appeared in the middle of the house. Miss Qi was originally fighting with an enormous ancient vine tree monster. Her small face was flushed red, and she felt that she was about to be unable to take it anymore. Just as she was about to summon her summoned beast to help, she suddenly discovered that the tree monster in front of her seemed to have been struck by a tornado and disappeared in an instant. She couldn't help but turn around with a dumbfounded expression. It was as if she had seen a long-lost relative. Her eyes reddened as she looked at the small crimson figure at the end of the small path. Chapter 3179. Jojo. Qi Xuan's shout attracted the attention of the others. At the same time, Queen Fu Sha and her people from the Dafeng tribe, Sid Yi, Liang Qingqing, Xiao Yi, and Ao Yi were all there. In addition, Madame Wan and the two from the Pangu clan also walked out. Other than these people, there were many faces that Arbor was unfamiliar with. They were probably some of the people who were forcibly sent into the teleportation array. Jojo, Little Fatty, and the others hurried over as well. They really looked like brothers who had not seen each other for hundreds of years. They quickly surrounded Sir Jojo in a circle. One by one, they began to complain. Chow, where did you run off to? Oh my God, you don't know how unlucky we were. In the blink of an eye, you and Prince and Mo disappeared. How can we endure this? Ever since we separated, I haven't had a good day for half a minute. If we weren't being chased and killed, we would be locked in a forest of vines and trees, fighting with a bunch of monster vines. It's so tiring. Sir Jojo listened to their complaints with an expressionless face. Qi Xian couldn't help but look him up and down. She exclaimed, "Jojo, you've recovered. How have you been recently?" Lord Jojo said in an infuriating manner. The journey was very smooth. Everyone, although Jojo's face was expressionless, there must be a lot of drama going on in his mind. Everyone thought. At this moment, although Sir Jojo didn't smile, he must be laughing at them for being so unlucky. Queen Fu Sha of the Dafeng tribe led her 7 subordinates to Arbor. She smiled and clasped her hands. "Thank you for saving me." "It was just a matter of convenience," Sir Jojo said calmly. Queen Fu Sha suddenly felt like she couldn't continue chatting with the little crown princess. She didn't understand what was going on. "Are you done chatting?" Little Monkey snapped. "Now, I'm going to teleport them out of the hall." "Wait." Arbor threw out a storage talisman that glowed with purple light. Little Monkey was so angry that he stomped his feet. You're doing it again. I didn't say anything when you cheated and sucked a person into your talisman. Now you actually... To think that it would become even worse. Ah! Sir Jojo kept Situ, Chi, Xian, and the others into his storage talisman. Then, he turned around and smiled at Little Monkey. It's done. Okay, your sister. Little Monkey really wanted to ridicule the young lady in front of him. Sure enough, he was someone who would take a mile after being given an inch. We're on the same team, so of course we have to stick together. We were separated because of an accident. Jojo blinked and said, now that we have a chance to be together, of course we can't be separated. Little Monkey was stunned. Then, he drooped his little head and nodded listlessly. You're right. When I'm alone, it's really boring. Arbor walked up and patted his hand on her head. Aren't you with us now? Look, we have so many people to accompany you. You can even find a little monk to play with and chat with. Little Monkey's little face immediately darkened. He curled his lips and said unhappily, I hate talking to long-winded monks the most. Chapter 3180. The little monk quickly said, this young monk is only talkative, not long-winded. Benefactress, don't misspeak. Duan Yu couldn't resist chuckling. He walked up and scooped up the little monk. All right, let's go. Should they go back and continue clearing the trial after being delayed here for so long? Perhaps it was due to their blind confidence in Sir Jojo, but they felt that there would definitely be a huge surprise waiting for Sir Jojo at the end of this trial halt. Very abruptly, a stern rebuke came from behind them. Arbor and the others turned a deaf ear to it, so they naturally wouldn't obediently stand still like this. But soon, they felt a sword aura whistling towards the back of one of them. The speed wasn't bad, but this kind of speed was still too slow for them. The venerable Peach Blossom Immortal chuckled and turned around to flick his finger. After a crisp clang, the spirit sword in the attacker's hand was broken into 3 pieces and fell to the ground with clinks and clangs. That person looked at them with an extremely unsightly expression. His dark eyes were filled with disbelief. Don't be afraid, everyone. Attack together. After completing the mission, everyone will be rewarded. Someone shouted, and suddenly, everyone started moving. They weren't only targeting the little Stoic and Prince Mo's group. They didn't want to let Queen Fu Sha, the Jing sisters from the Panga clan, and even Madame Guan off. To be more precise, these people who forced their way into the array were indeed aiming to kill them. From their tone, they seemed to have accepted a mercenary mission. Arbor narrowed his eyes. This was a good business. He wondered how much their lives were worth. This group of people seemed to be on steroids as they brandished their weapons and charged straight at them. Just as they were about to close in, Arbor shouted in a low voice, Little Monkey, why aren't you expelling these idiots? The little monkey's face was red from holding back his anger. After a long time, he finally whispered in exasperation, You think I don't want to? I tried. These people use some kind of secret technique to force their way into your transportation talisman array and sneak in. Not only that, he even has a jade talisman that is specially designed to restrain me. This jade talisman was secretly developed by the master of the deity hall to counter me. The little monkey drooped its head dejectedly. This jade talisman has a trace of my sister's aura. I can't do it. Arbor nodded. Okay, let's fight then. There were so many of them. Did they think that there was no one here? In a fit of anger, the little fellow released Situ, and the others from the storage talisman. Senior brother Situ, were these people the ones who chased after you all the way? It's them. Situ, and the others nodded repeatedly. It's not just the 20 or so people in front of us. Arbor nodded. Let's go. We'll catch a few of them alive and ask them about the situation. With that said, the group of people didn't hold back and directly rushed forward. Each of them used their spiritual power, and after summoning their weapons from their consciousness, they entered a chaotic battle. These people should be mercenaries who have accepted the mission. Don't be polite with them, Arbor said coldly. At this time, the mercenaries couldn't help but be a little surprised. They originally thought that Situ, and the others had already been expelled from the hall, so they dared to come here so impudently. wanting to deal with Arbor first. Chapter 3181. In any case, the mission this time was based on headcount. The more headcount they obtained, the more generous the commission they could receive. Unexpectedly, Situ, E, and the others didn't disappear. Previously, when Sir Jojo used the storage talisman to cheat, not many people detected it. Now, when she let him out of the storage talisman again, there was a flash of light. The field was filled with Situ, E, Little Fatty, and about 20 people at the same time. Little Fatty rubbed his palms and chuckled, abruptly summoning his divine beast, the dazzling, iron-shelled tortoise. He weighed the double-headed hammer in his hand and abruptly took the lead to charge into the group of mercenaries. Afterward, Duan Muqing's wood spirit swiftly crept up and strengthened a defensive barrier outside Little Fatty's earth shield. In terms of team battle experience, no one was more experienced than the Seacone Planet battle team. When this group of people had nothing to do, they would study all kinds of cooperative battle tactics. Therefore, they could coordinate and execute more than a dozen battle tactics in just a few minutes. They were terribly sullen just now. A group of bastards played tricks in the forest, causing them to be flustered at first. They had to deal with the giant tree vine monster in the illusory array, and they had to deal with this group of small rats, so they were infuriated beyond words. Now that they had the chance, they naturally had to get back at them completely. The mercenaries started to run out of luck. They didn't expect the other party's counterattack to be so fierce. Their team was scattered in no time. They weren't even a mercenary group to begin with. How could they have any teamwork ability when a group of more than a dozen mercenary groups gathered together to form a group of stragglers? Now that they were suddenly scattered, those mercenaries panicked a little, and a few of them immediately wanted to slip away when they saw that the situation wasn't right. Doya narrowed her eyes, and a surge of water spirit instantly smashed onto one of the mercenaries. She quickly pounced over, and with a vigorous body, she used her knee to push against that person's chest. Without saying a word, she pulled out a sharp blade tied to her calf and cut that person's throat with a cold look in her eyes. This set of movements was done in one go without any fanciful movements. Arbor nodded inwardly, full of admiration for senior apprentice Sister Doya in his heart. This chaotic battle simply didn't take long before it was declared over. Arbor pulled the hair of one of them, making the ordinary-looking man raise his head. "Did the temple give you a mission to kill?" Arbor asked coldly. The man stiffened his neck and didn't reply. "Who's your leader?" Arbor's eyes turned cold as he continued to ask. That person was in pain and refused to say anything at first. Arbor couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with him and directly used a dictum talisman on him, making him confess everything. This time, the temple had gathered close to 1,000 level 8 and above spiritual masters and wanted to force their way into the array to secretly deal with them. It was said that the leader was a level 12 great spiritual master called Cheong Hao, who had some tricks up his sleeve. When Arbor heard this person's name, she felt a little familiar, but she couldn't remember if she had interacted with this person before. When Arbor asked the man about the undead puppet, the man seemed to be a loss. Obviously, he was unaware of this matter. As a result, Xiao Mu's expression instantly darkened. Therefore, the temple didn't just send this group of mercenaries to kill them. He also made 2 backup plans. If the mercenaries weren't useful, he planned to use this special army of undead puppets to harm them. Chapter 3182. It was a beautiful dream, but unfortunately, the reality wasn't so perfect. Arbor kicked the delirious mercenary away, then turned to look coldly in Jing Minyao's direction. "Do you want to die again?" Jing Minyao only felt the anger in her body dissipating. She almost couldn't control her emotions. Arbor looked at her coldly. This woman had been secretly observing her since the beginning. Her gaze was like that of a venomous snake, making Jing Minyao somewhat unhappy. She didn't have the energy to deal with her now, but that didn't mean that this woman could continue to provoke her. She was still thinking about the Jing family's soul congregation bell. Arbor looked at her with a flicker in her eyes. If she took the soul congregation bell from the Jing family, she might be able to use a secret technique to directly nurture eldest senior sister into a godly realm expert. Eldest senior sister, Su Shanshan's talent was much higher than Jing Minyao's. It was just that the spirit energy in the lower star domain was scarce back then, so the people in the lower star domain cultivated slowly. If they cultivated in the same environment, with eldest senior sister's talent, her cultivation wouldn't be inferior to Princess Jing's. Thinking of this, the little fellow's eyes faintly lit up. She turned to look at Princess Jing. Princess Jing had been very cautious about Mo Lien and Arbor all this time. These two had left a deep impression on her. If it wasn't necessary, with her cautious personality, she didn't want to continue interacting with these two. Now that Arbor's meaningful gaze swept over her, she would be lying if she said her heart didn't thump. Princess Jing. Sir Jojo suddenly spoke. Jing Linyao's heart skipped a beat. She nodded at Arbor fearfully. What orders does the crown princess have for me? I see that your arm is injured. I have a good blood-staunching powder here. Do you need it? Jing Linyao's heart instantly went off. Her expression was tense, and her smile was very stiff. No need. Would this stoic face be so kind-hearted? Usually, when they met, she would not even look at the two sisters in the eye. But today, she was suddenly so amiable. It was as if she had completely changed her temperament, causing them to be on guard against her. Jojo pursed his lips and turned his head away with a bored expression. He ran to Prince Mo's side and held his hand. We're leaving. Little Monkey, I won't take my companions in for the time being. Jojo said to Little Monkey, Look, they just helped you kill those evil guys. You can keep them with me. The little monkey pouted. But the rules of our Sun-Moon mystery realm, Jojo suddenly took out a bun. Hey, I have a delicious meat bun here. The little monkey smelled the fragrance and almost drooled. It hurriedly ran over and stretched out its little hand. Give it to me, give it to me, give it to me. Everyone was speechless. They didn't expect a bun to be able to subdue the little main spirit of the Sun-Moon mystery realm. Arbor smiled and held her little hand. He handed the bun to her. Let's go. In a flash, Jing Minyao only saw the figures in front of her disappear. She rubbed her eyes and looked again. Arbor's group was nowhere to be seen. Jing Minyao was instantly angered. Chapter 3183. Big Sister, what do you think is going on? Jing Minyao stomped her feet in surprise. You heard it just now? That monkey-like monster seems to be the space spirit of the Sun-Moon secret realm. Princess Jing was much smarter than Jing Minyao. How could she not know what Jing Minyao was able to see through? But because she was a smart person, even if she knew something, she would only keep it in her heart. Unlike Jing Minyao, she wouldn't say it out loud. They would go to the deepest part of the hall. Jing Minyao stomped her feet anxiously. Didn't you hear what they said? That little bitch let the monkey-like space spirit take her there. So what if they go? Jing Linyao looked at her sister with a smile that wasn't a smile, her eyes full of ridicule. Can you stop them? Can you stop them? In such a big place, not to mention they didn't know where to stop them. Even if they did, how could they stop Arbor's group? This sister of hers, she always couldn't see where she stood. She would suffer in the future. Seeing her sister's sloppy attitude, Jing Minyao couldn't help but stomp her feet in anger. They must be going to get the Sun-Moon twin wheels. Big sister, why aren't you worried? Don't you know what the Sun-Moon twin wheels are? It's a weapon formed from the essence of the sun and moon. Naturally, it's much more powerful than man-made weapons. It's the only divine weapon in the world, big sister. We can't just give up like this. The reason why she was willing to follow the temple to this secret realm was mostly because of this unparalleled divine weapon. If she could get her hands on such a sharp weapon, let alone a mere arbor, she would be able to do anything. A dark light flashed in Jing Minyao's eyes. Even if a dozen arbor came, they wouldn't be a match for her. At that time, she would definitely be able to wash away her shame. She must let this Chiao Mu also taste the terror of death. Then she would torture her bit by bit, letting her experience humiliation and terror before she died. Thinking of this, a trace of smugness appeared in Jing Minyao's eyes, as if Arbor had been tortured by her like this. Jing Linyao could clearly see the emotions in her stupid sister's eyes. Seeing this, he couldn't help but sneer. I advise you not to do anything stupid again. You've been repaired by the soul-gathering bell once. Jing Linyao said coldly. There's no second chance. Jing Minyao's fingers retracted. Her thin fingernails subconsciously shrank into her palm, piercing her heart with a slight pain. She hated it the most when her elder sister spoke to her in such a tone. It was as if she was just a useless member of the family. In fact, her cultivation had already far surpassed her elder sister's innate talent. Jing Linyao, a great spiritual master, dared to challenge her, a level 3 divine master. She really didn't know who gave her the courage. Jing Linyao looked at her expression and shook her head slightly. She was about to say something when she suddenly felt her body become light and uncontrollably bounced out of the secret realm. After landing on the ground, he took a closer look. At this time, the curtain of night had already completely darkened. At this moment, she was standing outside the palace's gate. An almost inaudible sound came to her ears. Jing Linyao almost reflexively dodged to the left and jumped up with one hand on the ground. Chapter 3184. The sword in her hand slid across the other party's throat without hesitation. A faint sound came from the darkness, and Jing Linyao's heart tightened. Just now, she heard the other party's voice, and it didn't sound like a living person. Moreover, she could also feel that when the tip of the sword slid past the other party, it didn't feel like it was slipping through the flesh of a living person. What kind of monster was hiding in the dark? Jing Linyao's eyes flashed with a trace of forcibly suppressed calmness. Suddenly, she turned her hand and shone the special night pearl in her hand, and suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. Jing Minyao also couldn't help but scream at that moment. Heavens, the hall was actually blocked by a group of rotten corpse puppets, and there were several corpse puppets nearby with their backs to them, fighting to tear something apart. Jing Minyao looked around in a panic and immediately recognized the person being torn apart. It seemed to be one of the mercenaries who had chased them before. She screamed again uncontrollably. Jing Linyao fiercely glared at her several times, scolding her countless times in her heart. Idiot. She thought that there wasn't enough trouble here, so she had to scream like a ghost to attract the attention of the corpse puppets. How did such a stupid brain grow to this size? Sure enough, after hearing Jing Minyao scream, the corpse puppets, which were originally quite quiet, raised their grayish-white eyes mixed with red blood vessels and looked at the two sisters without blinking. Jing Minyao was almost scared out of her wits. She hurriedly shot a fire spirit, but it didn't land on the corpse puppets. Instead, it fell on the ground, provoking the corpse puppets to roar. The corpse puppets roared angrily and rushed in their direction. Jing Linyao gritted her teeth and waved her hand to throw a ball of fire. She didn't care about that stupid sister anymore and rushed in the direction where there were fewer corpse puppets. Arbor and the others returned to the golden door that was kicked open by Sir Jojo. Let's go. Sir Jojo was moved. He felt that he would be able to see the little monkey's sister soon. She was now really curious about the little monkey's sister. She had created such a huge sun-moon mystery realm all by herself, and she had stayed in this mystery realm with the little monkey for who knew how many years. How could she not feel lonely and uncomfortable? In this godforsaken place, there were only two people relying on each other for survival. If this continued, wouldn't they go crazy? Oh no. According to the elder sister, before she found the little monkey, she had probably spent a very long time alone in the secret realm. Thinking of this, Jojo felt an inexplicable sense of sadness in his heart. He actually felt a trace of sympathy for this sister that he had never met before. She didn't know why, but she actually thought so in her heart. The group of people followed Jojo through the passage without any obstructions. They looked at each other. The little fatty beat his chest and stamped his feet as he asked, You guys? All of you? Is this how you've been doing all this time? Fuck. Why did he encounter spatial spirit beasts and mutated plants along the way? Why was he fighting all the way here? Wasn't the battle in full swing? Sob, sob, sob. The heavenly Tao is so unfair. How could there be such a huge difference between people? Sir Jojo said expressionlessly. I already said that it was a smooth journey. Do you think I'm lying? Ask Mata if you don't believe me. Mata's handsome face didn't have any extra expression. Chapter 3185. On the way here, Sir Jojo had already dealt him a crushing blow. If possible, he didn't want to acknowledge anyone or speak to him right now. "You'll understand if you watch quietly," Mata said enigmatically. The little fatty rolled his eyes at him in exasperation. Why was this guy still pretending to be mature? Did he think that he would completely believe him if he said that? Hua Tao whispered to Lu Yu, "Jojo's dog's hit luck is simply heaven-defying. Jojo even chose the correct fifth door?" Qi Xianxian asked in bewilderment. Many people had been conflicted about the fifth door for a long time. She just wanted to know how Jojo managed to make his choice in one go. It seemed like there were several places that needed to be chosen along the way, and the questions and answers all appeared strange. Could it be Qi Xuan's eyes brightened? That half of the map I bought previously worked? Mata. As everyone conversed, they successfully arrived at a courtyard that was filled with the fragrance of flowers. This small courtyard was filled with rare, medicinal herbs. They were divided into different categories and cultivated in small plots. The medicinal herbs were growing very well. Even if it had been a long time since someone had taken care of it, it still looked like it was thriving. Arbor liked this simple and elegant small courtyard at a glance, and he had a rough idea of what was going on. This was probably that sister's living quarters. There was a small stone mill in the center of this small courtyard, and a sword was stabbed into it. MHM. It was a dusty sword whose material couldn't be discerned at all. It looked like a plaything that was retrieved from a garbage dump. It suddenly appeared in front of everyone, just like that. Duan Yu and Mo Lian exchanged glances before saying, "It seems like we have to pull out this sword before we go over." Lady Jojo blinked her eyes, but before she could say anything, she heard the little fatty volunteer, "I'll do it." Everyone silently averted their gazes. Little fatty moved his chubby little legs and ran over as if he was flying. He placed his hand on top of the grindstone and gripped the hilt of the sword. Suddenly, he seemed to be having an epileptic seizure. He held the worn-out sword and danced around. Then, he fell to the ground with a bang. Even his hair was emitting bursts of green, smoke. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. Holy shit, a divine sword with a lightning attribute. Mata jumped up excitedly. "Xianxian, go." Qi Xianxian swallowed her saliva and shifted her gaze to the man with the afro. She swallowed her saliva again as she had a feeling that she was going to be cheated. "Go Xianxian." Everyone encouraged her. "Don't worry. Go pick it up." "Of course you're not worried. I'm the one who's going to get electrocuted." Qi Xianxian rolled her eyes in annoyance and walked forward with small steps. Her small hand slowly touched the worn-out sword. Qi Xianxian was completely focused. At this moment, her nerves were already stretched taut as she activated her Thunder Soul defense. Thank goodness. She breathed a sigh of relief. This lightning attribute sword was... Qi Xianxian only felt her body swaying, and she almost couldn't stand steadily. Her eyes bulged slightly as she inwardly cried, "Oh my God." Thick smoke floated out of her mouth when she opened it. Her eyes rolled back, and she fell to the ground face up like the little fatty. Everyone covered their eyes as they couldn't bear to watch. Chapter 3186. Xianxian looked so pitiful. The little stoic glanced sympathetically at our dear Xianxian, whose eyes were rolling back and forth on the ground, and walked over to her. Mata couldn't hold back her laughter. After a spurt of laughter, she saw everyone's accusing gazes, so she hastily restrained her smile and sternly said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, I think it's more appropriate for you to go up." The spectators all nodded in agreement. She was trying to trap the Crown Prince. Duan Yu inwardly curled his lips in amusement. At this time, he jumped out with a swoosh and said with a look as if he was facing death calmly, "Your Highness, let this subordinate go down." Everyone, "What can you change if you come? It's just one more person lying on the ground." At this time, the little stoic had already helped Qi Xianxian up from the ground. She reached out to pat away the dust on Qi Xuan's body and took out a small handkerchief to wipe Qi Xuan's tanned face. She said sympathetically, "Use more beautifying cream these 2 days. Don't scrimp, come get more from me when you're done." Our dear Shin blinked, and her clear eyes were practically brimming with tears. She didn't even need to look in the mirror to know what she looked like. Look at her head of beautiful hair. It was all curled up like noodles. Woo, as they spoke, he had already rushed up to express his loyalty in front of Prince Mo. Arbor truly couldn't bear to see another person lying on the ground. So he coughed and said, Aoi, come back. Sir Jojo skipped forward. Let Jojo do it. Liang Qingqing pursed her lips and did her best to suppress her belly full of laughter. She coughed lightly and said, Little junior sister, you can go up, but for safety's sake, you should cough. Activate a defensive barrier. Don't worry. The little stoic expressionlessly took out a dozen talismans and slapped them all over her body. 5 multi-defense talismans, several lightning and shock protection talismans. In the end, she took out 8 diamond talismans and slapped them all over her body. She instantly felt comforted. Sir Jojo looked at him expressionlessly. I forgot. Everyone was speechless. Arbor took small steps and arrived in front of the stone mill. His 5 fingers moved slightly, and with the thought of, come on, Jojo, Sama is not afraid of you, he used some strength to grab the hilt of the sword that was stuck in the stone mill. The little girl used all her strength to pull herself out, and then staggered back a dozen steps. Prince Mo's eyes were sharp, and his hands were quick enough to catch her. Only then did she regain her balance. His little face was filled with confusion. The little fellow lowered his head and looked at the dusty, broken sword in his hand. He raised his head and looked at Mo Lien. Prince Mo's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He coughed lightly and said, Jojo, you pulled it out. The jaws of his bad friends who were watching a good show instantly dropped. The little monkey's expression was even more exaggerated, and he actually fell to the ground with a clang. Where did this monster come from? For several hundred years, it wasn't like there hadn't been almighty people with heaven-defying luck who relied on guessing along the way, like a blind cat running into a dead mouse. But no matter who it was, they would be ejected at the stage of pulling out the sword, because no one had ever pulled out the thunderclap sword before. Chapter 31:87. Little Monkey opened her mouth wide in an exaggerated manner, unable to close it for a long time. It was magical. She silently shut her small mouth. Afterwards, she stood up and strode to Qiao Mu's side. She tilted her head as she examined Qiao Mu from head to toe. Afterwards, she declared with certainty, Little sister, you definitely have a very impressive sacred weapon on you. A sacred weapon that formed on its own at the beginning of the world. This divine artifact that was formed by heaven and earth on its own and had been polished for perhaps thousands of years was incomparable to those man-made ones. This divine artifact had the most supreme power in heaven and earth entwined around it. Once it appeared, all divine artifacts would submit, just like the sun-moon wheels. Even though it had been submerged for many years, its artifact spirit suppression still existed in this mystic realm, causing all living beings to not dare to act recklessly. Lady Jojo subconsciously blinked her eyes and raised her small hand to look at it. Sometimes, she could indeed feel the unusual flow of power in this bloodline. That was her Fushi greatsword. It existed, but she couldn't take it out for the time being. Her little hand touched it and gently patted Little Monkey's head. Arbor nodded and said, You mean, the reason why this broken sword was tamed so obediently is because of the divine artifact created by heaven and earth in my body? Little Monkey's eyes lit up slightly, and she felt closer to Arbor in her heart. This little sister was indeed a person of great fortune. She already had a universal saint tool in her body. Therefore, she was definitely not like the others who came here solely for the sun and moon wheels. She was indeed a little big sister who was completely different from others. It had to be said that the little monkey was very naive. He had inexplicably misunderstood in order to express the greatest goodwill to Lord Arbor. Little Monkey reluctantly gave up her treasure and said, Little big sister, take this Thundercrash sword. It's not a broken sword. Its power is second only to the sun-moon wheels. The sword has the power of lightning attached to it, and it also has an artifact spirit space. Arbor looked down at the broken sword with a reluctant expression. It's so ugly. Little monkey. This little big sister was indeed a weirdo. She actually thought a divine artifact was ugly. Was this the logic of a normal person? Since when did humans become so strange? The little fatty jumped up and exhaled a puff of green smoke. Jojo, you can contract with it. If even a spirit artifact requires a contract, then this saint artifact must also. Arbor's eyes lit up. He raised his hand and stroked the sword. Although the sword looked tattered, it was very sharp. The blood on her finger was sucked into the sword in an instant. Then, the tattered sword that was covered in dust released a strange light. The rusty stains on the body of the sword peeled off inch by inch, revealing a treasured sword that was flickering with purple light. The 3-foot-long sword was incomparably sharp. With a flick of his finger, the sword immediately let out a buzzing sound that lasted for a long time. Xiaomu felt a bit more joy toward it in her heart. She raised her hand to stroke this treasured sword and joyfully thought in her heart. It wasn't freaking a bitter journey of 1,000 miles in vain. He had obtained a peerless sword on this trip. Then, he thought about the sword techniques recorded in the Spirit Division record. He quickly found a sword technique that could complement this Thundercrash sword and unleash great power. Chapter 3188. Arbor withdrew Thunderclap into her conscious and reflexively checked the situation in her conscious. Her current liquefied conscious had already expanded. It was originally a jade ribbon-like stream, but now it had grown to the size of a river. Her liquefied spiritual conscious swayed as it flowed in the small river. It appeared very peaceful and tranquil. Above the river, the golden talisman jade tome and the Spirit Division record quietly hung. The Tianji treasure blueprint, ferrule, club, cauldron, startled swan dagger, boat, and other items also slowly flowed around the 12 jade slips in a miniature form. Apart from this, there were 2 more items in her conscious. They were the heavenly horsetail feather and the mechanism map that she had swindled from Qin Shi and Lu Zheng not long ago. At this time, Thunderclap also flew over and proudly circled around the golden talisman jade tome. Then, it ran over to stir up trouble and lightly bumped the 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron in Arbor's conscious with its tail. The 9 stars mirroring the moon cauldron was unperturbed and ignored this fellow. Lady Jojo was afraid that it would stir up trouble and give her a headache, so she used her divine sense to stop it. After seeing that it quietly hung beside the golden talisman jade tome and didn't cause any more trouble, she withdrew her divine sense from her conscious with satisfaction. Little monkey, Lady Jojo turned to look at her and said, "What other treasures do you have? Look, I still have so many companions." Little monkey suddenly showed an angry expression and then roared, "Except for the few of them. The others have been eliminated long ago." She was naturally referring to Qi, Xian, and the others who had been eliminated except for Emolian, Duan Yu, and the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal. If it weren't for this little sister, they would have been kicked out of the hall long ago. How could they continue to stay here and watch? Humph! Lady Jojo blinked and was about to have a good chat with this petty little monkey when the door to that room suddenly opened on its own. Arbor's group simultaneously turned their gazes to the room. A faint figure floated out from inside. Her long hair hung loosely to her knees, and she wore a dark purple close-fitting robe with narrow sleeves. A faint smile appropriately hung on her ethereal and beautiful face. This girl was too beautiful. Lady Qiao glanced at her, and her eyes lit up. Jojo swore that she had never seen a girl more beautiful than the girl in front of her. She suddenly waved at her, and Qiao ran over to the girl's side. Emolian quickly called out, "Jojo." Arbor turned her head and waved her little hand at him, indicating that she was not controlled by the girl's powerful spirit. She was very conscious and wanted to get close to the girl. Sir Jojo could sense the strength of this girl's soul. The ancient aura that seemed to have existed between heaven and earth for thousands of years seemed to have flowed out from an ancient scroll of history. It was quiet and elegant, and it constantly touched people's hearts. This girl had an inexplicable, powerful aura that made people want to get close to her. She looked at Jojo with a smile, and Jojo looked back at her expressionlessly. It was as if a beautiful painting had been frozen in time. In this small green courtyard, everyone's eyes were on the two of them at this moment. Although it was the first time they met, some people's auras were very compatible even when they first met. For example, the two people in front of them gave off a feeling that they were rather harmonious. Chapter 3189. I'm Mo. What about you? Although her smile was faint, it made people feel a great attraction force. Jojo. Sir Jojo blinked his black almond eyes. Your little monkey's older sister. As he spoke, Sir Jojo thought about why Little Monkey was silent. He hurriedly turned to look at her. He saw the child standing dazedly beside Mo Yin with red eyes. Her small shoulders drooped. She looked like she wanted to come over, but didn't dare to. Mo raised her hand and waved at Little Monkey. The little monkey burst into tears and ran forward, jumping into Mo's arms. Unfortunately, Mo was only an illusion. In a split second, the little monkey passed through the illusory figure. Then, it turned its head and stared blankly at Mo Tinga. It called out sadly, "Big sister." "I'm sorry." Mo's voice was weak. "Little monkey, I don't want you to see me like this." This was why she didn't want to show herself to Little Monkey, even though half of her divine sense existed here. Moreover, this half of her divine sense had been here for 200 to 300 years. In the end, it was about to run out of soul power and dissipate. "Older sister, when are you coming back?" "Little monkey, I can't come back," Mo said softly. "Liar, you said you'd always be with me." The little monkey's eyes turned red and red. Suddenly, he burst into tears. "You liar." She waited for her for 200 to 300 years. She guarded her obsession alone and watched over this secret realm for a long time. She wanted to wait for her to come back. But now, she was telling her that this obsession, she couldn't guard it anymore. Mo wanted to pat Little Monkey's head, but her hand passed through Little Monkey's withered hair. She looked at Little Monkey and said softly, "Older sister doesn't have much time left. Can you let me finish?" She turned to look at Arbor. A faint smile appeared on her face. "Jojo, I sense a familiar aura from you." She floated a few steps closer to Lord Jojo and said in a faint voice, "That's the aura of the void. I was once exiled to the void for 3,000 years. This mystic realm has always been drifting in the void. It drifts to wherever it goes." She looked indifferently into the distance, as if she was looking at an unknown space-time. She reached out and patted Arbor's head. "You too." Sir Jojo's heart seemed to have been touched. He stood there in a daze, staring at her blankly. Suddenly, a scene like this appeared in front of her eyes. An expressionless little girl was floating in the boundless void. What does the void look like? It was darker and purer than the night, because no matter how dark the night was, there would always be stars and moonlight. But the void didn't. There was nothing in the void. It was as if Jojo was the only person left in the world at that time. Jojo walked slowly in the void. She couldn't see the road ahead and didn't know where to go. There was no living thing in the void. She didn't know if she should stop, but she firmly believed that if she stopped, she would die. No matter if she floated or walked, she always felt that she was moving. She was the only living thing in the void. Chapter 3190. Jojo didn't know how many years she had been drifting in the void, until one day, she suddenly saw 3 lightning flashes chasing after a piece of withered wood and continuously striking it. She used all her strength to fight against these 3 lightning flashes for a while and exhausted herself, but she still managed to protect half of the withered wood. Although this was only half a piece of withered wood that was on the brink of death, the little girl felt like she was hugging a ray of light when she hugged it. Although she was still drifting aimlessly in this void, she still believed that this half piece of withered wood had vitality. She didn't know how much time had passed that day. The half piece of withered wood suddenly spoke. "My name is Chochio, Chochio Jojo." Jojo, Emolian, Duanyu, and the others were anxious. When they saw her standing there in a daze, as if she was bewitched, they hastily ran up and shook her small body repeatedly. Arbor returned to her senses, and her eyes unwittingly swelled. She understood the feeling of drifting in the void all too well. No wonder Mo said there was a familiar void aura on her body. That was the same aura between the two of them. Mo said she had drifted in the void for 3,000 years. If that was the case, then perhaps JoJo would be drifting for even longer. JoJo already didn't remember, and she didn't want to remember these things. Those lonely and destroyed years in the void had already passed forever. Arbor glanced at the group of little friends that had gathered around her and suddenly smiled faintly. "I'm fine." Mo smiled at her and looked at the people around her. "Chow Chow, help me take Little Monkey out of here. I can give you this entire mystic realm. Except for the sun-moon wheels." Mo paused, as if to explain to JoJo, "The sun-moon wheels are my natal weapons and have been with me for a very, very long time. They won't obey anyone other than me, so I sealed them in the center of the mystic realm to maintain the operation of this entire mystic realm. Go and remove the seal. The sun and moon wheels will follow my aura. Once the sun and moon wheels leave, the entire mystic realm will collapse. Before that happens, you just have to take the mystic realm away." In other words, this senior called Mo wanted to give the entire sun-moon mystery realm to their Charles as a gift. When the onlookers heard this shocking news, they only silently digested it for half a second before collectively calming down. There was nothing that their Qiao could not encounter. "Little Monkey, you can leave." Little Monkey shook his head and looked at his sister with teary eyes. Big Sister has already left this place for another space-time. She will never be able to return. She looked sadly at the crying Little Monkey. "I didn't fulfill my promise. I'm sorry. Little Monkey, when I was in the sect, I wasted a lot of time chasing after a boundless dream. Whatever I've learned, I've only scratched the surface. There's no way I can undo the mysterious suppressive drug in your body. In the future, please ask this little sister to treat you properly." JoJo. Mo looked up at Arbor and smiled. "I'm going to disappear now. Can you help me take care of Little Monkey? She's very obedient, so you don't have to worry about her." Arbor nodded. Mo smiled faintly and nodded. "JoJo, you're much luckier than me, although I suffered a lot in the void." Chapter 3191. However, all the torment simply pales in comparison to the current happiness. Mo raised her small hand, subconsciously wanting to touch Arbor's face. However, she quickly discovered that she was merely a shadow, and all of this was merely frustration. A faint bitterness appeared on her lips. "It's truly regretful that I didn't get to know you in my life." Arbor's heart ached, and he tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Little Monkey, I'll do my best." "Thank you." Mo smiled. Without any warning, she dispersed faintly like a broken shadow under the sun, abruptly disappearing between heaven and earth. Even after a long time, Arbor could still vaguely remember that smile of hers. It was faint and serene, like a lonely icicle flower in the depths of the ocean. It emitted a faint fragrance, endlessly attracting people. The little monkey started bawling bitterly. Arbor didn't stop her. She needed to release the grief in her heart to her heart's content. She had already waited for 200 to 300 years in vain. 200 to 300 years of obsessive waiting, 200 to 300 years of bitter waiting. In the end, all she got in return was nothing. Arbor's eyes stung a bit. Although the little monkey wasn't very intelligent, she was still a smart child. After crying for a while, she asked Arbor in a choked voice, "She's dead, right?" "She's a liar. She's lying to me. She didn't go to another space-time at all. She's dead, completely dead, right? She left that strand of divine intent behind, waiting for someone who could take me out of this mystic realm, because she knew that I wouldn't be able to get out on my own." As she spoke, her tears continued to fall. Arbor, Mo Yin, and Duan Yu were all smart people, so they already knew Mo's true intentions long ago. She used all the wealth in the entire Sun-Moon mystic realm in exchange for the little monkey's freedom. This was her ultimate goal in keeping that strand of divine intent hanging around. The little monkey lay in Arbor's arms and bawled, heartbroken. She's dead, right?" Xiaomu stroked that child's head and nodded lightly. "You can't sense a trace of her presence here anymore. Her soul had completely dispersed between heaven and earth, leaving no trace behind." But who knows? Arbor tried to talk to the little monkey in a relaxed tone. There are many things in this world that we don't know. Perhaps Big Sister was really like what she said and went to live in another time and space. That's still unknown. Umitba, benefactor, the dead cannot be brought back to life. My condolences. Moreover, don't listen to the nonsense of the benefactress and still have delusions in your heart. A human's soul has already dissipated, and it is impossible for him to go to some other time and space to be reborn. If you're still worried, this little monk can help you release the soul from purgatory. Recite the rebirth mantra. The corners of everyone's mouth twitched. For a moment, they really wanted to beat up the little monk. The little monk was speaking in a methodical manner, and his expression was very serious when he was muttering. Mr. Jojo, who had been exposed, was speechless. The little monkey turned around and glared at him. The little monk put his palms together and asked aggrievedly, "Did this little monk say something wrong?" Everyone rolled their eyes in unison. The little monk shuffled closer to M.O. Lien and tugged at the hem of M.O. Lien's clothes with his chubby little hand. M.O. Lien looked down at him and said in amusement and annoyance, "If you keep muttering like this, I won't let you eat vegetarian buns tonight." Chapter 3192. When the little monk heard this, he quickly shut his small mouth. Arbor held Little Monkey's hand and stood up. "Little Monkey, I'll preserve this mystic realm completely. You can still live here in the future, okay?" Little Monkey's eyes reddened as she sniffed. "Really? Really?" "Yes." Arbor nodded at her and pulled her out of the courtyard. "Let's go. We'll talk after we get out. Miss Jojo, if we go out now, there are a lot of ugly monsters outside." Arbor paused and immediately thought of the corpse puppets that were transferred into the mystic realm. Anger flashed through her eyes. "Then we have to go out and clean up these things as soon as possible. We can't let them destroy anything here and waste Mo's efforts." Little Monkey nodded his head vigorously. "Then I'll send you out. You have to be careful. Don't worry. We're experienced enough to deal with those guys." Little Fatty crossed his arms and said with a black face. In the blink of an eye, Arbor's group was transported out of the hall. As soon as they steadied themselves, they smelled a fishy stench. Time and space had changed to the scene under the blazing sun. A large group of corpse puppets were gathered together and trying to kill Princess Jing's group. Princess Jing and Jing Minyao's group, as well as the students from Flying Sword, Hong Residence, and Blue Ocean Academy, were already exhausted. The sudden addition of Arbor's group made them feel invigorated. Jing Minyao glanced at Arbor unhappily. Although she didn't get along with this little crown princess, she had to admit that Arbor's group came at the right time. With the addition of this main force, they swept through the corpse puppets like a large-scale siege weapon. In just half an instant's time, more than half of the corpse puppets were cleared out. Jing Linyao wiped away her sweat. When she turned around, her eyes shrunk slightly. This group of people's fighting strength was really strong. But in reality, most of them hadn't reached the level of a level 10 great spiritual master. But their attacks were fast and accurate, and the way they attacked was extremely strange. Often, before the corpse puppets could react, two swords would attack at the same time and directly cut off their heads. What was even more shocking was that these people fought without any regard for their lives. However, up until now, not a single one of them had been injured. Not only that, when the people from Ice-Sealed City and Fire City killed a large group of zombies, the little crown princess actually followed behind them to pick up the scraps. This was really unbearable to look at. The young crown prince consort was in charge of cleaning up the battlefield at the back. Her hands were fast, and her sword was even faster. With just a few strokes, she had pulled out quite a number of crystal cores and collected them all into a small pouch. Seeing this, Jing Minyao was so angry that her heart trembled in pain. Just now, they were fighting to the death with the zombies outside. Their legs were trembling and their bodies were weak. They simply didn't have the time to collect the crystal cores on the ground. Who knew that the little crown princess would take advantage of it? It didn't matter if the crystal cores were swept away by their group or not. As long as the little crown princess took a fancy to them, they would all be swept away. Jing Minyao opened her mouth and wanted to shout, but what came out was heavy breathing. She was really too tired. At this moment, The hand holding the sword was still slightly trembling. Even if she opened her mouth, she didn't have the strength to quarrel with Arbor. Chapter 3193. Roar. The last corpse puppet was shot in the head by Situ E, and its roar stopped abruptly. Jing Minyao sat on the ground and gasped for breath. Arbor frowned and stuffed the corpse puppets' bodies into a storage talisman. He planned to bring them out and have Jojo's lotus burn them along with the talisman. After temporarily dealing with the corpse puppets, Arbor gave Prince Mo a look. The latter immediately understood and quickly flew to Jojo's side and took her hand. The young couple turned and ran towards the center of the sun-moon hidden realm. With the little monkey's guidance, the location of the sun-moon wheels was quickly determined. Where are they going? Jing Minyao hastily shot up from the ground. When she saw Xiao Mu running off with Crown Prince Mo in tow, intense jealousy flashed past her eyes. Third sister, when the corpse puppets pounced, you weren't injured, right? Jing Linyao suddenly stopped her and looked at her with a frown. Jing Minyao immediately showed an angry expression. What are you talking about? I have a divine armor protecting me. How could I be injured? Jing Linyao said indifferently. Although you have a divine armor, it can only protect the front of your chest and back. You still need to check the rest of your body carefully. You should worry about yourself. Jing Minyao snappily glared at Princess Jing and grinned mockingly. Although your spirit armor covers a large area, it won't be able to withstand the claws of the current corpse puppet. Princess Jing looked at her deeply, but didn't say anything in the end. She turned and ran in the direction Prince Mo and Arbor ran away. Jing Minyao was so angry that her mouth twitched. She threw the water bag in her hand to the ground. You're always lecturing people. She saw Jing Linyao run away and stomped her feet in anger. She quickly got up and followed. On the other side, when Arbor and Mo Lian's group arrived at the center of the sun-moon wheels, they saw many people standing there and fighting fiercely. The people fighting were Huang Yang, the strong man by Madame Gua's side. The other person was one of the Dafeng tribe's Queen Fu Sha subordinates. The people sitting in a circle were now looking at Xiao Mu and Mo Lian's group, who had just appeared with very complicated expressions. Damn it, why did they come here? Everyone felt a bit angry. It hadn't been easy for them to reach an agreement. They would compete here, and at that time, they would be able to determine who was the owner of the Sun-Moon Twin Wheels. But now, it's over. The people they didn't want to come here the most were here. Bashu's face changed, and he secretly glanced at Arbor's group. With a number of people in Xiao Mu's group, it was destined that they did not dare to rashly attack them. Even if they wanted to, they didn't have the strength. The Holy Sun stood up from the crowd and nodded at Arbor's group. He explained to them calmly, everyone has decided to compete to determine who is the real owner of the Sun-Moon Wheels. You came at the right time, just in time for this competition. Arbor saw that the Holy Sun's expression was very open. It didn't seem like he was pretending to be polite. He couldn't help but be curious. Didn't the Sun-Moon Temple enter the hidden territory so many times for the Sun-Moon Wheels? Why did the Holy Sun act like he didn't care about it at all? He didn't know if the Holy Sun had his own plans. Chapter 3194. The little fellow has some doubts in her heart, but her face is expressionless as she glances at the saint and asks, "Oh, how do we compete?" Saint Miyin smiles. Like this Huang Yang, he has already won 3 rounds in a row. Currently, the ownership of the Sun-Moon Twin Wheels belongs to him. That is to say, as long as the person who goes up to fight can stand at the end with a smile, the Sun-Moon Twin Wheels will belong to him. Arbor curls her lips and rolls up her little sleeves. I'll go. Let's play with these people. No, a sharp voice suddenly interrupts Arbor's words. Arbor looks curiously at that person and sees that the agitated person is Chun Baojia. What reason do you have to say no? Miss Xiao says unconcernedly. Can you make the decision here? Didn't she see that even the saint invited them to join the team? Amir Chun Baojia wants to stop them. It's simply hilarious. I don't agree. Chun Baojia's expression is very ugly as she shakes her head and says, just now, we have already decided to compete with a number of people. If we add more people halfway now, it will be very unfair to those who have already competed. The others are already in a mess, and when they see Lord Jojo, they are very flustered. Hearing Chun Baojia's words, they quickly echo in unison, saying that Lord Jojo and the others are not allowed to join, otherwise it will be breaking the competition rules and so on. Lord Jojo looks at them expressionlessly and reaches out to tug at her husband's sleeve. Imogen can't help but find it funny. She says with a cold face, since it's a fair competition, why not wait for everyone in the mystic realm to come before competing? You all have selfish motives, so it's normal that the previous competition didn't count. The Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal is someone who likes to watch a show. Hearing this, he quickly nods and says, let's compete again, let's compete again. Thus, the faces of Huang Yang and the others instantly turn ugly. Haha. At this moment, a slightly shrill voice comes from behind the crowd. These friends are right. Since it's a competition for the Sun-Moon Twin Wheels, how can we miss out? While they were talking, a shifty-eyed man walked over from the end of the path with dozens of men with round waists and thick arms. As soon as they arrived, everyone's expression changed again. Ba Shu jumped to his feet and pointed at them. You dare to come here? He yelled. These people were the mercenaries who had accepted the killing mission. The one leading them was Cheung Hao from the Shi Lang mercenary group. It wasn't until the little stoic saw the person clearly that she had a slight impression of him. Her little hand subconsciously tugged at her husband's sleeve. Mo Yin looked down at her and couldn't help but nod. That's him, the one we met in the north-facing Great Forest, the Shi Lang mercenary group. At that time, little Shui had subdued the innate water element and Planet Sha Ji was about to open. We hurriedly brought you there to level up, so we let this person go, Mo Yin said in a low voice. At that time, he couldn't care less about Cheung Hao. Jojo's situation was the most important. Only Duan Yu and the Venerable Peach Blossom Immortal, who were standing next to them, can hear Prince Mo's low voice clearly. Cheung Hao had already led dozens of mercenaries to Ba Shu and the others without consulting anyone. Cheung Hao folded his arms and sneered. We also want to participate in the competition. How about it? Are you scared? Ba Shu swatted at Cheung Hao. Chapter 3195. Scared of you. Cheung Hao exuded vast and mighty spiritual energy, and he abruptly blocked with his fist. Bam! Ba Shu's palm collided with Cheung Hao's fist, and he immediately flew back several steps. His feet scraped against the grass, and he managed to stabilize himself with great difficulty so that he wouldn't fall to the ground in a sorry state. However, this exchange made Ba Shu realize that his cultivation was far inferior to the other parties, and his expression instantly turned very unsightly. The little stoic blinked and eagerly rolled up her sleeves. Normally, there weren't many opportunities to fight. What kind of competition was this? It was a legitimate opportunity to beat someone up, so Sir Jojo had to firmly grasp this opportunity. Her red battlesuit was finally put to good use. However, Emolian held her small hand and tugged at her, exasperated. She said quietly, "Be good and wait a bit longer." This little fellow definitely had a strange quirk. She got excited whenever she saw this competition. This guy's cultivation fluctuations are a bit strange. Emolian knitted her brows and said, "Let them go first." Because they were in the same team for the time being, Commandery Princess Xiangchang reluctantly walked up and handed Ba Shu a healing pill for him to consume. This healing pill was a high-rank pill, so it naturally paled in comparison to the little stoic's concoction skills. However, it could temporarily slow down Ba Shu. It would be a lie to say that Ba Shu wasn't shocked. He didn't expect that a mere mercenary group leader's cultivation would be above his. That attack had secretly left an internal injury in his body. If he couldn't recover from it with a healing pill, it would affect his cultivation in the future. The little stoic whispered to her husband, how did he suddenly become so powerful? She remembered that that guy's cultivation was merely a level 12 great spiritual cultivator back in north-facing Great Forest, which wasn't far off from Ba Shu's cultivation. Logically speaking, the two of them should be evenly matched, but that attack just now caused Ba Shu to suffer quite a bit of internal injury. Mo Yin curled her lips coldly, and her gaze landed on Cheung Hao. He awakened a strength-type special ability. Mr. Jojo's face turned cold, and he looked at Cheung Hao suspiciously. To be able to accept the mission of the Shrine Massacre, there should be a certain connection between them and Tianyin. Therefore, the reason why Qiang Hao suddenly awakened a strength-type special ability was because of him. His body had been modified by Tianyun's medicine. Duan Yu furrowed his brows and commented, "His situation is a bit like a demonic cultivator who fused with a portion of a strength-type demonic beast." Mo Yin scrutinized Qiang Hao again before nodding. "MHM, but I can sense the fluctuations of a special ability inside his body." Espers could sense each other, but some low-level espers might not be able to sense high-level espers. There was no doubt about this. Sir Jojo asked curiously, "Do you mean that the reason why this guy became so strong is that he not only fused with the demonic beast power, but also awakened a special strength-type ability?" The two of them nodded. Jojo was a little excited, and his small body leaped forward. "Great, he finally found someone who could take a beating." Mo Lien facepalmed. She inexplicably read this sentence from the little fellow's sparkling eyes. 2 more chapters. Chapter 3196. Qiang Hao. The little girl leaped in front of him and sized him up. "Your opponent is me." A faint trace of anger appeared in Qiang Hao's eyes. Of course, he remembered this brat. In the great north-facing forest, he had suffered a great loss at the hands of this brat. Even now, he could not forget the pathetic state he had been in. But now Qiang Hao sneered. If this brat still thought that he would be trampled under her feet and abused as she wished like before, then she was truly too foolish and too naive. Qiang Hao wrinkled his nose slightly, and the corner of his mouth twitched unconsciously. "Little girl, I wonder if you've heard of this saying. A scholar who has been away for 3 days will return to his former glory." Boom! In the blink of an eye, Miss Qiao's eyes flashed fiercely, and a stream of water spirit fell, exploding at Qiang Hao's feet. At the same time, the startled swan dagger suddenly jumped out of her conscious and made a half circle in the air. With a buzzing sound, it stabbed straight at Qiang Hao's chest. Qiang Hao was a little flustered. Was this girl crazy? He had not finished speaking. Who fought like this? Couldn't he just let him finish his sentence? What was the hurry? Was there a need to be this anxious? Did she care about these few minutes? She did not want him to finish speaking. Of course, Arbor did not know that Qiang Hao was conflicted about his attitude. Since she had already made her move, she naturally had to give it her all. Of course, she was prepared for battle. Sir Jojo's attitude towards any opponent, no matter how small, was very serious. A large black saber appeared in Qiang Hao's hand, and he blocked the startled swan dagger. But Qiang Hao did not expect that this small dagger would be so powerful. When the back of his saber touched the dagger, a vast and mighty force hit him in the face, forcing him to retreat continuously. Several feet away, Qiang Hao's body swayed slightly. Cough, cough, cough. He choked on his breath and coughed a few times. His small rat-like eyes were now filled with blatant malice. That damned little girl. She actually dared to attack while he was not paying attention. How hateful. This wretched girl must have done it on purpose, catching him off guard and catching him off guard. Qiang Hao put his hand on his chest, which was surging with blood, and stared at Arbor with gloomy eyes. "Don't think that you can beat me with a sneak attack." Many times, boom. Qiang Hao's body trembled when he sensed the aura of the wood spirit behind him. He rolled several times on the ground, dodging the wooden vines one after another. He quickly leaped to the side and rolled away. However, even though he reacted quickly, Arbor's wood spirit was even faster. The dozen or so wooden vines only paused for less than a second in the air before sweeping towards him in unison. Qiang Hao's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. In order to avoid the dozens of wooden vines, Qiang Hao could only roll on the ground to dodge. He was on the verge of tears. The way he rolled around on the spot was unsightly. This time, he had lost all his face in front of everyone. Arbor looked at him coldly and didn't say a word. In reality, the little stoic never liked to waste words with others when fighting. If you're fighting, then just fight. Where did all this talk come from? Qiang Hao was completely unaware that the little stoic was so straightforward. In the little stoic's opinion, who would have the leisure to chat with you while fighting? It was simply hilarious. Chapter 3197. Xianghao was naturally incomparably gloomy on the inside. He wanted to open his mouth to speak again and again, but he was interrupted by the stoic face every time. Now, he even had a bit of psychological shadow. He kept feeling that if he didn't bring out his true abilities and properly fight with this damn stoic face, he would definitely be out of luck. Don't be too arrogant. Xianghao hastily dodged a vine that the little stoic threw at him. His entire body abruptly emitted a sinister aura, and he yelled furiously, "Damn ah!" The little stoic's attack landed squarely on his chest, and he flew back several steps. He shook his head with disheveled hair, and his eyes were brimming with resentment. Firebat! Xianghao suddenly tore open the clothes on his upper body, revealing his frail chest, as well as the strange fiery red demon patterns that covered his chest and abdomen. His shoulder blades bulged slightly, and his face was flushed red. Arbor actually wanted to see what he could transform into, so he simply stopped and calmly waited for him to transform. Before long, Xianghao's back seemed to have been cut open by a blade, and two blood-colored bat wings abruptly emerged. Was this the ability of fusing with the demonic fire bat? Arbor glanced coldly at the other party, then lowered his head to glance at the ground entwined with wooden vines, and his lips curled coldly. In the blink of an eye, the wooden vines on the ground all gathered together as if they were alive and swiftly swam toward Xianghao's feet. Xianghao flapped his two bat wings and proudly flew into the sky. He hovered in midair and hooted, "Damn girl, there's a path to heaven, but you won't take it. Hell up!" He suddenly felt a tremendous force pulling at his feet. When he looked down, a dozen wooden vines instantly rose up and rapidly wrapped around his legs in the sky. This irresistible suction force was coming from those wooden vines. Damn it, could it be that these wood spirits were still alive? Xianghao looked up furiously, and he involuntarily brandished the large black saber in his hand to hack at the wooden vines at his feet. Bang! His large saber actually bounced back with this hack, and the hand holding the saber's hilt felt slightly numb. His mind went blank, and disbelief flashed through his eyes. How could this be? Please, these are just wooden vines. How can they not be cut down by spirit weapons? While his mind was filled with question marks, the vines on the ground all climbed up and wrapped around Xianghao, forming a giant cocoon, sealing him inside without leaving a single gap. At this moment, everyone on the field was watching with an extremely serious expression. The saint was even more shocked. He had seen the little stoic fight several times before, but the little stoic had directly taken a shortcut many times. She would casually summon a powerful battle beast to confront her opponent and insta-kill her opponent in a matter of minutes. Although everyone was afraid of her, they still felt that her cultivation was only average. It was because the beasts around this stoic face were powerful that he could protect her, this weak little chicken. But now, the saint's view had completely changed. How terrifying! This girl's wood spirit seemed to be endlessly released. Even now, it was still being released layer by layer. He saw Xianghao, who was wrapped in the giant wooden vine cocoon, slashing with his saber with a terrified expression. His face was somewhat distorted. The space inside the wooden vine cocoon was not small. Xianghao could still flap his bat wings while hovering in the air. Chapter 3198. Unfortunately, even if he had wings now, he couldn't fly out of this wooden cage. Cough, cough, cough. Xianghao gave up on his plan to hack at the wooden cage. Because this cage made of wooden vines was extremely sturdy, practically comparable to an iron bastion. Although he didn't know why, he was certain that the little stoic had planned to trap him in the cage from the start. Otherwise, she wouldn't have endlessly released the power of the wood spirit and caused the ground to be covered in these vines. At this time, there was dead silence, and no one knew what to say. They had all witnessed Arbor's methods. The most terrifying thing was that she dealt with a mutated demonic cultivator so easily. Everyone looked up at Xianghao, who was suspended in midair. The vines on the ground intertwined together and stretched all the way to the sky, building a giant wooden cage in the air. This caused everyone to feel a strange visual shock. No one could control the power of the wood spirit to this extent. Today was their first time seeing someone who could control the power of the wood spirit like this. Xianghao was currently locked in that wooden cage and had no way to escape. He could only pant slightly and subconsciously flap the wings on his back. Arbor glanced at him indifferently and lowered her head to look at her small palms. Her power of the wood spirit was naturally endless because of the existence of the sacred wood, the spirit of all living things in the world, and all the wood attributes in the world could be used by her, providing her with an endless supply of power. As for why this wooden cage was so sturdy, it was naturally because she added 3 solidifying talismans outside the wooden cage. You think you can chop these wooden vines just because you want to? You're simply daydreaming. A blue flame leaped out of Arbor's fingers. She looked up at Xianghao in the wooden cage and fired it at him without a second word. The flame wormed its way in through the gaps in the wooden cage and directly burned Xianghao's body. Everyone heard hissing roars coming from the wooden cage, and the dozens of burly mercenaries who came with Xianghao were already trembling in fright. They didn't expect that their captain, who is so powerful, would be completely unable to retaliate against this little girl. If that was the case, wouldn't they be courting death by coming here? Holy Sun Mayan stood up, coughed lightly, and said, "Facial paralysis, Crown Princess wins." No one had any objections. In fact, many of the people present wanted to back out. Since the Crown Princess was so powerful, what else could they do? What was there to fight? If he went up, he would be courting death. Arbor burned the guy for a while, and all they heard was the guy howling. She frowned and said coldly, "What a load of nonsense. Are you still not going to transform?" She didn't have the time to waste on him. What she wanted to see was this person's true strength. Since he had already fused with the power of the evil beasts and had been transformed by the heavenly fate, it was impossible for him to only have this little strength. A scarlet color flashed across Xianghao's eyes. His cheeks were red from the burning of the blue spirit cleansing flame, and his entire body gave off the smell of blood. He suddenly roared in the wooden cage. This roar caused everyone to jump in fright. How could that sound be human? It was clearly the roar of a wild beast. Mo Lian's eyes flickered. Her fingers moved slightly, and a black flame spread out from her fingertips. Chapter 3199. The black fire was ready to go at any time. If his Jojo was in danger, he naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. At the same time, Xianghao's body in the wooden cage suddenly underwent a drastic change. Amidst a series of crackling sounds, all the bones in his body were rapidly growing. His face underwent a great change. Everyone looked at him. Their eyes couldn't help but become a bit frightened. How is this still a human? This guy is completely like a huge bat. That pair of small eyes flashed with a trace of ominous light. Even his body completely mutated. Everyone was scared out of their wits. Subconsciously, they wanted to leave the battlefield. They felt that what happened next might be worse. Roar! Xianghao squatted in the wooden cage and let out an earth-shattering roar. The sound wave rushing out of his mouth was mixed with the sound of wind, causing people's eardrums to slightly hurt. Madame Goen was the first to bear the brunt of this roar. She felt a gust of wind blow in her face, and her hair stood on end. She couldn't help but sway a little and almost fell to the ground. "Madam!" Huang Yang hurriedly supported her and quickly pulled her to the back of the crowd. At this time, the crowd was already a bit chaotic. No one was a fool. How could they stand at the front and block a knife for someone else? So everyone wanted to squeeze to the back. In the end, it was Holy Sun Mi Yin and a group of temple guards and priests who were pushed to the front. The temple priest's face was somewhat unsightly. Holy Sun Mi Yin's face was somewhat indifferent, but his eyes were slightly cold as he raised his head and fell on Xianghao, who was suspended in the wooden cage in the air. He took a deep breath and slightly closed his eyes. What kind of existence is this heavenly fate? Is it a place to create monsters? Why did the Temple Lord join this heavenly fate organization, and why did he stubbornly bring the entire temple into this kind of situation? Arbor coldly looked at the rapidly transforming freak in front of him. At this time, Xianghao's eyes had already lost the last trace of human reason. He was like a huge bat with a human head, flapping his wings and fiercely hitting the wooden cage. After the rapid mutation, his body's toughness had greatly increased. After hitting it 3 times in a row, the wooden cage was slightly deformed. On the 5th collision, his deformed head popped out of the cage and got stuck between the wooden vines. He glared at Xiao Mu in front of him with a ferocious glint, and he opened his mouth to spit out a stream of air directly at Xiao Mu's head. Suddenly, Xiao Mu jumped up and twisted her waist in the air. With a beautiful spin, she landed lightly on a rattan tree and steadied herself. At the same time, the air current landed beneath her feet and exploded the wooden vines beneath her feet. Arbor flew up again and landed lightly on another vine. She looked coldly at Xianghao in front of her. She flipped her fingers, and a flying talisman quickly appeared in her palm. So disgusting, there's no need for it to exist, Arbor finally said coldly. Then, he quickly rose into the air and flew in front of Xianghao. Through the wooden cage, he quickly shot 3 ice spikes at Xianghao's mutated giant head. Chi. The ice spikes all fell on Xianghao's head, but they were all deflected by him. Roar! He was enraged again and roared at Arbor. Chapter 3200. Everyone stared at this scene in shock, wondering if Xianghao had gained the ability to become an impregnable fortress after mutating. Arbor's gaze focused, and the startled swan dagger drilled out from behind her again. A blinding white light suddenly exploded from the dagger, and it instantly pierced toward Xianghao's eye like a flash of lightning. This dagger pierced through Xianghao's left eye and directly penetrated his forehead. Ah! Xianghao let out an inhuman roar. His single eye carried a trace of blood-red light as he glowered viciously at Arbor in front of him. At the same time, his entire body swelled up again like a ball. Mommy! He's going to self-detonate. This Xianghao was probably so angry that he lost his mind and wanted to perish together with the little crown princess. But don't freaking self-detonate here. They were in the same mystic realm. Not only would self-detonation cause great harm to the mystic realm, but it would also implicate innocent bystanders like them. Chen Baojia and the others were livid, deeply enraged by the little stoic. This stoic disregarded the consequences and fought with Xianghao, provoking this lunatic. If it weren't for her belligerence, this wouldn't have happened. Roar! Xianghao abruptly broke free from the wooden cage and swooped down from the sky, shooting toward Arbor like a giant cannonball. Layers of cold air instantly floated between Arbor's hands. At the same time that Xianghao swooped down, the outer layer of her body was wrapped in a layer of sharp ice spikes. This little fellow seemed to have turned into a hedgehog in an instant, spreading out her sharp horns. Xianghao swooped down with his palm and just happened to press down on the sharp ice spikes defense that she suddenly erected. Thus, this fellow was like a punctured balloon, leaking air from her palm and spreading to her entire body. An incomplete, mutated monster's body puffed out white smoke, completely unable to stop the rapid dissipation of its power. Since its power was already completely dissipating, it naturally couldn't gather and solidify it again to continue self-detonating. If you can become a genius just by taking medicine, then what's the use of having geniuses in this world? Arbor let out a furious roar and kicked Xianghao in the chest, sending him flying backward. Using one's own strength to fight against others. That is the ultimate strength. Arbor suddenly dashed over. Her jade-like hand, covered with the Vajra talisman, was like a cold, killing weapon, ruthlessly hammering Xianghao's chin. Puff! Xianghao's deformed head tilted backward as a stream of blood flowed out of its mouth. It's my own power. Bang! This punch landed heavily on Xianghao's other eye. At this moment, Xianghao's entire body had mutated, and he could not feel any pain at all. However, he had already lost one of his eyes. Now that Arbor had punched his other eye, he subconsciously closed his eyes and saw nothing but darkness. I can pursue the great Tao of the peak of martial arts, but not to become a monster and pursue it. Arbor kicked Xianghao's lower body and stepped him under her feet. She held the startled swan dagger and aimed it at Xianghao's head. She said coldly, Those who have no bottom line will eventually suffer the consequences of their own actions. You're too ugly, Arbor said coldly. Go to hell. Tsh. A trace of indignation spread across Xiong Hao's twisted face. He felt thick blood seeping out of his neck. Chapter 32:01. He truly didn't expect that, even after transforming into such a powerful person, he still couldn't escape being brutally killed by the little stoic. He still wasn't strong enough. Xiong Hao's contorted face contorted. Although blood kept bubbling from his neck, he still persisted and stammered, You don't get carried away. Long live the heavenly fortune. Those who obey the heavens prosper, those who defy the heavens. Xiao Mu took out a normal spiritual weapon hammer from her inner world and smashed this fellow's head to pieces with a single blow. Everyone, Humph, do you think you can represent heavenly law? If heavenly law is unfair, we mortals can also resist, let alone a mere heavenly fortune. Arbor snorted and then turned his head. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he asked sternly, Who else wants to challenge me? Come. Absolute silence. A deathly silence. No one, including Chun Baojia, who was accustomed to courting death, dared to utter another word. Arbor glanced at them coldly before turning to look at the center of the mystic realm, at the ball of snow-white light suspended high in the sky. No matter which direction one looked at it from, the object wrapped in this ball of snow-white light couldn't be seen clearly. However, Arbor was well aware that this was the Sun-Moon Twin Wheels. As long as this seal was severed, the Sun-Moon Twin Wheels would regain its freedom. At that time, it would be free no matter where it went. According to Mo's words, the Sun-Moon Twin Wheels were originally her natal weapon and would only follow her in her lifetime. However, Mo had already died and vanished, completely concealed in the vast sky. Since the Sun-Moon Twin Wheels were a sacred weapon born of heaven and earth, they naturally had an artifact spirit. How would they choose? Arbor reached out his small hand and stroked the halo from a distance. He could actually sense the anxiety and unease within it. Since they were Mo's natal weapon, the Sun-Moon Twin Wheels could naturally sense Mo's death. Anxiety was normal. Arbor clenched his hand into a fist and threw 2 punches at the light, sealing the Sun-Moon Twin Wheels. In an instant, the entire ball of light burst open, and a buzzing sound jumped out from within. Everyone stared at the scene in front of them with their mouths agape. They almost couldn't believe it. Everyone, including Holy Sun Mi Yin, stood there dumbstruck, scanning the little stoic from head to toe, as if they were looking at a ghost. They had already found this place a long time ago, and it wasn't as if no one had tried to cut off that layer of light and snatch the sun and moon wheels before anyone else. However, not a single person was able to succeed. Everyone was blocked by this layer of sealing light, unable to break this ancient seal. And at that time, Holy Sun Mi Yin had already told them that this seal had been placed a very long time ago. Perhaps the powerful figure who had placed this seal should be the previous owner of this secret realm, who was at least 1,000 years old. It was normal that they couldn't break the seal. Holy Sun Mi Yin also proposed to gather everyone's strength to break the seal. But after breaking the seal, this pair of Sun-Moon Twin Wheels could only have one owner. That was why everyone thought of a plan. They would first compete to determine who was the owner of the Sun-Moon Twin Wheels, and then gather everyone's strength to break the seal. However, at this time, everything had overturned their understanding. They didn't expect the little stoic to break this seal without expending any effort at all. Chapter 32:02. How could everyone endure this? Holy Sun Mi Yin, in particular, still had a dumbfounded expression on his face, and he repeatedly glanced at the little stoic several times. Previously, he was the one who told everyone that this sealed light source was placed by an almighty person, and they simply couldn't break it with their individual strength. His words were still ringing in their ears, but now they were slapped in the face. This sour feeling the little stoic couldn't have been possessed by a demon, right? Everyone thought this at the same time. At this time, the Sun-Moon Twin Wheels had already flown out, so fast that they couldn't see them clearly. The little stoic saw this pair of weapons fly around her in a circle, emitting a buzzing sound. The little fellow gave a rare smile to the pair of weapons and nodded slightly. Subsequently, everyone saw the sun-moon twin wheels glide across the sky with a swish like shooting stars chasing after the moon, instantly disappearing from the mystic realm. Where are the twin wheels? Chen Baojia couldn't resist shrieking. She was simply about to go mad from anger. How many trials and tribulations had they gone through to reach this place? Not only were they constantly hunted down by mercenary groups, but they were also attacked by zombies time and time again. Not only did they not reap any benefits, but they were also tricked into such a wretched state. She truly didn't know what the objective of this trip was. Not only was Chun Baojia so livid, but even Gu Yishuan, Xiangchang Royal Princess, and the others were so angry that their hearts, livers, spleens, and lungs ached. They didn't expect that the sun-moon twin wheels would fly far away with a whoosh before they could even clearly see what they looked like. Several mercenaries rapidly chased after the sun-moon twin wheels. Halfway through the chase, his body seemed to have been blown apart by something. His whole body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Everyone's body stiffened. They had originally wanted to chase after the sun-moon twin wheels, but at this time, they all swallowed their saliva and stopped with a look of fear on their faces. Arbor and the others clearly saw that the people chasing after them were shot by the white light emitted by the sun-moon twin wheels. This white light was naturally the divine weapon's coercion. Normal people couldn't even withstand a single finger of the sun-moon twin wheels. Chasing after them was simply a dead end. Qiao Mu swept them a cold glance before turning around to walk to her husband's side and tugging at his sleeve. Mo Lien lowered his head and touched her little face with a smile. "Okay, your husband will protect you. Hurry up and refine it." As she said this, her fingers rapidly moved as she pulled Duan Yu to lay down several layers of defensive boundaries around Arbor. Under everyone's gaze, Arbor sat down cross-legged and slowly closed his eyes. He focused his mind and calmed his qi, allowing his heart to move freely. A wisp of white light spiraled around her body. Immediately after, everyone discovered that all the spiritual energy in the mystic realm was madly surging towards the little stoic. Everyone cursed in their hearts and hastily dashed over, wanting to snatch the spiritual aura around the little stoic. Such dense spiritual energy was almost visible to the naked eye. If they could snatch a few points from under the stoic face's hands, then they could be considered to have benefited greatly. They all had the same thought, so a large group of people ran to Arbor's side and sat down cross-legged without a care, planning to snatch some spiritual energy from Arbor to absorb. However, how could they know that Arbor wasn't simply absorbing the spiritual energy in the mystic realm? She was refining the entire sun-moon mystic realm. Refining. She had already refined the spirit domain more than once. So this time, it could be said that she did it with extreme ease. Chapter 32:03. Everyone scrambled to absorb the spiritual energy around Arbor, but it wasn't long before they discovered a frightening fact. They simply couldn't snatch even a sliver of spiritual energy. What was going on? Chun Baojia and the others opened their eyes in alarm and astonishment, wanting to clearly see Arbor's figure. However, the little stoic was currently completely enveloped by streams of dense spiritual energy that resembled water dragons sucking in water. She was also protected by several defensive boundaries, so it was simply very difficult to clearly see this stoic face's situation. Gu Yishuan also tried his best to clearly see the little stoic's current situation, but unfortunately, it was very difficult. The little crown princess didn't know what other people were thinking. Right now, she was trying her best to absorb the spiritual energy that was endlessly pouring in from all directions. So how could she have the leisure to pay attention to other people? When she looked inside herself, she saw that all the spiritual energy was pouring into her Dantian star domain. At this moment, the sapling's leaves were very dense, and it had already gradually transformed from that pitifully bare tree into a flourishing one. Arbor was very happy to see this. She thought of the sapling that had accompanied her for so many years in the void, and then thought of its pitiful appearance as a half-withered log. Looking at its appearance now, She couldn't help but be overjoyed. It's already continuously developing in a better and better direction, Arbor thought to herself. It'll get better in the future. This Sun-Moon mystery realm was bigger than Paradise Planet. It could even be said that it was almost twice as big as Paradise Planet. In all these days, Arbor actually hadn't traveled to every corner of the Sun-Moon mystery realm. At this moment, it would take at least 4 hours to completely refine it. As large amounts of spiritual energy poured into her star domain Dantian, the sapling's body swayed slightly as it bathed in the light of spiritual energy. The entire Sun-Moon mystery realm was quietly crumbling bit by bit amidst the tremors. At first, Gui Xuan and the others naturally didn't know the situation. But gradually, as the ground started to crack, everything inside the mystery realm seemed to instantly become blurry. Everyone clearly realized that the situation was developing in a strange direction. The mystic realm was about to collapse. Everyone was alarmed. Led by Gui Xuan, everyone covered themselves with a layer of defensive cover. They communicated with each other in panic. What's going on? Is the mystic realm about to collapse? There are still at least 20 days before we leave, right? Why is this mystic realm collapsing all of a sudden? No one could link the collapse of this mystic realm to Qiaomu at all. As far as they were concerned, Arbor was indeed powerful, but refining the entire arcane realm? What kind of joke was this? This joke was not funny at all. Arbor didn't know what everyone was thinking, and she didn't care what they thought of her. While she was silently absorbing and refining the energy, she suddenly opened her eyes. In the meantime, the entire secret realm collapsed in an instant. Everyone was thrown into chaos, screaming as they were sent flying. Qiaomu stretched out her hand and put away the refined round bead into her palm without attracting anyone's attention. At this moment, there was still a swirling spiritual energy floating around her body. Outside her body, there were 3 layers of defensive barriers. No one could see her movements clearly. Sun-Moon mystery realm, refining success. Qiaomu's lips curled into a faint smile playfully. Chapter 32:04. After the spiritual energy was injected into her star domain, she could feel the vast star domain tremble slightly. A sun and moon core instantly entered her star domain and hung next to Paradise Planet. It was round and smooth, emitting a faint lustrous white light. Arbor felt his body lighten at this moment, and he was pulled into Mo Lian's embrace. They were already prepared, so after being ejected from the mystic realm, they very leisurely landed on the ground. On the other hand, the others simply didn't know that the mystic realm would instantly collapse, so they still had dumbfounded expressions on their faces. Especially Holy Sun Mi Yan. His expression was practically the highlight. That handsome face had a vacant expression, and his eyes even subconsciously blinked. When Arbor looked at him from afar, he suddenly felt like he was an idiot. Holy Sun Mi Yan suddenly turned his head and looked meaningfully at Arbor. He kept feeling that today's matter was greatly related to this stoic face. This little stoic was very eccentric. There was nothing she wouldn't do. Now that he thought about it again, the reason why the mystic realm collapsed was probably because the little stoic had absorbed all the spiritual energy. Although he thought of this, Holy Sun Mi Yan still didn't say anything and only said dryly to everyone, "Since the mystic realm has collapsed, then everyone cough, rest for a night, and then set off back." Everyone's dumbfounded state instantly turned into uncontrollable fury. What kind of freaking joke was this? They had traveled a long way to reach this place. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that they had practically experienced 3 calamities and 9 tribulations along the way, and they only managed to reach this sun and moon mystic realm after walking a fine line between life and death. In the end, they didn't reap a single cent of benefits. Heavens, earth! Since when was this world so unfair and filled with eerie malice toward the entire human world? Sir Jojo expressionlessly glanced at the wailing and crying crowd, then used his divine sense to carefully examine the items on the sun, moon, and star domain. Mo's small courtyard was filled with exotic flowers and rare herbs, so there was no need to mention this point. Besides, there were 5 treasure rooms built next to the small courtyard. These are where all of Mo's assets were located. Looking at the items, it should be quite sumptuous. Arbor thought about it and decided to wait until they left this place before taking out some good stuff for his companions. Otherwise, if he took it out now, it would seem like he was showing off in front of these miserable people. What a pity. She worked for nothing. Xiaomu shook her head sympathetically before becoming expressionless again. Prince Amo looked at the little girl's rich expression and almost burst out laughing in his heart. The little guy's inner thoughts were full of drama. Naughty. He stroked her little head and said softly, "Jojo, let's go back to the capital." Xiaomu looked up at him, and her heart involuntarily softened when she saw the gentle light overflowing from his eyes. She obediently nodded her small head. She actually wanted to play for a while before going back. However, her husband wanted to return to the capital. He was probably thinking about the wedding ceremony. She naturally had to cooperate with him. Duan Yu glanced at them and remarked with a faint smile, "We've been out for quite some time. I also have to make a trip back first. We'll meet again at the academy." He knew that once they came out, it meant that they had to part ways. Although it made him extremely helpless, but they would eventually meet again, right? Arbor nodded and was about to say a few more words to Duan Yu when she suddenly heard Holy Sun Mi Yen roar, "Everyone, lie down." Everyone almost reflexively crouched down. Chapter 32:05. At the same time, there was a loud boom, and the tremors instantly shook the entire mountaintop. More than a dozen spirit stone cannons fired at them at the same time. That student from the Hong Academy who couldn't react in time was instantly blasted into pieces and vanished into thin air. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear. The temple's people were crafty as expected, actually lying in wait for them in this rear mountain. Once they left the secret realm and appeared here, they would immediately fall into the range of the spirit stone cannons. Of course, there was a huge difference between humans and cannons. No one wanted to be the bird that stuck out its neck and enjoy the might of the spirit stone cannons with its flesh and blood. Holy Sun Mian's expression was extremely unsightly. He didn't expect that the temple would shed all pretense of cordiality like this and want to annihilate all of them here. That middle-aged priest, Taishan, walked out from the crowd and said with a faint smile, "Holy Sun, you don't need to hide. I already saw you. Please come out." Holy Sun Mi Yan's expression became extremely unsightly. He then turned around and said to Arbor, Mo Yin, and the others behind him, "I'll go out and deal with them in a moment. You guys escape into the mountain as soon as possible." Once they entered the dense forest, the spirit stone cannon's accuracy would naturally be much worse. Although everyone's cultivation was outstanding, they didn't want to bear the might of more than a dozen spirit stone cannons. When they came out in the midst of the chaos, Arbor had already put away the little monk and the little monkey into his storage talisman without batting an eyelid. There were too many people and it was very dangerous, so it naturally wasn't suitable for him to bring the 2 little ones out to play. Upon hearing Mi Yan's words, Arbor involuntarily creased his brows and irritably retorted, "You're not a saint. You don't need to sacrifice yourself to save everyone." Holy Sun Mi Yin opened his mouth and then said exasperatedly, "Do you think I'm stupid? I naturally have the confidence to escape from these people. Don't show off." Arbor rolled his eyes irritably. "They've set up crossbows on the periphery of this rear mountain. We can activate the defensive barrier to resist for a while, but with spirit stone cannons, and spirit stone cannons. However, with the addition of the spirit stone cannons and crossbows, only a fool would continue to stay here. Of course, it would be better to think of a way to defeat them one by one after entering the dense forest." Holy Sun Mayan was rendered a bit speechless by the little stoic's words. However, at this moment, Chun Baojia suddenly stood up from the crowd. Taishan narrowed his eyes and waved his hand. All the cannons were aimed at Chun Baojia. The people squatting near Chun Baojia couldn't help but secretly complain. This foolish woman. She didn't even know where to aim the cannon accurately. Now that she suddenly stood up, she exposed their position to everyone. Wasn't this the same as shooting the bird that stood out? "Aren't you from the temple, coming for Arbor?" Although Chun Baojia was very scared, She gritted her teeth and said in a trembling voice, "We agreed to give Arbor to you, but you have to promise not to hurt anyone else here." Holy Sunmi, Yin turned his head in disbelief and stared at Qin Baojia as if he was looking at a weirdo. Was this woman crazy? Who agreed to hand over the little stoic? Could she represent everyone here? What a joke. Qin Baojia hastily turned her head and said to everyone, "Can't you see? The temple wanted to capture Arbor both times. This matter has nothing to do with us at all. We were merely caught in the crossfire." Chapter 3206. Everyone's expression became somewhat mysterious and abnormal. Not all of them were fools. Qin Baojia could see the problem. Did she think others couldn't? When seeing this spirit stone cannon, who still didn't understand the problem, this group of people from the Divine Temple and the group of people who fired at them in the Red River Canyon were definitely in cahoots. At that time, in the Red River Canyon, didn't they want to catch the little crown princess? They spent so much effort, perhaps just to catch the little crown princess? But even if they knew that they might be caught in the crossfire, so what? If you want to push the little crown princess out to suffer, you have to see whether her husband is willing or not. "Miss Chun, Holy Sunmi," Yin shouted. This Qin Baojia was really sick. At this time, instead of thinking about how to unite and escape, she was still fighting among herself. This kind of behavior was simply unbearable. Qin Baojia said in a shrill voice, "Does the Divine Temple want to catch her? Why do they want to implicate us?" Bang! Suddenly, a spirit stone cannon bombarded Qin Baojia's position. "Holy Sunmi," Yin shouted. "Quickly get out of the way." After a loud bang, Qin Baojia exerted all her strength and screamed as she rolled and dodged. Although she dodged quickly, she was still affected by the fragments of the spirit stone cannon. Her left arm was seriously injured, and blood flowed out at once. At the same time, a student of the Flying Sword Academy lying beside Qin Baojia was very unlucky and became a dead soul under the cannon. He didn't even have time to make a sound before he died. Qin Baojia covered her mouth with her hand in horror, not daring to make another sound. What an idiot! Jing Linyao frowned and sneered in the depths of her heart. Couldn't she see that the Divine Temple's purpose was to kill all of them? How could they let anyone live? This Qin Baojia was really stupid. Did she think that as long as she surrendered to the Divine Temple at this moment, she could get a chance to live? Jing Linyao curled her lips sarcastically, and her brain quickly worked on a plan to escape. These dozens of spirit stone cannons were aimed at them. No matter who moved first, they would end up like Qin Baojia and become the target of the cannon fire. "Don't act rashly," Mo Lien whispered into her ear. He knew that Jojo had already made up his mind about the worst-case scenario, which was to take them all into his spirit realm at the risk of its leaking aura. However, if Jojo could not leave the back of the mountain, she would still appear in the same place when she reappeared. At that time, with the ability of the Sun Moon Hall Master, he would definitely be able to see through her. If the Heavenly Fate organization found out that they were carrying a great secret like the spirit realm, there would be a lot of trouble waiting for them. He could not let Jojo take the risk. At this moment, they were all hiding behind the vegetation. If they made any strange movements, it was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't become targets. Indeed, he was in a dilemma. Arbor clenched his small fist. If there is no other way, we can only sacrifice those little guys on planet Shaji. If it was possible, of course she wanted to solve the problem in front of her. However, if it was impossible, she would not deliberately force it. She couldn't take the risk with the lives of her companions. "Wait first." Emolian understood her meaning and turned to smile at her. "I guess there will be a turn for the better." Chapter 3207. What turning point? Arbor was taken aback. They were already being attacked with cannons, so what great turning point could there be? She used her divine conscious to flip through the divine weapons in her conscious, looking at them one by one. She was somewhat reluctant to part with them. These little fellows had fought alongside her all the way here. Now that she had to choose one to explode and destroy these enemies, she was naturally extremely reluctant. Forget it. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Mo Lien suddenly reached out and lightly tugged at her small hand. "Look!" When Arbor looked up, she saw that the temple's team seemed to have fallen into disarray. After hearing two loud booms, it was as if the spirit stone cannons had suddenly exploded inside their team. This instantly caused the temple's people to become flustered. Mo Yin took advantage of this opportunity to scoop up Sir Jojo's small body and dashed into the depths of the mountain forest. Duan Yu and the venerable Peach Blossom Immortal had already followed over. At the same time, apart from the Seacombe Planet Battle Team and Situ Yi's group, Holy Sun Mi Yan's group and Jing Linyao's reaction was the fastest. Bang, bang, bang. Another 3 loud booms landed among the temple's team. An extremely swift figure instantly slid across the mountain and swiftly arrived beside Arbor and the others. Hurry and leave, Jojo. Mu Xingqian's clothes were stained with a lot of dust, but his eyes were very bright. Eldest brother? Arbor quickly called out. Was that you just now? Hurry, leave. We'll talk later. Mu Xingqian quickly tugged at her. Seeing that Mo Yin was so petty as she hugged his younger sister to her side, he didn't have time to say anything else in his exhaustion from running for his life. Earlier, he snuck into the temple's team alone and took advantage of their unpreparedness to throw the temple's team into disarray, destroying several of their spirit stone cannons. At the same time, he also caused several spirit stone cannons to explode among the temple's team, causing this group of people to be flustered. But that was only a temporary effect. At this moment, hundreds and thousands of disciples rapidly surged out of the temple and charged toward them. If he didn't run now, when would he? As the saying goes, a wise man knows better than a fight when the odds are against him. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. If they were surrounded by tens of thousands of people from the Divine Hall, once they used the tactic of taking turns, they would be exhausted to death. Everyone ran into the dense forest. The plan now was to leave this outer area and enter the forest. Then, the heavy and sturdy spirit stone cannon would be useless. This dense forest at the back of the mountain was at least 10 million miles long. At that time, with so many of them scattered, even if the temple sent out tens of thousands of people to search, there was no way to find them one by one in this dense forest. Jojo thought the same. As long as she could disappear from these people's sight, she would have a way to escape with Mo Yin and the others. Perhaps, before he left, he might even be able to give the Hall of Gods a huge gift. After all, the other party had already taken care of them and plotted to take their lives time and time again. If they didn't return the favor, it would be a little unreasonable. Chun Baojia hurriedly followed the crowd's footsteps, but before she could run 2 steps, she was slapped in the face by a female student beside her. You're such a harmful slut. How dare you run with us? Get lost. Chun Baojia bumped into a tree and was shocked to hear a gust of wind behind her. She hurriedly dodged behind the tree, and a spirit stone cannon blew up the tree behind her. Chapter 3208. Chun Baojia screamed in shock as the female student slapped me in the face again. Bitch, you still have the face to scream. If it weren't for this woman, her senior brother wouldn't have died. This woman didn't want to live, yet she still implicated others. If it wasn't for the fact that the timing wasn't right, she would have drawn her sword and slashed her 3 times. Hong Yao, hurry up and leave. Don't get involved with her. A male student ran out from the side and hurriedly dragged her away. The spirit stone cannon fell again. This time, it blew up one of Queen Fu Sha's subordinates. Queen Fu Sha shouted and turned her head to look. Then, she quickly disappeared into the forest under the protection of the remaining 6 strong men. Chun Baojia followed them in a panic. Her arm was injured, and she was also slapped twice by the female student from Flying Sword Academy. She was seeing stars, and her forehead was bleeding. Right now, she looked extremely battered and exhausted. The group of people quickly entered the dense forest. Then, they disappeared under the cover of the tall trees. At this time, Arbor only cared about his own people. Who would have the patience to care about other people's lives? The group of people ran for about half an hour. Only when they heard the sound of the cannons subsiding did they stop running. Arbor turned around and let everyone see if anyone was injured. He counted the number of people and found that everyone was present. At the same time, Holy Sun Mi Yin, the 2 priests, and 7 or 8 guards also came over. Jojo, are you hurt? Mu Xingqian hurriedly asked. I'm by Zhou's side. How could I let him get hurt? Mo Lian muttered in a low voice. Mu Xingqian glanced at him and then nodded. It had to be said that Zhou's husband was much more reliable than him. Mu Xingqian thought emotionally. Arbor glanced at Mu Xingqian. Big brother, why did you suddenly appear? Where's that person? Before, he had seen Mu Xingqian supporting Mu Rochuan all the way. Now that Mu Rochuan had suddenly disappeared and only Mu Xingqian was left, it was a bit strange. Mu Xingqian couldn't help but smile bitterly. Rochuan threw a tantrum at me and ran away. At that time, I was in the midst of a space-time swap. I wasn't paying attention, and she disappeared without a trace. It would be a lie to say that he was not worried. However, with Rochuan's temper, Mu Xingqian could not help but close his eyes. It was too vexing. Arbor asked no more questions. Mu Rochuan was merely a stranger to her, so her life and death were not within Xiao Mu's scope of consideration. Hearing this, Qi Xianxian could not help but snort and turn her head away. Panting sounds could be heard from afar as the underworld region's Prince Ming Bao and the Eternal Peace Duke's crown prince, Mo Lu hurriedly ran over. When he saw them, he quickly stopped and gasped, "Oh, it's so good to see you all. Quick, let's go. Don't go down like a mushroom here. They are coming." Abyss Leopard panted and waved his hand. Everyone's expression turned cold. Just as they were about to turn around and leave, they heard the sound of hurried footsteps coming from the back of the path. Chen Baojia's hair was disheveled and her forehead was stained with blood. She immediately stumbled out of the path. She raised her head and happened to see Mo Lian. Her eyes instantly reddened as she cried, "Your Highness!" Mo Lian's gaze turned severe. Seeing his fingers twitch, Xiao Mu hastily grabbed his hand. Zhou's Lian could not dirty his hands for this kind of person. Chapter 3209. Chen Baojia ran over in tears and wailed, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, help me, Your Highness the Crown Prince." She somersaulted and fell to the ground. She touched her forehead and felt the sticky blood beads dripping down. She actually scared herself. Duan Yu frowned imperceptibly and was about to slap this woman away to avoid listening to her prattle. Sensing his actions, Xiao Mu quickly stopped him. Don't pay attention to her. If she wanted to beat this woman, she could do it herself. She couldn't implicate their reputations. Liang Qingqing couldn't resist chuckling. What? A level 9 spiritual cultivator can't even walk properly. Chen Baojia angrily gritted her teeth and stood up with an unsightly expression. She trembled as she stood on the side and kept sneaking furtive glances at the expressionless Arbor. She gritted her teeth and still said, Miss Qiao." Mo Lian shot her a sharp look. "I think you want to die." Arbor quickly smoothed the hair of Lian, who was about to explode, and turned to glance at Chen Baojia dryly. "I advise you to leave quickly." "Why do you have to tell me to leave quickly?" Chen Baojia's fury surged. If it weren't for this woman, how could the crown prince treat her so coldly and heartlessly? How could he not even look at her? Since Chun Chaoji doesn't know how to teach his daughter, we will teach her in his place. Mo Lian couldn't help but get angry. He raised his hand and was about to kill Chun Baoji on the spot. Xiao hurriedly grabbed his arm and stopped him. Zhongli Jiwei had already died earlier. If Chun Chaoji's daughter also died here, who knew what kind of monstrous waves would be stirred up in court? Moreover, that Zhongli Jiwei could be said to have been killed by the space because of the mystic realm. If the crown prince personally killed this Chun Baojia, it would definitely attract a lot of criticism. Although Zhou's Lotus had always been willful and reckless and was never afraid of these criticisms, Zhou didn't like it. He didn't like these people always talking about Zhou's Lotus. Duan Yu's eyes flashed with impatience. So long-winded. In this prince's opinion, it's better to kill him as soon as possible. After saying that, a long sword landed in his hand. Chen Baojia immediately panicked. She stepped back and screamed, "You can't kill me. My father is the current left prime minister, Chen Chaoji. My grandaunt is Empress Dowager Chun, who is also the crown prince's grandmother." Chen Baojia wasn't truly a fool. When she saw Duan Yu's murderous intent, she knew he really wanted to kill her. She hastily scrambled towards Holy Sun Mayan while shouting, "Holy Sun, save me! Lord Holy Sun, save me!" Holy Sun Me, Yin felt like fucking a dog. This Chen Baojia didn't use her brain and just had to provoke that little stoic who wasn't to be trifled with. Now that the matter had escalated and couldn't be resolved, she dragged him down with her. Seeing that Holy Sun Mi Yan's expression was very unsightly, Chen Baojia shrunk behind him while trembling. She glanced at Duan Yu with terror in her eyes. Her hands tightly clutched Mi Yan's outer robe, treating him as her last life-saving straw. Arbor couldn't help but feel a headache, and he quickly went up to drag Duan Yu over. "I said to ignore her. What's the point of killing this kind of person? You'll only dirty your hands. Let's go." If this Chen Baojia had any brains, she wouldn't have followed them here. Chapter 32:10. However, it was evident that this Chen Baojia was extremely brainless. Not only did she follow them, but she also hid behind Mayan the entire time and watched them cautiously and vigilantly. Since she was vigilant, then she shouldn't have followed them. She even insisted on following their group. She was truly very annoying. Mayan also felt that this woman was incredibly annoying and flung her hand away several times. She said coldly, "Miss Chun, please watch your manners." Chen Baojia couldn't help but feel exasperated. Although Sir Holy Sun was also quite handsome, the one she liked in her heart was His Highness the Crown Prince from start to finish. Otherwise, she wouldn't have listened to Madame Goen's arrangements and willingly stayed in the Crown Prince's Eastern Palace to wait for his return. However, she didn't expect His Highness the Crown Prince to be so heartless and drive her out of the Eastern Palace before she even returned to the Divine Province. The gloominess in her heart had been accumulating until she saw the little stoic before completely erupting. She used Uniquely Jr. to test this little crown princess, but the result was that she returned in low spirits. After several confrontations, she and Zhongli Jue suffered countless hidden losses at this stoic's hands. Even this time, even Zhongli Jue died at the hands of the little crown princess. She knew that she should give up and at least think of a way to fight for that position after leaving this place. But every time she saw His Highness the Crown Prince treat this stoic well, she couldn't tolerate it anymore. She really wanted to explode all the resentment in her heart. "I'm somewhat familiar with this rear mountain." Holy Sun Mayan walked to the little crown princess side and said gravely, "There are 4 entrances and exits in this mountain forest. The temple will definitely heavily seal off these 4 places. I can take you to leave through a secret passage. However, it's a bit far to go around that place. It's very sparsely populated, so the path isn't too easy to walk." "It's fine. Then lead the way." Arbor nodded faintly. "That's our temple's sacred ground." Holy Sun Mayan was silent for a moment before saying with a sigh, "Unless it's absolutely necessary, I really don't want to take you on this trip." After all, no matter what, he was still a member of the temple. He didn't want to bring a group of outsiders to trample on the temple's sacred ground. Arbor could sense his feelings at the moment, so he looked at him and said, "Actually, we can take another exit." Now that the enemy was out in the open and he was in the dark, he could just hide for a while and think of a way to break through. Holy Sun Mi, Yin shook his head. Going to the Holy Land is the simplest and most direct way. He knew how much the temple master valued this place. Generations of ancestors of the Divine Hall were enshrined in the sacred ground of the Divine Hall. It was impossible for the temple master to bring a group of guards to this place to encircle and annihilate them. Holy Sun Mi, you took a deep breath. "Let's go." Everyone let Holy Sun Mi, Yin lead the way, and the group quickly followed. Chen Baojia didn't leave either. She stayed at the back of the group and followed them like a little wife. Seeing that everyone was walking so fast, completely ignoring her injuries and the fact that her body couldn't take it, she couldn't help but feel angry. Holy Sun Mi, Yin led them around a mountain forest until they found a small path in the depths of the forest. Along the way, thorns were everywhere. Leading the way, Holy Sun Mi, Yin had to let several priests and temple guards constantly cut down the thorns on both sides with swords and sabers. "Ah!" Chen Baojia suddenly screamed in panic, her legs trembling. Chapter 32:11. A venomous snake suddenly slithered out of the grass nest and coldly stared at her like this with its triangular eyes. Liang Qingqing couldn't help but curl her lips mockingly. I say, you're a level 9 spiritual cultivator. Can you not act like such a noob? Whenever she encountered something, she would start chirping like a normal person. Liang Qingqing only felt that this woman was very funny. Chen Baojia was truly like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. It was as if she was completely scared out of her wits by those cannons earlier and was cowering in fear and terror at everything she saw. Chen Baojia originally wanted to retort when she heard Liang Qingqing's mockery, but when she saw the group of people shooting cold gazes at her, she suddenly deflated like a deflated ball and couldn't speak. She was simply not liked by this group. But what could she do? With her strength alone, how could she get out of the back gate of the Sun Moon Temple? Of course, she had to go with them. Did they think she liked seeing Arbor women's expressions and being fed dog food along the way? She didn't want to stay with this damn Arbor for even a minute, but she had no other choice. Let's go. Holy Sun Mi Yin waved his hand and led everyone into the depths of the small path. This area was filled with mountains and forests. To be honest, if it weren't for the Holy Sun leading the way, they might not be able to find such a hidden path even after searching for 10 days to half a month. There is only this one path leading to the temple's sacred land, so Holy Sun Mi Yin was a bit apprehensive. If the temple master of the temple really brought people to the sacred land relentlessly, he gritted his teeth. Suddenly, he saw the little stoic turn her head and glance at him. The Holy Sun's expression stiffened slightly, and he retorted out of habit, "What are you looking at?" The little stoic said expressionlessly, "Why did you give up on pursuing the sun-moon twin wheels in the mystic realm?" Holy Sun Mi Yin stared blankly for a moment before sighing and saying, "The temple has already become like that, so there's no point in me pursuing this supreme, holy weapon." As he spoke, he had a disheartened look on his face. It was completely different from his arrogant look from before. The little stoic swept him an indifferent glance. "If the temple master of the temple chases after us with people in a while, don't worry, I will find a way to get you out of here." Upon hearing this, the little stoic inexplicably felt a bit uneasy. She cast him a glance and asked, "What do you mean?" "Ah." Chen Baojia's exclamation interrupted the conversation between the two. Her finger was trembling as she pointed at the slope diagonally opposite. Everyone glanced over and saw a large number of temple guards rushing towards them. Chen Baojia shouted hysterically, He betrayed us. He betrayed us." The direction she was pointing at was naturally Holy Sun Mi Yin. The saint glanced at her indifferently and couldn't be bothered with what this moron had to say. He retracted his gaze and said to everyone, "Follow me." As soon as Holy Sun Mi Yin moved, everyone followed him and moved quickly. Exerting strength in their legs, they all ran towards the end of the small path. There's a mountain wall in front of him. Holy Sun Mi Yin punches at a distance and hits a round copper plate on the mountain wall. The copper disc was engraved with the pattern of the sun and the moon, and it rattled under the force of the punch. It slowly rotated in a clockwise direction. A mountain wall door on the side instantly lifted up with a whoosh. Holy Sun Mi Yin roared, "Go in." Everyone dashed into the long tunnel without the slightest hesitation. Chapter 32:12. The gray-haired man narrowed his eyes and sneered. "Mi Yin, the temple has nurtured you for so many years, and this is how you repay us. You actually privately brought a group of outsiders to our temple's sacred land. You let these guys' filthy blood stain our bright and holy sacred land. You simply deserve to die." Holy Sun Mi Yin turned around and sneered at him. "Temple Master, the temple is no longer that bright and holy existence. Don't deceive yourself and others anymore." "Nonsense." The temple master threw a punch through the air. With a boom, it smashed into a nearby stone stool, instantly shattering the stone stool that was half a person's height. Everyone involuntarily shuddered in their hearts. Mo Yin's eyes flickered. This person is a peak venerated immortal. Although he looks like a middle-aged man, he's probably over 500 years old. The venerated Peach Blossom immortal said softly. He pulled the little stoic behind him and instructed in a low voice, "When we tell you to run later, run inside quickly." The little fellow was a bit unhappy. "Then what about you guys?" "We'll come in a moment." Prince Emos smiled at her. "You have to be obedient, understand?" At this time, Holy Sun Mi Yin had already retreated into the tunnel with everyone. He sneered at the gray-haired man outside and said, "Nonsense? Ever since our temple was founded, we've always promoted our good to the outside world with the doctrine of brightness and upward progress. However, Temple Master, what you're doing is truly disdainful." Holy Sun Mi Yin said coldly, "Is our Sun Moon Temple's reputation not great enough in the 3 provinces? Is it not enough prestige? Why must we obey a cult organization? Why must we wallow in the mire with this cult organization?" "What do you know?" That Temple Master spread his arms with a cold expression. "Heavenly fortune is where the heavenly Tao lies in this world. It represents justice." Holy Sun Mi Yin looked at the palace lord in front of him, whose expression was slightly abnormal, with astonishment. Why did he feel like the Temple Master was brainwashed by something? Heavenly fortune represented heavenly Tao. Ha! Who gave him the face to represent heavenly Tao? Did the heavenly Tao agree? "Mian, it's not too late for you to turn back now," the Temple Lord said in a tempting tone. "Kill these people for me right now. You can immediately return to our divine palace and continue to be the holy son of our divine palace." Shin Baojia jumped and hurriedly retreated a dozen steps until she was behind Liang, Qingqing, and the others. Her body trembled as she shouted, "Hee, will he betray us? Listen to the Temple Lord. Come and kill us." Liang Qingqing was enraged by her petty behavior. She pushed her to the side and said, "Get lost." This woman still dared to slander the Holy Sun. Did she forget that she was the one who had shamelessly followed the Holy Sun all the way to seek protection? Now, in less than half a day, she immediately turned her back on him. Holy Sun Mi Yin smiled at him. Suddenly, he punched a wall lamp beside him. That wall lamp flickered and suddenly disappeared. At this time, that mountain wall door that had been lifted up suddenly fell down with a crash and crashed harshly onto the ground, directly sealing off the tunnel. "Let's go." Emo Yin gently raised her hand and directly pushed Sir Jojo towards Duan Yu. "Hurry." Arbor could not react in time. Chapter 32:13. Duan Yu, who was beside her, grabbed her by the arm and directly pulled her into a mad dash towards the depths of the tunnel. These guys truly coordinated well. Before Arbor could react, he was already pulled several dozen meters away by Duan Yu. Soon after, Situ Yi, Liang Qingqing, and the rest also hastily dashed towards the depths of the tunnel. Shin Baojia was half a beat slower than everyone. She was so anxious and angry that her face was distorted from fright. She hastily chased after them and repeatedly shouted, "Wait for me! Wait for me!" Bam! A heavy impact came from outside the mountain wall. It was the sound of the spirit stone cannons hitting the mountain wall. Holy Sun Mi Yin was the first to throw out a defensive boundary to seal the mountain wall. Soon after, Emo Yin and Hu Jinshin also sent out a beam of sacred energy at the same time to reinforce the defensive boundary. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions rang out incessantly. Holy Sun Mi Yin said calmly, "This path leads directly to the outside of the mountain. With their speed, it would take them about half an incense stick's worth of time to escape. As long as they left this tunnel and the dense forest where flying was inconvenient, the Holy Sun thought Arbor would be able to summon that fire phoenix and swiftly escape with everyone. With the flying beast speed, there was absolutely no way it could catch up to that fire phoenix. The prerequisite was that they had to delay the Hall Master here as much as possible. This old monster's cultivation realm is quite high," Hu Jinshan ridiculed, a harsh glint flashing through her pitch-black eyes. At their level of transcendent divine realm cultivation, even though they were in the same realm, the difference between the middle stage and late stage was like heaven and earth. Holy Sun Mi Yin said, "I remember that 1 year ago, his cultivation realm was still hovering around the middle stage of the venerable immortal realm. He stopped at the middle stage for about 200 years. Holy Sunmi, Yin sighed and said, with his aptitude, I thought that he would never be able to break through to the middle stage in his lifetime. I didn't expect that he actually jumped 2 minor realms in 1 year. He actually went straight to the peak, just like that. Boom! The stone wall suddenly split apart, revealing the temple master's slightly distorted face. Want to know why? The temple master chuckled mischievously, and then the entire tunnel was filled with his maniacal laughter. Long live the heavenly fortune. It's the heavenly fortune that changed my fate. Ha 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 ha. I also thought that I would stop here for the rest of my life. But I never imagined that I would actually have the chance to advance, and advance by 2 minor realms at that. As long as I continue to follow in the footsteps of Tian Yun, I will be able to ascend to a higher realm step by step. Ha ha. You lot actually dare to hinder me from increasing my cultivation. You should all rest here. He's already gone mad. Emol Yin said faintly. Holy Sunmi, Yin suddenly pushes him and he Jiechin. Let's go. Then he waved his palm at them and sent them flying a few feet away. At the same time, he punched a button beside him, and the sound of a spring activating could be heard in the distance. The entire passageway was suddenly filled with arrows and arrows, shooting at each other. The temple lord flicked the arrowhead in front of him with one hand and screamed with anger. Mi Yin, you traitor to God, you will receive the punishment you deserve. If your God is the Tian Yun cult, Holy Sunmi, Yin sneered, I will betray you today. The temple lord roared and rushed into the passageway with people. He waved his hand vigorously. Kill them for me. Chapter 32:14. Gurgle gurgle. A sound came from outside the stone wall. A dozen stern-looking temple guards slowly pushed a heavy spirit stone cannon into the passageway. One of them picked up 5 fist-sized spirit stones and placed them in the cannon. The cannon abruptly fired, and the long passageway shook violently. Holy Sunmi, Yin stood in the middle of the passageway with a cold and handsome face, and his sleeves fluttered despite the absence of wind. He gathered a wisp of holy power in one hand and suppressed the incoming spirit stone cannon in midair. Everyone saw with their naked eyes that the dazzling ball of light abruptly stopped. It made a light gurgling sound as it confronted Holy Sunmi, Yan's holy power. The temple master snorted coldly and spread open his arms as he roared furiously. A mantis trying to stop a chariot, courting death. As he roared, the entire passageway seemed to tremble and sway. Suddenly, a gush of underground water broke through the stratum and rolled upwards, directly attacking Holy Sunmi Yan's chest. You, a mere spiritual venerable realm cultivator, also dares to chirp and curse in front of this lord. Today, I'll let you know what it means to say that there is always someone better than you. Ha 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 ha. The temple master's head of white hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes glowed with a blood-red light, and his facial features were abnormally distorted. Bang! The surging water fiercely slammed into the defensive barrier that Holy Sunmi Yan had set up. In just an instant, Holy Sunmi Yan's defensive barrier was completely shattered by this water spirit energy. The power of a peak, immortal, venerable realm cultivator made people feel how insignificant all things in the world were. Everything was like an ant in front of him. Holy Sunmi Yin flew backwards. Emol Yin and Ma Yingchun leaped up at the same time and reached out to support his retreating figure, barely managing to steady him. The water in front of them transformed into countless sharp claws that rapidly swept towards them. The little stoic and the others had already fled to the middle of the passageway. They felt the earth quaking and the mountain shaking violently. Their bodies swayed along with the mountain walls as they ran, and they felt sand and rocks falling from above their heads from time to time. Arbor kept looking back at the tunnel, but he didn't see Mo Yin and the other two. He started to panic for no reason. Jojo, don't worry, they will come over. Duan Yu comforted her softly. The little fellow's face was expressionless, and he felt a little worried for no reason. The few of them ran to the turning point and went around it. They found that the tunnel was going uphill. Everyone rushed towards the exit, not daring to stay for even a moment. Arbor was a little anxious, but she did not show it on her face. It was only when she turned back and saw Mo Lien and He-Chin's clothes swaying around the corner that she let out a sigh of relief. With a wave of her small hand, a set of teleportation talisman arrays fell into her hand. Come here quickly. Currently, her Earth-rank teleportation glyph array could teleport her to a maximum of 50 kilometers away. But to be honest, a distance of 100 miles was nothing to a peak immortal venerable. They could kill their way over in a matter of minutes. As a result, the little stoic had never touched this talisman matrix. Furthermore, the number of people allowed to use the teleportation glyph array could not exceed 20. Their team naturally had more than 20 people. At this critical juncture, the little fellow couldn't care too much. In front of an outsider like Chun Baojia, the little stoic could only put Qi Xian and the others into the storage talisman with a frown. Only Situ Yi, Duan Mu Qing, Hidden Flower, Yu Xiu, and Mu Xingchen remained. Chapter 32:15. As a result, they moved much faster. The little stoic looked at Mo Lien and Ma Yinshun, who swiftly floated in front of her. She flicked open the talisman matrix and then hastily asked, "Where's Mi Yin?" For some reason, a bad premonition surfaced in her heart. She recalled Mi Yan's words, "Don't worry, I definitely have a way to make you guys leave." These words didn't sound right no matter how she listened to them. "Behind us, she'll be there soon." As soon as Mo Lien finished speaking, they simultaneously saw Mi Yin swiftly dashing in their direction. "Hurry!" The little stoic hastily opened the talisman matrix, and a halo instantly enveloped everyone. The temple master's figure emerged from around the corner. At the same time, he pushed the several hundred temple guards and 2 spirit stone cannons over at full speed by himself. "Trying to run!" The temple master shouted angrily. Like a monstrous wave, the rolling water crashed toward the transportation talisman matrix beneath everyone. Splash! As the water splashed everywhere, their figures simultaneously disappeared from the transportation talisman matrix. The temple master sneered and then raised his hands. A dozen or so ghost claws formed from water forcefully grabbed those temple guards and carried them forward at full speed. Some of the guards who couldn't withstand such a ferocious speed instantly felt their ears hurt, and some people even bled from their mouths and noses. When the temple master saw that these people were so useless, he naturally had the ghost claws crush them and toss them into the tunnel. The remaining guards all trembled and did their best to mobilize the defensive power around them so that they could withstand the pressure the temple master inadvertently emitted. They didn't want to be discarded here like trash. When Arbor and the others appeared 50 kilometers away, they had already reached the tunnel entrance. Everyone exited the transportation talisman matrix and swiftly dashed out of the temple's sacred ground. Chun Baojia hastily stumbled after them. She felt like she was about to be tortured to death this entire time. She clearly came here to search for treasures and seize the opportunity to get close to His Highness the Crown Prince. But when it came down to it, she discovered that she gained nothing other than numerous dangers along the way. "Let's go." Holy Sun Mi Yin shoved Mo Lien and then turned to dash toward the tunnel entrance. "Old bastard, where are you going?" Arbor couldn't help but roar. Holy Sun Mi Yin couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. She turned to look at her and said expressionlessly, "Get out of here. I'll take care of my temple's matters myself." Mi Yin. Arbor glared at her. "Come back here. Piss off." Holy Sun Mi Yin waved his hand as he returned to the tunnel. At this moment, the temple lord had already caught up. His huge figure floated in the air as he laughed sinisterly. "None of you can leave." The temple lord's expression suddenly changed, and he exclaimed, "Are you crazy?" Mi Yin slapped on a dragon head mechanism beside her, and a series of loud, rumbling noises could be heard coming from the tunnel. The temple lord was on the verge of a mental breakdown. His eyes almost popped out as he stared at Mi Yin. His movements were faster than his brain, and he had already pounced towards the tunnel behind Mi Yin. At this moment, he couldn't care about anyone else. He only wanted to escape from this place as soon as possible and save his old life. Mi Yin was truly a fucking lunatic. He actually activated the mechanism of a 9 stars killing array. Chapter 32:16. He knew this disc array better than anyone else. It was the Death Talisman array of the Holy Land. Once it was activated, there was no possibility of stopping it. The whole Holy Land would sync together with this back mountain. Even if he was a peak immortal venerable, in front of the killing array, under the heavy force of nature, he could only die. At this time, the mechanism in the tunnel had been fully activated again. All kinds of hidden weapons and swords were flying back and forth in the tunnel, so fast that it was almost too much for the eyes to take in. The holy snow robe on Mi-Yan's body had long been riddled with holes by swords, and her arms and body were full of scratches. Mi-Yan, Arbor, and Mo Lien rushed to the entrance of the tunnel, only to see that the dragon-breaking stone at the entrance had been urged to slide down quickly. Across the dragon-breaking stone, Arbor only saw Holy Sun Mi-Yan smile at her and spit out the last word, "Get lost. You bastard. You hypocritical, great holy sun. Do you think you can save the whole world?" Arbor was anxious and angry and couldn't help but curse. Suddenly, she saw a bright light, and with a whoosh, it almost shot her face. Xiaomu reached out with her hand and saw a ring lying quietly in her palm. "Huh, you even handed over the inheritance, right?" Arbor was stunned and secretly said "Chio-chio" in her heart. A winding wooden vine was instantly thrown in from below the dragon-breaking stone and wrapped around Holy Sun Mi-Yan's wrist. At the same time, the aura of the spirit domain suddenly spread out. Mi-Yan's face stiffened. The temple master screamed excitedly. "Spirit domain? Who? Who is it? Who has the spirit domain?" If someone didn't have the spirit domain, how could there be the aura of the spirit domain opening at this time? The temple master didn't care about the several bloody holes in his body caused by the flying hidden weapons, and he rushed up excitedly. With a wave of his hand, a stream of water shot out, quickly wrapping Mi-Yan's body. At the same time, the little water baby suddenly came out of the vines. The little fat hands slightly raised, and the stream of water that was coming toward them suddenly changed direction and slapped at the temple master at a fast speed. "Go to hell." The little water child raised a huge fist, a fist that was more than 10 times the size of his body condensed from his tiny body, and swung it at the temple master. Boom! The tunnel sank rapidly. Dragged by the 9 stars killing formation, the Divinity Palace Master fell desperately towards the dark cave entrance. He roared angrily and wanted to jump up, but he was quickly whipped down by dozens of thick vines. Holy water, it was actually the power of holy water. Only the holy water could restrain his 9th layer spirit water. Unwilling, he was unwilling. There was holy water and the smell of spirit realm in front of him. All of this should have been his. With these supplementary items, he would definitely be able to leap from the peak of the immortal venerable realm. But now Holy Sun Mi-Yan was dragged by the vines, and his figure was about to disappear in midair. The temple master roared with his last breath. The ghost claw formed by the water current grabbed at Holy Sun Mi-Yan's head. The little water baby suddenly took a deep breath and absorbed all the water spirit power of the temple master. Then he opened his little mouth, and countless needle-sized ice thorns shot out, swarming at the temple master who was trapped in the cave. "Damn it!" the temple master shouted angrily. Chapter 32:17. He was unwillingly and helplessly dragged down by the 9 stars fatal formation. The instant he fell into that underground cave, he tossed something up. Bang! That signal source rushed out of the dark cave and sprinkled light and shadow all over the sky under the blazing sun. The little water child swung a white bead in his hand and confirmed again, "Master, do we really have to do this?" "Explode," Arbor shouted sternly. Bang! After another loud bang, the passageway sank down and disappeared. The entire mountain started to rapidly sink and slide, and the mountain walls abruptly collapsed in a burst of smoke. "Let's go." Mo Yin scooped up the slightly pale Sir Jojo and flew up, summoning 7th Swallow. Everyone followed suit and flew up with a swish. 7th Swallow didn't need Mo Yin to say anything at all. With a flick of his tail, he directly shot up into the sky. Rocks kept falling down from both sides of the river. The scene before them was simply an unparalleled catastrophe. Everywhere was gray and hazy, and rubble rolled down. The golden dragon passed through the clouds and let out a furious roar. With a flick of his tail, he shattered a flying rock. After passing through the clouds several times, they got further and further away from that mountain range, shrouded in gray mist. The little stoic's face was slightly pale. Ever since she sat on Seven Swallows' dragon back, she didn't speak again. Instead, she closed her eyes and meditated to regulate her breathing. Mo Lien and the others stifled their resentment, so they simply killed their way back and returned to the sky above the Sun-Moon Temple. Since Tianyin wanted to start a war with them, then let him come. Layers of black flames floated around Mo Lien's body, rolling around her like giant black waves. A glaring silvery white flame swooped down like a belt of light and instantly smashed into the Sun-Moon Temple signboard. Boom! The remaining guards inside the temple hastily ran out and organized their troops, preparing to launch a counterattack. He saw a black flame spreading from the horizon, surging and covering the earth. From within, a huge black lotus rose. The flower bud closed, and the lotus was immersed in an ancient time. The ink-colored lotus disappeared in the blink of an eye, but the raging black fire quickly engulfed the house in front of him. Situ E controlled fire, Duan Muqin controlled wood, Hidden Flower's water spirit, and Yushio's fire spirit all rushed down at the same time. Miserable cries came from the crowd. Those desperados knew that they were about to die, but they still crazily stretched out their hands to the sky and shouted, "Long live Tianyin!" It was completely hopeless. This thought appeared in everyone's mind, and then the spiritual power in their hands surged and swept down. Bang, 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 bang. The windows in the main hall instantly exploded into a series of sparks under the scorching flames. The middle-aged priest, Taishan, raised a long staff and ran out of the temple. He roared towards the sky. "You godslayers have violated the heavenly Tao and ignored the mandate of heaven. In the end, you will receive a dark future and endless fear." On his body, a wisp of black fire slowly burned. Mo Lien looked at him coldly, with a trace of coldness and killing intent in her eyes. "Your temple master is already dead." "Impossible, impossible!" Taishan screamed with a twisted expression. Although he could feel that his life force had reached its end under the burning of the black flame, he still couldn't believe that his temple master had been killed by this group of juniors. Chapter 32:18. The temple master was an almighty figure who was about to break through to the venerated immortal realm. He couldn't possibly die, and it was even more impossible for him to die at the hands of these nameless juniors. Arbor abruptly opened her eyes. Her eyes were very clear and bright. Although her complexion was a bit pale, her eyes were especially pitch black and deep. She looked at him with unconcealable contempt. "Your gods have long been exterminated by the greed and vanity in your hearts. You are the ones who have truly slain gods. Die, all of you!" Arbor shouted angrily. Her fingers drooped slightly, and countless vines madly sprouted from her fingertips. Subsequently, waves of sand scorpions emerged. They crawled down from the vines and flooded into the shrine. Ah! Taishan was entangled by the black flames and rolled on the ground in pain. Soon after, he was drowned by the sand scorpions that quickly crawled forward. He struggled and whimpered twice in the sand scorpions. After the sand scorpions left, only a string of broken bones could be seen on the ground. When Mo Lien saw that his little stoic was fine apart from her complexion, still being a bit pale, he restrained his violent rage slightly. He suddenly turned his head and said to Yushio, "Where's Chun Baojia?" Everyone's expressions changed slightly. After exiting the tunnel, no one paid any attention to that woman. However, Chun Baojia must have seen every scene from when Jojo opened the spiritual domain to when he took away Holy Sun Miyan. If she wasn't killed to silence her, there was no guarantee that she wouldn't go out and spout nonsense. This subordinate will go immediately. Yushio and Hidden Flower naturally reacted especially quickly. Without needing the crown prince to say anything, the two immediately flew out. They summoned their flying beasts and rapidly followed the original path, rushing to the destroyed shrine's rear mountain. At the same time, little Tai Sui, Dao Wuji, and the others also rushed out of the paradise to help eliminate the root of the problem. Everything ended an hour later. The shrine was in ruins, and not a single person was left alive. Arbor coldly glanced at the ruins below and reached out to recall all the sand scorpions. Rubble and desolation filled the area. After everyone landed and stood on this pitch-black wasteland, they all peeked at the expressionless little stoic. Duan Yu secretly nudged Mo Lien with his elbow. The two of them exchanged a look. The little stoic is angry. Although this little fellow didn't say anything after that, they knew her too well. Looking at her tight little face, one could tell that she was in an extremely bad mood right now. You've offended him. Hurry up and beg for mercy. Otherwise, you'll be implicated. Duan Yu continuously signaled Mo Lien with his small eyes. The latter gave him a sideways glance and was a little confused. When did he provoke his wife? His wife was unhappy. Shouldn't it be because of Holy Sun Mi Yin? Arbor turned around and glanced at them. With a flick of his finger, everyone was pulled into Paradise Planet. The little fellow walked towards Holy Sun Mi Yin expressionlessly. At a glance, she saw that guy looking around in a daze. Stoic face. Why are you guys? Holy Sun Mi Yin turned his head and saw the little stoic walking towards him with layers of chilly intent. The little stoic walked faster and faster. In the end, she ran a few steps and rushed in front of Holy Sun Mi Yin. Without waiting for the Holy Sun to speak, she raised her small hand, and a crisp slap landed on his face. Chapter 32:19. Holy Sun Mi Yin stared at her in bewilderment, his eyes blinking nonstop. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines and discovered that the current atmosphere was very unfavorable due to the little stoic's oppressive aura. Who wants you to be a saint? Sir Jojo yelled angrily. Are you an idiot? Do you think you can save everyone in the world? I'm most annoyed by people like you who immediately push Sir Jojo back whenever something happens. The little stoic bellowed angrily. Do you think you're so capable? If you can do everything by yourself, then what do you need Sir Jojo to do? Everyone wanted to laugh when they heard her repeatedly call him Sir Jojo, but if they laughed now, they would be rebuked. We agreed to fight side by side. You throw this sir back whenever you encounter danger. Arbor jabbed Mi Yan's shoulder with his index finger and said furiously, You, on the other hand, can just lie on the ground after sacrificing yourself and die without any regrets. You still want this sir to owe you an enormous favor? In your dreams. Do you think it's so easy to owe me a favor? Holy Sun Mi Yin retreated step by step. Xian moved to Arbor's side with small steps and whispered, Jojo, well, let's treat the Holy Sun's injuries first. The pitiful Holy Sun looked like he was about to die. Arbor's small face darkened as he expressionlessly roared at Holy Sun Mi Yin, Strip. Everyone's mouths twitched. Holy Sun Mi Yin even stretched out his arms with an exaggerated expression and crossed them in front of his chest 5 minutes later. Holy Sun Mi Yin, whose entire body was smeared with ointment, continuously curled up and exclaimed, Hey, stoic face, be gentler, gentler. My arm is seriously injured. The little stoic's small face was cold as she bluntly scolded as she bandaged him. Aren't you illuminated by holy light? Holy Sun Mi Yin was embarrassed by the rebuke. I didn't know you had a spirit domain. It seemed that Lord Jojo had been on guard against him all this time. Perhaps it was because he was here that the little stoic didn't open the spirit domain and put everyone inside. Of course, there was also Chun Baojia thinking of this. The saint suddenly felt a little wronged. Then he said, That's Shin Baojia. You want to use the heart of a saint to save her life again. Holy Sun Mayan felt a bit wronged. I'm just asking, why do you keep attacking me? I'm giving it back to you. The little stoic's face was taut as she irritably threw something at his face. When Holy Sun Mi Yin took that spatial ring, he couldn't help but be astonished. A little stoic, aren't you the one who loves money the most? A gentleman loves wealth, but he obtains it in a proper way. The little fellow said coldly and stiffly, "Who wants your inheritance? Keep it for yourself, and pass it on to your disciples or children." Sir Holy Son immediately put on a pure and proud expression. "This holy son serves my God with all my heart. So how can I have children?" Arbor paused for a few seconds before saying, "We've already destroyed your family shrine." The holy son also fell silent. A moment later, everyone once again appeared on the scorched earth left behind by the shrine. Holy Son Yin didn't say anything with his back facing everyone. Everyone knew that he was naturally in a bad mood. After all, this was his homeland where he grew up, but now it had become like this.